the pair of Skechers and pretty much walk everywhere. I was kind of joking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
This last episode, I mean, all of them have been really good,
well,
but they just keep on. Did you play the game?
Oh, yeah. I'm a big gamer.
So I'd never even heard of the game, if I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah. I stopped at PlayStation 2.
Really?
Yeah.
You not gaming no more?
I don't game in these streets. I have a PS4 if I feel.
No, you don't have a wife? That's the guru drop. I have a wife. I have a PS4.
I have a PS4, and I'll get jiggy on some older, 2018 FIFA or some Madden, but Crash Bandicoot.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
God, guru.
That's it though. But yeah, I mean, sounds like because the last scene in The Last of Us, they were saying it was really important to get it right because it was so important to the video game. And I could tell, and I didn't even play the game.
Well, here's the thing: like they deviate from the game at times. But it's excellent. But that's neither here nor there. You're a sports show. Let's get into the sports. All right. It was a great weekend of sports. If you're watching the Genesis, obviously a lot of all-star game talk. I'm not here for the negativity. I'm done being negative when it comes to the NBA regular season. We all know it sucks. Like I've been saying this for like 3 years. Okay,
Yeah.
We know the All-Star game's whack. Like straight up, no one's playing any defense. I don't expect them to. We know they're rich. We get all that. Like you're either in or you're out. And I'm not going to tell people what they like. I like The Last of Us. If you don't, you're missing out, not me.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with the All-Star game weekend. Mac McClung, great story, but let's call it what it is. He hasn't played an NBA game this year.
Yeah, he's been up and down. He's on Philadelphia, the 76ers right now. And it is interesting, man. All you got to do, and I knew it was going to happen. So yesterday, Larry and I did the show, and you knew you were going to get somebody either from the Xfinity mobile text line or calling in. I mean, could we have given Mac McClung another look? Could we have? Could we?
So James Wiseman can't play with the Warriors because of style of play, but someone who sees ball-dominant Mac McClung is like, that's the missing piece?
That's the missing piece. He
An
can get
under
up.
6-foot team. Like, while we're at it, let's get Pat Bev.
Yeah.
Let's get him. Gary Payton Jr. We're gonna shoot up nothing but 6'2" and under guys.
Yeah.
No
right.
bigs.
Basically, it would be a college team. Let's just run a full court press at the same time as well.
Exactly. All right, I want to shout out YouTube and Twitch. The Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I want to start right here. Carlos Rodon had some very interesting comments, and I think a lot of people were immediately triggered and wanting to crush Carlos Rodon. Not only does he not stay with the San Francisco Giants, I don't even think the Giants offered him anything. They gave him a qualifying offer so that they can get a draft compensation pick, but he ends up going to the New York Yankees. Now, let's take a step back. I want you to just left-handed power pitchers in the game. It's a short list.
Yeah.
It's a very short list. Now let's go left-handed power pitchers in the history of San Francisco Giants. That's a short list, too.
Yes, even shorter.
Like Madison Bumgarner is not a power pitcher.
No.
Right? You know.
Yes.
Like more of a slinger. I mean, not that he was a Kirk Reeder soft tossing lefty, but I wouldn't categorize him as a power lefty.
No. He used his fastball off of his off speed.
And the slurve and the curve
Yes.
and he would just throw for days. Very Andy Pettit like, even though they were very different in terms of their pitch makeup and things like that. Point that I'm going at here is Carlos Rodon put together one of the most fun pitching seasons. If you watched the Giants last year, he was dynamic on the mound. The raw numbers, whether it's the walkouts to strikeout ratio, whether it's his ERA, whether it's the hits, all of that, whip, whatever you like. The advanced data, it tells you he had a monster season.
Right.
And then the watchability factor. He's super fired up. He gets angry. He's juiced on the mound. Watching a guy blow a hundo is exciting, especially from the left-handed side. He was one of the most exciting pitchers since Tim Lincecum.
Yeah.
Now, I know we all love Madison Bumgarner and Matt Cain. They weren't exciting in the way that Rodon was exciting. I'm dicing here, but he was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing that you're separating, because you didn't say Brian Wilson, but I do think it's important to separate starting pitchers from closers. Closers just have a completely different mentality. You're going to get that from a lot of different closers.
100%.
But as a starter, a lot of times, okay, I got to pace myself. I got to be even keel. And sometimes you do want that more fired up guy. I mean, Shasky, I'm thinking right here, and I know we're going to get into Rodon's comments, but I'm wondering, just based on his personality, when we talk about maybe some people aren't really jiving with Gabe Kapler, that's a guy I could see. Hey, can we get fired up at least one time? You know, Carlos Rodon going to Gabe Kapler. Can we not be a robot for 2 seconds? And maybe that didn't clash very well.
Well, there were, I think, were there two different incidences where he exploded in the dugout, or was it just the one where he like grabbed the bat and slammed it down and then it ended up ricocheting and hitting someone?
Yeah, there's the one time where he kicked
Arizona.
in Arizona, he was like frustrated, he walked off, he kicked the bat, and it hit, I think, Estrada.
Yes.
And to be honest, I think
Tony's laughing, and I'm with him on this one. It's funny.
People blew that one out of proportion.
Mark thought, you don't do that in the clubhouse. You don't do that in the. It's like, Mark, you ever been around high-level athletes? Sometimes they lose their mind.
He kicked, have you ever seen a guy beat up a water cooler? Brian Wilson did it all the time, and we thought it was adorable because he had a beard. Come on.
Carlos Zambrano.
I love Zambrano. Hey, he switch hitter. Could hit from both sides of the plate. I guess where I'm going at, and I'm going to read you the quote. Now, remove the emotion of being triggered as a Giants fan. All right? Just remove the emotion. And I want to break this down because I find this interesting. And it's not necessarily a baseball topic that we're going to talk about. This is a sports Bay Area topic. I'm a Bay Area native. You're a Bay Area native. Majority of the people listening are probably Bay Area natives. And I want your opinion today. Here's what Rodon said. The fans in New York want to win. They care. They care a lot, he said, in putting them in contrast with those on the West Coast. Giants fans are invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. That's what Rodon said. And it's a bold statement for him to make. Now, I get it. He's with his new team. He's going to endear himself to those fans. All right? So let's call things out the way they are. Alan, I'll raise my hand. I am a crazy, passionate, live and die by my team's Bay Area sports fan.
Okay.
I personally think that we're underrepresented. People like myself. I think there's so many more than what we give the Bay Area credit for. I actually think there are a lot of diehard fans. But maybe I'm missing the mark here. Maybe I'm way off, and I would like your perspective, and I want to hear from people. 888-957-9570.
I don't think that there's one way to fan.
No,
and I think
I agree with that.
And I think that the situation with Carlos Rodon, I think the Giants were just collateral damage.
Yes.
I think that he was only here for 1 year, right? And this is just the most recent team that he's been with. So he's, quote unquote, comparing the Giants to the Yankees. But it's not really Giants-Yankees. It's really, honestly, anybody versus the Yankees. I know the Phillies, they boo. I would say Boston probably boos.
Forget the boo part.
Yeah.
The boo part. I want to ask you about the passion part. When I bring up the 49ers, okay?
Sure.
There's this concept I have, fanned with, okay? Fanned with. It's the amount of energy that you can give to any of your teams at any given time. And as you get older and you have families and you got a chaotic, work, personal life, sometimes you redirect some of your fan with from the Niners to the Warriors to the Giants. And I don't expect all three to be Philly charged at all times, right? So for the 49ers, if we talk about the 49ers, there's a fervor, there's a sense of urgency Whether it's the coverage of the media, whether it's the fans, whether it's people going to the games, the way we talk about the 49ers, they're on the precipice. They gotta win a Super Bowl, right? There's this passion. You can feel it. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
You did postgame this year for the Niners.
Oh yeah. Trust me, everybody is raring to go to get this number 6.
Exactly. Now, if I were to just peel it back 6 years ago, no one cared about the Niners. No one cared. I remember tweeting at the end of Chip Kelly games, week 15, week 16. Nobody cared about the 49ers. You're still watching that? That's what people would say to me. Now, I know these things are cyclical. Sports are cyclical. But I still believe the Niner passion is fully cranked to the fullest.
Okay.
The Warrior passion feels pretty cranked, high as can be. Now, is it as high as it was, during the 2016 season or the 2018 season? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it does feel like there's a majority of Warrior fans that get this sense of we've got to maximize the now.
This is it.
But there's also a sense of people saying, we did win 4. This has been a pretty damn good run.
Right.
So there's some perspective there.
Yeah, and for the people that have been Warrior fans from back in the day, that is the perspective that they have because they know if you think these times are dark, the times before Steph Curry got here and the crew,
yes,
that was the real dark ages, and I think some of that is the same in terms of the Giants. How much more runway? The Giants are finally running out of runway for the 3 and 5 years.
I agree with you.
They're finally running out of runway.
But Alan, if I were to say to any Bay Area sports fan, it's 2014. Harbaugh's on his way out the door. Everybody hates the San Francisco 49ers and what they've done and whatever, right? Whatever your opinion was at that time. The Warriors had not become the Warriors of now. No, we were excited and wow, look what they did against the Clippers, and they're right there. Like they're going to change coaches and they're happy-go-lucky. We're all like plucky little Warrior fans.
Yeah,
the Giants were the kings in this market at that time.
They were
as big as the Niners were with Harbaugh, and they were big. Like the Giants were the kings, and they clearly right now feel like the third team. If we were ranking the 3 teams, wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I would say they're third.
So I guess my question is to people out there, are we as passionate as I believe us to be, or am I wrong here? I think there are passionate San Francisco Giants baseball fans out there. Are there people out there that are fatigued by the owner? Do they not like the direction of the club, meaning Farhan and Gabe Kapler and their brand of baseball? Is it baseball that you've not really, kept along with? Are you out of the loop on baseball? Have you redirected your bandwidth toward the Niners, toward the Warriors? I believe the Giants, if they can get it right and start humming again, there is a passionate, big fan base out there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm, seeing it through my microcosm. What do you think?
Well, I think I would really want to know and I know we were still dealing with COVID at the time, or some of COVID, but I would really like to know that 107 game win season. What did those sellouts look like? Because we know they dropped this past year; they weren't very good. But that 107 win game season, how many sellouts?
I don't think attendance is an appropriate microcosm of where a team stands. So, for example, the Warriors, after 5 straight finals appearances, opened a brand new palace, and then Steph and Clay were hurt, and you couldn't give tickets away. It was a brand new stadium. Not like 2 years old, not even 3 or 4 years old. Brand new. 15-win season. You couldn't give tickets away.
Yeah,
so I don't think attendance is fair.
But basketball is a little different. That is so star-driven that...
You want to see Draymond? Draymond's not one of the all-time stars in Warrior history?
Not at those prices. I'm sorry.
I had friends that had season tickets who couldn't give Warrior tickets away during the 15-win season.
That's wild.
But that to me, I think, is the cyclical nature of where we're at. Now, me personally, I don't think attendance is fair because there are infinitely more people who watch on television than ever go to games.
Sure.
There are people that are diehard Niners, Giants, Warrior fans who have never been to any one of those games. So I don't believe, and the prices are a factor. I believe that you're right in terms of pricing people out. But it's a television show.
Yeah.
It's not an in-game. I love going to games, but the majority of people have kids and life and work tomorrow and this and that, and they don't want to go to games. They want to sit on their couch.
if we were making a pie chart, I think that everything gets some of the pie that you just stated, whether it's just baseball in general, the Giants, the fan width, all of those things I would put in the pie chart because of and I hate to go back because I know I've continued to say this, but continuing to go back to just the length of the season, when you talk about fan width, you're going to go with the priority is going to be in the order of what is the most urgent. Football is the most urgent. What's second most urgent? Basketball, length of schedule.
Yeah.
And then lastly, you have the Giants. Look, when the Giants get rolling and it's time for the playoffs, I do think you walk into your office building or whatever and the water cooler talk is about the Giants. I don't ever think that'll fade, but throughout the course of the season, the Giants get talked about the least. It's a weird situation to where Major League Baseball playoffs are still, we were talking about this last night, still very relevant. And when your team is in it, it's America's pastime and it's very fun to watch. But throughout the course of the season, there's just not enough time. There's too much going on to talk about game 62 of a 162 game season.
So let me ask you this, right? I got like Chicago, LA, New York, Boston. Are we saying that this market is less passionate about their fans? Because Rodon's coming out and saying that, and I don't think he's wrong to a degree. I do think that we have other things going on. Like yesterday was a great example. It's President's Day.
Yeah.
Half the country snowed in. You can't do anything in half the country, right? Maybe more than half the country.
Yeah.
You know what I was doing yesterday? I drove from beautiful Russian River down to San Francisco, went to Little League practice, and played until the sun came down. And it was amazing.
Right.
It was amazing, all right? So maybe we have other things that we can do. You can walk on the beach. You can go for a hike. You can, take a jaunt up to Tahoe, for example. I know a lot of people went to Tahoe
Just
this
enjoy
weekend.
being outside. They cannot do that.
Exactly. So maybe that factors into it. But am I missing the mark? Because I know I'm passionate and I'm crazy. Maybe I'm the unicorn.
I don't know that there are, if you're asking me, are there as many Joe Shaskys in San Francisco as they are in Chicago or Boston or New York or Philly? No, I don't think so. And to be honest with you.
You don't think there are?
No, and I don't know how close it is. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
No, that's why I want to hear it.
From being out there, I don't think that there are as many crazed fans that live and breathe every sport. I think they pick and choose.
Well, that's fan width.
Yeah.
So you think it's kind of like a moving target.
Yeah.
I mean, like right now, it's been 30 years since the Niners won a Super Bowl. My appetite for them to win a Super Bowl feels as hungry as it's ever been.
Right.
And they've been on the doorstep. They've been to 6 NFC championship games, and they can't knock it down. The Warriors have been in the mix, and we all kind of know the sand's coming out of the hourglass for Steph Curry.
Right.
But at the same time, they have won 4.
Yeah. And you've been doing this job plenty long enough. Look, I don't have a photographic memory, but we can see some of the text numbers that look familiar to us when they come through the text line or the callers. There are certain people that call in when you start talking Giants. There are certain people that say, can you please stop talking Giants? There are certain people that call in only when you talk Warriors. There are certain people that call in only when you talk Niners.
Yes.
The amount of people that call or text in, not that that's the only barometer, but the amount of people that feel enough passion to call and text in for all 3 of the sports is not that large to me. If it is a hierarchy, the spaces in between each sport are pretty big, no matter what order you go in. I don't think there are as many Joe Shaskys in the West Coast as there are in the East Coast.
I think you're kind of onto something. I want to hear from people. 888-957-9570. I want you guys to go to the 957thegame.shop.com. We've got T-shirts, merch, all kinds of stuff in there. But I want to hear from you guys, the fans, today. Like, is Rodon wrong? Forget the emotion of being triggered by Rodon saying that Yankee fans are going to boo their guys and that equals more. But forget that portion of it. Is the Bay Area less passionate about their teams, unless they're winning, if you will, than other markets? Like, are we sure? I look at Cubs games. There's nobody at Cubs games. They're going because they're hanging out at Wrigley. Oh, but Bears fans are better than Niner fans. Are we sure? Really? I went to Boston. The Celtics are the clear third number 3 team out in Boston, right? They're front runners too.
Right.
When the New England Patriots were great, they're all in on the Patriots. Now let's see what it looks like for the Patriots moving forward. Now the Red Sox, there'll always be a fervor there. I grant them that. But like, they're always angry because they're snowed in and indoors, and that's all they can do. But I went over there, and I was as passionate as all of those fans. But am I alone? Am I the outlier?
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing. You're not alone when you're out there. It's hard to, again, judge fandom or say this makes sense or this doesn't make sense because everybody fans a different way. But in terms of that quote-unquote passion, I don't see as much. And maybe it's just the idea. Maybe I'm falling for how the media sells it, that it's the East Coast and we're so much passionate.
Yes.
Because the thing is, the same way you do it, we saw a bunch of people on social media come out the woodwork. All of a sudden, they're Celtics fans now that the Celtics are in the finals.
Exactly.
I think there's just as many fair weather fans everywhere.
Yes.
But I do think that historically, because maybe the Bay Area gets a bad look because we have other stuff to do. And the idea is that we were the first teams and we live and breathe this. I don't know what it is. I do think that there are more passionate fans out there in the way of we live and breathe this than there are on the West Coast. But I do think it's just a matter of other things to do. And I think that that's their identity. West Coast, we don't necessarily have an identity because we don't need to. We can do whatever we want.
I just watched 5,000 49er fans draped in Niner gear turn their identity, like them being Niner fans was part of their identity as we marched into Philadelphia, into enemy lines.
And I would also agree that even though I'm saying that they might be a little bit more passionate just as a whole fan base back east, I would also say that it's probably undersold how West Coast fandom is celebrated.
All right, we're going to keep talking about this. Are Bay Area fans less passionate? When Rodon says what he says, basically, the fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans are invested, but not like they are in New York. Win or lose, you ain't getting booed in San Francisco. How does that make you feel as a Bay Area sports fan? Even if you're not a huge Giants fan, how does that make you feel? Are we really less passionate? That's what's coming up on The Game, and it's sponsored by Mitsubishi Motors.
The Mitsubishi Spring Sales Event is on now.
Thank you, Gary Payton Jr. It's Joe Shasky, Alan Stiles filling in for Bonte. Apparently, they said he's going to be back in the country tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You'll have to show up at 6 a.m. to see if he arrives. But we're just kind of talking about this Carlos Rodon comment, and I don't care about the booing. Like, you know how many games I've been to where Giants fans, Niner fans, Warrior fans have booed, okay? Like, here's the quote if you're just tuning in right now. The fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans are invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. All right, now, I'm not here to argue about whether Bay Area fans are, high class or not high class. We booed Dunleavy. We booed Alex Smith. We booed Barry Zito. We've booed anyone and everyone. You ever heard of Armando Benitez? Got booed right out of town.
Yeah.
All right? It happens, okay? Every fan base will boo their team. Forget that part. I'm asking about the passion, the general overall temperature of the fan base. And I guess where I'm going at this morning is your fire, and let's just talk about the Giants, is your fire for San Francisco Giants baseball the same as it was 5 years ago? And if it isn't, why? Have you redirected energy toward the Niners or the Warriors? Have you been put off by Farhan or Gabe Kapler or what the ownership has done in terms of putting the team together? Is it a waning interest in baseball? Because I know a lot of people say baseball's dead. I don't connect with baseball like I used to. Or are you like my mother-in-law? Whoever's winning and it comes near playoff time, I'm going to be totally tapped in. When the Warriors are in April and they're about to hit the playoffs, my mother-in-law, and I'm not ripping her, she loves sports. She's all in on the Warriors. When the Giants were in September and they're winning 100 games, she's all in on the Giants, can name every single player.
Right.
But, she's not it's April 1st, it's opening day. She'll watch and she's into it. Are you one of those? Are you wake me up when it's a pennant race?
That's where I think a lot of people are.
Are we that way with basketball too?
It's getting there. I think it's moving further in that direction. I think at the beginning you could convince people to watch, the beginning of the season at those first couple games, and then you have obviously the Christmas game. Christmas Day is really big, which we don't know if the NFL has fully hijacked that or not.
Well, the NFL, can we just pause for a second? I'll let you finish. The NFL's an outlier. Okay. Of the top 50 NFL the television programs, top 50 television programs, 47 are NFL related. The NFL is bulletproof right now.
Right.
Okay? They are the Terminator. So let's not football, we have interest in week 1. Yeah, because we're football crazy.
Well, sure, and there's
as
only
a country.
Yes, and there are only a handful of games if you really think about it, right? Compared to baseball. I mean, I did a little bit back in the day where it's you measure the amount of things that babies that get born and people like friends that that have different jobs all the time. Throughout the course of a baseball season, a lot of things can happen. You can be in a completely different place in your life
100%.
From the start of the baseball season to the end. So I'm not going to blame anybody for not being locked in for every single game, because I don't even know if it's built to be locked in for every single game. If they really care about these TV deals and that's where their bread is buttered, then I don't know that they mind if you only pay attention at the very end. I really don't. But in terms of fandom, I think that's all that people can give at times. There are levels.
Yes. There's only so much that you could spread to the 3 teams because of life and just being a normal person. And so depending on who's on top, maybe you redirect that, channel that energy. Is that what you're going at?
Yeah, and the camaraderie of it. When you walk into a restaurant or a bar and it's playoffs, everybody's got on Giants stuff. I want to be a part of this. I am a Giants fan. When it's, like you said, April 1st or in July, nobody's going to the bar to watch a Giants game. It's just background noise. It's background noise.
Well, especially because of the inventory. All right, 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the Bay Area. I'm a Bay Area native, all right? I'm super passionate. I'm crazy about my teams. And I think there are a lot of people like me. I don't know, though. Am I missing the mark? Do you kind of only have so much what I call bandwidth to go about? And you are a lover of just basketball, and you don't really care about the Niners or the Giants or whatever. Or maybe you just care about the NFL and wake me up in September if the Giants are good and I'll be a fan. Or you're like my dad. You are locked in every single day no matter what, and you're almost hate watching the team that you're going through. Because I'm watching the Oakland A's, and again, 888-957-9570. Are we less passionate here in the Bay Area than they are in Chicago, LA, New York, like Rodon was referencing, Miami. I'm just throwing, places out there. My dad and I talk about this all the time. Like, baseball is an older sport in terms of who's watching, right? Mm-hmm. But I still feel like people have it on as background noise throughout the entire summer. And I actually do think there's a sleeping giant of Giants fans out there. Double entendre there. Right. But we are so underserved, and we've been kind of kicked in the nuts for the last 6 years that we're really quiet, and we're kind of bored, and we don't like this brand of baseball.
Yeah.
But if they got good, or if they got exciting, like if they had Aaron Judge right now, would we not be doing, what does it look like in the lineup?
But that
right now as a radio audience.
But that is what is so interesting in terms of being good versus being polarizing. That 107 win season, I don't necessarily, it was being talked about, but there were no stars to think of.
But you had Posey.
You had Posey, but that was, I mean, think about you walking around, and I know obviously it's hard to do because this is our job.
Yeah.
But when you're talking with people that are non-baseball fans, or if you're doing your water cooler talk or wherever you're at, how many people were talking about the Giants? I mean, it was a surprise, don't get me wrong, but the Giants weren't necessarily dominating.
It was like August. People were like, is this real?
Right.
You think they could do this?
Yeah. And then you looked at the roster, and nobody, you didn't recognize anybody besides Posey.
Alan, I did postgame for the 49ers in 2019. I don't think people realize how it was nowhere near what it is today the first 5-6 weeks of the season. When they went undefeated to start off the year, it was like, oh. And then by about the second month, people were like, Niners are back.
Right.
Like, we were doing, you couldn't give away tickets to go to Levi's. When the Warriors won 15 games, they had Draymond, and that was it, Kai Bowman. You couldn't give out Chase Center tickets. It was a brand new stadium. So right now, the Giants are in the worst losing era since the mid-'80s. They have not had a winning season 5 of the last 6 years.
Yeah, it's bad.
Let's go out to Scott in Hillsborough, and we're going to keep this going. 888-957-9570. Are we less passionate here in the Bay Area? Scott, step right up, no waiting. I would love to hear your experience as a Bay Area sports fan.
Hey, I'm 58 years old, all right? So I've seen my share of the sports in the Bay Area. I think a lot of it has to do with the money they're paying these athletes these days. You know, everybody's struggling in the economy, and then these guys are making $30 million. I think that's hard to go and watch sometimes.
I agree.
Personally, I'm a Raiders fan. Silver and black runs through my blood, win or lose. You know, I think a lot of Niner fans put on a oversized gold necklace and a Kittle jersey, and they call themselves a Niners fan. Yeah. But silver and black, we'd rather be a losing silver and black than a Super Bowl winning 49er any day. So that's my take on it.
Do you think that we're less passionate here than other markets?
We are, but it's spread out. Like you mentioned, you know, there's a lot to do in the Bay Area. Somebody huddled around their TV is missing out on life here in the Bay Area. If you're ice fishing in Green Bay and missing a Packers game, hey, no big deal. But here, you know, you've got so much to do in the Bay Area, and you bring your family, and all the kids' sports year round here is phenomenal.
Yeah, so no, it's a good call. Scott, good call. It feels like he's lived a little and he's got a little perspective. 888-957-9570. I want to ask Spadoni this because you're a Raider fan, right, Alan? Okay. And Spadoni is a Raider fan as well and an A's fan. And I find those two to be very interesting. Like, you're not an A's fan, but you're a Giants fan?
I'm Raiders-Giants.
Raiders-Giants, which is fine. A's fans have been kicked in the nuts for 25 years. And yet I work with two guys, Kyle Madsen and Joe Spadoni, who watch almost every inning of A's baseball. Joey, am I wrong? Are you tapped in?
No, me, Kyle, and Evan Giddings, the A's trio here at 95.7 The Game.
Now, like, you are addicted to sports, and that's why I love you, right? But that team has done so many negative things to you, and yet you're already hooked, right? Now, I know there are a lot of A's fans that are underserved. Would you agree?
Correct. A lot of them have been kicked in the nuts so many times that they're just like, listen, until you change the ownership or start investing in the team, we're done.
But I do think there is a huge contingent of A's fans out there. Just like even though the Raiders have moved and they've gone away, there are a huge contingent of Raider fans who live, eat, breathe, die Raider football. Right, Alan?
Well, yeah.
Still.
Yeah, and when they left, that was the whole question. What else? People, I'm not going to follow that anymore. Well, what else are you going to do? You going to be a Niner fan now? Are there any Raider fans that said, you know what? I like to root for teams in my area. I'm a Niner fan now. I don't think so. Maybe one or two.
Mm-hmm.
They probably just gave up on football altogether.
Yeah, but your passion for the Raiders is the same?
There was, and I don't think I'm alone, there was a transition period when you were trying to figure out, I don't know what to do here. But yeah, ultimately, you talk to a couple other Raider fans. They explain, hey, this is why I'm still a Raider fan, and you're back on board. Because again, what else are you going to do?
Has your passion for the Raiders always been in the same slot in terms of your fandom?
Ooh. Now, here's the thing. I don't think so. Because when I was, what was it? When I was 13, whenever it was, when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the whole reason I'm a Raider fan is because my next door neighbor, they love the Raiders. We play Little League together. I would say it was higher when they were good.
Yeah.
Does that make me a fair weather fan? Probably.
Well, I get asked this all the time. Joe, what's your favorite sport? And I've had this same answer since I was a little kid. Mm-hmm. Well, what season is it?
Yeah.
And I know that sounds stupid, but like in football season, football's my favorite sport. And then when it gets to basketball season, basketball's my favorite sport. You know, I coach a zillion teams. And then come baseball, baseball's my favorite sport. Yeah. And then I also love golf. So like I kind of go with the seasons. But maybe I'm alone in this. I want to hear from other people. 888-957-9570. We're going to hear from all you guys. I want to know, is the Bay Area fan less passionate than, say, Boston, New York, like Carlos Rodon saying, Atlanta, Dallas, Chicago? I don't think we are, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Keep it going. It's Styles. It's Shasky. I want to hear from you, Bay Area fans, on 95.7 The Game.
Kate, you look amazing. Thanks. I've lost 40 pounds with Balanced Medical Solutions.
playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Chewy, thank you. It's Styles filling in for Bonte, Joe Shasky. We're going to reset it right here for those that are just coming in. And Jacob, Floyd, Bill, Tom, we're going to get to all of you on the line in a second. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shout out Twitch, YouTube. Everybody's on there. And download that Odyssey app. We got a zillion different podcasts, feeds, music, talk shows. You name it, it's all on there. If something breaks and you're not near the radio, you got the Odyssey app. Boom, pop us on. We'll be talking about whatever it is. All right. You know, Steph Curry's coming back or something like that. You hear some news about the Golden State Warriors. They get somebody in a buyout. You want to hear about it right now? Get on that Odyssey app or on YouTube, favorite 95.7 The Game, and you'll be able to get instant access to everybody here at the station. Let's reset for everybody that's just coming in. This is what Carlos Rodon said, and I don't want you to be triggered on the booing part or by Rodon. Let's listen to what he's saying here. The fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans, they're invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. All right, now forget the booing part. Forget the booing part. Because trust me, Dunleavy got booed in a Warrior uni. All right. Biedron's got booed for years.
Well, you're not saying to forget it. You're saying, Rodon, let's agree to disagree.
Yes,
because
exactly.
We know that's not true.
We didn't care enough to boo last year.
Right, exactly.
That's what ended up happening. And my buddy John Delacella, who's one of the best sports fans that I know, like he really is. All right, he's driving around right now in a garbage truck. Love you, John. Hope the family's well. He always comes chiming in. He goes, you're mistaking being miserable for passion. We have tons of passion here in the Bay Area. We're just not miserable. Our fan bases consistently take over stadiums across the country, which is true. Whether we're good or crappy, we're there.
Yeah.
And I got to give him credit on that. He's right. And so I want to hear from fans. Is the Bay Area less passionate than LA, than New York, than Atlanta, than Chicago, than Boston? Let's go to Jacob in Sacramento. Jacob, step right up, no waiting. Give me your take on fan passion right now for you as a sports consumer.
Good morning, guys. I'll just say this. I have been a lifetime Giants fan, and I'll just say this. I have been passionate mainly because my dad got me into this, and I saw the first championship when I was 13 years old in 2010. And I'll say this. I've gone to 2 fan fests, and I don't know what kind of definition of invested I am, but my first time watching a full season was in 2009 with my dad the entire time. Well, even though there was blackouts and stuff, but I still listen on the radio.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I would say that a lot of us were passionate. We're very disappointed with what happened in the offseason. We were vested. We wanted that guy. We were hoping for the future and everything, but we didn't really necessarily get him. We got Haniger and Conforto. I don't know. My fear is if those 2 guys become, I don't know, Aaron Rowan and Mark DeRosa.
Wouldn't be great.
Call.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, let me ask you before you. Oh, he's already gone. Like, we all agree. Like, some people do love just basketball, and they're just a Warrior fan, and they don't like any other sport. Some people do. I think a lot of people, it's like, hey, right now the Niners are on top, and the Warriors are on top, and those is where I'm directing my focus and my energy, or maybe my money.
Yeah.
Right. And the Giants, because of the apathy that's set in, right now they're in 3rd place. But a couple years from now, if they're good and those other teams aren't as good, it could flip-flop.
Yeah, it's going to fluctuate. It's going to continue to fluctuate. And I think there was a good note in there just about, hey, my dad took me to games, right? That's a huge part of it.
Yes.
I think
familial ties.
Yeah, and I think a huge part of what we're seeing now is, these parents that right now you're growing up, and if your kid is anything older than, I don't know, 5 or 6, they're a little too far removed from the Giants really doing anything. They more so grew up with the Warriors being the talk of the town and the toast of the town. So as parents, okay, well, you want a Curry jersey, you want a Klay Thompson jersey. So you might be a Giants fan, but you're getting pulled away because of what your kids are into.
Yes.
And you can't convince your kids to be into baseball right now because they're not very good, and they're not a lot of names to say, hey, what you want a Jock Peterson jersey? What do you want? And I think another piece of this, hanging with the parental aspect, is that there are a lot of transplants in the Bay Area, and there are a lot of parents that are second generation, and they might not necessarily be into sports. Period. They have their kids, they bring their kids out here, and it's the same idea. who is it that your kids are getting you into in terms of sports? Okay, well, Steph Curry's going out, so now the parents are now Warriors fans who never cared about basketball before that. And if you don't make that connection with Giants, I just think that baseball in general goes so far back, and that's why it's called America's pastime, that if you never caught on, you might not catch on if your team isn't very good. Maybe you get into it when your team is good, but these other sports where it's just quicker. It's just quicker than baseball. It's easier to connect to.
Alan, if I asked the same question 5 years ago, all of the answers would be totally different.
I agree.
Okay, like Niner fans were not as passionate on the Niners after Chip Kelly. Just think about the end of Chip Kelly before Shanahan was hired. Think of how much you hated the Niners and how low they were. I couldn't pay a Niner fan in Week 16 to watch the Niners.
Yeah.
All right? I couldn't. Now, I know now it's different and everybody lives, eats, and breathes on every single practice rep, for crying out loud. But, like, you couldn't care. Warriors, they were on the come up. They had just acquired Kevin Durant, and they felt like the biggest story in sports. The Giants had just lost to the Cubs in a playoff series. They thought they were a closer away and signed Mark Melancon. They were still the toast of the town. And 5 years later, they're clearly the number 3. Is that because baseball? Is that because we're only passionate about winning? Like, what is that? Am I the outlier? Let's go to Floyd and Hayward and step right up. 888-957-9570. We've got some great texts that are coming in. I'm going to read some of them. The Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Floyd, I would love to hear your opinions on fan passion out in Hayward. Step right up, no waiting. What do you got?
Good morning, fellas. I'm a diehard Bay Area fan. I'm originally from San Francisco. So I'm Giants, Niners, Warriors to the heart. And, there's several different factors. For one, the West Coast, we got beautiful weather. There's a lot more things to do. On the East Coast, it's cold a lot. Like 8 months out of the year, it's cold.
Yeah.
So a lot of them have to do things that are, that occupy their time and things like that. Well, we don't really have to subject to things like, things like that. But that's one factor. And also, I used to listen to Gary Radnich.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a point to where he was saying that a lot of West Coast, not just Bay Area, West Coast fans are just a little more intelligent when it comes to things like things like that. We don't put all our time and money. We understand how management is run. And when you got a team that you love, but they're not investing in the players, why would you waste your time getting your heart broken and getting your feelings involved in a team where the owner really doesn't care? He's just trying to fill seats and things like that. He's not really trying to win. So I think there's just, there's certain intelligence levels and things like that factor in.
Hey, Floyd, before you get out of here, stay right there because I think you're a really good fan. I like hearing this. You obviously said you're a Giants fan. Don't you feel like I do? I do feel even though I love the Giants and I'm going to watch because I'm addicted to it, I feel so disconnected from the roster that they built. Like, there's not one guy that I've got this, connection to. Like, even Pablo. Like, Pablo's like the 6th guy that you'd reference. It's Lincecum and Bumgarner and Posey. We connected with Pablo. There was something that, we could feel them. There's not one guy on the team I connect to.
I totally agree. You have to have stars. You have to have stars. Stars move the game. I mean, winning, you have to win, of course.
Of course.
But stars are what the fans connect to.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm with you, Floyd. Good call. 888-957-9570. Alan, I want to read you this text from the 415. And if you're just checking in, Rodon came out over the weekend, and everybody's triggered about the boo thing. And we know. I mean, you've been to a game, you've heard people boo. We've booed everyone. From Monte getting booed, the owner got booed for crying out loud, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy got booed, Bijan's got booed, Zito's been booed. We booed everyone. Alex Smith was booed up and down. Ken Dorsey got booed. We booed a zillion different people. I booed Chip Kelly right off the field. All right, so forget that part. But here's what Rodon said. The fans in New York, they want to win. They care, and they care a lot. Giants fans, San Francisco Giants fans, they're invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. Are we less passionate? I think we're a little more sophisticated is not the word, because I don't want to make it sound like we're highfalutin and we're San Francisco and we're better. No, we've got meatheads too out here.
Yeah.
But this is the way, like the 415 right here says it beautifully. 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. I definitely direct my money at the winning teams. I'm always watching every team. And if the Giants aren't opening up their war chest to win, then I don't feel inclined to throw more of my hard-earned money in that direction.
No, it's spot on. If you're not going to spend your money, why am I going to spend mine?
Yes.
It's that simple. You don't have to go there. We're going to go there and we're going to boo.
Yeah.
And I do think when it comes to the intelligence thing, not to say anybody, look, fan however you want to fan, but driving there, is this how you show the ownership and show the man that you're not happy? Well, we're going to drive there. We're going to spend our money. We're going to eat their overpriced food and snacks, and we're going to boo. And that's how he's going to know, and they're going to care that we boo. They're going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Exactly.
They're going to say, well, we don't have to make the team better because you're coming anyway. We don't care if you boo, if you're continuing to come.
Yes. No, you're 100% right. So this all, it got me thinking, and I went on to Twitter last night. And by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, always live on the free Odyssey app, which I referenced earlier. Download that Odyssey app. Favorite 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, you can also watch every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Shout out to the YouTube audience. I see you guys there, my family and Mentality and Skywalker Destroyer, all you guys. Thank you guys. Be sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell, and hit that thumbs up button here on 95.7 The Game. I put out a tweet yesterday, and I feel like I've been doing social media all wrong for so long. This is the way I want to use social media moving forward, because I thought yesterday was a great experiment. I literally put this tweet out. I said, do you still love the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, as much as you did 5 years ago? And if your love fell off, why? Can they win it back? I got almost 200 responses. 200 responses.
Yeah.
And they were great responses. Some people say, hey, Ike, our boy who runs the sandwich spot, I'm a season ticket holder. Yet even during the 107 win season, I didn't go to a single game. That's how out of a relationship I am with this team. They don't have any must-watch players. Need those types of players to help me fall in love with my team again. Here's my buddy Dave. Absolutely, I still love them. The down years don't change anything other than making it harder to spend my money and watch them consistently. I'll always love the Giants, but they feel like a distant third right now in comparison to the Niners and the Warriors. And it's responses like crazy. So I guess what I'm asking people is it the brand of baseball? Is it baseball itself? Hey, I don't love baseball like I used to just a couple of years ago. Is it I'm directing all of my fandom, my fan width, to the Niners and the Warriors because they're closer to championships? Is it I've got all my fill in that 10-year run? They can be bad for a little while, and it's not a big deal. I'm too busy?
Yeah, I think a lot of
this... What is it?
I think a lot of this is also just baseball in general. And I know you love baseball and I love baseball. But when you're trying to convince your partner or your kids or whoever, hey, I'm going to keep on the game or whatever... You know Aisha. Yeah, Aisha Curry. That's Steph's wife. Your wife probably follows her on Instagram. Might even have one of her cooking books, right? They can connect those things. I don't know anything about any Giants players, their partners, their kids. I know Steph is a superstar, so that's a tough one. But you got Clay on a boat all the time. You got Draymond. Now his kid's been running around practices. You can connect, and that's something that baseball just does poorly, period. And I don't think that the Giants have been able to help that in any way because they don't have anything close to a star on that team. The closest thing you have is Brandon Crawford, who obviously his wife is very active on social media. She's basically carrying the load for everybody in terms of, oh yeah, we love Brandon Crawford. We love Brandon Crawford and his kids and his wife. We can connect that. Everywhere else, and I do think there's a part of this as well that also goes to baseball in terms of the international piece. I think that's a part of it as well.
What about basketball? The two most popular players in the game right now, Giannis and Luka, are born outside of the States.
And Larry and I had this conversation yesterday. I think basketball is going to have to deal with some uncharted waters in the future as well, because you need to just, it's not even necessarily about the international aspect. It's just the fact that we need something to connect you to. And in baseball, they do a terrible, terrible, terrible job of connecting. I don't care what team it is, of connecting you to those players. But on the East Coast, they don't care about the connection because it's all about the Cubs. It's all about the Yankees. It's all about the Red Sox. That's how it's always been. My dad's took me to the games when everybody stunk anyway. And on the West Coast, partly because of everybody moving here, partly because of just how things are created and the weather, they don't have that. So, hey, when the Giants are good, I'll pay attention. I don't have to pay attention. And the last thing I'll say is this, not to get too far in the weeds, but it's the same idea of just one way of doing anything, right? Jonathan Major, who's in that new Ant-Man movie, he did a Ebony shoot, and he's talking about the whole conversation because, he's not wearing a dress, but the whole conversation of masculinity came up. And what is masculine? What isn't? And he's like, hey, there's not one way to be masculine. There's not one way to be a fan.
I agree.
But on the East Coast, it's you gotta boo. You gotta show them that we're passionate because we're telling them we stink. That's your way. That's not the only way. And I think historically that's what they've done.
Yeah, I think in the East Coast, they definitely boo and attend or whatever, but Sixers games were empty for a decade. This thing that Philly is better fan. Spadoni's laughing because he knows I'm right. That stadium was empty.
Sam Hinkie, trust the process, Shasky. Come on.
Oh, Philly's just better than you. They're just better than you. It's shut up. I don't think that we're any less passionate. I just think we redirect our energy in different ways. Let's go to Marcus in Richmond. 888-957-9570. Is the Bay Area just less passionate about our sports teams? Or is it baseball? Or is it the Giants? Why are the Giants so little buzz heading into this year? Marcus in Richmond, step right up, no waiting. What do you got?
Yeah, man, I'm going to agree with you, man. It's redirected energy, and it's also economics. We live in the most expensive place in America, right? So you have to give us a reason to spend our money. For example, I'm a Raiders, A's, and Warriors fan, and I lived through the Chris Cohan years of the Warriors. I remember when re-signing Eric Dampier was big news out here. And as an A's fan, they should be thankful that they get at least 2 people to go watch them bums. The ownership has showed us they don't give a hoot about the fans.
Yes.
No, seriously.
I know.
If you're continuing to spend money to go see a product like that, when you got people out here paying $2,000 to live in a shoebox, I mean, what are you saying? And as a Raiders fan,
that's a great point.
Now, I sat and watched Jamarcus Russell throw countless interceptions before I had to say, yo, I need to reorganize my life and prioritize because I can't sit here and watch a dude that gets paid $50 million in guaranteed money to crap out, when I got bills to pay. Yeah. So, yeah, man, we passionate, but you have to we're not like the East Coast. Go ahead.
No, Marcus, I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I'm I'm going to watch every Giants game, right? That's who I am. That's baked into my core. I just want them to meet me halfway and care as much as I do. And I feel like the team they've put together, they might win 85. It looks like you don't care. There's not one guy I care about. What if you can't get Joe Shasky, who's the most passionate Giants fan out there, to care about your roster? How's my mother-in-law going to get invested? And he gone. That's okay. Let's go to Coach in Los Altos. Coach, 888-957-9570. Rodon says the New York fans care more, basically, than the Bay Area fan. Do you agree with him? Are we just less passionate? Are you redirecting your...
No.
Okay, Coach, get in there.
No. We're not less passionate. I mean, that's just nonsense. I mean, go to the last 49ers game against Dallas.
Thank you.
Go to the Warriors. Go to the Warriors when they're playing, and it's Memphis, even in the middle of the season. No, they're not. But what Rodon, I think, touched on is something that maybe we all feel. I feel that there's a bit of a malaise around the Giants.
Agreed. Agreed.
I just can't. I can't tell you. And by the way, when we talk about passion, remember in 2010, 2012, 2014, in those years when it was packed and people are singing and they're waving the flags. And no, it's the problem is I'm not a Kapler fan. I miss Boch.
Me too.
I miss those days, like you said, where I can connect to, to Panda. I can connect to, Let Timmy Smoke.
Yep.
I can connect to the Beard, Fear the Beard. There's no characters or character on that team. It's so blasé that there is a funk around the Giants right now that everybody's feeling. And Marcus just crushed it where he said it's expensive.
Yes.
And so on top of this lack of connection, this malaise, this sort of new age funky weirdness, I'm not going to spend a lot of money to go be in that.
Yeah.
And I'm a baseball guy.
I know, Coach.
That's my favorite.
Coach.
And
let me get in here, Coach, because great call, and I really appreciate it. And we're going to get to Brendan and Alameda, Bill and Tom. We're going to get to all of you guys in a second. It's almost impossible how the Giants have created a roster that's going to cost them $180 million, and there's not one guy outside of Logan Webb and Logan Webb I care about, but not the way I cared about Timmy. And I'm not knocking him. He's kind of got a Matt Cain vibe to him where, if he's on, great. Yeah, love it. I'd love to be there for a Logan Webb game. I don't need to see every little thing he does.
I think Logan Webb brings a lot more to the game than Matt Cain. In terms of me wanting to watch him pitch.
In personality?
Yes.
Matt Cain was awesome for 6 straight years. Awesome. Not good. Awesome. And look at his
personality
ERA.
on the mound.
The way they pitch is very similar to me in terms of they don't exude a lot of emotion, even though Logan tends to be a little more passionate. There's nothing that he can say at a microphone. I'm not ripping him. There's just nothing he can say at a microphone that I'm gotta hear what Logan Webb has to say.
I just think he comes off as a competitor.
No, I agree.
Yeah, and that's just what I like.
Even Bumgarner. We all love Bumgarner. Name one thing Bumgarner ever said.
Well,
or did.
But I think
besides looking at Puig after Puig hit a moonshot off him.
No, and I think that's a good point, and I want to get into it after the break in terms of how we revere the old Giants and how they had all these personalities. Would anybody have cared if they weren't winning? I don't think so.
No, but that winning is absolutely baked into the equation of how you create a connection. But I'm looking at this team, and we're gonna hit the break. We're gonna get to everybody who's calling in. 888-957-9570. $180 million. 30. I'm going right down the top. 31-year-old, 30-year-old, 36, 32, 33, 31, 33, 35, 32, 32, 31, 32. Down to 26. There are 14 guys making more money than Logan Webb, all in their 30s. How have you built a team making $180 million and there are 14 guys I don't care about ahead of Logan Webb?
It's not great.
No, it's a recipe for wasting money.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to talk to everybody on the other side. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. SI lost to Sacred Heart in girls basketball last night at SH, so Sacred Heart looks like they're going to move on in the playoffs. I want to hear about stories like that. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. And what's coming up on the game is sponsored by the same vehicle I have, a Mitsubishi Motors on 95.7 The Game.
The Mitsubishi Spring Sales Event is on now. availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Oh, my God.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Nah, Bonte's still in Cabo. He might be on a bird. Is that what they call a plane? Coming here to the Bay Area. But it's Alan Stiles filling in. It's Joe Shasky, Morning Roast. And look, I thought Carlos Rodon had one of the great Giants pitching seasons in the last 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. Like, it's right up there with any of the Lincecum seasons in terms of whip and just watchability and excitement. He was a stud. I wish the team was better because I think him in the playoffs would have been just unbelievable.
No, yeah, definitely.
Power lefty.
Exactly. And again, like we were talking about, the passion that he shows, can you imagine that in the playoffs?
It would be incredible. Yeah, he would have endeared himself to Giants fans. Mm-hmm. And there's two things going on right now. I loved watching Rodon. I'm sad he's not with the Giants. That's one part. Then he comes out and he says, he's basically calling out the Bay Area. Hey, the fans in New York want to win, quote unquote. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans, they're invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not getting booed in San Francisco. Forget the boo part. We know that Bay Area fans will boo whoever, whenever. Mm-hmm. We booed the owner, for crying out loud, right off the court. All right, he just bought the team. He tried to save them. My thing is, I know I'm a Bay Area passionate nut job when it comes to these teams. I love my Giants, my Niners, my Warriors, whatever season it's in. That's what I feel like I'm most passionate about, even when the teams stink, right? Last year, Giants didn't do anything. I did a podcast 3 times a week, 2 times a week with Mark. I watched every single inning of every single game. I'm wired very differently maybe than most people. Are we less passionate here than, say, Atlanta, than, say, Chicago, Boston, New York, who Rodon's referencing? Let's go out to Brendan and Alameda. I want to hear from people. 888-957-9570. Brendan, what do you got in terms of passion for the fans here in the Bay Area?
I got to say, Californians are flakes. I'm not from here, and, we talk more about, you hear more about the food in the stands, and none of those guys on the field are very exciting at all. There's nobody who's going to crash into a wall. They're all just kind of like basic, regular fillers that are just at the 9 positions. Name any. You guys can't even name more than one dude. And none of those guys are going to do anything exciting or interesting. They're all
Where are you from, Brendan?
Same.
Originally.
From Alameda. I'm originally from New Mexico, so I used to watch a lot of Cowboys, I never had a team in my town except for the AAA Dukes, which was a Dodgers team. So I watched all those guys, Mike Marshall and Ron Say.
Yeah.
As a kid in the middle of nowhere, you had to get out of your way to actually watch a baseball game. It was kind of a big deal to see somebody who had some talent and, had some passion for the game. You get to watch those guys go up into the big leagues, or you would see somebody who obviously had a lot of skill and a lot of talent come and do a rehab stint. It was a big deal to watch Fernando Valenzuela on the rehab start.
Getting his jersey retired.
I cleared the schedule. I'm not a big Dodgers fan guy, but to see that kind of guy when he was in his prime was so huge for me as a little leaguer.
Yeah.
To look at this team versus the Dodgers versus the Yankees versus the Padres even, this team is not making an effort. This team didn't get Bryce Harper, didn't get any guy who has any kind of fire. And, looking to go to San Francisco, see how many people are wearing, you go to New York. New York's more expensive than the Bay Area. You go to New York City, everybody's got a New York hat. You come to San Francisco.
Well, that's also part of just 1 second, Brendan. That's also part of the uniform out there. People wear Puffy and Mace made it cool and popular to wear a New York Yankee. I'm not dismissing that. That is a fact, but it's also it's like wearing Jordans. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's part of the attire.
Everybody wearing a Yankee hat does not know the Yankee roster.
Exactly. For example, Indiana Jones, the kid's wearing a freaking Yankee hat.
I'm just not going to compare.
It's part of Pop America.
Yeah, I'm not going to compare the Yankees to the Giants. I just think there's no point. But let's talk about what's a better point. Comparing the Giants to, I don't know, the Cardinals.
So the Cardinals are an interesting one. The Cardinals, if you look in the last 20 years, in terms of success, the last 6 years, the Giants have been over 500 one time. One time. This is the losingest era since the 80s. That's how lucky Giants fans have been. Okay?
Yeah.
Think about that. Like this right now, what we're enduring right now, if they have another losing season, by far the most losing since the 70s.
Wow.
Okay, that's 40-something years.
Wow, that's a lot of losses.
It is a lot of losses, right? And so, like, an apathy has built up. The Cardinals have the second best streak of under 500 seasons outside of the Yankees. Both teams have been wildly successful. So their fan base trusts their ownership and their front offices to constantly retinker their team and find a way to be at or above 500 every single year for the last 20 years.
Well, and now they have the Bash Bros, right? So you got Arenado and Goldschmidt. So I don't know. I guess it's just because the Cardinals have been around for a while,
for sure.
and
they're
the
a
Giants
blue-blood baseball team.
So I do think it's a good comparison. Like we just said, they went out and they made some moves that the Giants have not. Because we have our two cornerstones. We have Goldschmidt. We have Arenado.
Who weren't Cardinals.
Right.
They're from other teams.
No, you can go in and you can go into the ballpark and know I'm going to see my guys.
Yeah.
There's no guys to see on the Giants. They're just not right now.
So, like, okay, we're looking at this, and I call it fanned with, right? So I only have so much fandom that I could spread at any given time. And if you're a Niner fan, right, man, we've been knocking on the door, and they feel like the hot ticket right now in terms of, like, the passion and the sense of urgency to win, okay? If I would have asked Niner fans 5 or 6 years ago, there was a lot of apathy the way we are right now with the Giants. Yeah. Now, football's unique. There'll always be craziness, gambling. There's only 17 games now. There used to be 16. So that's probably a little unique. But let's remember where they were just a couple years ago. The Warriors. If I would have asked you, let's say 7 or 8 years ago, before they won that first championship in 2015, there was not an appetite for Warrior basketball the way there is now.
No, not even close.
Right? And so even when they went 5 straight finals and were as successful as any team has ever been in this market, Steph was out, Clay was out. You couldn't give out brand new, fresh arena Chase Center tickets. Couldn't give them away.
Yeah.
People didn't want to see Kai Bowman. And what was the kid that they drafted? Eric Paschal.
Yeah.
You could not force people to watch. Viewership was down. And I'm not knocking people. It's like the way that I feel like the Bay Area is wired is we might not boo you at this point. We just won't show up.
Yeah.
But if you're good, we'll be there.
And we'll be there and we'll be loud and we'll travel as well because for as many people come into the Bay Area, I think the Bay Area has sprinkled in a lot of different areas, whether that be, I had to leave. I just wanted my money to go farther in other places. So looking at the Bay Area fandom, I do think it probably fluctuates more than some other areas, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I just think that there are a lot of other factors. And let's think about this. How often are all three teams, if you look at baseball, basketball, and football for every major city, how often are all three teams good at the same time?
Very rarely.
Very rarely.
Very rarely. The Red Sox have threaded the needle, and the Bay Area market, like we've had 3 Giants championships.
2 out of 3 at one time, basically. Because you had...
But the Niners were right there. They've been to 6 NFC championship games.
Right. And now you have...
Wildly successful.
Out of those 3, now that we've basically been at the pinnacle for the last couple years, we're starting to leave... we're starting to come back down. You have the Niners still trying to get to the top, so the Niners haven't really moved. They still have everybody's attention.
And there's a sense of urgency there.
Right. The Warriors in that, okay, I don't know what this is, and you've already said, look, man, we've already joked about Joe Lacob in the amusement park. When Steph and Clay are gone, this is going to look a lot different. And now you have the Giants, who the Giants are behind, and they're out of it right now. They're not. There's 2 out of 3 that are basically in championship contention, and that's why Bay Area fans, we always say over and over again to not feel spoiled. Because a lot of times that's not the case. You don't have 2 out of 3. You're lucky to have 1 out of 3. The Philadelphia, they have guys going. They have teams going to the championship, but they can't seem to win one.
No.
So just looking at everything that you do have in that fan width, you can spread it out, I think, 2 out of the 3 at a time. But hey, I'm investing in the Warriors because they're good. So I'm paying to go to those games. or I'm going out to the bar and hanging with my friends, and those bar tabs, they're not cheap. And now the Niners are good, so I'm doing that for every single Sunday or Monday or Thursday. So you know what? Until the Giants get their act together, I'm putting them on the back, on the back burner.
I think a lot of people feel that way. Like, I use my mother-in-law as an example, and not as a knock, but like, she to me is your prototypical, like, if the Warriors are in the playoffs and they're good, I'm locked in.
Yeah.
And I know every player on the team. When they win 15 games, I'm like, there's other things I can watch.
Seriously.
Right? And I don't fault her for that. Like, maybe I'm unique because I'm the Bay Area passion crazy. I'm going to watch everything. I'm probably not a great example. So is the Bay Area less passionate per se than Boston, right? How are New England Patriot fans feeling this morning when you hear that they might be on the outs of Mac Jones? When they're mad that Rafael Devers was the only one who got extended and they let Bogarts go. When they're mad because the Celtics lost to the Warriors in the finals last year, right? I look at Boston as like, oh, it's a great American sports town. They're kind of miserable. And we went back there, and I'm just as passionate as every single one. In fact, 10 times more passionate than the people on air talking about these teams. Because most of those guys aren't even from Boston.
No, and I think that they take solace in being miserable. I think there's an argument that some of these fans, they want their teams to compete and play well. But I do think that there's some camaraderie, and man, don't we stink? People like complaining.
Misery loves company.
People like complaining. When you're in the Bay Area, where else can you sit there, go to the beach the same day you go snowboarding? Where else can you do that?
Nowhere.
So no, I don't have time for the Giants and a bunch of no-name players that I don't feel like Googling. I don't. Because I can go to the beach, I can go snowboarding, I can do whatever I want. Yeah. I'm gonna choose not to sit here and complain.
888-957-9570. Line them up. I got a couple of questions here, right? Carlos Rodon, who was with the Giants, is now signed with the New York Yankees, came out and said this. He's basically calling out the Bay Area fan. The fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans, they're invested, but not like New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. Now, we all know in the Bay Area, we'll boo whoever, whenever. That part's a lie. But are we less passionate? And then I would ask you, like, because the Giants are starting on Friday. That's when the first spring training game is. It feels like it's Giants and Warriors at the top, and then a big Grand Canyon, and then it's the Giants. Niners, Warriors, Grand Canyon, Giants.
Right.
Are you less passionate about the Giants? And if so, why is that? Is it baseball? Like, baseball is not what it once was. I'm not in love with baseball the way I used to be. Is it I don't like the direction of the organization? Is it I don't like their brand of baseball? Is it the fact that there's not one guy on the roster who you can connect to? Is it the fact that they haven't won a lot in the last 6 years? What is it? Why are we not as passionate about the Giants as we were just 5 years ago? Because just 5 years ago, we ran Sabian out of town so that we could bring Farhan here. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, step right up, no waiting. What do you got on fan passion here in the Bay Area?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I have part of my breakfast in my mouth here. No, but as you know, I'm from Boston, and I would have to say for certain that fans are more passionate back there. But that's a good thing, and I'll explain. Because, growing up in Boston, sports were treated like a religion, and they still are, all right? I think they go too far, frankly. When I was young, I grew up with the Boston Celtics dynasty, and ironically, people weren't passionate about them, but that was because of the racism. But they were passionate about two mediocre teams, the Sharks and the Bruins and the Red Sox. See, back there, I think it's all about the culture. I think that people are more intense, they take things more seriously, and they're more provincial. So, they look at sports much more seriously, frankly, too seriously. I like the tenor here. I tend to be passionate about my teams too, because I came from there.
Yeah.
But I also know not to go too far. Sports is sports. Sports is a pastime.
For sure. It's not life and death.
All right. Yeah. So, I enjoy the situation here. I enjoy how fans react to their teams. They support them when they're great and when they're enjoyable.
Gene.
And then if they're not doing anything like the A's or the Raiders, hey, they turn their backs, as they should.
Gene, don't you feel like there's a sleeping giant when it comes to the San Francisco Giants and their passion? Like, if we had Aaron Judge right now or Carlos Correa right now, wouldn't we be way more excited heading into this year?
Of course. Yeah, no, that's a big problem. That there's nobody there that you can embrace.
Exactly.
There's no superstar.
Exactly. Let's go out to Brett in Walnut Creek. Great call, Gene. 888-957-9570. Are we less passionate about our teams out here? And are you less passionate about the Giants than you were just 5 years ago? And if so, why? Brett in Walnut Creek, what do you got on the Giants?
You know, when we bought into far end, we bought into the Moneyball style of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, when the A's were in the Moneyball era, they had guys like Giannis and Tejada that were at least hitting the ball out of the park, and it was fun to watch. You know, we don't really have that guy. I mean, I can't tell my son, hey, this is the jersey of the player you're going to put on your back.
How old is your son, Brett?
They're 7 years old.
Oh, man.
And when I grew up, I had Will Clark.
Yep.
I had Kevin Mitchell. I had Matt Williams. I mean, there were guys that you could root for, you know, and you got behind him. Will the Thrill, I mean, come on.
I know.
That man, he was the man.
Of course.
But what I'm saying is watching this Giants brand of baseball is like watching paint dry.
100%.
And unfortunately, there's no way of getting around it. It's not exciting. San Francisco, being the big market field that it is, should be putting out a better product on the field for the fans because they deserve it.
Yeah.
And that's my honest stance on that. And
totally
not landing a Correa or what's his name from the Yankees?
Aaron Judge.
Yeah, right, correct. And, I mean, anybody. Just give me a guy that hits like 280 with 30 home runs and drives in 90 a year that I can get excited about. And maybe you'll start getting some more butts and seats. Anyways, that's my take, guys. Thank you.
Great call, Brett. I really appreciate that. And I think he's right. Like, I'm looking at this Giants roster right now, and like everyone's like, baseball's dying. I sent you guys all the ratings.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball did exactly what the NBA Finals did last year in terms of ratings for the World Series.
Right.
It was Celtics, Boston, New England. Oh, the Celtic fan versus the Warriors. One of the best viewable brands that the NBA has to offer. Did the same numbers as Phillies Astros.
But I think that says more about the NBA.
Interpret it however you want, is what I'm saying. But this narrative that baseball is dead, I don't subscribe to. What I would say is this brand of baseball that the Giants are trotting out there in terms of how they've constructed a roster, that's instant death. That is Mortal Kombat. Finish him. It is not. We don't want that. We want people. Hunter Pence, Tim Lincecum, Pablo Sandoval, go around the diamond. But every guy had somebody that we cared about. Every spot had a guy we cared about.
But you just talked about all the losing that the Giants have done in these past decades, right?
Yeah.
Should we just look at that moment in time in the even year magic as just that?
Did the Giants win a World Series with Will Clark?
No.
No. And yet we love Will Clark. Did they win one with Barry Bonds?
No.
No. We love Barry Bonds. We love JT Snow.
Well, so you're saying, but then you're saying you need either or. You're not, because you're not winning.
You need to win at some level.
You're not winning and you don't have a star. So it's not that you need both, because I don't think you need both.
They've done neither.
They've done neither. Because I'm looking at the Cardinals. I'm looking at the Cardinals. I just think the word superstar is not overblown, but maybe used incorrectly.
Is Pence a superstar?
No, but I don't think. But we're just talking about the Cardinals, and Arenado is not a superstar.
No,
he is a superstar in terms of baseball.
If Arenado walked down the street,
nobody would
and
know.
John Morant walked down the street, we would all know who John Morant is, and we wouldn't know who Arenado. Arenado much more accomplished in his sport than John Morant.
Right.
But that's also a byproduct of marketing and things like that. So there's other stuff baked into it.
But yeah, I'm just saying when people continue to say the Giants need a superstar, I don't necessarily know that they do. Or I also think that if the Giants have gotten Aaron Judge, I'm not sure. Obviously, it would have made a difference, but I'm not sure if they continue to be in third place, if people would be, unless Aaron Judge is going for another record, if Aaron Judge alone would pack the Giants stadium all season long.
My brother's got 3 kids coming along the way. I was just with my buddy Guido, one of my best friends in the whole world, and his 2 boys. He's got a daughter as well. I know if Aaron Judge came to the Giants or Carlos Correa, I would have had at least 1 or 2 games in the first month of April scheduled to take them out to AT&T Park.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it all has a line.
And now imagine how many other people around the Bay Area are saying the exact same thing.
Yes.
You've got this ownership has to meet me halfway. And I know people are sitting there going, they're spending $200 million on crappy guys I don't care about.
No, it's not well spent money.
Exactly. I would much rather you lose 90 games and build something that can carry over. Right now, I'm reading you. Let me read you, and I'm going to go out to the lines. 888-957-9570. We're going to go to Anthony in Livermore in a second. Okay, these are the ages in order of how much money they're making. This is your top, 13 guys. 31, 30, 36, 32, 33, 31, 33, 35, 32, 32, 31, 32, 26 for Logan Webb.
I love the young people.
So Farhan could be great at building a team with some Band-Aids and some glue, and they could win 85 and maybe sneak into the playoffs. And there's no carryover for fans. There's no carryover for the 10-year-old who wants a T-shirt jersey. The guy who called in Brett in Walnut Creek, who's he getting a jersey for his kid? I love Logan Webb. Are we sure he's going to be here? If you're using the Oakland A's model, he's only got 1 or 2 more years left of arbitration. You going to trade him away? Why hasn't he got an extension? Let's go to Anthony in Livermore. Anthony, step right up, no waiting. Are the Bay Area fans less passionate out here?
I say no. I wouldn't say that at all. I just think that we're more common sense fans, and the common sense fan that I am is if you're not winning, you care less.
Yeah,
and that's just the truth. That's ultimately how it should be in the first place. If you're not trotting out something out there that I want to see and that I want to be a part of, then I don't want to do it. Like the Warriors, they showed that they cared about what we wanted as fans. They wanted to win, and they still want to win as much as we want to win, and we can see that. And that's why, that's why the Warriors are king here, and obviously the Niners as well. When it comes to baseball, me personally, I'm not a baseball fan, but I know as I grew up, I stopped seeing people that looked like me.
Yeah.
When it came to baseball.
Yeah.
So of course I naturally lost a lot of interest in that, and I think that baseball doesn't have swag or charisma or any type of style that comes with people that look like me. My year-round town, I call it. And so or just as a black man, let's just put it out there. So that's where I come from with baseball. But I think you have to have spending power, and if a team or organization is not doing right by you as a fan, you have the power to say, I'm at least not going to go down there and participate in that, and hopefully that would send a message to them. So I don't think that any fandom is more passionate. I just think that we're more sensible about what we're putting our attention to or our money to.
I would say discerning. We're an on-demand society. Alan, right now, you can go home right now, and you can choose whatever the hell you want.
Yes, I can.
Right? You can go Netflix, Hulu, Xfinity. You want to go on YouTube. Anything you want to watch, you can watch on demand. What the hell is on the Giants roster that is on-demand viewing?
Nothing right now.
Right? Me watching Brock Purdy's surgery is more exciting. I would pay to watch the surgery more than I would to watch this lineup.
Come on now.
I'm just saying in general. It's a joke. But you know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I would much rather watch James Wiseman right now flutter around for the Detroit Pistons. I would tap into that more than a Michael Conforto 165-yard throw that he's working on right now, 165 feet. He's opened up to throwing. Michael Conforto. How is Ty Jerome more popular in the Bay Area than Mitch Haniger, who is one of the exactly crickets?
It's more. It's still more about basketball versus baseball to me. I would say this as we continue.
The Warriors are unique too because of the winning.
They are.
The Warriors are unique because of the winning.
They are one of the hottest tickets right now in basketball. But I would say this, going back to the comparison of the whole Yankees, and we brought up the Cardinals to the Giants. I'll put it to you like this, and this is where the fandom, I think, gives the Giants their due. Because I'm always going to take an opportunity to talk bad about Dodger fans. Dodger fans in their lineup, Dodger fans, they show up late. They leave early during the regular season, and that team is breaking records.
Well, they've built something, and they've been successful.
But I'm saying the fans don't even care.
But Alan, no, what are you Alan, they were one of the top draws in baseball in terms of attendance.
And in the third in the third inning, okay, well, everybody comes late. I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter. They're there.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm trying to give the Giants flowers. If you let me give the Giants fans flowers.
They've been the Dodgers have been in the last 10 years one of the most successful franchises in sports.
Well, that's period.
Because of winning.
But that's period. But I'm saying that the way that the Giants fans travel, even with this lackluster roster, the way that the Giants fans, yes, attendance finally went down because of this lackluster roster. If the Giants fans had I just don't think there are a lot of all the even what Anthony was talking about in Livermore. The idea of, okay, we got to have a star, we got to have, somebody of color. There's just not a lot of teams crossing all those off the bucket list in baseball, period. But the Dodgers do. And I think that if the Dodgers had that roster in San Francisco, for as much success as the Dodgers have had, I think they'd have even more. If that's even possible.
If Mookie Betts was wearing black and orange, he'd be a massive star.
It would be ridiculous.
He'd be a massive star in this market. It wouldn't even be. He'd be huge, humongous.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's go out to Frank and no, it's a great point. Frank, step right up, no waiting. Where you at on the Giants and their fandom and the passion of the Bay Area sports fan?
Hey guys, love the show, man. I've been out here in Dallas, Texas for over 15 years.
Wow,
for Giants, man, and for me, it's hard because. I got to stay up late watching games, right? And so in that 107 game season, I was staying up late watching games. But, we had Posey there and Crawford. Those are the guys I know and love. And now it's more like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be staying up so late watching these games. It's not because of passion. It's just I don't know some of these guys. Like I know Peterson and Crawford and them, but I might not be staying up too late. But I'm always going to have that passion there. When we start bringing in some big names, I might be staying up late, guys. But I love you guys, and that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. I think a lot of people are that way.
Yeah. We talked about what your kids are into. That game comes on at 7:00. If your kid is not bought in and just, Dad, I really want to stay up and watch, or Mom, I really want to stay up and watch, you get to bed, man.
Well, go to any schoolyard in the Bay Area, okay? All the kids are wearing Warrior gear. Yeah. Why? Because they're winning, and they've got characters that people love, and their parents love, and they're watching. And most of these kids are going to bed by 8:00. Right. The younger ones, the very younger ones, and yet they're all Warrior fans. Right? It used to be Giants fans.
Yeah.
But there's no one to grip onto, and it's not as appealing as it once was.
You had kids wearing the beards,
of course.
Right? Kids wearing the pandas, even kids wearing the giraffes.
There
Shout
were
out
kids
Brandon
smoking.
Bell.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm just taking it one step.
Who knows? Yeah, hopefully not. But
so, as we're talking about passion, the Bay Area sports fan, like if I were to say, hey, you have a pie chart, right? It's a pie chart. You could slice it up right now. How would you slice it up for the average Bay Area sports fan? Niners, Giants, and Warriors.
Niners, Giants.
In terms of what they care about right now and who they want to see win a championship right now. Who do you think the Bay Area sports fan desperately wants to see a championship right now the most for? Is it the Niners because of the 30-year drought?
I would say Niners.
Is it getting Steph Curry that 5th ring? Is it getting the Giants back up to the top?
It would be Niners at about 60% of the pie chart. And then I would put the Warriors, check my math here, I would put the Warriors at about 30, and then I would only give 10 to the Giants right now.
Okay. And if in a couple years from now, Steph's not on the team, do you think that changes, that equation?
It changes. It depends if the Niners finally get it done or not. But I'm
talking about Giants-Warriors specifically.
Yeah, probably not. I think the Warriors aren't going to be as big when Steph retires.
Yes.
But if the Giants don't get their act together, I think the Warriors could stay at number 2.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. 888-957-9570. If I had to ask you right now, we're talking about fan passion because Carlos Rodon came out and said the fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. And he's basically contrasting it to Giants fans. Giants fans are invested, but not like they are in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. And I know that we have passionate fans out here. I want to know who, if I had you to choose, and I know you, Bay Area passionate fans, traveled out to Philly. I was with you. I saw you travel out to Boston for the Warriors. I was with you. I saw what you did at Oracle Park when you faced the Dodgers in the playoffs. You showed out. There weren't as many Dodger fans as you would make it want to believe in that 5-game series. If I gave you the choice, who do you want to win first? Like right now, if I gave you have a magic ticket to punch a championship for one of these teams, who's the team you're punching it for and why? Let's go out to Rich in Fremont. Rich, step right up, no waiting. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line. Some great texts we're going to read in a second. Rich, what you got on baseball?
Yeah, I think that the Giants, they just need to win the first month. Then the fans will come out. It's just, the thing about it is that you're not going to get like a high name like Correa. He was basically injured goods. The Mets had him. They didn't. They passed on him too. I mean, it's kind of like they're going to be good. I think they just don't give the bank away like $50-60 million to somebody's going to be a bum for 10 years.
Yeah.
12 years.
But wouldn't you be more excited if they had one of those guys? I mean, even if it was just the front end.
I would be, but it's like when you look at Buster Posey, he was just good, but it took time. I mean, even when Will Clark came up, I kept saying for the Hum Babies, I was like, who the hell's he? But he had attitude. He was a red ass, but he had attitude, and you don't have it. Everybody's so calm. Mm-hmm. That's the problem with baseball. Everybody's so calm. You can't even tell anything. You could throw a boulder in the water. You couldn't hardly. That's why people say it's dead, but it's not dead. It's just the NBA. You look up, everybody's a man of a trade, or I want this one. Same thing in football. It's like, what? Aaron Rodgers, a complete, ass. But, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think Rich makes a good point. Going back to the roster construction and going back to how baseball isn't dead. When you're a Giants fan and you're a passionate baseball fan, and I know some people don't love the bat flips. I don't know if we've ever talked about the bat flips thing. We'll have to get into that one of these days.
Who is anti-bat flips?
Okay, I didn't think you would be.
It's like this fake, we do this.
There are some people not
we do
into
this
it,
straw man. No one cares about bat flips. No one is like, I can't believe that guy
never
bat
seen
flips.
that?
Guys are bow and arrowing each other from second base, and we're mad about bat flips?
So
Steph Curry shoots a three, turns to the crowd, lifts his hands up like he's in Gladiator. Are you not entertained? As he's backpedaling, crip walking into the backcourt. What are we talking about?
No, there are people that do not like the bat flips. They're out there, Joe. They are.
Yeah, it's like three crusty people who have media credentials.
Okay.
I've never been to a baseball game, and a guy sitting next to me or gal is like, oh, how dare Barry Bonds pimp that home run? Everyone was like, sick, hit the water, show me the replay.
All I'm saying is there is nobody on the job. We are moving into almost a new age of baseball where a lot of that stuff, and I'm going to say a name here that, as a Giants fan, a lot of people might not love, but Yasiel Puig to me
was a lot of fun.
He was a catalyst.
One of my favorite villains of all time.
He was before his time in terms of bat flipping and he got into it with Bumgarner because Bumgarner was more from the old school.
And that was tired.
And I think Puig was ahead of his time, and now everybody is catching up. You got Ronald Acuna Jr. doing the LeBron. You have all these things. You got the Dodgers, Mookie Betts. They're always, spinning it, doing the James Harden, doing things like that. The Giants are out here. I know Bonte always gets on them. They're still dabbing. Okay, they're still dabbing. They don't bat flip. They haven't even if they are nobodies. Okay, well, I might not know who this guy is, but he just hit that ball and he bat flipped, and I'm in. There's nobody
Alan,
even like that.
You have to hit home runs to bat flip. The Giants have not put together a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds left.
Yeah, but 2 years ago, most pinch hit home runs.
Wow. Lamont Wade Jr. And then turned back into a pumpkin the very next season. Well, let's go out to Dave in Fremont. Like, I hear you on the bat flipping. You have to have a team that actually hits home runs to be able to, quote unquote, bat flip.
Look, you ever see them play in Japan? They'll bat flip singles. That's where I'm at right now.
Dude, Serrano in Major League 2. Serrano in Major League 2 was like doing the... I don't even want to do it right now because I'm probably get myself in trouble. Like, we've been doing this for 2 decades.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds is the most celebrated Giant of all time. The guy pimped everything. He snatched, catched it. He did all that stuff. Ricky Henderson was popping his collar, hitting leadoff home runs. Dave in Fremont, step right up, no waiting. Passionate fans here in the Bay Area. What do you got?
What's going on, Shasky? I couldn't agree with you more. I think part of the problem is that, everybody wants a superstar. But you look at all these superstars around the league, they're not coming to San Francisco because they're not going to come here to hit 30 bombs. But one thing I'm going to say is, one, we didn't bring Farhan in to do the whole Moneyball A's thing. We brought Farhan in because we looked at a team like the Dodgers, and their farm system went from, mediocre to one of the best in baseball, to where they were able to pull off all these deals to bring in superstar after superstar after superstar. So that's one thing that I will say is I'm kind of on the fence with Farhan about is, I expected at this point for our farm system to be a little bit better. But, I mean, what are you going to do when you have absolutely nothing in all organizations of your team, and you have to basically start from the beginning. So I think he needs a little bit more time when it comes to that aspect. And then the last thing I'm going to say, and I'll take my comment off the air, is I don't care if we go 0-162, 0-82, 0-17. My teams are my teams, win, lose, or draw. If you only watch your team, quote unquote, when they win, you're not a fan. You're a casual fan, not a common sense fan. Shasky, you're the man. I love your show. I don't go to work till 9:30 and get up at 6 o'clock every morning to watch you guys. I love you. Take care, and go Niners, Warriors, Sharks, and Giants, baby.
Thank you, Dave. I think a lot of people are diehard fans, but they also are discerning with their financials.
And time.
Absolutely, because that's the most precious thing we have in terms of commodity, like how much time I'm going to spend on you. One thing I will say, and we're going to get into more of this on the other side. I thought when they brought Farhan in, he would use some of the Moneyball principles, but you'd be able to spend money. Like that was the whole point, and spend it wisely. Yet he's been risk averse at every single level. Like right now, Michael Conforto is on a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal. Mitch Haniger on a 2-year deal. If they ball out, they're gone. Like Rodon.
They're gone. Kevin Durant would have loved these deals. He would have loved these deals because that's exactly what he was trying to do. But that's why the whole Carlos Rodon, you could tell, and everybody understands the financials of it, right? So you can see on his face, this guy's opting out. That was in probably September.
Do you blame him?
No.
They want that long-term security, especially when any pitch could be your last. All right, it's time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report. Let's do it, Spadoni.
Oh, my God.
All right, the Milwaukee Bucks will be without Giannis Antetokounmpo, I love saying that name, for the foreseeable future after the test revealed Monday night that he had suffered a sprained ligament in his right wrist. That's not good. Giannis is expected to undergo treatment for his wrist, which is not severely injured enough to jeopardize his season. Giannis sustained the injury in the Bucks' final game before the All-Star break against the Chicago Bulls. There is no expected timetable for his return. Well, that stinks. That absolutely stinks. And this injury was brought to you, this injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. God, Guru, I love you. And I want to give a quick shout out. Turning 50 today. Dwayne Fontana, one of the great basketball players in the history of the city of San Francisco, Archbishop Reardon legend, ASU legend. Dwayne Fontana was an assistant coach. He helped it from time to time on one of my basketball teams back in the day. Dwayne, if you're out there, happy birthday. The big 5-0.
I thought you were absolutely saying Daryl the Guru Johnson was turning 50 today. The way you were setting that up. I thought that's where you were going.
No, it's Dwayne Fontana, who I love you, Guru. You couldn't guard. You couldn't guard Dwayne Fontana. Wow. Dwayne was a legend. Lefty, sweet jumper, dunks. He was so sick.
I'm Malcolm X when I need to be.
And what's the other part of that? I'm Malcolm X when I need to be. And didn't he say I'm Tupac also when I need to be, or something like that?
He's Tupac. He's Joe Montana. He's Malcolm X. He's just a Ben Zobrist 95-7 the game.
Oh, man. Ben Zobrist. The Giants would give him a 1 to 2 year deal. Heartbeat. No doubt about it. We're going to continue this conversation. And I have a question for the Bay Area sports fan out there. All right. Who are you most on edge regarding the actually winning of a championship right now? Is it the Niners breaking through? Is it the Warriors like hanging on to the last embers of this dynasty? Or do you want the Giants to just show some life? Is there a pulse in that carcass? I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's Styles, it's Shasky. We're kicking butt here on the Morning Roast.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky.
Oh, baby. Gambino's bagels are hitting today.
Hitting?
I'm still chewing it. I apologize. I had a much chewier bite than I wanted. Shout out to everybody in the Bay Area this morning. It's a beautiful day. Mardi Gras. Fat Tuesday.
That's right.
Yeah, tomorrow's Ash Wednesday. Get ready.
right.
Get your ashes. We got Alan Stiles filling in for Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky here, Morning Roast, you the Bay Area. And we don't have any guests because today's all about the fans. And I want to talk to the fans right now. And I've been thinking about what Carlos Rodon said, where he basically called out the Bay Area, saying that, the fans in New York, they want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans, they're invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco. And I'm thinking, dude, I just flew to Philadelphia, and I sat with thousands in a parking lot waiting to go in, thousands of Niner fans that were dying for this team to finally break through and win a championship.
Yeah.
I've been thinking long and hard. Like the Warrior fan right now, got to win one more with Steph. The reason James Wiseman's not here, part of it, not all of it, but part of it, there's a money component, there's a fit component, but it's more he can't help you win a championship right now.
Not right now.
And GP2 can, hopefully. That's the thought here. And then obviously the Giants are, lowly right now. They don't feel like they're on the same level as those teams. Where is your edge, your animosity, your angst, if you will, as a sports fan? Do you need the Niners to win first? Is that the team you need to win? Do you need Steph and Clay and Dre to win a fifth? To have one more than LeBron? To tie Tim Duncan and those Spurs? Who do you want to see win one the most right now? 888-957-9570. We're going to go out to the lines in a second. Alan, if you were to take the temperature of Warrior fans, who do you think they want, or Giants fans, Niner fans, a Bay Area sports fan, who do you think they want to win the most right now? Because that's the team that puts them on edge.
Yeah, I think it's a split because the easy answer is the Niners because the Niners haven't done it in so long. But I would say that you could argue that the Niners window is bigger than the Warriors in terms of the dynasty that we've seen from the Warriors, right? We don't know what's going on with Clay and Draymond. So I think the easy answer is the Niners because it's been so long. But if this could be it with the Warriors, and there's a chance that it is, hey, get one more, put Steph over the top, get him to 5, get him with Kobe and everybody else that has 5. And now you guys just ride off into the sunset. But the answer that we're going to hear the most is obviously the Niners.
I think so, too. Like, if I told the Warrior fan today, okay, Steph's not going to win another one. Clay's not going to win another one. Dre's not going to win another one here, right? Here. We would be disappointed, but we would still feel very fulfilled.
Yes, it's been a good run.
Exactly. Like Joe Montana. Oh, he didn't get that 5th one. He didn't get that 5th. We look back, and there's like the woulda, coulda, shoulda. If he didn't get knocked out of the 1990 NFC Championship game, if Steve didn't get his job and become the MVP of the league, maybe he gets one more. But we feel very fulfilled with Joe Montana.
Yes, not a lot of complaints.
Buster Posey. I was pissed off that they never gave him a true bopper behind or in front of him, right? But we look back on his career, and he won the 3 championships, never went to the playoffs in back-to-back years. We feel pretty fulfilled.
Yes, Rookie of the Year, MVP, yes.
The one that leaves me the most unsatisfied and unfulfilled is looking back at the Harbaugh era, where they didn't get one. Looking back at what Kyle Shanahan's done recently, which I don't fault him. It's hard to win championships, but not winning one. That's the one that gives me the most angst right now, and it's not even close.
Yeah, because the landscape can change so quickly.
Yes.
Right? The Niners are in a good spot right now. It looks like it's just the Niners and Eagles. But last year, you weren't even counting the Eagles. So who knows who could pop up? Who knows who gets a quarterback who puts them over the top? Who knows who gets injured? So I think every single year that Kyle Shanahan is going into the playoffs, and I know quote unquote healthy is a term here, but going into the playoffs somewhat healthy and you don't get it done, it's just another year gone, and we have no clue what's going to happen in the next season.
No idea. Absolutely no idea. We don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow with Brock's surgery. All right, let's go out to Brian and step right up. No waiting. Xfinity Mobile text line. It's also your text line. A lot of people are texting in. I've done a poor job of reading them, so I'm going to try to get better at that. 888-957-9570. Which team puts you on edge the most because you want them to win now? Brian and SF, what do you got?
So me personally, I'm a young fan. I was born in '97, so I've seen the Warriors win. I saw them go from the We Believe team to, what they are now. I've seen the Giants go from, a pretty bad team to, winning those rings. To me personally, because it hasn't happened in my me living would be the 49ers winning the Super Bowl. It's, we saw it in the Harbaugh era. We were, and then with the Shanahan, it just hurts. I just want the Niners to win the one ring, and I would be okay with it. Just that one ring, and that's all for me.
Wow, just that one, and you'd be super satisfied. I look back as we celebrate Patrick Willis right now, and good call, Brian. 888-957-9570. Which team puts you on edge the most that you want to see win? Rodon's basically calling Bay Area fans not passionate in comparison to New York fans. I'm like, nah, I think Niner fans are way more passionate than New York Giants fans. I'm sorry. Like, that's the way I view it. And you can say to me, oh, we love our Yankees. Giants fans love their team as much as Yankee fans do. There may not be as many.
There's different love languages, okay?
Exactly.
The Yankees, their love language is to boo.
Yeah, and
the
Knicks
Giants,
fans?
Yeah, the Giants' love language is to just stay home.
Yeah, well, and Knicks fans, like, you ask me how that fan base feels about that ownership.
Right. But I guess...
Oh, it's the Mecca.
They still show up, I guess. I don't know.
Well, again, we still showed up when the team stunk.
Yeah.
Oracle was always packed in Oakland Arena. All right, let's go out to Oreo Cookie, 888-957-9570. Which team puts you on edge the most because you want them to win a championship? What you got, Oreo?
What up, Shasky, man? Hey, I love the passion, man. I love both of you guys, man. You guys are doing great, but how come we don't get no respect over there on the East Bay, man? If the Oakland A's win, how does not everybody back them up? We have to be hardcore just to be an A's fan.
It's true.
These guys are halfway out the door. I don't understand why we're already kicking them out.
Well, I mean, Oreo, I did shows with the voice of the Oakland A's for a long, long time. Spadoni used to run those boards back in the day. I mean, the same two people calling all the time. There's just not enough of them not because of the fans, because of the owner. Because of the owner. Look, let me tell you this. I do this for a living. I come in, and it's we're so blessed. We're so lucky. Why would I not want another topic to talk about? Why would I not want another team that my audience was craving to talk about? You think I want to jam? Is this it for Steph, Clay, and Dre down your throat every day? But that's what you want to talk about. I would love to come in here and go, hey, man, did you see Tiger Woods at the Genesis Open? Because that intrigues me, but I know it doesn't intrigue my audience. I sell what you want to buy. And right now, nobody wants to buy Oakland A's talk. So that's why we don't talk about them.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where I don't know if it's a chicken or egg thing, but you don't hear about them, so you stop listening, and then you stop listening, so you don't hear about them. I know that I've heard just in general when it comes to the A's talk. I think that A's fans, they just got a rough go. Can we just put it out there?
No, they're the most screwed over fan bases in sports.
Exactly, and part of that, a lot of that is because of the ownership. So I get why a A's fan would say, well, why can't we hear more about the A's more? But at the same time, you just have to understand that the group of the A's fans and A's fandom it's turning more niche than it has in the past simply because of everything that we just stated. And that's not your fault. But unfortunately, you are now the collateral damage because it trickles everywhere. If nobody cares anymore from the owner on down, we can't sit here and talk logistics about the ballpark. That just doesn't move.
Well, and Hallen, if you're just looking at this from a business standpoint of trying to gain market share, boy, if they would have just figured out this stadium thing right now while the Giants are in flux, how much pressure would they be putting on them? You'd see the fan base flip in a heartbeat if they had a better stadium or comparable stadium with a better roster.
Yeah.
We already know they could build a roster better. Spadoni's ready to jump in.
Well, I completely agree because there's a notion out here that you can't have two baseball teams in this market, that it wouldn't work. On the flip side, if you had a guy like Joe Lacob own the A's, you don't think that they could compete in this market with the Giants? You don't think that he would be able to build a stadium on the other side and bring in some of these high-priced free agents and overpay? You don't think that he could be a Steve Cohen on the West Coast here? Because that's what he is with the Warriors, right?
Well, this is what I would say to you, Spadoni. I'm one of the people that does not think two teams can fit in this market in the modern day because of, hey, I'm from Chicago. I can still watch all my Cubs games. You know what I mean? Like, for example, my dad, Covey. My dad grew up a Cubs fan and a Bears fan. I can still follow my teams because of the way streaming is now. I don't need to be converted into a fan. I don't think there are enough passionate fans to carry both fan bases simultaneously. One will be the dominant and one will be the lesser. That's the way I would phrase it.
There will always be that way because that'll be the same with the Cubs and the White Sox. Like that would be the comp, right?
Exactly.
The Cubs will always get more of the shine than the White Sox will. White Sox will still get some love because they got guys like a Tim Anderson or whoever. But to flip that, I think there can be a good product on the East Bay, but they just need someone that cares. And right now, they don't have an owner that cares, and the fans aren't going to care if the ownership's not going to care. And that's just unfortunate right now. That's just what it comes down to.
You're right.
Yeah, and I do think it's a little bit different because different to the other situations that we've thought about, whether it's Cubs, White Sox, Jets, Giants, Rams, Chargers now. Yeah. It is different because all of them do.
Angels, Dodgers.
Angels, Dodgers. Angels, Dodgers is actually more similar because they don't carry the same name. Actually, do they carry? Are they Anaheim?
They're Los Angeles now.
They're back to Los Angeles.
Yeah, they're the Los Angeles Angels.
Was it a lot? But at one point, it was the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
So they were the California Angels originally.
Little League back in the day. That's when I had the California Angels. But it is A's, Giants. They're not both San Francisco. They are in two separate cities, which I think makes it more interesting and adds to the rivalry.
So is the Mets, and because technically the boroughs are separate cities. I know we all view New York as one chunky area.
I'm just saying based on name, like literal name. They are both the New York team. They are both the LA teams. They're not in this situation. So I do think that they can both exist. And how great would it be? Look, we're still packing out Battle of the Bay. We still pack those out. It's just you look at what the A's are doing on a larger scale, and it just doesn't move enough people.
And the Giants too, though. Like, Alan, if I were to say right now, A's Giants fans, put together a fantasy lineup of both 25-man rosters. Mm-hmm. That team is boring as hell. I don't care if both teams. I let you combine both teams and put together the best 9-man lineup, and you're going to put to sleep everyone in baseball. Meanwhile, my nephew's like, have you seen what San Diego has? Machado, Soto, Tatis Jr., Cronenworth. Like, they've got, I don't know most people Cronenworth, but they've got sex appeal.
Cronenworth would probably bat 3 or 4 on this
He'd be the
team.
Giants' best player. He was backup rookie of the year or whatever, runner-up rookie of the year. Like, he's a stud.
Yeah, but that goes back to my point about the Giants and the fact that they had this success back in the 2012, 2010, 2014. Mm-hmm. They had that success, and that's what we're still holding on to. The A's don't have that, so there's nothing to hold on to. But I do think in a couple more years, if the Giants don't turn it around, I don't think they would be in A's territory, but I do think they would continue to slip down the scale, and I don't even know where else there is to slip. The only reason that there are still, I think, the same amount of calls, when we talk about how people care about the Giants versus care about the A's and the interaction that you got with Covey, the interaction that we get, is because they're still hanging on. What's the first thing you see when you walk into Oracle Park? The 3 trophies. We're still doing it. We still got this. We're still doing the way.
People are mad that Brandon Belt's on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, why? It ran its course. But that's your point. Like, we're still selling you nostalgia.
They're still selling the nostalgia, and at some point, it's going to run dry. And I'm not saying the situation will be like the A's, but the longer you get in terms of the further away you get from your success, the less people will care. And I think that, like you said earlier, there will always be a coalition of hardcore Giants fans, but you're going to get older, and your kids are going to have no connection to the Giants, and their kids are going to have no connection to the Giants. You have to be good at some point, or you have to have, if you're not good, a la Cleveland Browns fan, that there has to be something that just connects you, and football is just different, like we've said, because it's king.
So unique.
So just looking at the Giants, they're in dangerous territory because baseball as a whole, your fans are getting older. And if you're not connecting to the younger fan bases, they're not going to seek you out unless they're good. And that's why the whole fair weather fan thing, I don't care. I don't care if you're a fair weather fan.
But every fan base is.
Exactly. I do not care.
Atlanta Braves fans 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Where were they? I'm asking. This is TBS, America's team in baseball. Where were they? And now they have one of the most exciting teams in baseball. They couldn't get people to go to their stadium, which was brand new, so they built a new one.
Keep building.
Am I wrong? Spadoni's shaking his head.
Makes me sick, and they take our players.
I mean, again, the Atlanta Braves, which is a sexy team heading into this year, no one cares about them. Like, I know we think, I do, I probably care more than most Atlanta fans do about that team, but like 4 years ago, no one cared. These things are very cyclical. They're very cyclical.
I just do not have a problem. There is too much going on in life for me to have a problem with a fan not wanting to pay attention to a team that stinks. Life is hard enough. You don't need to spend your time cheering for teams that stink. If you want to check in when the team is good, I have no problem with that. Zero.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. Before we get to a different topic, because I do want to talk about just some general NBA stuff that happened over the weekend. Farhan Zaidi, you're a big baseball guy like I am. Farhan, you say Farhan's name, you say Gabe Kapler's name, there's a ton of emotion that's evoked.
Yeah.
When I look on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, not on my page, on the San Francisco Giant team official page, and anything has Kapler in it. Kapler spoke to the media, for example. It was one of these YouTube things. I pulled up the video, and I'm looking at the comments. I'm like, my God, people hate this guy.
They do not like him.
Is that social media negativity, or is it they view him because the brand of baseball they're watching, he's the face of that baseball that they're rejecting?
Yeah.
Or are they rejecting him because they can't yell at the owner because the owner's not in front or Farhan's not in front? Why so much vitriol for a guy, Gabe Kapler, who's doing exactly what Farhan wants him to do? I don't get it.
I've never got it either. And even when they won the 107 games, you never heard that much praise for Gabe Kapler.
No, it's the spreadsheet.
It's the spreadsheets. It's like, well, anybody can just plug it in. I don't know, and I don't want to necessarily take it there. Is it some of the politics and political stuff that happened? Maybe.
I'm sure that's part of it.
I have no clue. But Gabe Kapler, I think, represents a lot of different things. And number one, we've talked about replacing Derek Jeter. We've talked about replacing Posey. Replacing Bruce Bochy was a big deal.
Well, and not only did they replace him, they kicked him out the door, and now he's with the Texas Rangers.
Exactly. They said, hey, it's been a good run. We're moving in a different direction. Then you bring in a Gabe Kapler who couldn't be any different than Bruce Bochy.
And on day one, you had to defend why you were hiring him because of some of the stuff that happened when he was part of the Dodgers
My friends from Temple, my Philly friends, have fun. Have fun with Gabe
Philly
Kapler.
fans.
Yeah, have fun with Gabe Kapler. And then you get the 107 wins, and I'm thinking, oh, we are having fun. But nobody else wants to give Gabe Kapler his flowers. It can't just be his fault when the Giants lose, but then you don't give them flowers when they win. And I'm not saying Gabe Kapler's done anything near Bruce Bochy, but there does seem to be, they're a package deal almost, in that they seem like, to the old school baseball fan, they just don't like it. And it's interesting because
he was a player, though. That's the thing that's ironic to me, is that he literally played in the league for X amount of years, and yet he's all about the spreadsheets. And I know he's executing the will of what Farhan wants done, but it's weird because I feel like you would think a guy who played in the league as long as he did would have better feel for the feel of the game as opposed to the numbers of the game, and understand that an at-bat in the eighth inning is not equivalent to an at-bat in the first inning.
We have no clue how handcuffed he is, right? And I would say I watched a lot of Chopped on Food Network, watch a lot of guys' grocery games. If Gabe Kapler is your chef, and you say, hey, you got to make me something, but you can only use this stuff in this fridge. Do you think he's making a good enough meal with what is in his fridge?
Well, no, time out. If you're using your analogy, okay, he would not be the MacGyver cook, okay? He would say, where's the recipe? Because I need Farhan to print me out the recipe so I can execute exactly what because that's why they hired him.
But I think he's doing that. I think he's doing that.
Yeah, but that's why I take all my frustration with Kapler and I turn and I pivot and I point it all at Farhan.
And that's fair. That's fair.
And I pointed at ownership for choosing Farhan and that brand of baseball. So to me, I feel like we're directing anger at Kapler misguidedly, and it should be at the ownership and their direction of choosing Farhan because you've rejected that brand of baseball.
Right. And now we don't even know if going back to Kapler, we'd have to, do some homework to see, was he this analytics focused with the Phillies as well, or if it's kind of moved and transitioned in this way, also being under Farhan. Hey, this is what we do. This is how we move. These are our theories. These are our ideas and things like that. So it's hard for me to put anything on Kapler. But at the same time, I'm the type of person, I can put it on Kapler, but I'm also going to give him his flowers for the 107 wins. Now, the most pinch hit home runs, right? They set a record for that. Are we going to give Gabe Kapler flowers on that? Well, he called the pinch hits.
No. Well, those came from up above. They were going through the data and they said, if this matchup happens at this point in the game, we're going to this guy. So you don't think
he's making any of these moves?
It just sounds like to me, when you listen to him in postgame, he does at times go with talking to the guys pregame, and then they create a strategy as an organization. For example, we're not going to go to Tyler Rogers today. Why? Because Tyler pitched in 3 straight games, and philosophically, we're not going to allow a guy to pitch in that 4th straight game, even if that's the matchup that the data tells us to go to. So, like, what I'm getting at is almost every decision he's telling me in his postgame is coming from up above.
Well, then, just like somebody saying on the Xfinity Mobile text line, 650, Kapler is a puppet. And what's the point?
Well, hold on. If you're going with the reliever thing, they're like, let's not use Tyler Rogers because, he's pitched a couple days in a row and the front office doesn't want to pitch him.
That's an organizational philosophy.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that was, the Giants under Bochy and Sabian, it was that same thing. If we're going to pitch Jeremy Affeldt 3 days in a row, we're not going to pitch him today because he's pitched 3 days in a row. So, if the previous regime was making those same things, so, is that, like...
Sam, I agree with you. Bruce Bochy, Wotus, those guys, they use data. Like, we're acting like Bochy's like, should we just show up to the game and the game just happens?
Yeah, he was just guessing from this guy the entire time.
Play ball.
That's like the biggest misnomer, like that they didn't use data. Like, that's what we're saying. Like, you just show up and you just pitch. Like, give me a break. Like,
I don't even know who's starting this game. Somebody get out there.
What I'm saying is in that certain situations, I believe Bochy, he probably talked with Sabian and was like, hey, I like these guys in this series against these pitchers. Literally, though, I feel like this team now is like, you will go to Austin Slater if they go to a righty, no matter what. I don't care if Jock Peterson hit a home run in the last at-bat and is 10 for his last 10. If a righty comes up,
are
going to Slater because we trust him against this guy in this matchup.
But do you know that, though?
What?
Do you know that that's for sure not a Gabe Kapler call?
Well, for example, when they took out Evan Longoria and he lost his mind in the dugout when they yanked him after one at-bat, we knew right away. Like, well, we knew the data was telling us that we like this guy against this pitcher in this matchup, no matter what.
Well, so how many of these guys are actually good enough to where it's like, okay, maybe the data doesn't say this is a good matchup here, but is this guy good enough to beat that?
Listen to what we're saying. This is why baseball has fallen so far behind. We're talking about the decisions that are made before the game's even happening. We are going to go to Jordan Poole at the 8-minute mark no matter what. Well, what if Steph Curry turns his ankle? Doesn't matter. We're waiting till 8 minutes. We're waiting.
All right.
That's what it's become.
I don't think they're that hardcore and rigid about it, though. I think over the last couple of years, you are seeing Gabe Kapler get more into the in-game feel and not just going based off purely what they scripted before the game. He has gotten, I think, a little bit better at just being like, you know what? Let's try and let the game come to me.
I'm going to let you know this right now. You mark my words. Mark the tape. Mark my tape.
I got my pen.
The tape. This year's fall guy will be Gabe Kapler.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I don't think it's fair. I'm going to tell you on the front.
Chris Carter.
I don't think it's fair. I don't think he's executing the plan of what ownership hired Farhan to do. He's going to be the scapegoat this year because if they do not win enough games or whatever, no matter how this shakes down, when their season is over, the fall guy will be Gabe Kapler. All right, let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. CCS is going on right now. I want to hear about boys and girls basketball. We got baseball starting up. Starting up. You know who's got a really good team?
De La Salle.
My buddy Eli Duncan, who I coached in basketball for many years. St. Francis.
Okay.
Look out for those Lancers.
All right.
Team looks sick. Does De La Salle have a good baseball team right now? Well, good. I want to hear about that.
Very good.
We
Kyle
haven't
Harrison.
played you in baseball.
No, but now De La Salle we're really good.
Okay,
right
because when we were growing up, you had a basketball tournament in Christmas. We would play you guys from time to time, but I never played you in baseball.
A couple of years ago, 2020 season that I believe ended up getting canceled, De La Salle was #1 in the nation.
In the nation?
We're really about that life now.
Oh, was there 2 teams in the nation, you and YV?
Oh, you got jokes.
Yeah.
Let's get the break.
I'm teasing. On the other side, Styles and Shasky, 95.7 The Game.
Infinite number of outcomes.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
No, Bonte's not here. It's Joe Shasky. Kevon, it's your boy. Bonte's like on a flight back from Cabo. I'm sure he's hanging out with Kyle Shanahan, Trent Williams, and the entire crew right now. But Alan Stiles is in here hanging out. It's slightly overcast San Francisco, downtown. It's a beautiful Tuesday. It's Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday. Giants baseball starts on Friday. The Warriors come back. What is it, tomorrow? Is tomorrow the first game? Let me look on my phone.
I think it might be. There might be one more.
I think you're right.
Thursday they play.
Yeah.
Thursday against the Lake Show. How many people were outraged about the NBA All-Star Weekend? I refuse to be triggered. Why are you, Sam? Why are you raising your hand?
because it literally was just like disgusting to watch. I didn't even watch All-Star Saturday Night. I went and saw Ant-Man stay because I figured that would be far more entertaining. Spoiler, it was. And then I was watching the game on Sunday night, and like there was a point in the early part of the second quarter, like Ja whiffed on a dunk, and then like the next 6 shots in a row or something were all bricks, and you're wide open, and it's like,
why are you surprised?
And but no, it's like
there's too much money.
I have a low, like my expectations were low, but like holy geez, like this was like I had a sick feeling in my stomach watching it, and like the only reason I'm watching this right now is because we're probably going to talk about it this week, and I feel like I should be in it was a chore to watch that game. Like Dame hit that half court shot in the third quarter. I was like, ooh, something happened. Cool. Okay, back to sleep. Like it was just the All-Star game used to be good. We all know that. The NBA All-Star game, it is what it is now. We have accepted that. This was below even the piss-poor expectations that the NBA All-Star game has given us for the last few years. And it's just like, this was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. NBA All-Star weekend died to me as far as I'm concerned. I'm seeing people, did Mac McClung save the slam dunk contest? Like, no, nothing was saved this year. Everything is dead.
Sam?
Just get on with the rest of the NBA season.
I love you. That's enough for you. We don't need that much negativity. This is what I don't want to do. I'm not going to be triggered by guys who don't want to hurt themselves playing an exhibition game extra hard. Like it's all a television thing to make some money and have some sponsorships and laugh a little. It's not the end of the world. I don't need these guys playing that hard. I really don't. I'm not triggered. It is what it is.
I do think it was a bit of a rough look for the NBA in general,
that I agree
because
with.
It's not a great product. So I don't disagree with your stance from maybe the player's point of view, but just as a viewer, if you don't care about who watches on TV, great, but there's just going to be less and less people watching. And maybe they don't. Maybe they just don't really care. And hey, this is what we're going to do. But if they do care, very similar to what the Pro Bowl is doing and trying out some new things, you have to try out some new things. I think the Saturday night is what it is. I think you're probably going to Mac McClung's going to have his run. You're probably going to have to start bringing in some street dunkers that aren't even in the NBA if these guys are just going to refuse to do it. 3 points, fine. Skills is fine. So that's your Saturday night. Sunday night, Larry and I yesterday talked about maybe a 3-on-3 competition, something. But
it's going to be the same thing. Guys aren't going to want to get hurt. Giannis has a wrist injury right now.
So you
think the Bucks want him playing hard in an All-Star game?
So in what 20 years there's just not going to be All-Star games?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm not that mad. Like it is what it is. The NBA doesn't even care about the regular season.
Well, that's true.
And so now they're going to care about an exhibition game? Like shame on you for being triggered is what I would say to the NBA consumer. They've told you all year they don't care. Like they've told you that already. I want to get back into the whole baseball thing just for a second here because it's very interesting regarding the San Francisco Giants and where the fans are with them right now. I put out a tweet yesterday saying, do you care about the Giants as much as you did 5 years ago? More, less, indifferent, and why? And let me ask you that, Alan. Do you care about the Giants as much today as you did 5 years ago?
I do care about the Giants the same amount, but how I show that caring is different.
So how was it before?
So before it was, all right, I got to sit down. I'm catching. I never caught 100% of the games.
I don't think anybody does.
So, but my percentage,
close to it.
My percentage was definitely higher. Yeah. Going to the games, I was, hey, we need to sit down. We need to watch the game. We need to make sure, we don't miss anything. Now it's, I will watch the beginning of a game, check back in, see how the Giants are doing. And then when it comes to going to the game, a lot of times, to be completely honest with you, this last time me and my wife went towards the end of the season, and we were more, I said, hey, we're going to go and let's go to the food places that we haven't gone to. Let's make sure we finally got the crab sandwich.
But I bet you had fun.
We did have fun. Yeah. But the fun was from the game experience, not from the actual baseball.
Yes, it was the ancillary stuff.
Yeah, so that's how it's changed for me. Yeah. Hey, let's, where are we going before the game? Where are we going after the game?
It would be like going to go see Mission Impossible, a new Mission Impossible, or a new Top Gun, and saying, I had a great time waiting for popcorn.
Well, yeah. The previews.
I mean, that's the equivalent.
The previews were outstanding.
Exactly.
The previews were outstanding.
I do love me some previews.
Oh, I do too. We did not get a cabin, and we were late for the previews. I was not happy.
Yeah. Don't break that show to me. I still got to go see Avatar at some point. But I'm looking at it now and I'm saying to myself, look, I already can feel Kapler's going to be the fall guy. All right. I already know it. To me, it's bigger than that. To me, this is all on ownership. We can sit here and argue about Farhan till we're blue in the face. They hired Farhan. They've stuck with him. They bought in on this brand of baseball. They've struck out and missed on free agents. They have not been risky enough to swing deals for any of their prospects. Like, for example, Joey Bart. If I said to Warrior fans, Because this is where the Warriors are at. They're more the Pistons than they are the Warriors. Wouldn't you agree, the Giants right now? In their respective sport.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, so the Giants are more like the Pistons in terms of middling team, not a lot of locked-in roster spots. Joey Bart might not make the team. So imagine me saying James Wiseman might not make the Detroit Pistons.
Right, well, that's basically... They're similar, but the Giants would even have, I guess technically they have young talent that it's just different because Giants in baseball has the minors. But to me, that's like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's like Cade Cunningham almost not making the roster.
Okay, but like my point being is that we were literally talking James Wiseman on this station for months on end. Months.
Yeah.
And how he's holding back the organization. Joey Bart might not make the team, and it's not even doesn't even make a noise. Doesn't even make a noise.
Is that baseball, though?
Both number 2 picks, both highly touted. One guy we've actually seen more of in an actual regular season. We've seen more of Joey Bart than James Wiseman, and yet no one cares. It might be just baseball. That might be it. But to me, that's a great example of we don't even know what we have. Not only can I not make any deals and I can't close anything, I can't even assess what I have on the roster and move off of them to acquire something that can actually help me win if I don't see that person in my long-term future.
Exactly. And that's the biggest point of this when you look at the Padres and how they were able to get what they have. Having prospects, it's just about having value, right? That you can trade and get value in return.
Yeah.
It's not always about seeing this guy. Now, we saw that in the even years with Posey. We saw them take all the guys, Brandon Crawford, but a lot of times you can flip those pieces to get the pieces that you're missing. You can't flip guys that have no value. And I know Marco Luciano still has a lot of value in terms of the prospect, but it's getting late. It's getting late, right? The Hunter Bishop, all the Luis Matos, where are these dudes?
I've seen more balloons and UFO talk than I've seen Luciano at bats on the internet.
I agree.
All right. So, I mean, until I see it, I won't believe it. Let's go to Joel in Lodi. Joel, step right up, no waiting. You still as passionate about the San Francisco Giants as you were 5 years ago?
Hey, just real quick, okay, so demographic-wise, I'm 65. I've been a Giants fan my whole life. Butcher Boy, I remember you when you used to call in on the other place across the other side of town. So anyway,
thank you.
I'll get right to my points here. I know where everybody wants us to knock on the door here. First off, okay, I think the problem with Kapler is he's robotic and cold, okay? And he's a puppet like you guys established earlier. I think Farhan needs to be more accountable for what he has not accomplished yet. I know it's just still early in his tenure. You know, he's only been here, 3 or 4 years. I know that's early, but the moves they've made, the Giants consistently oversell their prospects. They get us all, they overevaluate them, they oversell them, they get us all excited about the things that they've got coming down the pipe, you know, all the cookies they got in the cupboard, and it's always empty. It's always barren with the exception of during the time when they drafted Posey and those guys, and those are all comp picks they got those picks from. The cupboard's bare in the farm system. Look at the last two years ago, what the Giants were rated in the farm system according to Baseball Prospectus. They had one of the top 4 or 5 farm systems in the league. Now, where's it at right now? It's down under the 20.
I know.
It's down at the bottom.
I know. I mean, it's somehow gotten worse, which is impossible. They haven't traded anyone away. I don't get it. I don't get what the Giants are doing right now.
Well, I would say the farm system is a little bit better than before Farhan got here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Have you seen one guy from their farm that they drafted? Have you seen one guy? Have you seen one guy?
I'm saying the rankings
Logan
of
Webb,
the farm systems.
Doval, all Sabian, Bobby Evans guys.
The rankings of the farm system is better now than when Farhan got here.
I hope they rank number 1 for the next 20 years until I see one guy who's from their drafted version classes, their Farhan classes come up and actually make a dent. I refuse to believe it. I have to see it.
It went from bad to mid. It didn't go to good.
You brought him in
wrong.
to not be mid. You brought him in to be excellent.
I agree with that. And it has not happened yet. But you did get 107 wins.
Off the backs of guys that were here prior. Posey, Crawford, Bell, all those guys were here before. Now, I'll give you the Gosman. I'll give you Gosman. Absolutely, I'll give you Gosman.
Donnie Barrels was huge that year.
Donnie Barrels in 2021? I mean, okay, great. And then he walked in free agency, you got nothing for him.
Yeah.
Another example. So, the baseball thing, it's driving me nuts.
What about the Carlos Rodon non-move? How do you think?
Not trading him?
Yeah, not moving him, and then he walks.
I would have just signed him. Look at their rotation. They've got 6 5-starters. Rodon was good. Now you're putting tremendous pressure on Kyle Harrison to step up and make an immediate impact in the rotation, which I Who knows? We'll see. For a 20-year-old, that's a lot to ask. I'd much rather him be my 3 than be my 2 or 1 at 20 years old. Even Bumgarner was the 4 or 5 when he came up at 20 years old. So I think that's a lot of pressure. I would have kept Rodon. Do you see an ace in this rotation right now?
Besides Webb.
I don't think Webb's an ace. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a 1 or 2, but I don't think he's an ace. Ace is there's 8 aces in the league. I don't think he's one of them. I don't think every team has an ace. That's just my
so you don't consider.
I don't subscribe to
the term ace.
It's like having a franchise quarterback.
So you have a number 1 guy, but you don't have an ace.
Yeah, ace is a different term for me.
Okay.
Verlander for 15 years has been an ace.
What's weird about
even if he was the number 2 in a rotation that had Max Scherzer.
What's weird about the Kyle Harrison piece, now that you bring it up, and they're putting a lot of pressure on his shoulders to start, is that they're okay with doing that with pitchers, but Elliot Ramos can't face a righty.
Last year, we watched Luis Gonzalez come up and just struggle running the bases for weeks on end.
We're talking Little League stuff.
Weeks on end, and I couldn't get a taste of Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
Well, he's not doing what he needs to at AAA. What's going on at AAA then? How come Shea Langoliers? What's the guy's name for the ace? I don't even know how to say his name. Is it Shea?
That was good. Good
Shea
job.
Langoliers? Okay. This guy had barely had a cough in the minors, and the next thing you know, he's the starting center fielder. Like, Elliot Ramos can't. What?
Catcher.
Yeah,
You think of
catcher,
Christian
excuse me, catcher. Sorry, but you can't even give this guy a sniff in the outfield.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know, man. And to me, this goes back to organizational philosophy. I want the Giants to sell. I'm done with syndicates. I'm done with a committee of people owning a team. I want one head honcho. I want one person at the top who can answer questions and take calls from Scott Boras and close deals. That's what I want. I'm sick of it. It's driving me. Machado's going to opt out and be a free agent.
I know.
Did you hear him this week?
I know. And you know what? You know what the Giants are going to do? They're going to kick some tires.
On Machado?
We kick the tires on Machado.
Why would he want to come here?
Money talks.
He's not coming here. Shohei Ohtani's not coming here.
You can't blame taxes as a reason why he wouldn't want to come here. He's still going to be in the same state.
That's true. Kick some tires.
You're going to go from the Jake Cronenworth, Fernando Tatis Jr., Machado, Soto lineup to the Giants lineup. Hey, we got Mitch Haniger. And I love Mitch.
Because there's money. I mean, if money is the only thing, then you can't say it's location or the lineup. He's going to go where he's going to get the bag. If the Giants offer him the biggest bag,
I think he wants a ring, though.
Well, then he would stay with the Padres. If he wants to ring, then he would stay with the Padres. If he wants to collect the bag, then he can come to the Giants. But at the same time, if the Giants did get Manny Machado, are they really that much better at the end of the day? I mean, we're saying that he's going to come here. He wouldn't want to come here because he doesn't want to get a ring, but we still want him to come here. Like, there starts to come up a paradox that's starting to build up here.
So Farhan, who won't give Carlos Rodon, who had one of the most magical pitching seasons ever, a 5-year deal, but he's going to give 31-year-old Manny Machado a 300-something 10-year deal. Really? They're risk averse. What's the riskiest thing Farhan's ever done? I'm asking out loud. I dare someone, what's the riskiest thing he's ever done? Not hold a press conference when he botched the Carlos Correa thing and then file it under we can't talk because of HIPAA? Dog, no one said you had to disclose exactly what the injury is. We just want to know why the hell you scheduled the press conference and then canceled it. Like, that's it. What's the riskiest thing Farhan's done in 5 years?
I would say what would be up there is I think a lot of people were...
By the way, Padres also have Bogarts. I totally forgot about
Yeah, that's true.
Another guy who got an 11-year deal.
They were split on... I think a lot of the fan base was split on Bumgarner, and I think for him to come in and let Bumgarner walk was a big deal. It ended up looking good.
Oh, but they got a draft compensation pick in that 3rd to 4th round. Oh, maybe one day in 2028 that guy might come up, Alan.
I'm just saying.
That's the riskiest thing he did.
That's probably what they would have gotten if they traded Bumgarner, though. They would have gotten, they believe that what they would have gotten in a trade would have been equal to or less than whatever they would have gotten in the
Find out who that
picks.
comp pick is.
It was Jimmy Glowinky was one of them. And again, okay, well, if the Giants traded Bumgarner to the team, whatever team X, and they get player Y back, and player Y still hasn't arrived in the minor leagues yet, how's that any different than what they got at the end of the day? Like, it's just because you acquire a player from another team, like he could have just as good of a chance to develop and turn into a useful player as Jimmy Glowinky would have gotten in the sandwich round. So it's like we can either trade Bumgarner away, maybe we get something, and then fans are irritated for a couple months, or we can keep Bumgarner, let the fans be happy, and then still we have just the same amount of chance of getting some sort of value down the line as we would have having traded him.
I'm looking up this Jimmy Kowenke. Look up that. I want to see where he's at right now. I've never heard that name in my life.
But you're never going to, because he's probably never going to make the big leagues, which, again, you could have said the exact same thing about the player that they would have gotten back from Bumgarner in a trade.
Oh, my God.
I mean, we all pray. I mean, the Mauricio Dubon trade was so lauded when it happened. Or you know what? Forget that trade. The Mark Melancon trade. Everyone was ecstatic with the Mark Melancon trade because they
dumping
moved
the
him.
money.
Yeah, you know who he got for him? Tristan Beck. When
I was going to go Jalen Davis, but
you're never going to see Tristan Beck. Like,
Jalen Davis was supposed to be my guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
but
another
imagine if they
4A
traded Bumgarner, got a Tristan Beck player back, and he still doesn't get up. Like, how's that any different than what they got out of Jimmy Glowinky? You know, so it's just that's what they saw. They saw a situation where it makes more sense to keep him on the team, even if it doesn't.
Sam, I love you. The most risky thing that Farhan has done in 5 years is not trade away Madison Bumgarner. Damn, that is pathetic.
That's just my take. I'm not
saying you're wrong. I actually think you're right on this one, Alan.
650 on the Xfinity mobile text line, Listella. Swing and a miss. Quite literally.
I mean, I want you to go on the Giants YouTube and watch them fielding ground balls and see Stonehands Listella out there, who's supposed to be your everyday second baseman, when his Achilles is hanging by a thread like a 5-year-old's tooth off the door when you want to remove their tooth and have the tooth fairy come and visit them the next morning.
Stonehands Listella. Not the best infielder, great boxer, though. That's a great boxer name.
Fast five. Let's get in here. Do you still love the Giants as much as you did 5 years ago? It's very simple. Get in here. Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. We got Willard and Dibbs coming up in the crossover. All right? It's time for your Xfinity Fast Five. From Drew Down on YouTube, the riskiest thing Farhan ever did was throw his recycling into the garbage.
Wow. That's it can be risky and illegal in some states.
Do we have any other risky ones? 888-957-9570. What is do you still love the Giants as much as you did 5 years ago? Do you still? I still do. I'm going to start us off right here. I'm going to get us going. I still love the Giants as much, but I don't blame anyone if they don't.
Same.
Because there's only so much fan width. You got so much stuff going on in your life. I don't expect you to be tapped into 162. But come on, man. Mike in Daly City, step right up, no waiting. Do you still love the Giants as much as you did 5 years ago?
I do not like the Giants as I did 5 years ago because I don't like baseball as much as I did 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, because it's not the same. Always strikes, home runs, and there's no fielding. It's just not the same thing anymore.
I know. I think a lot of people feel that way. And the Giants can't really control some of that if you're not out or if you're not in on baseball itself. Let's go to Casey in San Jose. Casey, it's Fast Five, Xfinity Fast Five. Are you still in love with the Giants the same way you were 5 years ago?
No, it's just like watching the San Francisco version of the Oakland A's. And by the way, whatever you guys have added to the show today, it's on fire. And whoever is gone, thank God.
Oh, well, we love Bonte.
We love Bonte.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I'm ready for him to come back so I can, work half as hard, get paid exactly the same in the B chair. So, Bonte, I miss you. All right, let's go 925 from the Xfinity Fast Five. No, I'm not a Farhan fan, and I'm not in until he's out. All right, from the 415 Xfinity Fast Five. Do you still love the Giants as much as you did 5 years ago? I still love the Giants. I will always love the Giants. They are my team. But right now, I'm super upset with them. Kind of like I love my siblings, but every now and then I get into a fight with them or I'm upset with them. Last thing. Last one. I like the Giants as much as I did 5 years ago from the 510, but I'm a glutton for punishment, the ambassador from Castro Valley. And that, your folks, is your Xfinity Fast Five. As I turn the page, that was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Beautiful. I think I think life is different now, man. Social media compared to 5 years ago, everybody can get highlights now. There's less of a need to sit down for 4 or 5 hours and watch the game. For any sport, really, but football, again, the urgency. Basketball, I think...
Football's unique.
Football's unique. I think basketball and baseball, I don't think they're that different. And you said it yourself, comparing the finals to the World Series.
Almost identical.
The viewership is very similar.
Almost identical.
I can go online and I can see all the home runs that have been hit, all the best plays from my team specifically. Do I need to sit down and watch every pitch, especially if you're not even winning those games? No, I don't.
No,
I don't.
Well, it's very interesting because we became baseball's dying. It's dying. I don't think it's dying. I just think in this market, the fire isn't as big as it once was. And I do think if they get good and they turn this thing around and they have a couple of years of success, maybe get some youngsters to come through, you'll see that light and that flame start to get bigger.
Real quick, guys. Shasky had a really good question. The riskiest thing that Farhan's done as the Giants. I'm just thinking of the Bay Area as a whole. What's the riskiest move in the Bay Area and sports scene the last 10 years? Is it the Trey Lance picks?
Yeah,
all that? Was that the riskiest one?
Jimmy Garoppolo trade?
Jimmy Garoppolo, Christian
second round
McCaffrey.
pick. You were going to have basically the number one pick in the second round because you were 0-9 or whatever when you made the deal, and you traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. He played 3 games.
And maybe it's not even riskiest, or just move in general. Steph Curry, who knows? Like, that was a risk at that point. So moving off of Monte Ellis, like, that was, you were banking on Steph Curry, stuff like that. Like, so
the Bogut trade.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's a really good one. Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hi.
Hey, what's wrong? Good. Same old. I listened to you and Steiny yesterday, and I gotta say, I want to start right here. I'm driving back from the Russian River, and I flip on 95.7 the game. The signal starts to pick up once I get off of River Road, and I hear Steiny's voice. I don't know. And somehow Fillmore Mike is ranking. I caught in right at this point. He is ranking.
This is right when you turn it on?
The meanest host to the not meanest host.
Apparently, this is right when Dibs turned it on about 5 minutes later. So all he did was hear Steiny call him mean without any context as why the subject. Yeah,
but Fillmore Mike was. I mean, he was naming Spadoni, Madsen. I mean, he named the entire crew. I'm surprised Oscar at night wasn't brought in as well as I go deep behind the scenes. But he said like the meanest person is Ray Ratto is number one, and I reject that. Because I actually think that he's similar to one of those egg Newberry. What are those things called that you get at Easter?
The Cadbury.
The Cadbury eggs.
It might be chocolatey on the outside and hard, but one little tiny fracture, and it's all gooey on the inside.
Well, I told him, I said, look, is Ray actually mean, or is that just the shtick? Because if any other employee here at Odyssey, when this show's over, I'll walk to the elevator. If any other employer, thank you, if any other employee walked by me as I was leaving and he was coming in or she was coming in and looked at me and just went, die in a fire, and walked by, I'd be kind of like, what the hell's going on? Who, right?
But that's his way of saying he loves you.
Right. Ray will say that, and you just laugh.
I know.
So I don't know if is he mean?
You would be weirded out if he said, "Have a great day, Mark."
Exactly.
Totally.
You'd be like,
Totally.
"Whoa, what is going on?"
Except
here?
for
You
he'd
look good today.
But he'd say it like that. Have a great day, Mark.
I hope you have a
And I
great
hope
day.
it's
exactly
and I
like
hope
that.
it's your last.
Yeah,
is what he would
exactly.
say.
Exactly.
But there's on-air Ray and there's off-air Ray. So for Philmo Mike, he doesn't know the Ray that we know. Like, for example, when I left on Friday, I clutched him in a deep, long embrace. It was warm.
From the front or
it
the
was
back?
passionate. Actually, both. Started in the back, started from the bottom. Now we're here. It was a full
Thank you,
on.
Drake.
Oh,
But
my goodness.
I know Ray differently than the listener knows Ray. So I'm curious where I ranked because all I did. Here's me, guys.
Yeah.
I'm with my 6-month-old baby. You'll be there, Styles. It's wonderful. We're at the park. She's in the baby Bjorn. I had her in the stroller. There was napping. There was cooing. There was crying. The whole deal. I get in the car and I'm like, I want to tune in to see how my guys are doing.
I know the car crash.
Steiny allegedly
actually much better than I thought.
Allegedly a good friend, and Mark is my radio spouse. And I tune in, and within 30 seconds, Steiny's calling me mean. Oh, he's a lot meaner than you think.
Oh.
And I'm like, this motherfather. You want to get into name calling? 11:45. We'll get into name calling.
Listen, it was only about halfway through the show where I'm
Yeah.
like, boy, everybody tune in at noon. Because halfway through the show, I'm like, I don't know who's going to be more ticked off when they show up today, Dibs or Guru.
Guru texted me.
I mean,
what happened
just
to Guru?
because
Guru was
the
texting
whole
me.
the whole show, like Dibs, yes, you got called mean. And what was the other thing you said about you? He
I
said
got rat-a-tat-tatted on my day off.
Yeah.
Did
but,
I miss this part?
Well, I just
I didn't think it was that bad.
Hey, Steiny,
no,
keep
there was
my
nothing.
name
Yeah, I
out your mouth.
We had a great
Okay.
time, and I think
Yeah, you did.
That's the point. Guru, I guarantee you, Guru's going to come in here and go, how come I don't get that Steiny?
Exactly.
I want that Steiny.
Oh.
I got 4 hours of just hanging out, Mr. Nice Guy.
Well, that's like when
and
your
Guru's
parents.
like, what the hell was this?
SOFT is what it is.
Yeah.
Because he comes in for the changeover and he's Captain Tough Guy coming at you. But for 4 hours, Mark, what a great point.
Back in 1971, when I went to a Celtic game last, that was the funny part. When he was spinning the yarn on his one and only trip to Detroit, I was like, Steiny, you can't pick something from this millennium as a fan that you went to a game of?
Nothing I can do. I have that effect on people. Apparently, he softened up. And
he was good. You guys were good.
We had 4 hours of getting to know one another a little bit better.
It was good.
And then I was like, when I left here, I'm like, boy, Dibs and Guru can be ticked off.
Yeah, but here's what I would say. One correction. The meanest person at this station, without a doubt, and it's not even like, and B, I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening. The biggest bully on the planet at 95.7 The Game is Bonte Hill. I work with him every day. I work with him every day. I love you, Bonte. You know I love you. You are a bully.
Don't try to couch it.
He knows it. I'm not couching it. I'm telling him. I tell it to his face.
I'm wrong all the
time. He bullies me all the time. If I have an opinion that's wrong, he brings it up on pre- and post-game show. You know those guys that don't like Klay Thompson? Mully. And then he looks into the TV. He's looking at me.
Uh-huh.
He bullies our listeners. No, I'm just teasing. He knows I love him, but he is a bully.
Well, he's your radio spouse.
Exactly.
So you're
My wife's a bully too.
You're triggered by him more than maybe the rest of the people are. So just like any Mount Rushmore or rankings, all of our rankings would be different. But I'm trying to remember, see, Dibs, you came in, you missed the rankings.
Yeah, you weren't at the top.
And you only heard the reaction. I think Steiny...
I'm sorry I didn't listen all 4 hours.
No, Steiny was
Odyssey
right.
app.
He was right ahead of you, I think, on the meanness rankings. I think it went Ray, Steiny, you. And
Damon, I think was ahead.
Oh, that's right.
Damon was ahead of you. Yeah,
Damon was up there. It was like Ray.
Damon would have been mad if he's not in the top 3 of everything.
No,
exactly.
It was right. Yeah, it was Ray, Steiny, Damon, and then you. And Steiny, I think, wanted to be a little bit lower, and he wanted you to be a little bit higher.
No, it's hilarious that the older we are, the angrier we also are, which is pretty funny. And I guess Captain Positive, you were at the very bottom of the rung because
I wasn't last. Yeah, I wasn't last. And then
it was
Steiny,
like Madsen or something.
Yeah, Steiny was like, "Look, I mean, he wanted me higher on the list too. He's like, you're nice, but you're not as nice as you come off."
He did.
Yeah.
He did have a backhand compliment.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening.
I'm fine with that.
It's a Roger Federer, by the way.
Mark, you're not mean. You're needy.
That too.
That
too.
Wow.
That
and
too.
then you said, I need you to stop talking.
I need you to say something
you had a
else.
couple of good lines.
Yeah.
I was
That's
listening.
what I need.
You're listening to 95.7 KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game. Go on YouTube, Twitch streams, hit the bell, hit subscribe. Come on, like us. You know you want to do it. Boom. Guys, we were having this conversation. I heard you guys talking about booing. Forget the booing part. Like, we booed Dunleavy. We booed Alex. We booed
Dunleavy.
We booed the owner.
But
Right.
We
for
booed
me,
Pietrins.
real quick, not to bring it back. It's not about booing.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-boo.
I didn't say you were.
I don't
I didn't
do
say
it.
you were.
No, I know you didn't. The issue is not about booing from Carlos Rodon. The issue is that somehow, and mainly on the East Coast, we've decided that if you boo, you're a good fan.
Yeah, and vitriol
booing
is
equals
rewarded.
investment.
Yes.
What you guys experienced in Philly, because they're a good fan base.
BS.
No, because they're acting out and they didn't get hugged as children. Like, that's what that means.
I want to hug you right now for saying that.
Stop with the we're good fans. No, you're morons who should be arrested.
I would be embarrassed if Niner fans were throwing things at Cowboy fans. Because it was Cowboys Niners. I would be like, come on, guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we would say those things. But I guess where I want to go today, and we were talking about this, me and Alan, I would love to see where you guys fall down on this. I know I'm unique. I'm passionate. I'm crazy. I'm locked in for all these, whatever it is, I'm there. I'm watching. I'm screaming and yelling. Are we, though, as a general temperature of the Bay Area, and it's unfair to just throw the blanket over everyone, are we less passionate, or are we just, when you're not as good, we just kind of tap out a little in terms of we're not going to rush to the phones and rip everyone for 6 months straight because we're stuck indoors because of the winter?
I know that we're passionate.
I agree.
And I know that, and it's in pockets. Depends on the sport.
Yeah,
and it
passion
depends
pockets.
on the West Coast city. But I mean, again, how do you show your passion, I guess, is really the answer we're looking at here. If you want to show your passion by drinking and showing disapproval and throwing things, great.
Yeah.
That's not, that doesn't tend, I don't want to say like, broad brush. It doesn't tend to be how we react. A West Coast fan reacts to poor play with disinterest, right? But it doesn't. How can you say that the Bay Area is not passionate about sports? We had a basketball arena called Oracle. The 49ers won. The 49ers fan base literally won an award by a national ticket agency for being the best traveling fan base in the entire country.
Wow, they're good.
Mitchell and Ness says over the last 10 years when we went there, the number one selling team outside of the Eagles in their flagship store, because it's Philly, is the 49ers in all sports.
If you went to a Giants game between 2010 and 2016,
they're good.
But again, that's everywhere. Nobody.
Where were Sixer fans?
Yeah,
right. You love to use that.
Nobody.
But where were they?
Nobody's packing places with 60,000 screaming fans when you're 18 games under 500.
Exactly.
That doesn't exist.
The process.
It doesn't exist.
I think that what you said, both parts are true in terms of we are less passionate out here because there's so much else going on. And you look at, the state of the teams right now, and you mentioned it, when the Warriors were 15-50 in that year, where were the fans? They weren't passionate. Brand new building, and tickets were readily available, and no one showed up. So, yes, you could look at other fan bases. There are more fan bases that are more passionate. We do passion differently out here. I agree with you, Mark, in terms of that. Like, we don't need to throw hot dogs at people and shower opposing fans with beer to show our fandom, but we are much more bandwagony out here in terms of look at the Giants' attendance, for example.
But that's anywhere. That's anywhere.
That's not in St. Louis. These guys made a great point earlier.
It's probably everywhere.
For 20 years.
It's probably everywhere, but I think East Coast probably has a bit of a longer leash than West Coast. I think that you do get there in terms of the fair weatherness and, hey, we're going to stop showing up. But I think it happens quicker on the West Coast.
What about, wait, just for 1 second. Washington Nationals just won a World Series. You can go to a game for $1.
Yep.
For $1. It is
a new
empty.
team.
That's a terrible example.
Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore is one of the winningest franchises until the 90s. One of the winningest franchises.
So 30 years ago.
But like these are East Coast based teams that have no attendance.
Right. So I think it's less about East Coast versus West Coast and more about those specific big East Coast cities. Boston, Philly,
Where are
New
Brooklyn
York.
Nets fans?
Yeah, Mets for years.
The Mets.
I'm just saying.
What about the Mets? Forget the N. Give me an M.
How about
The Mets for years.
They just went to a World Series.
Right, but a few years ago, they had a brand new ballpark. It was empty.
Exactly.
Because they were terrible.
Yeah, but let's not beat around the bush here. What this is about, as much as it's about sports, it's about East Coast versus West Coast. On the West Coast, we have the weather. We have different things that East Coasters already just think that we believe we're better. We think that we're better than them because of this. So they're not only certain things that East Coasters feel that they can take. And one thing you're not going to take from an East Coaster is how passionate they are about their sports, whether it's true or not.
But that's the wrong, again, for me, that's the wrong word.
Yeah.
Like, that's the wrong word to say passionate. Like, I don't think that we're better than East Coasters. I think our lifestyle's better. But I've never experienced their lifestyle.
Yeah.
They have to wait till 1 o'clock for the NFL to start, poor saps. I mean,
could you imagine that?
I love our lifestyle. I also have only experienced this lifestyle.
It's just different. You go to dinner out there at 10 o'clock.
You don't know how it is to shovel snow.
Exactly.
And the Browns stink.
Thank God. And I do think that a lot of those lifestyle things are why the quote-unquote passion or focus on the outcome of games becomes a bigger deal in said lifestyle than it does in ours. But it's not about passion. The passion in so many pockets out here on the West Coast, all the examples I just gave here, the Laker fan base, the Dodgers when they're good. Look what the Padres are experiencing now that the Chargers have left.
Right.
You couldn't get into Fan Fest. There's passion, and every fan base, when it's not going well, that's kind of when we get the difference. They react differently when it's not going well. They go to sports radio and scream and let their lives get ruined. We go to Muir Woods.
Yeah.
We go to hike.
Totally.
It doesn't mean we don't care.
Mark,
it does mean we're less passionate because we have other options.
Yeah,
and
I don't agree
we can
with that
parse the word all you want, but bottom line, when our teams aren't good, our attendance, for the most part, suffers. Now, the Warriors at Oracle, the real Oracle, is a different story because of the nature of that product and also the marketing. And this is where I look at the Giants. And, you know, I heard you guys talking about earlier.
What'd you think?
The biggest issue with the Giants right now, it's twofold. One, they don't seem to be marketing their product like they used to. And 2, they have no one to market. So everyone that comes in, and Mark and I had this discussion last week about, their unwillingness to sign players to a long-term deal. And I know they tried with Correa.
Yeah.
They backed out for whatever reason, whether it was good or bad. We're going to find out. We're going to find out if that was a good decision or not in 6 years. And I look forward to that. But the bottom line is, if you're a Giants fan, who do you really want to sink your teeth into right now going forward? It's Logan. It's Logan and nobody else,
and I
right?
love Logan Webb, I'm just trying. I love Logan Webb, but come on, we're forcing him into a role. He's like David Lee. We love David Lee, right? We love David Lee. But there's a difference between David Lee and Steph and Clay and Dre and their personalities. You know what I'm saying?
And their permanence too.
That too. But I look at Logan Webb and he reminds me more. And we were making this a jump. More of a Matt Cain. He's not a Lincecum is a comic.
He doesn't
he
have
was
that
a Rocket.
Yeah, he doesn't have that thing.
Yes, that's all. He's a great player.
Matt Cain, what's his nickname? Caner.
Exactly.
Right? What's Tim Lincecum's nickname? The Freak.
The franchise.
There's gotta be a hook. And so I agree with that. I
love him. I don't want to make it sound like he's
there
not
a
a
lot
player.
of Tim Lincecums running around.
No, they're very unique.
There is very much the possibility that 3 months from now, Kyle Harrison has almost surpassed Logan Webb in terms of that kind of vibe. Because he's somebody who has the makeup to really pop a box score.
And he's local.
Right.
And homegrown.
Logan Webb's kind of local.
He's Sack.
He's Sack. Yeah, no, Logan absolutely.
Is. And Logan
absolutely.
wants to be a Giant.
He's I mean, he's Logan
Webb.
Him,
but he's not.
He paints the black and gets ground balls to second. It's just okay.
Jason Schmidt was a great pitcher for the Giants, and they acquired him. But nobody was dude, can't wait to go. And Jason Schmidt had 3 great years with the Giants. No one's can't wait to hear Jason Schmidt talk today.
Right.
Well, the winning of 10, 12, and 14 was great, but it was also even better because they were all homegrown.
Yes.
A lot of those guys were homegrown, and then you sprinkled in with additions. And right now, this team, if you look at the 25-man roster, how many of those guys are homegrown? You got Logan Webb,
Crawford,
and Joey Bart. Crawford in his final year.
I know,
right? It's a Crawford farewell. But in terms of marketing, if you're the Giants and Stacey Slaughter, I don't even know if she's in charge of that anymore. But I want to throw that name out just to. It's
got to be an Alioto.
It's got to be whoever it is there. And you go up into that whiteboard. It's okay, what's our slogan this year? What is their slogan this year, by the way?
I don't know it yet. I don't know if they know it yet. I don't
Maybe
think
that's
they
their
released
slogan.
Hashtag please come.
Dude, I mean, is that their slogan? We don't know. Because that's what it feels like from a fan standpoint.
So Supper, your better
my beloved
half,
Supper, loves the Giants.
Exactly.
God, she loves the Giants.
And so does my mother-in-law. But she's the kind of person she'll watch all year and I really like this player or that player because she's watching the broadcast. Kuiper. But getting her excited today about what's going to happen. If it was Aaron Judge or Correa, she'd be like, I can't wait to go to when are we going to go to see Aaron Judge as a family? Now it's are we going to go to any Giants games this year? That was the text we got.
Wow, really?
Yes.
I hit her yesterday with, hey, pitchers and catchers, babe.
So,
the dirty look I got.
Exactly.
It was you better change that diaper before you got
a dirty look because of that?
Dirty look.
Why? What's her take?
Her take is that she could give a crap about this team.
Interesting.
Because there's nobody.
Jock Peterson.
She loves Brandon Crawford. She always has loved Brandon Crawford. She follows Jalen on Instagram, so I get all the updates.
See what I say earlier.
You're right. You're right.
And that's where I get a lot of Brandon Crawford, Jalen Crawford material. But if I asked her to go around the diamond and hey, who do you think is going to be the
David VR,
dude? Who's your starting third baseman? She's not invested because there's no one in whom she wants to be invested, and that to me is the bigger problem.
Yeah,
I mean they could go 86 and 76 and be the third wild card,
which I think they will.
Okay, great year.
But by the way,
that
changes it a little bit. The examples of the last 2 years, there was no one in February of 2021. There was nobody who we were like, ooh, can't wait to watch this guy play. But then they won 107 games. And the fan base was like, I love these dudes.
But you had Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, and Brandon Crawford.
You have to have either or, though.
And Longo.
You can have a star. You can have a star.
But you guys are forgetting that Brandon Belt, the Brandons, and Buster Posey, leading up to 2021, very much so. The thought was, We overpaid and overextended these stays.
But known commodities.
Yes.
Known commodities.
Except for not really, because
big time they were.
But no, because Buster was coming off a year we didn't even play. The thought was this isn't going to look that good. Like Buster's not going to come back and play.
But you knew he'd be in the squad.
You know the name. And
that's worth a lot more than it is. I mean, Michael Conforto, Godspeed. And Mitch Haniger, I wish the best for you. But if you go out to a casual Giants fan and say, Michael Conforto, what?
So the question, though, is
that a pasta dish?
But if they hit 10 home runs in April, then does that change?
Right. It's marketing.
But
we're in marketing February. Versus productivity.
Right. You're not going to, and the Giants know that. You're not going to win February. You're not going to win March. They're very aware of how
they could have won December,
yes,
but then they panicked and they bowed out on Carlos Correa.
Mm-hmm. So, but like here's the problem with what they've built thus far. They could win 85 or 80, because I actually think they're going to win 85 to 86 games this year. I do, because half of baseball is not trying. Like, let's just put the rat on the table, Guru. Half of baseball is not trying. The Reds, the Pirates, just go around. Look at their payrolls. They're not trying. The Marlins are not trying.
You get to play them more this year.
But yes, you do, because you don't get the 19 against the NL West.
Right.
Every guy's on a 1 or 2 year deal. So even if, let's just say, Conforto has a monster year, he's opting out, he's gone. It's Gosman all over again.
Right.
So at some point, what is the carryover? And that goes back to the little kid with his dad or with his mom or whatever going to the game. I'm coaching Little League right now, right? All these kids, I don't even watch baseball because the Giants are boring. But they all know who Bobby Witt Jr. is, O'Neal Cruz, who I like to bring up. They know Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yeah.
They couldn't name a Giants player.
So this actually is something we were just talking about in the other room. And I think all of these things, from what we're talking about right now, constant 1 year deals, don't sign up long-term for a pitcher, to the boringness of the NBA All-Star game. Mm-hmm. It's all a product of analytics. It's all a product of not making the wrong decision, holding your body for the playoffs or whatever. And I'm sort of reaching the opinion, because look at baseball now. All in the name of analytics, all these things started happening on a baseball diamond that now they're making rules to change.
Which I'm so
wait
glad.
a minute. You can't stand over there. And let's make the base bigger so that we can steal bases again. And a pitch clock, and all analytics built this thing, and now they're undoing the analytics with changes, which makes me think the whole idea of analytics is kind of short-term gain, long-term loss.
Yes.
Like, and that's something that I think sports, and especially someone like Farhan, really needs to think about. Like 107 wins, short-term gain, maybe long-term loss. So if you're not going to go long-term with anybody, in each individual year, you can go, well, we didn't make any long-term mistakes.
Yeah.
But you also, your game.
You're not building anything.
Your game is suffering.
Yes.
It's a terrible business model to build the fan, to keep the fan base.
The NFL's not suffering. Why? We never hear about analytics. Analytics in football means they don't practice on Wednesday and Thursday.
You might go for two-point conversion.
That's it.
Fourth down,
Exactly.
2-point conversion.
Well, I mean, if you talk about like any team's guards, like we know who the Niners guards are. If we went team by team, 32 teams, how many guards could you name on the 32?
Maybe 5.
One, because it's player in, player out, and ultimately it's the quarterback, it's the coach, it's a couple of the receivers,
the brand,
the tight end, whatever else, the brand, and the rest of it is interchangeable.
Guards, it's just all the trenches.
Exactly.
It's just the trenches.
The problem with baseball and analytics, and you're totally right about long-term gain, short-term loss, but the problem with analytics is what the Giants are doing is analytics busting, because ultimately the lefty against the righty against the lefty. Last year the Giants had like 80 different players participate in a game. So and the churn of a roster,
which also puts stress on your options, because you can only have a guy option so many times, so the player union hates it.
Well, and David VR is a great example, where if he doesn't pop and he's out of options, well then see you later. You are starting third baseman this year, but you didn't pop and you're gone. Joey Bart, the previous regime invested in you. You were a first-round pick, and you didn't pop, and you get to that point where pay you or cut you, and you're gone. So the baseball, the faceless churn of rosters now,
totally agree.
And it makes sense in terms of, Jock Peterson already is like, I'm only facing righties, and I'm making 19.6. I'm good.
It's ridiculous. You want to know what the biggest rule change is, actually? I don't know if you've watched some of the articles that have been leaking out. Everyone thinks the shift, which I think is a big one. But The number one thing for me, the biggest issue with pitching right now, specialized pitching is way ahead of the hitting. Batting averages are the lowest they've been since they lowered the mound, right? Basically over the last couple of years. When I heard Doval and all these guys say, I'm getting fatigued pitching so quick within the 15-second window, I said, hallelujah. Now we're going to take a little off the ball, and you're going to pitch to more contact because you won't be max effort on every single throw. You're always going to have an advantage. You got like 4 different pitches that you can throw, and these guys are going against you. If we take a little off the velo and the ball's in play a little more and we're speeding it up and you can't pitch max effort, I bet you see a little tick down in arm injuries, and you're going to see more guys go the Greg Maddux route of pitch to contact, try to get guys out, stay in the game longer, not try to blow 100 pitches. I'm out in the 4th inning. I know that sounds super inside baseball.
No,
I think this is going to be the biggest rule change.
Well, because you couple that with, the shift going away, and I think that just adds for more action. And then you get on and you steal. There was nothing that annoyed me more. And look, I know he just said his goodbye or his hellos to the Toronto fan base and the Blue Jays. Brandon Bell, why are you bunting?
Right.
Not just because you're getting on. What are you getting on first base to do?
Him waving the white flag. He needed 5 hits to score from second.
I'm trying to
my dad's joke.
I'm trying to get my average up or whatever. What are we doing?
Right.
You're a sitting duck on first. When you bunt, it's most of the time it's either for a purpose, you're a drag bunter, you want to get on base, and then you steal. No, you being on first does absolutely nothing.
Does a lot for his bottom line, though, in terms of his batting average and his OBP and all the rest of the nonsense.
To me, it honestly felt selfish.
Yeah, but at the same time, if he's looking at the defense thinking, I'm a 4-hopper to second away from being out again, why not try to push a bunt and, move the line? We're trying to move the line.
It's fake hustle to me.
Yeah.
High schoolers, college players, they do this thing where when they got walked or hit by a pitch, they would sprint down. Couldn't stand it. Can't stand the fake hustle.
But see, this is what I would say on the belt. That in particular, that was him hurt at the end, and it was more sad than it was him trying to bunt to get on.
No,
he
did it before he was hurt. They're trying to keep the defense honest, right? Like, I mean, if
I was talking about the bunt attempt at the end of the year, which is like his last.
He did it multiple times.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that I was thinking about when the Giants played the Marlins and they lost to the Marlins in that series back in 2003, the guy who killed them was Juan Pierre getting on base. When was the last time a guy getting on base caused so much havoc for the pitchers that they couldn't throw strikes? Not in the last series.
But the idea, like a lot of baseball, has now turned into what we used to know as American League Baseball, which is how many people
play
on
for
base
the 3-run home
when you hit your home run.
Yes.
And so that's
it's softball. It's adult softball.
Yeah,
Max Harris would be great in this
You're going to see it this year. I mean, I know that's a big part of their thought process. The Giants think that they're going to hit a lot of home runs this year.
I heard
the Giants think they're going to hit a lot of home runs.
With 30 or more.
Whether they do or not, they're going to swing for him.
We're going to get into Kapler.
Why do you say that?
Here we go.
The whiff of arrogance is overwhelming, and that's where we're going to talk about why do fans resent. I don't think that they're at the hate level yet, but go back to Philadelphia, his time as a Phillies manager. They hate him. We don't hate him here. 107 wins is a great cologne.
No, Philly hates him.
But why do Giants fans resent Gabe Kapler? And the word I'm fixated by is arrogance.
This is inspired by you.
Did you see the tweet?
Yes. I saw what you wrote yesterday, which is that when Kapler comes up, the comments below.
Crazy.
I guess here would be my question, because Dibs, I completely hear what you're saying.
Can you do it like Kapler?
We'll get there
for the bit.
Infinite number of answers.
Just wait. All right. So we'll get there. But yeah, there's a way. There's an air. There's a way of talking and giving not a lot in the answers that I think bothers people. But are you attaching that to wins and losses? I mean, here's the other thing we said. This is my question. Is why would you get all triggered by a manager when we all know that a manager is truly middle management, like making very, very few dollars.
Here's the lineup.
Yeah, and few decisions now on a baseball field. So I think this is habitual, that when a team doesn't do well, you get mad at the manager.
Dave Roberts.
I don't think we can really do that anymore. That's not the guy anymore.
No, but that's just historically been the guy. I'm going to tell you right now, Gabe Kapler is no more arrogant or smug than Kyle Shanahan. Not to me.
Yeah, but Shanahan has accomplished more and took over, I would say, even more decrepit situation. And so I think that people feel like he's earned a little more of that arrogance. If that even, I agree with you. He is arrogant. He is exactly as arrogant.
I also
agree with you.
I think 49er players, whenever given the opportunity,
they ride
are
for him.
Kyle is the man.
They ride for him.
I don't hear that in the Giants clubhouse.
No. Well, when Longo got pinch hit for it, and Longo, it's the third inning, and he gets pinch hit for it, he slams the bat. I was like, Longo, old school baseball guy, he is steam coming out of the ears.
You got people like Zach Littell who aren't even solidified in the majors, screaming into their glove and yelling at him on the mound. I mean, again,
and Kapler took him in the tunnel.
Sure
and then down to AAA.
And the next day, exactly. Next day he's gone.
Let's get him out of here.
He's gone. So, yeah, I get it, but it's different in baseball now. If this does not go well for the Giants this year, I have a hard time pointing my first finger at him.
Will Farhan get a chance to hire a second manager?
No.
If this year, let's say off your thing,
76 and 86. No, it's all over.
You think they're both out?
I think they're a package deal.
I think so, too.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's dependent on that, but you guys are like basing that off of a certain record that we don't know that to be the case yet.
No, but that's the record I threw out in terms of.
Let's say they go 80 and 82.
Here's what I'm getting at. The biggest problem for the Giants right now
is roster.
Has not
the farm.
It's the farm.
Well, that's what roster.
It's the farm.
Yeah,
you want to know this goes away.
Yeah.
The second homegrown players come up and succeed.
If Schmidt shows
it all goes away.
If Casey Schmidt comes up, he's a third baseman in their system. Okay, I know. I'm going real deep here. If he comes up and shows just a little something.
Oh, God. 76 and 86, but Casey Schmidt shows a little, and Kyle Harrison makes 12 starts.
No. They need to be better than that. You want to know why?
They do.
They need to be better than that because
Where's Angel Villalona?
In a jail cell somewhere.
Where's Luis Matos?
Thank you.
Luis Matos, he's still in single A. High single
great.
A.
Yeah.
High single,
Are we going to be monitoring Bruce Bochy this year? Because I think I might have an eye on them. Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. He's not coming back, but
I'm
monitoring him in terms of
what they do in Texas.
And that's why it's always tough to be the guy after the guy, and that's what Kapler's doing. But the sense of arrogance where my beard is always perfect, my body fat is 3.8, I cook my steaks perfectly. Absolutely.
We've talked about this with the Tom Brady type hate. You look at Gabe Kapler and he has time to be in shape, and I'm sitting on my couch and I'm not in shape, and he's just smug. Is that part of this?
Absolutely. And that's where Kyle Shanahan gets, I think, more of a pass because he's more of like a regular guy. He
looks weathered.
He's just a goofy, nerdy kind of guy with a laminated play sheet.
Well, and listen, the dichotomy between the last regime and this regime is real. It is absolutely real. I want to point to something. So this happened, what's today, the 21st? This was on the 19th, 2 days ago. Amy G tweets out a picture of a line of catchers at spring training for the Giants facility.
And Bart's not one of them.
She says, no, he is.
Okay.
Hey, Giants fans, prediction time. Who you got for 2023 opening day starting catcher? Tim Flannery replies.
I love Flan. He's the best follow.
Flan replies, if you want to know what the last regime and this regime actually think of one another.
What does the computer say? It's something to that effect.
Their computer will tell us when the information is all loaded up.
I knew it.
Right now, that's Boch's guy.
He jumped the line.
That's his guy.
Me?
Yeah.
But that's okay.
I just know. I know how Flannery said it.
Right.
You jumped a bit.
Now listen, but no, he's out there in the woods with his guitar, and that's Flannery.
Yes.
He's not in the game anymore.
Ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers.
Sure. But this is a thing. Like the idea that it was all perfect, like, oh, Boch, time for me to go. No, like he got forced out.
I totally agree.
He got forced out, and we've now proven that he wanted to manage again because he is. So, like, that's a thing. That's a real thing.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. Willard Dibbs, I know you're going to be talking Gabe Kapler. Get in, 888-957-9570. Storyline I'm already sick of and it's making me really... The after-school special of Taylor and Tyler Rogers. Did you know that they're brothers? God.
Twins, right?
Oh, God.
If their ERA is both sub 2.5, it won't take you off anymore.
I know, but I'm already sick of that.
That's what the Giants need baseball to start.
95-7 the game. Mitsubishi Motors. That's what it's presented by. Boom.
The Mitsubishi Spring Sales Event is on now at your local Mitsubishi retailer. Check out the all-new Outlander plug-in hybrid or drive the 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander. APR rates as low as 2.9% for 60 months. Inventory arriving daily. Visit your local Mitsubishi retailer today.
Mom?
Well, good to have you back, Dibs. I don't think you're mean. I don't think that about you at all.
No, I'm okay with who I am. I actually feel really good about who I am as a person. I'm disappointed in my longtime, I guess no longer friend, Matt Steinmetz.
Wow. Did it go that far yesterday? Is the friendship
I'm afraid
over?
it did, because I saw him Saturday. We played golf. We had an eightsome. We had back-to-back foursomes at Metropolitan in Oakland. Shout out Metro. In great shape. I played terribly, but it was fun. I saw him at the 19th hole. We enjoyed a conversation. We shared a bro hug. Come to find out, not one day later, it was Sunday. The next day, I tune in. I'm with my baby. We had a wonderful day at the park with my wife's supper, and everything's wonderful. I said, you know what? Let me tune in to hear Mark and Steiny. Maybe I'll catch them in an argument, and it'll make me smile. Because I know you two are cut from slightly different cloths.
A little bit, yeah.
And I heard you a couple times throughout the show, and you guys were great. You sounded great. You're getting along swimmingly. And all of a sudden, my name comes out his mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm mean. I'm angry. I'm this bitter guy all of a sudden. Man, Steiny. All right. It's on now.
Yeah, except
it's on.
Those
Big
are
homie's going to be fine.
Those are labels that you only like about yourself when you use them.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to pin you here, but you've used those words to describe yourself.
I'm hard.
You just don't want someone else doing it.
No, how dare he?
It's kind of like ripping, when you're mad at your mom. And I don't mean you, like anybody.
And rest in peace.
Right.
Sue.
Like you're allowed to get frustrated with your mom, but you can't talk about my mom.
Seriously.
Don't talk about my mom. I'll rip my mom. You keep my mom's name out your mouth.
The great Carol Willard.
So look, her name wasn't Carol.
Ellen. It's Ellen.
Ellen, yes.
Yes,
And
I always get that wrong.
Wasn't, or she's still with us.
Man.
She's 78.
You need to call her during the break.
She's doing fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she is.
Hi, Mom.
Tom and Ellen.
Probably watching on YouTube.
My
Hi,
fault,
Mom.
Ellen. That's on me.
We good.
It's on me.
But anyway, yeah, get ready for 11:55 because it will be Giannis Mas Macho, who is more ticked off, Dibs or Guru. We'll find out. So
Guru actually texted me yesterday.
What did he say?
He's like, these two, I can't wait till tomorrow.
Wait a minute. What did I do? What the hell did I do? I did the show. I didn't say a damn word about you or Guru.
I'd have to check the actual text, but the sentiment was, these two, LOL, we're going to have some show material tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
Because,
Listen, I will, I'm going to do what human beings do so well. I'm going to ride for me. I'm not defending anybody else in this room.
Well, I'm going to keep it real,
I didn't do
you know.
I didn't do a damn thing yesterday.
No, you never do.
I got mad at Carlos Rodon. I didn't get mad at anybody else. And it wasn't even really about Carlos Rodon. He just sort of was a conduit to it. So anyway, we can get to all that. But listen, NBA All-Star Weekend. Did you watch any of it? What was your thought here? Because this sort of...
I watched it, and it's over. I felt like I was bedside with a loved one, and you're having the discussion as to whether or not you need to pull the plug. And sadly, that's where we are. And I hate to get super maudlin and dark, but this thing is over, Mark. And I've been the biggest NBA All-Star Game supporter of anybody in local media because I enjoy watching them go up and down and play and show athleticism. And then you get to the end of the game, and now we're going to compete. The old ideology was 3/4 of street ball, 1/4 of let's actually play basketball.
True. That's
I
true.
was okay with that. This game was not that. This game was 4/4 of unmitigated garbage. Nobody cared about it. Nobody is even moved by the fact that Jason Tatum broke the All-Star Game scoring record. That thing was a complete waste of time for everyone.
Right.
It's over.
Yeah, I had the same sort of vibe, but I think it becomes somewhat too easy after All-Star games to be like, All-Star games stink. Yeah, they kind of do. Like in this day and age, they don't work anymore for all of the reasons that we know, which is athletes are way more in tune and paying way more attention to their bodies, their nutrition, their time, their mental health, their physical health. And that's the problem with analytics. And I don't know what the fix is here, but this is what I've noticed about anything that's analytic related. If I sat down with a human being across the table from me, just like you and I are right now, and you explained to me, now, why did you do that? And that could be, we didn't go for it on 4th down, Kyle Shanahan. We didn't try to score with 50 seconds left to go before halftime of the Super Bowl. Or, hey, Gabe Kapler, why did you pull Rodon in the 5th inning of a shutout? Or, hey, NBA superstar, why did you sit out the second half of the All-Star game? Why are you staring at each other while you're in a layup line? All of these things. They can sit there and answer the question in a way that makes total sense to me. Well, here's why we do what we do. Here's the analytics behind that. We've got data. We've got studies. The body is going to respond better here. Our data shows that third time through the lineup.
Right. All that.
You can sit there and explain that to me all day long. And I'll nod my head and go, okay, that makes sense. But what does that mean collectively when you do that repeatedly over a period of 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? It feels to me like what it means is fans are going to go away. Because all of these things, they lead to better health. They lead to maybe
longer careers,
and maybe even a better chance of getting a hit in the 8th inning. But it doesn't lead to good things for fans, and therefore ratings plummet, and your game gets put in a bad spot.
It's about entertainment, and we can make this about any sport we want, but the thing that strikes me most is about the San Francisco Giants and the season that's coming up, and you look at what Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi have done in their tenure, and they've done really well in terms of winning games and keeping players healthy and being a competitive team. But as a fan, when you look at the Giants going into this year, and we talked about it in the changeover a little bit, you don't have any player that you can really sink your teeth into, in large part, to me, because of the way that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler go about running this team. You've got players up, players down, players in, players out. And for the NBA model, you've got load management now to where, the Warriors, for example, Steph Curry, he's out injured right now. And when will he come back? Well, he'll come back when he's good and ready and when he's healthy enough to be able to play. And even when he comes back, there might be some games in there that he sits out because he won't be fully ready. And the analytics tell you that he needs to rest and he needs to not play every game. And I get it. So the brain side of you says, it makes perfect sense. I understand it. But the fan side of you, the emotion is, I want to be entertained. And ultimately, this is an entertainment vehicle, and the entertainment value is slowly being sapped away in baseball and in basketball.
It's a tough needle to thread. I'm not going to lie to you here. Like, Klay Thompson's a great example.
Yeah.
Okay? We have somehow bought into this. It's kind of crazy. If you had said this to us 2 years ago, we would have been like, well, that's laughable. But we've somehow bought into the idea that between a torn ACL and a torn Achilles, two horrible injuries, that Klay Thompson is unable to effectively play back-to-back nights 2 years later. That's crazy. I mean, honestly, 2 years later, this guy can't play on a Tuesday and a Wednesday when the next game is not until Sunday. He can't do that. So he didn't do that until the first time, which was last week, and it was only because he had 9 days off right after the back-to-back.
The thing is he can do that. But what the science tells you is we'd rather him not.
And you can sit down and you can explain to me, Doc Pandia tomorrow, why this makes sense. And I can go, okay.
That makes sense.
I'm not a doctor and I'm not a trainer. And boy, I love me some Klay Thompson and I want his career to be as long as possible. So, okay. And I walk out of the room and I go, well, okay, I get it. Here's why Klay Thompson doesn't play back-to-backs. But in the end, Klay Thompson's not playing back-to-backs. Like one of the people we buy tickets to go see is missing a game a week because he won't play. And so I don't know what the right answer is there. Do you get an extra year of Klay Thompson, except for the years that lead up to that extra year feel empty?
Right.
Because you're only playing 2/3 of the basketball games? Is that good for entertainment? I don't know the answer. It doesn't feel to me like it's good for entertainment, and therefore we are continuing. And this is human nature. We're making the choice of short-term gain, long-term loss. And I don't know how you fix that because that's what humans do, right? If you take out a loan, you are choosing short-term gain long-term loss.
Yes.
And we all do it.
We do it with everything. And I was mentioning to you in the green room about our approach to global warming and climate change and whether or not you feel that that's a real thing or not. That's a you problem. But like the ability to recycle, conserve water, all the rest of it, like all the lights we have on in here in the studio, we don't think about, man, maybe I should turn off these lights in order to save some power, save resources for the future generations. We don't think about that. We think about our own comfort. And if it's air conditioning or heat or long showers or the rest of it, we don't often think about how can I make this world a better place for future generations. We think about how can I make myself more comfortable. And if you're an NBA player and you are paid in full and you have a guaranteed contract and you're thinking, all right, I'm Klay Thompson. I've got one more year after this year, and then I need to go out and get another deal. I want to keep playing. Do I want to burn myself all the way out to where at the end of this contract I'm not as viable? Or do I want to maybe slow play these years? And, I'm still a good player, and I've won championships, and I love the fans, and I love to play. However, if I can drag this thing out to contract time, maybe I can get another $80 million and be able to prolong my career.
Some of this is also just how you present it to the fans. Again, if you sit down and explain each of these things to me, I get it. However, how do you present that to the fans? How do you present to the fans? So, yeah, not playing tonight. Like Adam Silver over the weekend was like, load management's not that big a deal. And he said this has been going on forever. But I thought he presented it incorrectly. He presented it in such a way as like, look, we're not going to be here forcing guys to play through injury. I'm like, I don't think anybody wants you to force guys to play through injury. We want to force guys to play through non-injury. We want you to play when you're healthy.
Right.
They're not even playing when they're healthy. And that was also the case with the All-Star game. And no fan wants their favorite player to get hurt at the All-Star game. But presentation matters. Go to any restaurant in the city. Presentation matters. The steak can be delicious, but if it shows up on a plate and there's just juice flying everywhere and the vegetables are going sideways, you're not going to dig that restaurant. So, for instance, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Oklahoma City Thunder. They asked him, and this was after Mike Malone's like, that's the worst basketball game I've ever seen in my life. They asked him, how do we fix the All-Star game? This is a presentation that to fans, in my opinion, you don't want to make.
There's always money talks. So, the more incentives, I think guys will take it seriously, more seriously. But with that being said, it was super fun the way it is now, and I have no complaints. So yeah, I don't necessarily think it needs to be fixed. But if they want that, I think there for sure is a way.
I mean, he's sitting there in what appears to be a $5,000 mink coat.
Probably more than that.
As he's looking at a reporter and he goes, money talks, the implication being, we'll try in the All-Star game if you pay us even more.
Right.
And
he's making 30.9 this year.
A piece of me gets it, but you can't present that to the fans. You can't.
No, and especially when, so Shai is making 30.9 this year. Then it goes to 33.4, 35.9, 38.3, and 40.8. So he signed a 5-year, $179 million contract, which is guaranteed. So how much money would it take for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to give a crap about going out there and playing in this game? Is it $1 million? Is it $1 million a player for the winning team? I saw somebody put this out on Twitter, and I wish I remembered who it was, but the tweet was, the winning team, you get an extra week off. So if you win the All-Star game...
How do you do that, though? How would you execute that?
You would just change the schedule. You have to push it back.
I mean, do you have any idea what goes into that logistically?
No, I'm with you, Mark.
Like, that's not possible.
No, I'm just saying, in terms of what players really want.
Start moving concerts around?
Totally, right?
I mean, come on.
I'm just thinking about in terms of what players really want. How do we get players to really care about it? If you give them $1 million a guy to go out there and play and win, well, that's a game check for Steph Curry. Is Steph going to be highly motivated to go out and get an extra $1 million to go win a game?
Apparently.
Well, that's what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander says.
Yeah.
I don't know if other players agree with that.
Kyle, what's up?
I think what we have to do is change the presentation of the All-Star game.
You have to
2.
stop presenting it like a basketball game. Mic up everybody, have an on-court MC running around out there, change your camera angles, mess with whatever
Celebrity game, but with actual players.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, just turn it into that. Stop trying to market this as like, hey, here's the best players going at it, because it's not that. So don't present it that way.
I think I agree with that. Like, how about this, for example? And I wonder if this would even work with you and me. Who won the home run derby last year?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you remember,
Stanton? I feel like if you give me a minute, I'll remember.
Same.
If you Google it.
Juan Soto. Was it Soto?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. You sound confident, so I'll go with
it was because remember you had Pete Alonso like in like the dugout or whatever. He was like going Zen master there for a second, then he ended up losing and it was hilarious.
All right,
That's a tough comp for me because the baseball All-Star game still feels like an All-Star game because at the very end of it, if I'm a pitcher and I'm an All-Star and you're a hitter and you're an All-Star, I don't want you to beat me. So that paradigm, that dynamic, because it exists in baseball inherently, the baseball All-Star game is fine. Because I don't want you to get a hit off me.
But
it's better than okay, I think, in terms of it being a real game.
So who won the All-Star game last year?
I have no idea.
And who was the MVP?
I couldn't tell you.
American League, because they always win it, but I don't know who the MVP was.
Somebody hit a home run in like a 3-1 game.
I guess my example is that I think by and large, we will do a better job of remembering the home run derby than we will the game. And it's to Kyle's point. The NFL has already done away with the actual Pro Bowl game. Let's turn this into a skills competition and a little flag football and all of this. If the NBA did come out and do wild camera angles and, you got a 5-point shot out there at half court for Dame Lillard and turn it into rock and jock, but with the actual players, would that be, in a way, more entertaining because at least it's being packaged to us in a way where it's like, look, we're just here to mess around and have fun. We're here to entertain you, but we're not going to package this as a game that matters. Baseball, your contention is fair. The game is fine. It doesn't need to be changed. However, I still think we're dialed into the home run derby more than we are the game, which is another push in the direction of just turn this into wacky skills weekend.
It's more entertaining than an actual baseball game, unfortunately, because, an actual baseball game, you got strikeouts, walks, and the 3 true outcomes and the rest of it. I wonder how many NBA players would show up for that sort of a contrived, just fun rock and jock sort of game. You saw Josh Allen already. He would rather go play a celebrity golf tournament than go to Vegas and play in some cockamamie flag football event. Now, I loved what they did at the Pro Bowl games. I thought it was entertaining. And the fact that at least some players were there made it more entertaining. But you had LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo. The only reason why they went to the All-Star game in Utah this year was to keep their streak alive.
They were drafting.
And also that way LeBron can say, I've played in the most All-Star games in history. He was hurt. Giannis was hurt. Giannis played 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's pointless.
I'm with you. I think that's probably the direction we're headed, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And that's fine. The larger point, though, is, and this is where it actually starts to affect the teams we love, from Farhan and Gabe, and even the Golden State Warriors, who slow play every injury. Nobody's going to be mad at that because last year it worked. It worked at the highest level. They ended up winning a championship because they all got healthy at the right time. But all of these analytics that are aimed at the body and prolonging and putting people in a perfect position to succeed, it's like that's fine. However, if it leads to your team not having an identity, like that's really what we're talking about with the Giants. Your team has to have an identity. This is content.
Who's their marquee player for the Giants?
There isn't one.
Right? No, but if you had to pick somebody, like if you had to put out a poster on opening day, here's our guy.
It's Webb and Peterson.
You can't pick two.
Well, no, but I mean, they're
so you've got every fifth day guy and a platoon player.
Right. Like
that's so sad.
They're the ones that went and talked to Chris Rose a couple of weeks ago on the podcast because they're the faces, and that's not good enough.
You got a 400 at bat guy and a pitcher,
and I love both those players, especially Logan. Like I love Logan's story. I love who he is. He is awesome. He is absolutely. He's a fantastic pitcher, and he's already shown that he's a big game pitcher.
But he'll appear 32 times
Right.
at best this year, right?
And he tapped out of the World Baseball Classic because I think he understands that he needs to be the leader on this team going forward. And so that's all wonderful. But yeah, that's what you got right now.
Yeah.
So the Giants are lacking an identity. It's kind of the point. I mean, Steiny and I talked about this yesterday.
Steiny.
Am I not allowed to bring up his name anymore?
I'm sick of you talking about yesterday. Can we live in today's show?
How much I didn't talk about yesterday that much?
I'm sick of it.
You're sick of it? I mean,
Put it bluntly, I'm sick of it.
The idea of what the Warriors will do going forward and who might be on or off the trade block or who's even tradable. And he sort of went down the mythical road of like, is there a point sometime here in the future where the right thing would be to trade Steph Curry? And I'm like, it for me, it's just a hard no.
He's been anti-Steph from the get-go.
No, it wasn't like that. The point is like, what if Steph wanted it? What if the Warriors started to have to go with a youth movement and Steph was like, well, I can't win here anymore. Send me somewhere else to ring chase a little bit with the last 2 years of my career. My thought was, I doubt Steph would do that. That'd be a bad decision. Like, why do you want to go be somebody's 3 and try to ring chase when you already have 4?
Well,
as
considering
an NBA
his
1?
NIMBY situation in Atherton with his neighbor now building, I mean, maybe he wants out of Atherton. Maybe he wants out of the Bay.
Yeah, maybe.
He's getting NIMBY'd out of the Bay.
Stop.
I'm not going to stop. It's a story.
It's a story. I don't think it's his story. I just don't. Like, I doubt that he would want that, but even if he did, for me, the answer is absolutely not. The answer is that because he's the identity. He's the identity of the Golden State Warriors. You can't be without an identity if you are content, if you are a thing, if you are entertainment. You have to have that thing where someone says, well, this is how I'm going to describe what you're going to go see. If somebody landed here from planet Mars and said, tell me, what am I going to if I go over to this Oracle Park thing here in a month and a half? What am I going to see? Describe it to me. What are you going to watch?
You're going to watch 26 different guys appear in a giant uniform over the course of 9 innings, and you're hoping to win 3-2.
Yeah, they might win.
Make sure you have your program with you.
They win more often than they lose.
Wow.
They do.
Not last year.
Well, but combine the last 2 years.
There you go.
Gabe Kapler era. More wins or losses?
Yeah, more wins.
You're Dr. Fact over there.
No, I love it.
Do they have more wins or losses?
They've got more wins.
Thank you. So, but describe it to me. What's the identity?
What?
888-957.
I mean,
957.
Is that unfair for me to?
Not at all.
I mean,
not at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hope that they have a great year this year.
I do think you're falling asleep too often. I do think that.
I think, come on, I'm getting older.
Yeah.
I hope Conforto and Haniger pop. I hope the pitching lives up to billing. I hope that they have a first baseman who can actually catch the baseball when thrown to him.
Brandon Belt said yesterday from Blue Jays camp that he thinks Lamont Wade's going to crush this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brandon Belt!
Defensively?
Yes, he did. Belt's still talking about the Giants.
Bunt.
He's not even in this country anymore, and he's still talking about the Giants. It's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We get to your calls next. Guess what Patrick Beverley said about the Warriors right before he signed with the Chicago Bulls? We'll have that, and our Giants Insider Pavs is about a half hour away as well on Willard and Dibbs.
Now,
this is the list. The meanest people at the station to the nicest. Ray?
Hold on, we got nice rankings? Wait a minute. Which direction are you going? From nice to mean or from mean to nice?
Oh, no. Mean and nice.
Oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got all messed up on that. First of all, I asked 10 minutes later, I'm like, why didn't he put Shasky in there? But he did. I just completely missed it.
Yeah.
And then there was a name in there that you and I...
Cam Inman?
Cam Inman?
No, Cam, who works on the night show, runs the boards.
Thank you.
Okay, gosh.
Yeah, I need to get more nice in my life.
He is one of the nicest people at this station. He's a delightful person.
When our callers know our staff better than we do. That's not good.
Yeah.
But we're not here at night. Yeah. So, okay. I thought he said Cam's. All right. So
I don't hate the rankings, although Spadoni, I think, sneaky meaner than you think.
Well, he's Italian.
But
so
quietly,
he knows how to sling it.
And maybe it's because now he has 2 kids, and that second kid is an exponential
He's
in terms
got 2
of your
kids
relative
and a
meanness.
bunch of problems.
Yes,
Getting up at 3:45 daily does take a toll.
Okay,
no doubt. No doubt.
Let me tell you.
And nice guy Steven, he also has an alter ego that not many of you know.
Well, don't we all, though? Don't
yes,
we all?
But the whole nice guy Steven moniker is a complete misnomer, and I love Stephen Langford. I discovered Stephen Langford, for crying out loud.
You say that about like half the Bay Area media.
And it's true,
I feel like it's embellished.
Do you know how many people have reached out to me before they've actually gotten a job in the business? Exactly. Many, including our very own producer, Kyle Madsen.
And then you got them the job?
I show them the way to get the job.
I see.
And many times I actually usher them in to where they actually get the job.
Kyle, do you credit Dan Dibley with your entire life and career?
No.
Okay. All right, there it is. All right.
Entire career?
Chris Biederman has done more for me than you have.
Whoa. Wow. Who gave you that first nudge?
Zach Beirudi.
Between you and Steiny slander during the break,
yeah,
I'm out.
Yeah, this week's not going well for you. Although
Thank God it's a short week.
No, but you were behind. How many hosts did you have in front of you? You know what? I'm pushing
on the
back.
mean rankings?
You are exactly where you're supposed to be. Potentially, you are too low.
Did I say anything about my spot on the rankings, Mark? No, I didn't.
You came in here saying you were all ticked off because Steiny called you mean. And he was, I told you, he was responding to Filmo, which you didn't even know.
Again,
and
if Steiny was even half the radio professional that Guru is, then Steiny would have reset the bit before he took a shot at me because the audience turns over so fast. I turned on the radio. I didn't know about Filmo Mike's call.
These were literally about 4 minutes apart. The fact that you tuned in those 4 minutes, I'm sorry, it's not Steiny's fault.
He needs to reset. If you're going to take a shot, you need to contextualize the shot. And by the way...
Then you need to contextualize what you're saying right now because it's been 3 minutes since we've played Filmo Mike's rankings, and nobody knows what we're talking about.
I'll tell you what. 11:45, when Steinmetz comes in here, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Listen, I'm just
Benedict
saying.
Steinmetz.
The fact that you were behind Ray, Steiny, Damon, and Bonte.
It fits. I'm in the right spot.
Debatably.
I'm not any more mean than any of those guys.
I accept it, but like
Ray is
definitely...
the epitome of toxicity. Damon Bruce has made his career on keeping people out of his sandbox. Matt Steinmetz hates everyone.
Not me.
And, well, we'll see. Coming up in 2 weeks with a changeover, he'll turn on you again.
Not me.
He'll turn back over on you.
Unnecessarily mean to me.
Yeah, thank you. And Bonte Hill's the king of all media. He can afford to be mean to people.
Well, Bonte's not mean. His ego has just absolutely lost. It's completely left planet Earth.
King of all media.
Yeah. No, Bonte's fine. Bonte's fine.
King of all me?
He's just
King of all mean.
mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a 2.
No, Bonte's
Go back
fine.
to sleep.
He's
top of the
Go
list.
call Biederman.
Bonte's having some success, and it's gone to his head. But everything's fine. We love Bonte.
Got a big, beautiful head, too.
Yeah, he does.
Size 8.
He's a very, very large human being.
Yeah.
It's crazy to look at Bonte when he's on NBC Sports Bay Area.
He's tiny.
You all have no idea how large Bonte is. He's just standing next to Festus
He's
Ezeli.
6'4" easy.
Like I'm telling you, 4?
He might be 6'5",
I think he's north of that. Yeah.
He could be 6'5".
He is a huge person.
He's a big dude.
And then you put him on TV and you're like, oh, look at the little guy on the left.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
cute.
Calvin Murphy? No, because Mully goes 6'7".
Yeah, at least.
And Festus is a quiet 6'10".
And if Darrell is in there, same thing.
6'8",
6'9",
yeah, exactly.
whatever they
It's
are.
hilarious.
Just
Well,
absolutely
the same thing with
crazy
Monty
people.
Poole, who Monty goes about 6'3",
guy.
6'4",
Big guy.
I guess. And
Yeah.
it's,
So, anyway.
I can see why I didn't get that gig.
Bonte's huge. You just
Seriously.
all don't know.
Who's the jockey?
He's a big man.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
All right. Anyway, so glad you're with us. YouTube, Twitch, thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. We'll get to your text messages and your calls here in just a second. There's also this. Listen, Kyle and I kind of have a joke. He even texted it to me this morning when we were talking about something with the show, and I go, oh, no, that's fine. And he texts me back, #fine. And the reason he did that is because we have a joke about the word fine. Fine is not a good word. The definition of it is good, but it's actually not good. If I tell you I'm fine, it kind of means I'm not fine. Like, fine has 2 definitions. Ooh, she fine. Okay, there's that. That's great, right? But then there's, how are things? I'm fine. Uh-oh. I always my response when someone says I'm fine is what's wrong? What's wrong? Because I want to hear I'm good, even though that's a lie. I know you're not good.
I'm good is just the same as I'm fine.
I disagree. I disagree.
I'm good is like, I'm not good, but don't ask me a follow-up.
I'm good. Look, we're all not good. Nobody's good. Everybody's got junk going on. But if you say I'm good, you're trying to act like everything's awesome. But if you say I'm fine, there is a little bit of defeatist nature in there of like,
right.
Oh, God. Yeah,
I'm fine
I'm
to
fine.
me is like, I'm fine, ask me what's wrong and I'll tell you.
Right.
I'm good is I'm not good, but don't ask me because I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to tell you. Right. Okay.
So I think you're right.
So,
and the whole thing about I'm fine comes from our opening segment on this very show. You and I, day 1, segment 1 on our partnership together, you did this whole thing on fine.
Right.
And it's resonated with all of us.
It's not, and so it's not fine. And the point is I think
how the Warriors doing?
Well, they're fine, and I think that's exactly the point. Like if you're listening to people and you're watching people, they'll tell you when it's not okay. Now the Warriors, hey, how was the trade deadline for you? Oh, it was fine.
Oh boy,
it's not fine. You sent out a number 2 overall pick. You got damaged goods in return.
Man.
And now there's a potential clue, that the damaged goods you got, who you think might be ready for the playoffs, might not be ready for the playoffs because of something else you tried to do and couldn't even execute that. And that thing was trying to sign Patrick Beverley. The Warriors are drunk with guards, and they tried to sign Patrick Beverley. All you got to do is ask Patrick Beverley, who's going to sign with the Bulls, and was asked about how he came to his final decision.
It was between Golden State and the Bulls. Obviously, it's always good to play with a lot of great talent in Golden State, but, a lot of guards over there, So I figured, I can make a playoff push with the Bulls right now and kind of, pump them up a little bit. The East kind of weak.
Okay, so this is fascinating on multiple levels. A, we wondered aloud, would the Warriors go after Patrick Beverley?
I thought they should have. I wanted them to.
And they did.
Yeah.
But that tells you they have internal discomfort on some level about one of 2 things. Either Gary Payton II is not coming back, or that idea that Draymond Green talked about, we just cannot get our guys to engage defensively. They agree. So they try to go get somebody like Patrick Beverley, who is truly an instigation sensation.
Cha-ching.
The other concerning thing is Patrick Beverley was given an opportunity to join the Warriors, and he chose the Bulls.
Yeah, because the East is hella weak. That's why, Mark.
Which, by the way, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. I mean,
maybe he's talking about teams 6 through 12.
Right. There's
in terms of making the playoffs.
There's a lot more middle of the Packers in the West, and I know that Kevin Durant and Kyrie just came, but the two championship favorites are clearly Boston and Milwaukee. No?
Yeah, they're among the championship favorites.
I mean, they're the favorites.
Yeah, I guess according to
even
Vegas,
by data,
fine.
yeah.
Right. But in terms of the bigger point, I think, for our audience and for this station and this team is he looked at the Warriors and said, I'm good. And I don't think that the Warriors are, quote, drunk with guards, as drunk as you think they're drunk with, because Gary Payton II may not play at all this year. Steph Curry is currently out. Klay Thompson plays a lot of the time, but not all the time. And then from there, you've got Jordan Poole, who doesn't defend. You've got Dante DiVincenzo, who's pretty solid. And then you've got two guys on two-way deals who may be here or maybe won't be here. But I think Patrick Beverley looked at the situation in terms of minutes and impact and thought, well, I don't know how many minutes I'm going to get. And maybe even if I do get minutes and I do have an impact, the Warriors still are no guarantee to make the Western playoffs. And if they make the Western playoffs, that's a gauntlet in terms of the difficulty to navigate the West.
Do you know where the Chicago Bulls are in the standings?
They're 11th, I think, right?
They are 11th. They are 7 games under 500. And he's like, we make a playoff push. Dude, you're going nowhere. The Bulls are going absolutely nowhere. Maybe they get into this play-in tournament. They're not coming out of it. If they did, somehow, they immediately go to play Boston or Milwaukee and get totally swept. And you chose that over the Golden State Warriors? I mean, we've been bouncing around asking people around the nation, like, do you still see the Warriors as a true championship contender? Now, I remember the voice of the Dallas Mavericks was like, nope, I don't see it. We've had a number of other voices over the last few days who have like, no, they totally still see it. But this is a narrative on that, isn't it? If Patrick Beverley thought the Warriors were truly championship contenders, how the hell is he picking the Bulls over the Warriors?
He's from Chicago, so that might have been a part of it in terms of where he wants to go, where he potentially wants to land. And if he goes to Chicago and plays the rest of this year, maybe he signs on with them in the future and he can end his career in his hometown. So that might be a part of it. But Kevin Love had the opportunity to sign here. And I guess Russell Westbrook, to a lesser extent, I don't know if the Warriors pursued him, but
I don't know. I don't even know about Love.
Right.
Did the Warriors? I don't know that they pursued Kevin Love.
I don't know if they did either, but these are all buyout players who, could have, if the Warriors are in a different spot, maybe these are players who come here begging to join this team, but the Warriors at 29 and 29 are a gigantic question mark. And for Patrick Beverley to look at the Warriors and say, I'd rather go to Chicago, a team that is 7 games below 500, 2 games out of even the play-in game with 23 games left to go, to me is a damning indictment on where the Warriors are.
Yeah, I know you call the Warriors a giant question mark, and I don't disagree. The Bulls are not even a question mark. And he had said the whole thing that got this conversation started last week was Patrick Beverley's tweet that he's like, teaming up with players at the very, very highest level, a dream come true. Well, then apparently you just passed on a dream come true. It was offered to you and said no thanks.
Well, he was tweeting at a bunch of different teams. So
I know, and the Bulls were one of them also.
Right. So for him to tweet that at the Warriors and, maybe he looked at this situation and realized that he might only get 8 or 10 minutes a night and would rather go to Chicago and get some burn and maybe make a run in the East, which is hella weak, and at least make it into the play-in.
I mean, if you're going to use the word hella, you should come to the Bay Area, no?
Totally.
It's our word.
They're 6.5 out of the 6th seed, the New York Knicks. Miami's better than Chicago, but you look at Atlanta, Washington, and Toronto. Those are all teams that are vulnerable in terms of Chicago at least making it to the play-in.
I mean, look. It's not the Bulls have lost 6 games. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. So whatever. Pat made the decision he made, whether it's playing time, geography, Draymond. I have no idea what the hell's going on there. I am more interested in the fact that the Warriors pursued him. The fact that the Warriors pursued him tells me that there is some sort of internal concern about something. And whether it's GP2 or whether it's engagement by the current players on the defensive end, one of those two things stands out to me because you're right, he's right. We said it last week. They're already set at guard. They have plenty of bodies. So unless they think that someone is not coming back who we think's coming back, why would they go try to get Patrick Beverley? You don't go try to get that guy unless there's some sort of a reason and you think that you're going to play him.
Right.
So that's what I'm focused on. Why
Yes.
did they go after
And
him?
I think from what I can look at in terms of the why would be Gary Payton II not coming back at all. And, the sense was, or the reports were, when the Warriors acquired him, he was going to be out a month. And after a month, then you're going to reevaluate him. And
right.
after a month, you're dealing with only a month left of the season. So if he's out a month and then it takes him a little time to ramp up, maybe he's only available for 8 to 10 games at the end of the year. What happens between now and then? Because defensively right now, you are fourth to last in terms of points allowed per game. Only San Antonio, Detroit, and Charlotte are worse than you. And I don't believe any of those three teams fancies themselves as championship contenders in this NBA cycle. So if you're the Warriors, you realize you have to get a lot better defensively, and you have to get a lot better defensively in a hurry. And Patrick Beverley, for all his faults, can still at least guard the ball. Gary Payton II can guard the ball. If GP2 is not available, well, now you have the same issue in on-ball defense. So that, to me, is why you'd bring in Patrick Beverley.
And you wonder about Steph Curry as well. Like we were kind of going through the schedule yesterday. I think the Warriors can survive the first week and a half here after the All-Star break without Steph. But I've circled next Sunday. I think it's March 5th or March 6th. I think the Warriors really need Steph to be back by then. They go on a stretch of 10 games, 8 of which are against very, very high-level opponents. And if they're not playing well enough to at least sort of navigate that at 500, they could be in some real trouble as far as playoff positioning. 888-957-9570. Let's get out to the phone. Scott in Marin here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Scott, what are you doing?
Hey guys. What am I going to do today? I'm not sure. I think I'm going to go up to the driving range here in a few minutes.
Well, if that's your decision, then you're having a good day.
Hey, I'm having a good day. Hey, but I'm not understanding the logic of it says something about the Warriors that Patrick Beverley would choose to play on a team that has less chance of going anywhere. I mean, that's exactly, I take it as the exact opposite. He doesn't care about playing for a winner at all or going anywhere if he's going to Chicago.
Well,
so how is it logical that he's turning down the Warriors because because they're not any good too? I mean, I don't understand.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just less interested in the stylings and decision making of Patrick Beverley. You know what I mean? Like he's not ours, so I don't really care. Here's how I'll answer it. And thanks, Scott. I wonder what you think about this, Debs. Like, I think often guys overstate the importance of winning when it comes to the decisions that they make. There are a lot of guys who ring chase and they'll take less money. Tom Brady did it for years. But, like, go to an emotional game, and as soon as it's over, watch what happens out there on the field or the court.
A lot of bro hugs, jersey swaps, handshakes.
Like, they're fine. They're fine. They all know that the checks are cashing. I'm not saying that guys are not motivated to win. But in a situation where you're a buyout player and you're deciding where to go, what stirs your drink? Is it a chance to win a ring, or is it playing time, geography, and lifestyle?
It depends on who you are. And if you look at this situation versus Russell Westbrook, Patrick Beverley does not have the ability to call his shot and pick his team and say, you want me, you need me, I'm coming there. I'm going to Milwaukee because you're the favorites. You need me, you want me, I'm there. He had to pick between a 500 club that probably has an outside chance at repeating as champs or the 11th seed in the East where I get to play more and it's my hometown. So for me, it was an easy choice for him to make because you come here and you're the ninth player, let's just say, or maybe you're the 10th player. If GP2 gets healthy, now you're playing 8 minutes a night for a team that likely won't win a championship, or you go to Chicago, you get 20 minutes, and maybe you can find your way into getting another deal next year. If you're Russell Westbrook, you look at your options and you say, I want to stay in L.A., and I want to stick it to the Lakers. I want to stick it in them like Steiny did to you.
It was a weird. He didn't stick it to me, but
that's his.
Yeah, he said he stuck
drop.
it to you.
Willard stuck it in me.
Yeah, thank you, Spadoni.
Pause.
So for Westbrook, I think it's more of an interesting one where Westbrook gets bought out, and he looks at a team like the Clippers. They're a real championship contender, and you have a chance to stick it to the Lakers.
Listen, when it comes to free agency, guys do not have to explain it to us why they're doing what they're doing. If that's what motivates you, you want to be home, you got family there, you want playing time, great, dude, that's the point. Like, you get to go where you want to go. I just think that it's this constant sort of answer. I'm doing it for the fans, and we're doing it for winning, and it's like, not always. That's not always the case. I'm just more interested in the Warriors side of this than the Patrick Beverley side of this. Kyle, what do you got?
I kind of also wonder, like, the Warriors' pitch here is, hey, can you come play, be the third guard, and when GP2 gets back, you're probably going to be the fourth guard, versus the Bulls, who are like this rudderless ship right now, and they're like, dude, you can change our culture. You can come in and help turn our season around, whereas the Warriors are like, yeah, come be the third guard.
I get it, but the other side to that is, okay, the Bulls, what does that mean? You can turn our season around. The Bulls have zero chance of having this end somewhere special. Now,
yeah, but
Warriors,
he can have a bigger impact with them.
Okay,
absolutely.
But what's the goal? Impact toward what?
The goal for Patrick Beverley is
First
make
round?
a run, well, whatever. Yeah, get in the
Make the
play-in,
playoffs.
make the playoffs, and then get another contract.
Okay.
If you're Patrick Beverley, that's the goal. If
That's
you
what
can't
it's
go
actually
to if you
about.
can't go to a place where you can likely win a championship, and if you look at the teams who are likely to win a chip right now, none of them want Patrick Beverley. And you can look at Milwaukee and Boston, and you can look in the West, and you can go to whatever teams you want to go to. Denver, you don't want Patrick Beverley. The teams that are good are already set because they're good teams. So you have to go to one of these fledgling teams. That's what the Warriors are this year. And ultimately, the tiebreaker for him is go to a place where I can play more and maybe get a contract next year, because the Warriors aren't going to take Pat Bev and say, hey, good run. Here's 3 years and $60 million. It's not happening.
Dom in Oakland next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dom, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm doing all right. Just listening, y'all, and I wanted to ask y'all, can y'all give me like a sweet, like even like 120 seconds, because I wanted to cut back about one of the things y'all was speaking about before when y'all was talking about who's passionate. I don't know, this sort of less about the passionate fans in the Bay Area.
Yep.
How come y'all always leave out Oakland A's, man? You're talking about the Giants. Like, it's like Oakland don't even exist no more in the Bay and stuff, you know? And I mean, I know the Raiders done left and stuff. And, you know, and I know the Warriors are like the Bay's team and stuff, but you don't think the A's have like, you know, like no passionate, like.
Well, Dom, I think you understand here. This
Dom, they have the most passionate fans.
This is a difficult
9,849
Well,
of them.
but you know this better than anybody. Like, there are passionate A's fans out there, but they've been disenfranchised.
I think they're the most passionate fans because these are the people who still show up for a third-rate product in a fifth-rate stadium with an eighth-rate ownership. So he's right in terms of passion. They have the passion. They just don't have the numbers.
Right. Well, and again, you're talking about a relatively few number of people.
9,849 is the number.
It's a difficult conversation right now from a circumstantial perspective. Every single team out there. Look, the Chargers have some passionate fans. There's just not enough of them. So this conversation is somewhat circumstantial. The A's have had their time in Bay Area history where they were really rocking and rolling and filling a building. But that's not now, and until their ownership gets them somehow on the other side of this experience, then yeah, they're not relevant in this kind of a conversation. That's nothing against specific A's fans. It's against A's ownership. And I wish A's fans would understand that a little bit better. They take it personally too often.
Oh, they sure do.
Yeah,
and you know what?
I
the
get
team itself takes it personally. which when they famously said, it's not us, it's you. No, Mark, it's you. You weren't here for that, but I will forever, forever hold that near and dear.
John Fisher stuck it in me.
Yeah. Sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now, inatthetides.com. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract.
Golden Divvy.
On 95.7 The Game.
Obviously, pitchers and catchers have reported, and obviously the Giants fan base remains triggered, which is something we need to get to a little bit. Our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. We'll get back to your calls in a little bit, 888-957-9570. Pavs, we were bouncing around a little bit. In fact, Joe Shasky last night on Twitter was like, gosh, there's like one thing out there on Twitter about Gabe Kapler, and the comments below are just all this kind of negativity and criticisms. And managers now in baseball are middle management. We know that. So what's your read on this? And I know you're on social with the Giants fans a lot. Like, what's your read on why Gabe Kapler gets the reaction he gets?
I think he's always been polarizing. He was polarizing in during his playing career at times in Philadelphia. Certainly, we remember his first press conference here. So there's an element of that, and I think you're either going to be really on board, or there's a lot of people that I just don't know that he's ever going to win over. And if 2021, this offseason is a different case. But if you feel the way you did after 2021. You still feel that way about him, then I just don't know that there's anything he can ever do to win you over.
I guess win the World Series would be something you could do to win the fans over, but
that would help.
Yeah, I think it would help. But going into this spring, Alex, if you're a Giants fan and you look at the 40-man roster and you look at the camp roster, who's the one player you could be most excited about?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Harrison's going to get most of the headlines, obviously. I really think watching Michael Conforto, I think he's next in line there in terms of guys like Rodon and Jock, where you just go like, oh, that guy's a Giant now. Like, that guy's really good. So I think he has a chance to really be a little bit of a breakout guy for him. And he looks good just watching him take batting practice, looks healthy, and the swing is beautiful from the left side. I mean, it is something that I think Giants fans are really going to enjoy.
Alex Pavlovich with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, what happened with Joey Bart? Why are we hearing that this is just an open competition and he might not even make the team?
He's making the team. Nothing happened with him. It is early spring talk. It is maybe trying to make sure that a young player knows that he has to win his job most years. But he will be on the team. He'll be fine. So I haven't made much of it. I know other people have, but I just don't see a realistic, path for two other guys to jump over him.
Do you think that Blake Sable ultimately joins Joey Bart in the catching situation, and will it be a straight platoon, you think?
No, I think it's going to be Roberto Perez, if I had to guess. I mean, he's a veteran. He got, not a huge deal, but one that has a lot of incentives for playing time, and he chose the Giants over some other options. So I think for me, he is probably the front runner there. And look, he has the most experience out of anybody in that group. He has 2 Gold Gloves. So for me, he makes a lot of sense for this roster.
Alex, let's go back to Kyle Harrison. What do you think is the plan for him this year?
Well, he's going to be in AAA, and they hope they don't need him for a while. You hope he's in a situation where he's so good there that he kind of forces the issue. And I think they are in that situation. One guy they're really, really excited about, just as a depth piece, is Jacob Giannis. He had a good winter. He is healthier than he was last year, and we saw some really nice things from him early on. So, there are kind of layers of depth here beyond the 6 guys they have in the rotation. There's Giannis, there's Sean Jelly, who put on some muscle in the offseason, had a good winter. So there's a lot of guys ahead of Harrison, but I think that'll allow him to go to AAA and get comfortable and work on a few things. And if you look up and he has like a 2.2 ERA after 5 or 6 starts, then you start having that conversation. But for now, at least, they have a lot of guys in front of him.
Defensively, a lot of question marks about whether or not this team got better, primarily at first base. How do you see first base working out for the Giants going into the year?
Well, for now, it's going to be Lamont Wade Jr., and he's somebody, we've seen in the outfield. We did see him at first base in 2021, and he was pretty good there when he had to fill in 2 years ago. I mean, last year, he admitted to us yesterday, he came into camp a little bit concerned about the knee just because, the lockout didn't allow him to get the treatment that maybe he felt he needed. over the offseason, and he was just playing catch-up, and then he gets hurt, and just the whole year was kind of a lost year for him. But they're hoping he takes that job and runs with it. And other than that, there's, we know the right-handed options. There's 3 of them on the infield. And the one interesting part of camp early on has been just watching Jock Peterson basically do all of his work at first base, because they don't have another left-handed option there other than Wade. So we're going to see some Jock Peterson over there in camp, and they're going to see how that goes.
Alex, what do you think this looks like when the season opens? I know that you know this. The Giants know the collective mentality of their fan base right now, and it's not good. And people are frustrated and angry, and they're well aware that the only way to fix that is to go out and win. But so with that said, what do you think in terms of attendance and the relationship between the Giants and their fans? What do you think that looks like for the first, say, month and a half of the season?
Yeah, it's hard to predict attendance because, usually early on you get a little bump that first weekend there. I would imagine the first Tuesday, Wednesday night game. I mean, we're probably looking at 15,000. I don't know. I think that's where we were around last year. Most nights was around 20. So they understand it. And I will say, just being around, I mean, I think there's a real understanding from members of the front office and members of the coaching staff. Our job obviously is to try to get access and try to do cool things. And I think there's been more of that this spring, and they're a little bit more open to things than they've been in the past. And they get it. They're going to have to not just win, but they're going to have to make these guys, the guys in camp right now, those are going to have to be a lot of the guys who are faces of the franchise, because they've had a hard time getting guys over here from elsewhere. So I think they get it. It's just a matter of, like you said, I mean, you have to go out and win. And if you get off to a rough start coming off, a weird off season, it all kind of just snowballs.
Yeah, and we were talking to the guys in the morning about the nature of fans out here, and it feels like winning teams attract more fans here as opposed to East Coast cities. If you were going to look to market this team to the casual fan, what's the strength of this ball club coming into camp?
Well, it's difficult because I think the strength is something you can't market. I think they've raised the floor for this entire group, and you just kind of look around and you watch groups of, yesterday was the first full squad workout, and for me, this is a weird thing to say, but there's just not bad players here. There's just a lot of guys who you're like, okay, Conforto, Haniger, Slater, Yastrzemski, Estrada, Crawford. We know what these guys can all do. We know most of them or just about none of them are going to have a chance to be voted into the All-Star game, but they're all generally good players and guys who have been good at other levels. And I think there's layers of depth, and you look at the rotation, and one veteran is going to be bumped from the rotation who's been really good in the past, whether that's Alex Wood or DeSclafani or Sean Manaea or whoever it ends up being. But I think that is the strength of this team, is the depth they have, and the fact that they should be able to, over the course of a long season, take advantage of that. And when other teams start to wear down a little bit, they should be able to take advantage. But it's not something you can market necessarily. So you're not going to, their marketing slogan this year is not going to be "We raise the floor" in the offseason.
I think you nailed it, though, Alex. Giants baseball, we're not bad.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to look at it and go you know what? There's a lot of depth on this 40 minutes. But so that's the tough part, and I think for them, for me, it's a 2-part thing. It's right now you know what you have in Crawford, you know what you have in Logan Webb. You hope that fans fall in love with a Haniger or Conforto or somebody else like that. And then over time, it's just, can you win? And can some of these young players that we hear about and that we see and that, I'm watching right now, Casey Schmidt and Vaughn Brown on the field, and Kyle Harrison is out there somewhere. Do those guys become Brandon Belt or does one of them become a Matt Cain or a Madison Bumgarner or even your own version of an Evan Longoria at third base, something like that. So over time, they'll have to have it marketed from guys who are internal. But I think for them, the easiest thing right now is just to get off to a good start.
Alex Pavlovich is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Pavs, I remember sitting in the press box with you late last year having a conversation about big money free agents. And we know this isn't necessarily the most comfortable zone for this particular front office. But how do you feel this offseason experience sets them up for those kinds of conversations in the future? And yes, I'm asking about Shohei Ohtani.
Well, there's two things there. First of all, we know now that since Farhan took over, he has offered $310+ million to Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, and Carlos Correa. Now, none of those guys are here, but they have been willing to make those offers and willing to go, especially this offseason, like back-to-back in the span of a month, did something that most franchises can never dream of. Now, there are other franchises that do that pretty easily, but I think that is something to keep in mind as the next guy comes up. Like, there is $300 million sitting there, 330, 350, whatever it is, sitting there for somebody. Now, Ohtani is a different case because, the industry word is 500. So it's like we're looking at probably the biggest contract in sports history. And when you get to that level, as much as the Giants have offered and as comfortable as they've been, being in those waters for a Judge and a Correa, like, now you're talking about going up against the Mets. You're going up against the Dodgers. Like, those are the two teams everybody's waiting on Ohtani. So it's just a different conversation. They will be in it. I just think, you're talking about the biggest contract in the sports history, and as much as they've been willing to spend, it just feels like a different level there.
And part of the need to bring in this player, don't they have to build the team to become more attractive? It's not just about being able to spend the money. It's about having a team that's more attractive to these players.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a big part of it. But, guys, Ohtani in particular, I mean, he did want to be on the West Coast when he came here. So they do have advantages as well. And the ballpark and being in California, things like that. Like, there are a lot of advantages they have. And I think, as disappointed as everybody is with last season, they didn't lose 100 games. Like, they went 81-81. They're coming off 107 the year before. If they're in the 80s somewhere this year, if they're in the wild card race, if they sneak into the postseason, you're totally fine. Like, you're not, you can't say like we're the Dodgers, but you're totally fine when you go into those bidding wars. So I don't think that'll be as big a deal. It's just these things, as we know, generally come down to the dollar figure, which is why Carlos Correa was going to come out to the West Coast. And so it's a matter of, are you comfortable? We know you're comfortable at 350, 360, or you're willing to hold your nose and make that offer. Can you do 450? Can you do 500? Is that where this goes?
Those are some big old numbers, but yeah, I get it, especially since he's two players. Alex, great stuff, man. Thank you. I know we'll be talking to you a lot here as we get closer.
I hope so, guys. Good talking to you.
All right, there it is. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. I will say this to you because I'm already preparing for an entire summer of you poo-pooing the idea of Shohei Ohtani to the Giants. But the article that was written yesterday with regard to Shohei Ohtani's free agency, they spoke to his agent. His agent, by the way, his name is Balelo.
He's from CAA.
Nez Balelo.
Of course.
This is Shohei Ohtani's agent.
He'll be a household name come August.
He will. And boy, he's gonna make a penny here, isn't he? But he says, look, we're taking it one day at a time.
Right.
So which no, they're not. So
thanks, Mr. Balelo.
The one thing he said, I've always, and they asked him, like, could there be a conversation this spring? Like, would you re-sign with the Angels? And he won't take anything off the table. Quote, I've always been open to it, but there's several layers to this one. And Shohei's earned the right to play through the year, explore free agency, and we'll see where that shakes out.
Yeah.
That to me is the quote. That's the only one you need to know. All the other quotes, oh, yeah, we're open to the Angels, and it could happen any day. We're going day by day, hour by hour. He has earned the right to explore free agency.
He has.
And he will.
And he will.
Like,
yes.
He would be moronic to not do that unless the Angels were like $600 million for 3 years. I mean, like, if something.
He might take that.
He might take that.
For 3 and 600.
Here are the teams that are openly mentioned in the article.
Yeah, I read this article.
Dodgers. Mets.
Sure.
Cubs.
Yeah.
Giants.
Yeah.
Mariners.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay. No Padres, I guess, unless they really move a lot of salary.
Well, you know the Padres will be there at the last minute with an offer of $600 million. However, only $12 this year.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll do the remaining $599 million plus will be paid out by 2040.
I'm going to take this topic off the table for our show
for
the entire summer by saying this. The Giants are getting Ohtani.
Your reverse
I
psychology.
just defanged you,
no,
Mark.
you're reverse,
you are defanged. No, the Giants are getting Ohtani.
Your reverse
I'm going to watch
psychology.
every at-bat from Ohtani, And he's coming to San Francisco.
I find your fake faith disturbing.
You should.
This is not.
No,
this is not actually your opinion.
I wonder what number he wears as a Giant, and you know, and you know what? I'm going to get Will Clark on the show and see if Will Clark might give up 22 for him.
I just find the whole.
Ohtani's coming. He's going to be a Giant.
I find
it's done.
The contract's going to be so interesting because
by interesting you mean massive.
Well, it's massive, sure, and it's 2 players. However, we also know the way that you sign a hitter and the way that you sign a pitcher is very different.
It's interesting.
You don't sign a pitcher to 10+ years.
You don't.
Very, very rarely.
Mike Hampton.
Well, I feel like that was 7, wasn't it?
But 7 back then is what 10 is now.
Well,
because nobody got 10 back then.
And it was Colorado.
Other than Alex Rodriguez.
Exactly. Like you don't do that with a pitcher because Tommy John, elbows, UCL, like it's just.
He's already had his Tommy John though, so he's good.
No, but listen, what does Rodon get? Same age. Oh my gosh, are we going to extend and go 5 years? Are we going to do 5? Are we going to do 6? Oh my gosh, Kevin Gausman wants 5. Let's go get Rodon for 1 instead. That's the way you handle pitching.
That's the way they handle pitching.
And I actually support that. Like there's been plenty of it's worked. It's absolutely worked. I don't know if it'll work this year, moving on from Rodon for people like Manaea and Stripling, maybe
we'll
not.
We'll see, yeah. We'll see.
But that's the way. So do you sign Ohtani as a 2-way player for 11 years, knowing that the pitcher is probably actually only going to be 5 of those years, and then you hope that the hitter is the full 10? Like there's got to be some sort of addition for 2 players / subtraction.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because we're actually signing you as a 2-way player, knowing that you probably won't be a 2-way player the whole time.
No, you'll be a 1-way player most likely when you get to 35 or 36. But part of that calculus has to be, and this is where I give the Giants some credit for at least trying to sign Carlos Correa, even though ultimately they didn't sign Carlos Correa. They at least were thinking in terms of the splash, the short-term splash of a Carlos Correa. So you sign him to 12 years, and you know that the back 3 or 4, maybe more, aren't going to be pretty. But hey, look at us. We got Carlos Correa coming out to the ballpark. Don't miss the Royals in the season opener. That has real bottom-line money impact. So if you sign Shohei Ohtani to a 12-year, $500 million deal, and let's just play with that as the parameter, it's obscene, it's ridiculous, but that might be where it falls. So at least you're looking at, all right, the first 6 years, we got a 2-way player, and we've got that splash. And then the back 6, maybe 3 of which we have a good hitter, and then the final 3, we may have a guy who might as well be a statue somewhere, but at least you had that front end of it. So thinking in those terms, the fact that they were thinking about it for Carlos Correa makes me a lot more excited by the fact that they're going to sign Shohei Ohtani.
I like the way you use the word splash.
Thank you.
I don't know why you don't use it for the Splash Brothers. I've never heard you do that.
Yeah, it's just something I've been working on.
I also like this. And by the way, we should let our YouTube audience know. You have
5
the option.
Rod Striplings on YouTube.
So good. Kyle, I wanted to make sure you saw that. Honky Joseph goes 5 Rod Strip.
That is so funny.
Which A is phenomenal knowledge, and B, his name's not Rod. It's Ross, and that's okay.
It's
because
close
it's
ballpark.
close enough.
Also, Drew Down asking if we're going to go do a show from his hometown in Oshu, Iwate, Japan. And I said, we're working on it.
Yeah, I think we should.
Much like we went to Linden.
We went to Linden.
How'd that work out for you?
Does he have an American home? Does he have a...
I'm down for Japan.
Where's his house in Anaheim?
We'll make a run.
Yeah. I mean, we've done more to Tim Jordan in the past.
How far is that drive?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Don't joke about it, though, because Tim will do it.
I know.
Tim will be like, I'll go check it out.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Tim, go to Japan and scout out a spot. Is there a Lions Club maybe or somewhere, somebody who knows Shohei's mom? Something like that. And seriously, he'll be in Japan the very next day.
It's 4,899 miles.
Quick drive.
Well, and at 60 cents a mile, thank you, Odyssey, we make a nice little piece of change just for the effort.
Listen, it's gonna be a big story.
I got an expense account even Billy Bean doesn't have.
I mean, now Pavlovich brings up a good point that Giants fans that I know you don't want to. This is actually This is the crux of the Giants'
pitch
disagreement.
Okay.
Between me and you. Okay. Alex goes, look, this whole idea, Farhan won't sign a big player. He goes, okay, 3 times they've offered somebody north of $300 million. And your answer would be Johnny Factoid. Are any of them here?
He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Sort of.
Okay. Let's go one by one.
Okay.
Bryce Harper.
Strikeout. Aaron Judge. Strikeout. Carlos Correa.
A foul out. You fouled it into the catcher's mitt. You got a piece of it.
Doubled off the wall, and then the umpire called it foul. Like, super weird experience.
I'll give you doubled
Not
off the
a
wall.
strikeout.
You got to second base, and you wandered too far.
Right, you
Snap
got
throw
tagged.
got him. Okay,
You
it
went over
goes
the
down
base.
as a hit, but the side is retired.
But if the point that someone's trying to make is the Giants won't spend, are the offers in and of themselves evidence against that?
Well, in the case of Bryce Harper, yes.
Okay.
They came in low on Harper, and
Well, they didn't come in low. They came in, low total, not low AAV.
right.
Yeah.
Low total.
Yeah.
But if you're getting a guaranteed deal, I think the AAV when you're a young player doesn't matter as much as the total.
Some guys
it depends.
Right.
Yes,
Some
it depends.
guys, am I the highest paid player in the game? Like, is that total number? Is it per year?
Arson Judge, you went into the batter's box without a bat. You thought you had a bat. You didn't have a bat. You had a rolled up newspaper, and you were facing the Yankees throwing 98 with movement.
Yeah.
So that was one of those times where you had no business being even in the box because you had no shot.
Well,
so I don't necessarily completely hold that against you, other than you should have been able to sniff that out a little bit better and not told your fan base and made this whole dog and pony show that we're all in on.
Suggesting that they don't try?
I'm suggesting if you don't have a shot, then don't try.
But, I mean, how do you know if you have a shot until you try?
Kate Upton is a woman that I had coveted for many, many years.
Right.
I know I have no shot.
See,
I
I
haven't
think-
emailed her.
I think
I
that's-
haven't called her.
that's super
I haven't
defeatist.
tried to take out Justin Verlander.
Turns out it's possible that this could have been a life-changing experience for you, and you'll never know because you didn't try.
I had no shot. I had the same shot that the Giants had of signing Arson Judge.
If you ain't trying.
When someone's in
Well
high
played.
school and they ask me, hey, how do I do what you do for a living? How do I get to talk sports for 3 hours and have it be a full-time job? Should I look at them, because this is almost true, and say, you have no shot?
No, this is a completely different
No, it's
comp.
not. No, it's not. We do impossible things in life all the time.
This is not impossible. A couple of slappies who happen to work hard and get jobs.
Oh, my gosh. Like, how many of us are there in the Bay Area?
Millions.
8?
Oh, of those of us doing this?
People doing Monday through Friday full-level shows during prime time on sports radio.
Well, if you count the Little Brother station, maybe more than that. yeah.
Hey?
Scoreboard.
Okay, 10, 12?
Maybe 20.
That's it. Less
Yeah,
than.
well, you know,
Anyway. All right.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay.
0 for 3.
Coming up next, we got to get into, and some of you can weigh in on this, why do you react to Gabe Kapler the way you do? Plus, the redraft of the 2022 NFL Draft, where does Brock Purdy go? We can get to that coming up as well. It's brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors on Willard and Dibbs.
The Mitsubishi Spring Sale.
Go ahead, Cap.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's cooking, everybody? 888-957-9570. So now you already had some conversations in the other room with the meanest person here at 95.7 The Game, Ray Ratto?
Yes.
Okay, how'd that go?
It went great.
Okay.
I said, "Hi, Ray, good morning." And he stopped in his tracks and he looked over and didn't return the salutation. And then our very own Joseph Spadoni said, "Hey, Ray, according to a caller, you were ranked number 1 as the meanest host in the station."
Such a bleep starter.
And
Listen to Spadoni.
Ray looked over again,
Oh, my God.
and what he said will remain unsaid.
Okay.
But I'll just say this, that he agreed with the ranking.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Ray's the
He
only
leaned into
one.
it.
Yeah, Ray's the only one who won't be offended by this.
This is the list. The meanest people at the station to the nicest. Ray?
Hold on, we got nice
God.
rankings? Wait a minute. Wait, which direction are you going? From nice to mean? All right, so I think what we're doing here it's
Good for Spadone.
Yeah, it's 11:06, and so we're building toward what feels like a very stressful situation.
Yeah,
about 45 to 50 minutes from right now, I believe that Steiny and I tried to come in here and simply do a job yesterday. And we did. And I will stand behind everything that I did and said yesterday. And in fact, we did an extra hour from what we usually do. My kids are on ski week, and I was here until 2 o'clock instead of noon.
Oh, heroic.
And that is because I'm a team player. And 5 out of the 8 regular hosts took the day off. And God, I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you got some rest, some relaxation.
I got some park time with my 6-month-old.
Right, some recharging, all of those things. And so we did that, and yet somehow that has led to the whole staff coming in today hating one another.
Well, the hatred has been there. It's been kind of the secret underbelly because we love each other until a caller, and one of the great callers, Philmo Mike, when he comes out with his mean rankings. And his
save a giant.
His rankings were really, really pretty accurate. Whitey Gleason is the nicest guy here, though, so he's nicer than Spadoni, certainly. I don't know Cam, but he's nicer than Cam. Whitey Gleason's a good guy, other than the fact that he no-showed my birthday party back in 2011, and I've never forgiven him.
That's a big deal, yeah.
Whitey is the single nicest guy at the station.
He's right up there.
He's just a nice guy.
Yeah.
A
lot of the guys who are near the top of the list are really, really nice people.
I mean, Lubman's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Still young, though, so you should be nice at that age. Spadoni with 2 kids, getting meaner by the day. Kyle Madsen, also very nice. So I liked Philmo Mike's rankings. They were very accurate.
Yeah, but you didn't like where you were.
I didn't mind where I was.
Okay.
Actually, I think that he had me in the right spot because meaner than me, according to Philmo Mike, and I apologize to the YouTube audience that didn't get to hear that. Maybe Spadoni can actually put the rankings on YouTube in order. That way people can see them. But Ray, Damon, Steiny, Bonte, I'll say all meaner than me. Bonte's borderline. Bonte could have gone either way, I think. But Ray, Steiny, and Damon, easily more mean than me.
More on this coming up. Yeah, more. Well,
Come on.
more on this coming up later on in the hour when
You
Guru
make me
joins.
look mean because you are so nice. So I look mean by comparison.
Okay,
when I was on with Joe, Low, and Dibs,
that is a mischaracterization sensation. Is what that is.
What, you as nice?
No. The fact that
it's all relative.
Yeah,
Dibs. When I was on with Joe Low and Dibs, I did not even register on the meanometer next to the main host.
But that's all on-air persona stuff. I'm talking about off-air.
You would think.
Yeah, you're a total hot mess.
Off-air, I'm a good chip lollipop. No, I'm actually a lot nicer off the air than I am on the air.
You want to know how?
Because you're flimsy, fraudulent takes, which gets me angry.
My gosh, you're a mess.
Thank
you. You know what you are?
Oh, I'm a mess.
You are incredibly nice, except when you're not.
Oh boy.
I'm literally. This is you. You know this about you. You have two personalities.
Oh boy, do I?
You run hot.
Woo,
so when
hot.
something gets you, you get really hot. But if something hasn't gotten you, you're as nice as they come.
Team player.
Yeah.
Supportive.
Yeah.
Loving.
Right.
Happy.
Have you or have you not had alcohol prior to an experience with Dibs? That's a question. Because that's right, like that can change things for people.
Are you implying that in the Super Bowl, in say the fourth quarter, when I started shouting at your children about begging for calls, is that what you're referencing?
No.
When an Eagles receiver got 4 feet in on a catch, and I turned to your 16-year-old and
you know
said,
what? You weren't mean at the Super Bowl. You were like Spadone was just moments ago. You were a bleep starter. You were trying.
Not bad.
You're looking around the room. And you're looking about who cared about what, and then you decided to poke.
It's the little brother syndrome.
Right.
I have 6 older siblings. It's in my nature.
I got a 16-year-old kid over here who's waiting for 6 large if the Chiefs can win by 4 or less.
Begging for calls.
And you're right. And you're over here going, poke. He's 16. $600 would be like somebody looking at you and going, there's 10 grand on the line. And how
First of all, he's 16 going on 25. He's a very mature young man.
He's also 16 going on 12. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a
that's a good
boy.
point. He's about 6'2".
Right. Like so. Anyway.
Former coworker of mine, so I felt like I had additional license.
It's true.
So
no, I wasn't offended by any of it.
No,
I'm just
no.
you have multiple personalities. Like
You're not
many
wrong.
people. Yeah.
It should also be said the meanness is relative. Like everybody at this station's approachable. Everyone as they walk by will say hi on most days.
Yeah, approachable. I don't know if you'd want to.
Maybe
do
it's because I'm just so nice that everybody's cool.
He's very high on the nice.
Cal deserves to be on shaky.
And if Philmo Mike would see me with the stripes on and the whistle in my mouth, I'd be number one on the mean rankings.
All right, so let's take this conversation to, for instance, the San Francisco Giants. Is Gabe Kapler approachable?
It depends who you are. He seems very approachable.
Is he nice?
He's very nice. I've had conversations with him recently at a coffee shop. I walked up to him. I was the only one to recognize who he was and what he did. I walked right up to him, introduced myself. He said hello, shook my hand, entertained my conversation for about 90 seconds. I didn't press him. He didn't press me. We parted as friends.
What did he say?
He just, yeah, cool. I said, yeah, I work with a guy who does an impersonation of you. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's right. And I said, yeah, we'd love to have you on. Yeah. And he said, today's not a good day. And actually, what's funny was...
Like, I didn't mean now.
It was the day that they signed Carlos Correa.
Right.
So I said, actually, today is a good day because you signed Correa, but I didn't mean today.
Right.
I just said in the future.
We are busy.
Yeah.
Today.
He's busy.
Yeah. Okay.
But I hope we can get him on soon.
We will.
But he is very nice, and he's very approachable.
Right. Yet.
Arrogant.
Well, so...
Know-it-all.
Okay. That's an interesting one for me.
Perfectly sculpted body and finely tuned beard. He sickens me.
Arrogant.
There's the dibs you wanted.
Arrogant and know-it-all. Let's focus on those for a second.
Let's start with arrogance.
Okay. By the way, 888-957-9570. Because, and this, Shasky threw this out there yesterday, caught my attention. I thought it was interesting. Anything Kapler related on the internet, the comments below it are all just, all this negativity, right? What is it? What is it? Because here are, and if I may be Dan Dibley for a second, here are the facts.
Bring it.
Here are the here's the resume, right?
I love facts.
Okay. More wins than losses.
He's a winner.
Okay. 3 seasons now. Won more games than he's lost.
Even in his 5-year managerial career, more wins than losses.
Also true.
I didn't mean to outfact your fact, but I'm just trying to help you.
Well, no, let me just see. If I were Gabe's agent, I were sitting here at a negotiation sensation.
You're on fire today.
I mean, here's maybe what I would say, right? So there's 1 more game than he's lost. He engineered the greatest regular season in the history of the San Francisco Giants organization. Did he not?
He did.
Okay. So and we keep calling it 3 seasons. Let's call it 2.5.
Okay.
Okay. But in those 2.5 seasons, he's got a playoff appearance. He's got a division championship, breaking the Dodgers' streak of 142 in a row. All right? Okay. So
50 games above 500 with the Gigants.
Those are the resume facts. Normally, if those were the facts after 2.5/3 seasons for a manager, a fan base would be like, okay, not like let's do a parade. You didn't win a World Series. You haven't gone to the playoffs every year. There was one season last year that was disappointing. There's no two ways
Never
about
won
it.
a playoff series.
Never won a playoff series, right? And the first year there were no expectations and pandemic and all that junk, okay? But the 2 seasons after that, one of them was disappointing and one of them was overwhelmingly, surprisingly good. So, but so without a parade, you'd be like, okay, this is solid.
If you just looked at the numbers of it, you're right.
Right.
217 and 167, one division title in 3 years, one playoff berth and a playoff loss in 5 games, gutsy little effort. That's the resume.
And that's not the reaction. The
Right.
reaction around Gabe Kapler is now, okay, yeah, you're doing a solid job. People are literally, there's saliva flying out of both sides of people's mouths about the way that he goes about his business. So what specifically is that? What is it? And now you said arrogance and know-it-all, which, by the way, are 2 words that we get tagged with in our industry on the daily.
Yeah.
In fact, we had some fun with this yesterday when my good friend Steiny was in, and we did a show together.
That.
Well, no, someone sent in on YouTube that Willard always thinks his takes are right. And I was like, how weird would it be if I thought my takes were wrong?
You're the Gabe Kapler of radio.
Wouldn't that be very odd? if I was like, I got a take for you, and then I spit it, and then I was like, wrong, right? I hate my take. That would be very weird. So we get tagged with arrogant, know-it-all. Gosh, they think they're always right. We're talking for a living, and we're only going to say it if we think we're right. Why would I say something and think that I was wrong? So are these even real characteristics that we're jamming down Gabe Kapler's throat?
Yes, they're perceptions.
Perceptions.
The characteristic, like, are you arrogant or are you not arrogant? Well, it's hard for you to say. It's up to me and the audience to make that determination about how we perceive you. Steve Kerr, for example, I don't think, in my opinion, comes across as arrogant. Some people look at Steve Kerr and think he's arrogant. I think it was Alan this morning on our changeover talking about Kyle Shanahan versus Gabe Kapler in terms of arrogance and being a know-it-all. So we all look at these coaches, these managers, these GMs, and we make judgments based on what we think and how we perceive them. And I know that there's a certain amount of haterade that goes into the Gabe Kapler perception because his beard is always perfect and he's finely sculpted and chiseled and put together and muscular, and he carries himself with a certain sense that, you know, he's in control of everything and I'm the best at everything. And the fact that he is fit and takes care of his body, to me, is not something that I want to hold against him. You know, in terms of
Philly did, by the way. Philly hated that.
Right.
Philly, and it does. I guess you could weave it in to this idea of Gabe Kapler, whether he means this or not. People do, they come off a certain way, whether they mean to or not. So it's a perception.
And part of it is, and the way you caricaturize his voice, I think is perfect because the way he speaks is very measured and there's a sense that he is not really telling you how he feels.
Right.
It's very measured. It's very antiseptic. It's very much well thought out and phony in some people's eyes.
A lot of people do use that word too. I know JD loves to come around and use that word I have no problem mentioning it because he has no problem mentioning it.
Right.
He says it quite often.
And again, that's a perception.
Well, but I don't know. Like
does Gabe like really do that when he goes to feed the dog? Here, you're going to have some kibble. You will get wet food this evening.
I made a mistake. I have accidentally put 1 3/4 cups in the bowl, and it was supposed to be 1 2/3. We will subtract 11 100ths of kibble out of your next meal. That's
so there is that perception.
Comes off a certain way.
Yes.
So if you come off as I know it all, then you also show up chiseled like a GQ model. It's just like, oh my gosh. I think that this is really what it comes down. I think you think, not you, Giants fans.
Yeah.
I think you think that Gabe Kapler thinks he's better than you. I don't know if that's the case, but I think you think that. And nobody, whether you're successful or not, nobody likes to be in a room with people who think that they're better than you. Because it may, like by definition, it makes you feel bad about yourself.
Exactly. And especially when you have a team that goes 81-81, and you're starting to see, or you did see, some of his own players questioning some of his approaches. Antics is too strong, but some of the way he approaches it. And I think a lot of this too, Mark, is based on who he followed up. Because when you think about Bruce Bochy.
That's a great point.
Bruce Bochy was not often perfectly coiffed. His body is not necessarily a temple. Bruce Bochy feels like the uncle, father, grandpa that you always wanted. If you ask Bruce a question, we've been lucky enough to interview him over the course of our careers many, many times. And it's always, I'm going to tell you how I really feel, It's that homespun vibe.
Totally.
You would never look at Bruce Bochy and say, that dude is so arrogant.
We also won. So, this is a 1-2 punch. You have 3 rings.
Two-piece.
You have 3 rings, and you appear to be someone I would love to have in the corner of the couch at the holidays with a cocktail in hand and sit down and
get a beer.
Have a conversation. I've got you a tie. Here you go. Right, like that. So it is such a change, and we don't love change. And it's not just change. It's change from the last guy and change from everything we've ever known. Think about the managers prior to Bruce Bochy. Who did we have collectively over the last 30 years? Felipe Alou, Dusty Baker, Roger Craig. They're all kind of like, they all look the same when they walk out to the mound. They're getting up there in age. Super, super nice people, so it seems.
Old school.
And now, here comes, literally, I think if the Giants should lean into this, they honestly should play Right Said Fred when the guy walks to the mound. It would be hilarious. They won't do it.
I'm too sexy for my lineup card.
I'm too sexy for this pitcher. Too sexy for this pitcher. He's out of here.
Totally.
Right? That would be so funny. They won't do it. But he doesn't fit into any narrative we've ever known about the manager of a baseball team. So we're having a hard time with that.
Right. And we had an easier time when he won 107. He was
hip. Excuse anything when
he
you're
was
107,
hip and handsome, and boy, that beard, I gotta start grooming mine the same way. But when you go 81-81, all of a sudden now you're arrogant, you tinker too much, and I hate the platoon system.
You win 107 games, and you tell me something where you're like, look, I'm very smart, and you're not. Most people will look at it and go, wow, I learned something there.
Yeah.
They're very smart. How can you argue he's won 107 games? You bring the same comment where, like, we did this, and a reporter comes in and goes, why did you do this? Well, it was obvious that was the right thing
exactly.
to do. And you lost 8-3, and you're 4 games under 500. It's like, what do you mean it's obvious that you did the right thing? It's not obvious because it's not working. So, as we know in sports, that's the background of everything. Kyle Shanahan, who you brought up a few minutes ago, has been through this 14 times just as the 49er head coach just over the last 5 years. You lose 3 games in a row, and this boy genius play caller crap, and then the next thing you know, QB3 is a star.
Exactly.
You win 8 in a row, and everyone's like, look, we got one of the best coaches in the game. So winning fixes all of that stuff.
It does, yeah.
Except for not quite here, because even while last year was disappointing, Gabe Kapler has won. He's won more than he's lost.
Yes,
that's usually, in a small sample, enough for people.
It usually is, but I think he is emblematic of a number of things. For one, the change, like you said, from the old school to the new school. And part of the change from the old school to the new school is this roster churn. And I know he doesn't run the roster, but Gabe Kapler is the face of the franchise. Farhan Zaidi can hide behind his moves. He doesn't have to come out and face the music every day. So when Gabe Kapler talks about fill-in-the-blank new player who Farhan found as a Rule 5, or we picked him up in a trade, we made 7 trades this week, and it's a new player in and a new player out, Gabe Kapler's the one who has to face up to that. Farhan Zaidi doesn't. So I think that Gabe is more emblematic of what Giants fans are feeling, Mark, which is I don't know who any of these guys are, and you can't blame Farhan. You can, but it's easier to look at Gabe. We feel as if,
what's interesting, though, is if you're a frustrated Giants fan from the offseason, Gabe Kapler's the last person who should frustrate you. He's got nothing to do with it.
Right.
Gabe Kapler has a sum total of 0 to do with Aaron Judge or Carlos Correa.
He does, right?
None,
exactly.
None, unless the only way he's got something to do with them is if the player was like, I really want to come to San Francisco, but I don't want to play for that guy.
I want to play more than 6 innings a game.
Right. That'd be the only way. Other than that, Gabe is maybe tiny bit loosely part of their pitch, but he is not making those decisions. He's not making those offers. He is sitting there waiting to manage whoever shows up with a jersey.
But he is the face of the franchise. So when fans are frustrated with the state of the franchise, Gabe Kapler has to bear some of that burden just based on the fact that he's out there every day and Farhan's not.
All right, we can get to your phone calls on this, and we will. 888-957-9570. It is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, plus 2 different redrafts of the 2022 NFL Draft. Where did Brock Purdy go? You might be surprised by this. We'll get to that coming up next, and we're inching closer to an angry guru who will show up here in just about 28 minutes or so. Can't wait. It's Willard and Dibs.
Mom?
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Let's get back to Willard and Dibbs. Why is it Willard and Dibbs? Dibbs has been here longer. Let's get back to Dibbs and Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's not how it works. That's why. Although we did split it yesterday. From 10 to noon, it was Willard and Steiny, and from noon to 2, it was Steiny and Willard.
Look at you.
Yeah.
I wish you were that magnanimous with me.
Yeah. Well, we can go into negotiations if you want.
You know what that would be, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. What do you want? You want like 5 minutes of Dibley and Willard from 11:33 to 11:38?
Why is it got to be Dibley?
What do you want it to be?
I like it to be Willard and Dibbs because from a syllabic structural standpoint, the 2 and the 1 works better than the 1 and the 2.
Then we're done here.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit surprised that you would bend over and kowtow to a guy who's come at you so many times. You've been in shouting matches with this man.
You like
and
that?
yet you just bend over backwards.
No.
It was a capitulation sensation.
Listen, I'm not the type.
Cha-ching.
I'm not the type to pound people into the ground. You say I've been in shouting matches with this man. I've had control of the situation the whole time. So why would I, you know what I mean? Like, why would I pound him into submission? How many sound bites do we have? He stuck it in me. Right?
Willard stuck it in me.
He mentally crushed me. He owned me. He this, that. Like, we've got all these sound clips. What am I going to do? Show up and just, like, bang his head all the way onto the ground for one last time?
For the audience, yes.
No.
That's what the audience wanted yesterday. They didn't want you skipping through the meadow.
You don't know the audience.
I know the audience.
You have no idea what they wanted.
They wanted blood.
No, Jordan.
Thank you.
I think they love. They love what they got. But so you're telling me Goo is really hot to trot?
He's mad.
All right.
He's mad, and I don't blame him.
At who?
He's mad at everyone, but he's mad at the two of you.
Yeah, I got nothing to apologize for. I know that.
We'll see. That's coming up at 11:55.
I mean, I have absolutely no fear and no hesitation whatsoever. Willard and Dibbs is sponsored by AC Transit. Hey, Will Barton, do anything for you? Will Barton has been bought out by the Washington Wizards. Kyle just gave a big old thumbs down. Will Barton this year for the Wiz was averaging 7.7. Thank you. Yeah, Barton does well in this town. 7.7 points per game, hitting 38% of his three-point shots. And until this year, completed a 8-year run with the Denver Nuggets, where he never averaged less than 11 points per game, and a couple seasons averaged north of 15 points per game. Like, good offensive player. It's not really what the Warriors need.
Right.
But he's a good player.
It's a pass for me, Mark. It's a pass because, you talk about what the Warriors really need, and I don't think that Will Barton is that. I mean, if Will Barton is at his best, then, yeah, he could probably help you, but he has not been that player this year. He hasn't played a ton, only 40 games with Washington, and like you said, he's averaging 7.7. Where has his game gone at the age of 32? He's either disinterested, washed up, injured, or all the above. For me, it's a pass.
What is an average defensive rating in the NBA?
I think 0.
No.
I think it is.
No. The ratings are, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what leads to these numbers. I have no clue, by the way. But here, NBA league average defensive rating 2021. Okay. Here we go. It looks like it was somewhere in the neighborhood of, give or take, an average defensive rating could be from about 107 to 112. And Will Barton is 116.
Okay. So worse than average.
Or is it better than average?
Well, 116 would be you give up 116 points per 100 possessions. So the lower the number would be, the better the number.
Okay, so he's
bad. Defensive rating.
D-rating's a tough individual stat.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But I'm trying to figure out, because I just flat don't know, what kind of a defensive player is Will Barton. I've never heard his name brought up as a very good one, but if you were interested in Patrick Beverley, if Will Barton's a good defensive player, then grab him, but it appears maybe he's not.
Yeah, I'm looking at defensive box plus minus, which is an estimate of their points per 100 contributed above the league average, and every year he's been a minus in that stat. So And that maybe isn't a great stat in terms of overall defense, but individually from a box score standpoint over the course of his career, which is now, 11 years of NBA basketball, every year but a couple, he's been a minus on the defensive metric.
888-957-9570. We'll go to the phones here in just a second, but I wanted to throw this out there. This was fun. ESPN and CBS both did NFL redrafts 2022. In both of them, Brock Purdy was the first quarterback taken. CBS had him 16th overall to the Saints. ESPN had him 4th overall to the New York Jets. So I understand this is just the rookies, and it wasn't a great quarterback draft. Pickett was probably the guy who hit the most with the Steelers as far as rookies are concerned. But for whatever it's worth, with regard to your belief or lack thereof in the greatness that is Brock Purdy, in the NFL redraft, he has gone from Mr. Irrelevant to the first quarterback taken.
And that makes sense based on the way he played in the Shanahan scheme, which is why these redrafts always, they kind of amuse me to the extent of the reality of the situation. Now, you talk about, ESPN had him going number 4?
To the Jets, yeah.
To the Jets. Well, the Jets took Sauce Gardner, who is a Pro Bowler, and after one season is on a Hall of Fame track.
Right.
And I know it's just one season.
Yeah, but in the redraft, Sauce gone. Sauce is the number 1 overall pick.
He's number 1 overall.
Yeah,
and who else went ahead of Brock Purdy?
Oh, well, now you're going to make me.
Probably Aiden Hutchinson?
Aiden was one of them. I think he was 3rd overall. Yeah, here, let me pull it up. I do have it. Here we go. Sauce Gardner is number 1 overall. Hutchinson is number 2 overall. Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver of the Jets, goes 3 overall to Houston. But this is the CBS draft that has Brock going 16th to the Saints.
And who do they have, the CBS draft, who do they have the Jets taking then instead of?
Derek Stingley, the cornerback.
Okay, which is good. Who went number 3 overall in the real draft.
Yeah.
And I guess why this amuses me, these redrafts, is let's put Brock Purdy on the Jets, and I guess he beats out Zach Wilson, or maybe he waits for Zach Wilson to do what Zach did, which was get hurt, and then Brock Purdy goes on and plays. Does Brock Purdy have the year with the Jets that he had with the 49ers?
Well, of course not.
Does he have the same year with the Saints that he has with the 49ers?
I mean, I doubt it.
I would say, of course not. So then, let's just say, in this alternative universe, he is a Jet or he is a Saint, and then we do the same exercise where we redraft the 2022 NFL draft. He goes way further down the draft because he's in that different situation.
Well, I don't think he goes 8-0, but by the same token, I do think there's somewhere in between. This goes back to the conversation that is going to just come out over and over and over again, which is when a 49er quarterback does well, is it the quarterback or is it Kyle? And it has to be, at a minimum, a little bit of both.
Absolutely.
It has to be, and it's been proven, and I don't know why people don't see it, because Purdy can go out there, literally average 10 points more per game than Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, well, he's just a product of Kyle Shanahan and this great roster. Well, how's that possible? He's scoring 10 more points per game than Jimmy. And then you can factor in Trey and all of the other quarterbacks from Beathard to Mullins that we've seen in the Kyle Shanahan era. Brock Purdy, that 8-game stretch, I don't think this is wrong. Best 8-game stretch that we've watched a quarterback play under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers, no?
Yeah, probably. Right? I mean, you'd have to look at Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of wins, because ultimately you play to win the game, and the opponents that Brock Purdy had versus the other opponents. But in terms of just quarterback numbers and productivity and wins,
he won them all.
Hard to be better than undefeated.
Yeah, right. And
so to that standpoint. But in this redraft conversation, it's always a little bit odd for me because Brock Purdy doesn't go number 4 overall in a redraft if it wasn't for the Kyle Shanahan system and his success in that system.
Yeah, Kyle.
Is he the first quarterback off the board, unquestioned?
In a redraft?
Yes.
I would say unquestioned. Absolutely.
I think so. Well,
when you look at the real draft, Kenny Pickett went number 20 overall.
Right.
So it's not like there was a Trevor Lawrence who happened to be number 1 overall and had a bad year.
Yeah.
There was no quarterbacks in that draft, really, who are even projected to be legitimate superstars.
By the way, in this redraft, Pickett goes to the exact same spot he actually went, to the Steelers at number 20.
That's funny. That's not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't a great quarterback draft. It just wasn't. All right, we got some calls. Let's boogie. We'll go to you coming up next. Plus, here comes Guru. Hopping mad. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join.
Our pets' heads are falling off!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I mean, there's literally like strategy that's being texted around by people right now. I'm uncomfortable with this. I love everybody. I mean, that's not true.
Thank you.
I love everybody here a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go ahead and back the truck up on that take, too.
No, I do. I don't have any beef here. I really don't. No, I don't have any beef here. Listen, this is the...
Sorry.
Dude, you got
that one's starting to hurt.
Sinus infection. This is one of the...
Totally.
This is one of the beautiful things about sort of being the most recent in the door.
The newbie.
Well, but you guys all have this junk that's been going on. I'm not a part of any of it. I got nothing against anybody.
What's even more intriguing is that we've tried to drag you down in the mud with us, but you just...
I'm not going there.
You just don't go there.
Why would I go there?
Because...
I don't want to go there. I don't want to be in the mud.
And I understand that. I've been in this business, in this market so long that I can't help but have beef.
All right.
I cannot wait to get my brother in here.
Guru's getting in here. We
Let's
also
go.
have a 1-2 punch of two of the most famous callers at 95.7.
Can we keep it tidy and get them both in?
Yeah, let's keep it tight.
Get your damn dog.
That's a message to both of you who are calling as well. But let's go to Robin in the city. Hi, Robin. What are you doing?
Hi, you guys. What am I doing? Let me make it real quick. I have a 2021, or is it 20? Yeah, Toyota Camry. I put myself on a budget, so I'm trying to figure out if it's. I'm in South San Francisco. If it is worth me driving back to San Francisco to get gas at $4.79 a gallon, as opposed to $4.99 a gallon in South San Francisco.
I want you to
get it there, Robin. Get it there.
I want you to get the higher price gas and feel good about it, Robin.
Well, I didn't know if the miles. You know, some people would drive like 2 miles.
Robin, can I jump in? Robin, I got to jump in. We literally just said we need you to keep it tight, and you started with gas prices. Did you have some? I love you, but do you have something about Gabe Kapler? Because if you don't, Robin, we got to go.
Me too. So here's the thing. You guys kind of stole my thunder. Why is it that when someone is good looking, that they blame it and they make it seem like the person is less than because they're good looking? They used to do that to Jimmy Garoppolo. But I don't remember it ever being done to Pat Riley, Michael Irvin, and be damn Deion Sanders if he don't think he look good. So, you know, you guys kind of went over it. So is winning linked to your looks? So if you're a loser, then all of a sudden you think you look good and you think you're better than everybody. And as my father used to say, no, I think I'm better than you.
Hey, I think that's well said. Robin, thank you very much. Yes, Dibbs. How many times have, in the process of you getting mad at me, you talked about the fact that I'm not overweight? I feel like that happens all the time.
Yeah, and you're extraordinarily good looking.
Thank you.
But that's the cross that you have to bear because you're not a regular guy. You think you're better than us, Mark, and it sucks.
No, I am. Let's go to somebody else who thinks they're better than everybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, it's BPA. Hi, BPA. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. Yeah, talk. Go ahead.
Wow. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great, Brian. I'm seeing a sickening display of fake love between Steen Metz and the aforementioned handsome Mark Willard. What are you doing, my brother?
All right. So it's not going to happen for the Warriors this year. And I think the collective denial in Warrior land is pretty galling, to be frank.
Yeah.
And I would say that just a total whiff on the buyout market for a team that is abysmal defensively. And just, nobody's good enough because we need to see Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb play more in the second half. It's like, Patrick, there's a lot of guys that could help us defensively that are better than most of our rotation guys. So, it's not going to happen. We're 7-22 on the road. We're the 21st rated defense in the league. All of our guards in our rotation, other than DiVincenzo, are abysmal. So Poole, Clay, and Jerome are historically bad defensively this year. And so, I don't understand why they wouldn't have at least tried to get somebody in the buyout market to help. And I don't understand why people think 29 and 29, it's not going to happen.
It sounds like they did. They did, BPA. They tried to get Patrick Beverly, and he chose the Chicago Bulls. So
a lot of delusion, BPA. Appreciate the phone call.
Thanks. Thank you, BPA. Appreciate that. Hello, Steiny and Guru.
Hi, friend.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, man.
How was the rest of your day yesterday? It was fun spending part of it with you. Yeah.
It was different because I left the studio with a big smile on my face, and that's not usually the case. I can't do this.
No, because you're a phony.
Because I love you.
You can only act one day a week.
You don't love me.
And by the way, for those of you on YouTube, yes, they're all chiming in with the worst, most awkward fake bro hug
Did you see
bro
it?
hug history.
Actually, there was no, we knew what side to go to.
First of all, you abhor physical contact with anyone.
That's not true.
And secondly,
my new friend.
Mark Willard, you're above the fray. That was the most awkward fake hug I've ever seen.
I don't even know what fray you're talking about. I'm not in any fray right now.
Because you're above the fray.
I have absolutely. Again,
there's a fray.
I have nothing to apologize
Walter
for.
Frey.
I walked in here. I was told to do a job. I did my job. I didn't take shots at anybody.
Armando Benitez.
Yesterday you did.
I did?
Yeah.
Who did I take shots at?
I'm gonna tell
Take off that jacket, Goo. Let him know, Goo.
Go ahead.
So
let him know.
I don't know if people know.
Tell him.
But I have the hardest job here at the station.
Speak on it.
Because this is my best friend off air.
That's awkward.
And there's a stick on air to where he's Mike Tyson to me, right? And I got walked out. Come here, give me a hug. So I was going to call you before the show yesterday to warn you, like, stick and move, jab, left, the uppercut, all this. And the Steiny you got yesterday, I don't know who that was. So I said, Frazier Ali, let me tune in. I stopped everything I was doing. And instead, I got not romance in the stone, bromance in the stone. Because that's what you guys did. Shout out Kathleen Turner.
Now, hold on.
Okay.
But why? No.
I'm going to tell you, it wasn't your fault.
Right.
Because there was no game to react to, so he didn't back you into a corner.
I know he didn't.
There was nothing to pick apart. Everybody knew the All-Star game was.
And I called him out
on it.
on
But listen to this part. I turned down and I hear, I used to go get the wiffle ball in Mr. Pirelli's backyard, and Mr. Pirelli, sometimes we get mad. And Steiny, how did you feel when you got the wiffle ball from Mr. Pirelli? What is that? I was like, what? I text Dibs, are you listening to this stuff? But it was, I used to get the wiffle ball in Mr. Pirelli's backyard. Steiny, how did you feel when you got the... I'm like, this is...
I'm an interviewer.
I need you to come back for me another day.
What do you want me to say?
No, it wasn't your... But this dude, who
Hang
was
on,
that
slow
dude?
down and say it slower.
Okay.
It wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't your fault,
So
but I
wait a
couldn't
minute.
take
Who did I rip on the show yesterday?
I backed him in the corners. You said he backed me in the corners. So you were looking out for me.
You backed each other in the corners.
But I didn't like how it sounded.
I mean,
Mr.
listen.
Pirelli, I used to go get the wiffle ball.
There is no Mr. Pirelli. It was Mr. Russo.
Listen,
how did you feel when you got it?
How did you feel? Listen, I've been in therapy for 2 years, and how did you feel is a question that comes up a lot.
I got you.
Right, like a
there was
therapist.
no fighting.
By the way, that $200 an hour that therapists make, how hard is it? Like you'll sit there and you just sit and then they're like, and how did that make you feel?
Right.
And then they sit back in their chairs. Like, is that all you have to do?
Doodle on the pad a little bit.
Into his therapist for
I
3 or 4 hours.
You listening to this love fest?
Yeah.
I was not the person you wanted me to be, but that's a you problem.
No, I got to give you this tip real quick. You poked him. You were like, where's that Steiny this week, dude?
I called him out.
And he was Roberto Duran.
I told him an hour and a half into the show.
You did.
An hour and a half. Steiny did. Did I not say
you? I heard you, Willard.
I said,
bring it.
Guru is going to be livid when he gets in here tomorrow because he's going to ask, where is that? Why don't I get job?
Yeah.
Where is
Mr. Pirelli, I made
exactly.
That's pretty funny.
Mr.
And I think that's where the beef really lies. It's with, Steiny becoming a completely different Steiny when it's he and Mark.
Well, clearly you didn't hear. Clearly you didn't hear the part about. What I was asked about that yesterday, and what I said was, great coaches don't treat every player the same. I treat, Guru needs me to be Bobby Knight.
I heard that part. Yeah.
Needs me to be John Wooden.
You don't like me happy.
All right, and so
the
it's all about the
implication that
team.
you are his coach is what offended me even more. The fact that quietly,
my ass.
I think he's been with the station longer than you have if you count your time away.
Well, continuity, yes.
Thank you, which continuity counts. So, and for you to have the audacity to imply that you're his coach, I found it to be gutless.
Yeah, nothing with you, Will. Nothing with you. You got something else.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I told them.
You tried to fight. You tried to poke him. Break it out.
I did my job and I went home.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Armando Benitez.
It's a true story. True story.
About Mr. Pirelli's yard?
No, about a therapist. I did find myself one time talking to the therapist, and I swear to God, I got the...
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. I had the heavy eyelid. The heavy eyelid.
Were you telling a classic 7-minute vignette?
I don't know.
That better be a get up and walk out. It better be a get up and a walk out, and I'm not paying.
No, it wasn't because the issue was codependency. So I didn't say anything to.
I mean, what would you do if a therapist fell asleep in the middle of your session?
You're fired.
I'm
completely.
out. I'm out, and if
it actually answered a lot of questions for me.
Wow.
You're like, oh, that's why people are reacting to me the way they are.
That's too much.
Hey, I was listening to the. Go ahead, Dan.
No. I think that's hilarious. That's an honest reveal.
I got this from Alan and Shasky, and I heard the change over one. And I'm not picking bones with Giant fans or sports fans in general, but it goes to your guys' conversation. Willard, I don't apologize for what I am. I'm a diehard. I root for the Pirates, and I have done so. But when things aren't good on the farm and you don't have a star like the Giants, a big-time starter where you can gravitate to as a diehard fan, isn't that like you still got to watch? You still got to bring your ass to the yard if you're a diehard fan. Yeah, it's not ideal, but still, come on, man. So I don't know what's going on, why people aren't going to Third and King, and they don't have what I think they need. And Ohtani, he's on the market. Yeah. But shame on Giant fan if you're not going to the yard because you're star shaming the team. Well, if you're about the orange and black, like whatever team out, you got to be there.
Maybe we overestimated how many of those diehard fans there are.
Well, it's an interesting time. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I'm never going to tell fans what to do. I'm never going to tell them what to spend. I'm not going to shame people if they don't want to go. I do think this. For the last 3-4 years, since the pandemic, really, the Giants have been in a perpetual state of coming up with reasons why the building is not more full than it is. And I think they stuck too long with the pandemic, and people don't.
That's when it kind of started.
Yeah, but it's like people. A year later, people would have come. Is it the prices? Are they being priced out? That's kind of interesting, based on the fact that we probably have more people with resource here than anywhere else in the entire country. So, is it that? Now it's a lack of a star. Are you telling me that if Correa was here, that would be enough, and 20,000 would turn into 30,000 every Tuesday night? I think no.
No, but would 20,000 turn into 25,000? And that's where I think incrementally, and I'm looking at the numbers right now, and if you go to 2018, they drew 3.156 for a team that won 73 games. For the second straight year, you were awful. You made the playoffs in 16, back-to-back awful years, but in that second year, you drew 3.156.
Yeah.
You still had name value. The next year, it goes all the way down to 2.7 million fans, an average of 33,000 a night. Still good crowds. You were awful again. Pandemic, forget about it. The year afterwards, you win 107. Your attendance is 20,000 a night. Now, I think that was pandemic hangover. Maybe. I'll give you that. Last year's the one that really is galling because the pandemic was mostly over, and you only drew 30,000 fans coming off a 107-win year.
Yeah, it's to me, this is something bigger than a lot of the things that we've been talking about. And I will tell you this, and I bet we've all experienced this. Do you have some like friends or family that come back? Maybe they used to live here or they've been here a lot or whatever. Like the city's not the same. And I mean that from the standpoint, there's just not as many people here. We can get from point A to point B in the city in a way that we never have been able to before. Before 2 years ago, we were talking about, pandemic, people don't want to come back. Now, it's not pandemic. It's just all the new ways we've found to do things. It's kind of like talking about a shopping mall 2 weeks before Christmas. You can find parking now because of Amazon. we've all figured out a new way to conduct ourselves.
So it's not about the product on the field or the lack
That's part of it. Absolutely,
it's a little part of it, but I think it's deeper than that. And I also think where are you in the standings? If they win games,
they won 107 going into last year.
I know, but the attendance will go up if they are contending, as they get into the summer.
If I were a baseball fan, I would always give my team a shot at it early. I'd go to a couple games early and then see how the season played out. You did say something that I'm not sure I believe, and I said, Guru said, Giants fans, they got to go out. That's what you are, a loyal fan. It might not be as bad as they. And I said, well, would you go see the A's?
And
if
I were a diehard A's fan, I would go. I don't hold the players accountable for the BS that's going on upstairs that they can't control. That's just me. And I'm being so real.
See, there's a difference there for me.
Right, but you can get great cheap seats. And I know some people who look at it that way, and others are like, I'm not supporting this owner. And I get that too.
But the Giants are not the A's.
No.
Exactly.
And you just had a magical season out of nowhere.
The Giants are resembling the A's in ways that we're not used to them resembling the A's. And one thing that they're resembling the A's in is this roster churn. And this is something I asked Alex Pavlovich earlier, and Mark and I talked about it. If you're not a diehard Giants fan, I'm going to root for the orange and black no matter what. That's my partner, Mark Willard. He'd go to 60 games if he could, if he didn't have 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Go to 81.
Exactly. But if you're more of a casual fan, who's the one player that you have to see this year? Like, who's their marquee attraction right now?
I got you.
It's Logan Webb. He's going to pitch 33 times if he stays healthy. After that, is it Jock Peterson, a platoon DH?
You're going to say I'm BSing you, but what about the uniform as that person if you don't have it?
But if you're not a diehard P1 fan of the team, if you're more of a casual fan, like my beloved wife, Supper, she's a big fan of the team, but, she's not going to dial in for Michael Conforto at-bats in April. Yeah. So who are you dialed in to see?
Maybe in May, though.
Yeah, if he comes out and has an 8-homer month and they're 17 and 7.
I love that Alex pointed him out. Like, Alex sort of said that if you're down in spring training, when you watch, you can tell when you see someone who's got a different sound that comes off the bat.
Oh, man.
And I know that we blow it off because his name is not Aaron Judge and his name is not Carlos Correa, and he was hurt last year. But Michael Conforto, this is a baller now.
Yeah.
This is a career 824 OPS.
They're going to hit homers
3 times north of 25 home runs.
Well,
this is a good baseball player.
And that's what I was getting at. So hold on a sec. Didn't the Giants lead the league in homers 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
In the 107
year. They led the National League.
So, the National League. They're second in the base.
So is there a chance they could lead the league in homers this year?
I've already, no doubt.
I mean, in a way, that to me is an incongruity. What, because one guy's not hitting 60 of them? Well, if it's a team you're hitting 100 or 250, well, what's wrong with that?
If you got 12 guys who can hit 20, that's 240.
Yeah.
And that's when they led the league, they led the National League. I don't think they had anybody who even hit 30 that year.
I mean, but that doesn't do it for you.
Had 26, 21, 18.
Yeah, Belt had 28. I think that was the leader.
It does something for you, Steiny, if you win. And I think that's where we're stuck with this team. Like, to Mark's point, if they start out the year and they're 17-10 and they're winning games 11-8, and then Logan Webb is throwing, 2-hit shutouts, and they're exciting and they're playing great baseball, fans will show up. Because summer, when you have kids like you guys all know, and you're looking for something to do, if you have an interesting team, you're going to go to the ballpark.
I'm still going, even if I'm just a casual fan, I'm going to the Giants games 3 to 5 times a year.
Yeah.
Still because of the stadium. Yeah. And then maybe you pick the opponent you want to see.
Exactly.
Right.
And you picked it. And one thing Mark said that I think is absolutely true, like San Francisco, you guys know from going to the cafeteria and going to other watering holes, there aren't as many people working in the city as used to work in the city. So if you have a job working 8 to 5 and you're working with 3 or 4 other people, it's like, let's go to the Giants game tonight. We're already here in the city. We already got to the city. It's a lot easier than if you're working elsewhere, working at home, and now you gotta get the Bay Bridge and you gotta pay for parking and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you know what else is interesting is I've never thought baseball to be dependent on wins and losses when you're going to go to games in April, May, June, and July. Yes, it gets there in September, and certainly, obviously, in October. But baseball, I don't know how you guys feel. When my friends are like, let's go out to the game, it's not because, hey, the Giants are in first place. It's like, that would be a fun kind of afternoon. Let's maybe grab the kids,
for sure.
or let's not. So there's very little about, are the Giants in first, second, third, fourth? And so it's funny that now we're like, well, we're not expecting them to be good and we don't have a star. Well, even when Buster was the star, are you telling me you grabbed your whole family and threw $400 on the table to go down there and watch Buster take 4 at-bats and see if he could line one into right center? That's not why you went. That's not why you went. And we haven't had that person since Bonds.
I think I don't think you can underestimate the number of people in the city, because I met a buddy out on Wednesday after work, and he shows up, he gets out of the car, and the first thing he goes, I swear to God, he goes, "Oh my God." I'm like, "What?" He goes, There's nobody here.
Nobody here.
And he used to work in the city, now he comes down more infrequently. And I think if we've been back in the city a lot now, for a year or two now, and we've seen it pick up a little bit, but it's still not even close to the way it used to be.
And even people who do work in the city, you got more 3 and 4 days a week people.
Yeah, you got to go, huh? Because I got something real quick about yesterday.
I do, but
Steiny had the line of the day, and I got a confession.
Damn it, I always like it.
I've hired a trainer. I've been working. I'm 2 weeks in. So the hardest days are when I'm at home in the mirror. I'm like, okay, Goo. I say, okay, it ain't as bad. I look at myself on this camera, and I'm like, head looks like a microwave. Okay, I got gains. But yesterday when Steiny said his head looked like a refrigerator, and Steiny, that wasn't your body. I was watching, so now I feel better about myself. You don't have this problem. But now when I was looking at Steiny in the yellow shirt,
I will never do it again.
That's not his physique.
No.
So Goo, keep going, Daddy.
Keep doing it, brother.
Steiny, you looked, it wasn't you yesterday, and when you said your
like
head
shoebox. My head looked like a rectangular shoebox.
I wanted to hug you, dog. Camera 2 puts on a few.
Camera 2
ever
puts
wear a
on.
baggy shirt. 22.
Dude started that one.
I'm telling you. Some dude actually texted in. He goes, Steiny, you look thick.
Yeah. That camera puts on 25 pounds.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like literally.
Oh, that's too funny.
I've already given up years ago, so I'm okay with it. Camera 2.
That was it, Steiny. You had me dying. Oh, man.
All right, here come everybody's 2 best friends. It's Steiny and Go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
That's a kind of changeover that gets me to thinking about the great columnist Mark Purdy. When he hit me on Facebook and said, "You and Guru just have too much fun. You guys are just having too much fun."
That's our guy with the.
You can turn that on, and that I know you haven't been here in a little while, but why don't you go ahead and turn that on?
Hey, on. There you go.
That was fun.
I missed you yesterday.
That was fun.
So much I didn't come in.
Yeah, I managed. I managed.
Y'all had a good time, though. You sounded.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. First, 12:30. I got to tell this story about one of our listeners.
Oh man,
it's unbelievable, and I'm giving him a heads up.
This is incredible.
He loves the show, and I'm hoping he's listening. And my guy Orlando works in the San Francisco post office in the mailroom. I got an unbelievable story about. Well, it's not unbelievable, but it's pretty. It's pretty cool.
And let me add this. Yeah. There's some good people out there in the world.
Yep. Okay. And you know what?
That's real.
I'm one of them.
Sometimes.
So 12:30. I got to tell you just a great feel good story to all people. It's a good. So what'd you do yesterday on your day off?
Took my son back to school.
Okay.
So it was a long drive. That's when I heard you. And spent the rest of the day with Pops.
Nice.
Play some dominoes.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you went to a comedy show.
Yeah, by myself.
Country Wayne.
Yeah, he's a comedian on Facebook. Just a good comedian.
Is he profane? What's his kind of thing? What
his mannerisms.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people don't like Kevin Hart. I don't know how. I love him, but his mannerisms, and he has some good material. But he has this thing on Facebook to where every day he uploads a video about his family and friends. So
Okay.
it's like a TV show that I'm addicted to on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So I was worried about watching him live, but he didn't disappoint.
He's funny?
Last thing you've done by yourself. Your boy went, had my shades on. I went by myself, Ron T.
Yeah.
All my friends couldn't make it, had an extra ticket. Wife was like, so I was like, I'm out. And I had a good time. I'm going to do it more.
I frequently, not frequently, but I'll often go on a one-man bar crawl.
Oh, well. So you know, had a good time. Didn't have to wait on nobody.
I have no problem going to a place by myself. Well, that's not true. I have no problem with, like, getting a bite to eat by myself. Now, I'm not going to go to a bar by myself and stay there for an extended period of time. In fact, that's what bothers me. Hey, you want to go grab one after the show? Yeah, let's meet down there. I'm down there at 3:10, 3:20, 3:30, 3:40, and now I'm like, look, I'm not sitting here all day without my buddies.
Well,
and then,
I got one caveat I got to add.
Yeah?
When did cash become ghetto? Because I left the house and I left my card on purpose so I wouldn't do too much. So I rolled with cash. Went up to get a drink, Steiny. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
They're like, sir, we only take card. They do that at
I know.
When did cash what are we? No, I don't want to do too much.
I'm kind of with you there.
And then somebody
behind
behind me saw I didn't have my card. I gave him the gift. He go, I got you. He knew me from the show. I was like, wait, embarrassed, but I'm like, I got the money, but I didn't have my card.
How could you not have your card?
Because I didn't want to do.
Do you not have a card? Be honest.
Do you not see me pay for the
not
bills?
have a credit
I got
card?
2 cards, one with the cowboy logo.
Oh, that's
But
right.
listen, I left it at home on purpose so I wouldn't do too much by myself. That makes no sense to you, huh? So I just had
means
cash.
you have no self-control if it's in your wallet?
No, I'll go back to, when you got the money, you're like,
no
okay, let me slow
self-control.
down. Well, yeah. There you go.
All right, let's go to I don't
I'm
know.
gonna catch hell for
RJ's in New York. We just I see Sadiq Bey and Patrick Beverly, and I gotta get him on. What's up, RJ?
Hey guys, what's up? I got a question for you guys. So yesterday, first of all, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
So yesterday, Patrick Beverly signed with the Bulls. I don't know if you guys saw, and he made a video on Twitter saying that the reason he didn't sign with the Warriors was, or one of the reasons was, due to them having too many guards. So the question, if the Warriors didn't sign Gary Payton, and assuming they're able to get in Patrick Beverly and get Sadiq Bey with the original Atlanta trade, does that have an outlook on the Warriors going forward the rest of the season, or do you think their problems are much bigger than just adding 1 or 2 pieces?
Appreciate the call. All right, here's where I'm at with Patrick Beverly, who
And
signed
do we
with
know
the Bulls.
for a fact they tried to get him?
Yeah, he said Patrick Beverly said it came down to the Bulls and the Warriors. All right, 2 things. One is, here's what he said, essentially. Warriors have a lot of guards. So everybody says, well, he's got too many. Oh, you have it? Oh, I'm sorry.
It was between Golden State and the Bulls. Obviously, it's always good to play with a lot of great talent in Golden State, but, a lot of guards over there, So I figured, I can make a playoff push with the Bulls right now and kind of, pump them up a little bit. The East kind of weak.
And you know what he said after that?
Tell me.
I get to take my kids to school. His kids are in Chicago, Patrick Beverly's kids. Of course he's going to Chicago. Like, I would not take that as a slap in the face if I'm a Golden State Warrior fan.
Now, both of us have kids. That hits me in the cardiac muscle, Steiny,
Yeah,
but that's kind of, I want to hear from the Warriors, and maybe we won't, but I want to hear from them that they were a player, because I love Beverly, but he's what hurts him now. He's undersized. And I watched him with the Lakers, Steiny, and, offense is not his forte, so I don't think they missed out, but I'm not mad if you say, oh, by the way, the Bulls need me. And I don't know if you deem him as a missing piece. The Bulls got their own problems. I'm not mad at you that you get to take the kids, but I'm not calling you a liar, Patrick. But I need to hear that Myers and company wanted you. Because he wouldn't have been the missing piece.
I said it to Kyle in the pre-show meeting.
Kyle's great.
People And come at me at 888-957-9570. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. I'd rather have Ty Jerome than Patrick Beverly. I just would. I get it. Ty Jerome's not the defense. Patrick,
talk to me, Steiny.
Lay out here because we can. Patrick Beverly stinks. That's what I think. He stinks. He's a ball stopper on offense, first of all, and
now he's letting the three fly a little bit. I'm out on him
Patrick
too.
Beverly.
I'm out on him too. We agree.
Completely out on Patrick Beverly. He doesn't fit this system at all.
And that's why I'm asking you. Do you think they really were interested? We would have heard. I didn't see nothing on The Athletic. Normally, like Warriors,
I'm sure they made some calls, and I'm not saying if he said, "Hey, I want to come," I'd be like, "Hit the pike," but I don't think he's going to be a difference between winning and losing a series.
I'll tell you what, and I'm not Dr. Phil. I feel like Patrick Beverly is about Patrick Beverly, and the fact he had to say it was between these two.
You might be right.
There were 3 girls that wanted me to dance. Well, okay, you danced. But now, come on, Patrick. Normally, you don't hear that. So it's like this was his decision. Call him Bron.
I'm
taking my talents to Chicago so I can take the kids to school. Good luck with that.
925. Who takes the kids to school now?
Well, there you go.
Probably the mom, I would think. But no, I mean, if my kids were in Chicago, all things considered.
Yeah, it's going down out there.
Well, what?
A lot of killings in Chicago.
There are killings everywhere.
Well, yeah. They call it Chirac.
We're a mess.
Yeah. We are.
We're a mess.
We are.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on that. Okay. Here's one thing I was thinking about the Warriors. And by the way, you got to explain to people. You know what? I'll just throw it on you. You came in today and you're feeling more optimistic about the Warriors' chances. We have the sound of the one reason why, but go ahead, Goo. Goo's feeling pretty good about the Warriors as we depart the break. How come?
Because not only have they been there, is basketball aficionados, as I call them, that have talked about the team that's not currently in the playoffs right now, 1 through 8, that could get it done once it's go time. And it's to Klay Thompson and what I deem his gains in regard to – they got 2 marksmen if Steph Curry comes back. The plus-minus with the starting 5. All that is real. It's tangible. And, again, they got to qualify and survive until Steph comes back. But if Steph does come back, Matt Steinmetz,
yes,
I feel good as hell. And we're going to play the sound on why I got reinforcements on why I believe this team can go back-to-back.
All right, Kyle, let's do we have that sound on Draymond Green and Barkley banter?
Man,
this could be a year where you see a 6 or 7 seed in the finals, and it's not really that good.
But the Golden State Warriors are cooked.
That's crazy. You said that last year, but we all know you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say that last year. No, I did not say that last year.
You said it every year.
No,
you said it every year since I've been in the league.
That's not true. But y'all are cooked now.
Are we?
Yep, y'all are done.
It still leaves us 4 ahead of you, boss.
Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all are done.
I have a question without, let's say if Draymond wasn't here.
Everybody just goes there with Barkley because it's so easy.
But
that's 4 more than
you.
Do
you feel like Draymond, and I'm not selling him short, I love him to death. He is phenomenal in that role.
Yeah, he is.
Do you feel like that's going to make him more of a junkyard dog? Because it kind of sounds like an insult, but I do. That's the stuff he told us last year. Don't let us get into the effing playoffs. Did it on his podcast. What happened? But that's the type of stuff in front of the world where Barkley was like, y'all done. That's my Barkley.
Not bad.
But, Steiny, I just cannot wait. But when's Curry coming back?
Well, we're going to get into that on the other side. But we'll go tell everybody there's another reason, too. Somebody else that you respect. Go ahead.
And I love his analysis. And it is J.J. Redick, who was on First Take today with Stephen A., and both of them whispered sweet nothings about the Warriors and who these other teams, Denver, great story, but you got to take it from them. And once the Warriors are whole and healthy, it's the same thing that I just mentioned before. You got to take it from them, and I just feel like that's getting buried right now to where the Warriors are what Barkley's talking about done. They're not.
480 saying that Barkley's a -1? Come on. We're trying to be nicer than that now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take what I did yesterday and build on it.
I need that guy. That was just a walk in the park.
Willard, boy, he gets you thinking. I mean, he presents points I've never heard before. One thing about the buyout market, I know the Warriors have.
Good God.
Kevin Love was out there. He's going to Miami. Patrick Beverley going to Chicago. And people are like, I'm disappointed. You know what? I think something's going on with that. And here's what I'm talking about. Who in the buyout market is out there that Steve Kerr will play? Who will he play who's not in the league right now?
Thank you.
Or is about to be waived? I mean, like that's part of the issue, I think, is that maybe Lacob and Myers to a lesser extent are like, man, we had Wiseman on the roster. You don't play him. Moody, you don't play, and kind of going up and down. So you really think, the Warriors have signed Serge Ibaka. Will Kerr play him?
No. And it came out of desperation. I'm hearing people on our local news media on Twitter, go get this person like it's 7 years ago. They're available for a reason. So I call it an episode of Sanford and Son. You want some junk? Serge Ibaka, Kevin Love. Both of the Cavs are going to try to win the chip, and they felt like Kevin Love couldn't help them. But everybody was giving them the benefit of the doubt. So to me, I'm like, you're going to battle. You're going to dance with the one you brought.
Feels like it's an indictment on where the Warriors are at. That people are like, yeah, Serge Ibaka. Like, it is 2023, man.
Exactly. And the Bucks got rid of Serge Ibaka and signed Myers Leonard, who hasn't been in the league for a few years.
He's a jackass.
You know what? I believe in second chances. I believe in second chances.
Is this a second or third?
What's a second?
Okay.
He made some anti-Semitic remarks, and that he
I used
said,
to like his game.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Night.
Let's not forget.
Wow, dude.
I bet you I got a memory for you. Myers Leonard had 30 and 12 against the Warriors in Game 4 of the 2019 playoffs. Remember that?
We watched that together against the Blazers.
Yeah.
Is that the one where Zach Collins and Clay got into it?
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
Here we got to go.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
I got
All
that
right.
from Texas.
Two things on the other side. Well, more than that. I got a great story that has restored my faith in humanity.
Our faith.
With a friend named Orlando. And then on the other side, Guru's feeling good about the Warriors. And there is one thing I'm going to present to him and see how he feels about what's coming up for the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about it all on 95.7 The Game.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your inbox? Staring at spreadsheets but stuck on shattering high scores? Turn any time into game time with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With its large...
this stretch for the Warriors, if I'm a Warrior fan, let me ask you, and I'll just start it out this way. How can you not be concerned if you're a Warrior fan? That's where I'm going to – tell me why you're not concerned at 888-957-9570. Because I got to tell you the one thing I did see, and it kind of hit home, and I'll share that with you in a sec. But I got to tell you this story, Gil. So –
this is great.
So about 3 Fridays ago, we had a group of guys and women. I don't know if any women – usually women don't come with us.
Yeah. They come say hello. We know who you are.
We can. It's usually just the guys. Actually, come to think of it, we went down to an establishment and a place called the High Horse. And
it was a debacle.
We had a couple, and when we got there was 2 listeners there, Orlando and Red.
My guys.
Now we've met Orlando before, and I don't think I'm dropping dime on him. He works for the San Francisco Post Office. So I get in there, and I think Goo came a little later, and there's Orlando and his buddy Red sitting at the bar at 3:10 on a Friday, and hey, what's up, Orlando? How you guys doing? Hey, this is my friend Red. What's going on? Hey, Stein, we got you today, man. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, we got you today. Don't worry about it. I'm like, yeah, you don't have to do that. Hey,
he's a star
because he's younger than me. I'd say about
who's
30.
not? Yeah, that's a joke. Both of us. Go ahead.
So a few people showed up that day.
Yeah.
My buddy Dan was one of them. And we ended up having a group of about 7 or 8 people there, and it was a fun time. Let's just put it that way. The next thing I know, I got to get rolling. Orlando's nowhere to be found, nor is Red. And now here comes the bill. And it was...
Look at you smiling. I was gone by this time and left my money under my glass.
It was close to $300.
Oh, my.
And because I know the bartender there, I'm like, no, I got to tip. So I think.
What'd you think?
I think I put like $375. I know, and I was like, oh my god, this is I can't like. It was
and
one
what
of those,
they say when I walked in, "Goo, we got you." Remember, I went into the wallet. "Goo, we got you."
So
okay,
whatever. The next couple days, next week, I got over it. Well, first of all, I wasn't mad, but I was like, oof, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was a
like
reminder.
That's like I don't know. Last Friday, we go into the High Horse, and you were there for a little.
Yeah.
Then you leave. Here comes Orlando.
Yeah. I took care of my tab.
I'm like, what's up, Orlando? How you doing? He goes, hey, man. He says, hey, man, I'm really sorry about that. I know you're mad. I'm like, I'm not mad. I was just giving you grief on the air.
Yeah,
whatever.
We were having fun.
It's like, I don't expect. He's like, nah, man, I felt like that. My bad, man. I just shouldn't have done that. I'm like, whatever, man. I was just giving you grief. No biggie. He says, well, that's cool. He said, what you got? You got what I sent you, right?
What I sent you?
What? He's like, you got the package I sent you, right? And I'm like, no. He's like, dude, don't mess with me. Seriously. I said, there's a package that should be at the office for you.
Golf ball.
And I'm like, no. I said, I haven't gotten a piece of mail at our station in 3 years. Like, I don't even know where the mail is. Yeah. He's like, dude, I dropped off a priority envelope that was supposed to get to you.
What?
And I'm like, yeah, I
didn't get it.
I had no clue. I'm like, well, what was in it? He goes, $250 in cash.
Steiny, stop, man.
I'm like, what?
Oh, that thing is missing.
He goes, $250 in cash. Well, first of all, I'm like, dude, who sends cash in the mail? Especially a mailman or a guy who works for the postal department. I guess it was priority and it was guaranteed delivery, so he did it. So that was Friday. I'm like, okay. So I come in yesterday.
Please tell me you found it.
I go down to Herm,
our guy,
big fella, down, and I said, dude, what do they do with mail? Like, it doesn't get picked up. He's like, it should be out on that table in the garage. Da-da-da. Let's go out there. I'll open it up for you.
Tell me you found it, Steiny.
We look on the table. Not there. There was a package there, but it wasn't for me. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Nobody was here yesterday. It was because of the holiday. And I'm like, well, all right, lost cause. So today I come in, and I go to the guy who.
So you didn't give up. That's what I appreciate.
Well, I knew I have one last chance with the great Tim Jordan.
Boy, the great.
He just knows everything, and he just knows it all.
I call him the Pentagon.
So I say to Tim Jordan, I'm like, here's one for you if you want to investigate. I tell him the story. Of course, he says right away, who sends money in the mail? I'm like,
the big O.
Tim, that's not the point right now. And he said, it should be downstairs. So I'm like, yeah, it's not downstairs. He goes, well, unless it's right there. And I'm like, where? He
Right
goes,
there.
Well, there's a bucket of mail that, I'm like, what do you mean a bucket of mail? He's like, there's a bucket of mail there that hasn't been doled out yet.
Where are you going?
We start looking, and there it is.
No way!
Priority envelope.
Look at you.
From my main man, Orlando.
Our main man.
With a thank you card.
Wow.
And an apology.
The big O.
With $250 in cash. Wow. Orlando, you did not have to do that.
That's real. That's a real one.
You did not have to do that, but we'll have fun.
Did you and Willard go somewhere?
I know, I didn't get this till yesterday, till today.
Oh, okay.
This didn't happen till this today.
This morning.
I'm in a good mood. I'm sitting with
Where we
$250.
going?
The only thing is, get this. I love you, Orlando, but this is 5 50s. You can't even use a 50 anymore because they're like the most counterfeited bill.
Oh, that I did not know.
Oh, you ever see the signs? We don't take 50s.
Oh, I
we
go
don't
to
take
ATM.
50s.
They say, how do you want your
50s,
bills?
actually.
Yeah, I
What's
say
that?
50s.
Those are counterfeit 50s.
They might. No, they wouldn't do that.
Wow.
So anyway,
Orlando Steiny, look
so
at you.
Orlando, you are the man.
Yep.
And
I'm
trust
going
me.
with you after. You're laughing.
Are you just saying that because you know what I'm sitting with right now? All right, we'll go out.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll. This is one of those where now I will. I'll.
You got it.
I might buy a drink today, maybe. Anyway, Orlando, you are the man.
No doubt.
Thank you for listening.
What a story, man. Feel good.
I thought it was gone.
And for him not to follow up, thinking you got it and didn't say nothing. Yeah.
And then I felt bad. I'm like, this guy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Carlito in Alameda. Hello, Carlito.
Hello, gentlemen. Listen, guys, I'm going to get to this Patty Bev story, Patrick Beverly.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have been a good fit at all. Tell me if I'm wrong, but him and Draymond would have been getting into it in 2 days. By the way, Steiny, you look great. You look sharp. You too, Guru.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Carlito.
Yeah, you got to love him.
Yeah, your camera, too, was
oh, my God.
sobering.
I don't even, it don't even exist now.
If the same guy's listening from yesterday.
I was like, that's not Steiny's
Who's the guy who
roles.
texted in, Steiny, you look thick. THIC. He didn't even put the K. And then he said LOL. I forgot to read it.
Dude, I turned it off when you said it. I go, there's nothing under that shirt, people, but nobody heard me. Yeah, I feel vindicated.
Anyway, all right. So, we had fun yesterday.
What about Sunday? Because I know
What
you
about
probably fired your All-Star takes off. Mac McClung, the legend.
He was great.
But
Wyatt.
KD said it best. Mac McClung is
Yes.
a legend forever. He took
Yes.
advantage of an opportunity, but KD was not throwing shade when he said the problem was bigger than Mac. It was the fact, how did he get to that stage? Because the stars, are not participating. But I was offended by that basketball game Sunday. I had a house full of people for my son's birthday, Steiny. Everybody was pissed off. For the people that have played pickup, when you know it's time to go home, the energy is just zapped. Nobody's doing nothing, shooting half-court shots. That's what the All-Star game looked like, and Mike Malone said it best. It was the worst basketball game he's ever been associated with. Steiny, I don't know where we're going or what you can do, but that was offensive. You got to try. George, I don't know if you've seen the video of the great Kobe Bryant, maybe a couple years before he passed, talking about the All-Star game was the greatest pickup game in history,
right,
and how you had to have pride, and he gave examples of Mike Gard and whomever. I did like Tatum and Brown going at each other, but Steiny, that was embarrassing.
Wasn't good. It wasn't good. And online, Goo, the last All-Star game they held in Utah was 30 years ago, and I saw highlights of that game.
I did not.
It was unbelievable. You wouldn't believe how hard they were playing. Like Barkley and Pippen were getting into it a little bit.
Oh, man.
Guys were blocking shots. There was help defense. It was completely
Everything
unlike.
doesn't have to be an alley-oop. And
But
if you throw one, jump for it. And the ball's just sitting there. Bounce,
That's
bounce,
what
bounce.
you love.
Go get it. There was no urgency.
But that's what you love. The highlights.
I love it in a game. That's
It
why I
was a
love
game.
Dominique Wilkins. He was a better in-game dunker than he was in the dunk contest. But no shade at Mac. He was the only bright spot of the dunk contest. A great dunk contest is when you get it a variety. And he was incredible. I didn't know his story. But Jesus. And just kill the skills challenge.
What do you mean?
Oh,
you don't like the fundamentals?
Yeah, do the fundamentals in a game. Well, yeah. How about that?
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
I'm different.
All right. So let's get to the Warriors. And I really I'm a challenge I'm going to ask Warrior fans question. They're 29-29. I'm just going to read off because I got some notes here. Yeah. Warriors are 29-29. They're 9th in the West. They play Thursday at the Lakers, and then they play the Rockets at home. It's a back-to-back. Okay. They don't have Steph Curry. All right? We don't know for how long. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do for the purpose of this argument. I'm going to say he's only out 6 more games. That would be the Warriors have 6 games starting Thursday in 9 days.
Damn.
Is that fair? I think some people think it's a little optimistic.
You're being me.
Is that what you think?
No, I think I want it to be 6. Okay, but I think it could be 16.
Let me ask you this: would every Warrior fan take 6 right now?
Give your right arm to take 6.
Okay, so that's the number we'll use. Okay, so here are the next 6 games.
Give them to us
without Steph Curry. At the Lakers, home against the Rockets, home Minnesota, home Portland, home Clippers, home Pelicans. So they have one road game at the Lakers. They come home the next night, but that starts a 5-game homestand, but it's without Steph Curry. All so right. Rockets, Minnesota, Portland, Clippers, Pelicans. How do they do those 6 games, 5 of them at home without Steph, do you think?
They're a different team at home, even without Steph, and I could see them going 4-2. And why I'm optimistic about the worst-case scenario is them not making it at all is I don't believe in Portland. I think they're cooked. I don't believe in Utah, who's behind Golden State. I don't believe in the Thunder, but I am worried about the Lakers. And for LeBron James to say these are the most important 23 games of his career, they're going to be locked in. But Minnesota, Steiny, 1 game above a half game above the Warriors. I think the Warriors can beat them without Cat at home. So I see the Warriors going 4-2
all right.
in those 6 and 9 games.
All right, so that puts them 2 games over. But, like I was just thinking about the Lakers game. And I get it. Listen,
I'm worried.
I got news for you. Like the Lakers, they have to win games. I mean, they are behind teams.
No doubt.
So,
and they just kicked your ass Saturday night.
I don't want to say they're like the Lakers have to win Thursday against Steph Curry without Steph Curry at home against the Warriors.
There's
like
no
they have
doubt.
to win that game. If they don't, then I mean they're not done. But for all intent, so I think Lakers are going to be a really hard game for the Warriors. But I'll give you 4-2. Here's the issue: after that stretch, 8 of their next 10 are on the road.
That is good Lord.
But listen to this run. And hopefully Curry will be back. At the Lakers again.
Don't like that.
At Oklahoma City. At Memphis.
Don't like that.
Okay. Then they're coming home for 2 games.
Who we got?
The Bucks and the Suns.
Don't
at
like
home.
That's nightmare on Warrior Street.
They go right back on the road at the Clippers, at the Hawks, at Memphis, at Houston, at Dallas.
And they're 7-22, the new Dallas, with Kyrie and Luka.
Like if they go 3-7, or let's say they go 4-6. Okay, well then they're 500 at that point with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 games left. Here's all I'm getting. Like, it's getting dicey. I feel like it's getting dicey for the Warriors. And step 1 is
get Steph
you
back.
Better get 3. You better go at least 3-3 without Steph in the next 6. Yeah. At least 3-3, right?
Yeah. So
but then even if you do that, you're 500. And now you're running the gauntlet.
Well, right now you're running the gauntlet and you're 9th. And I'm telling you, I don't believe in OKC, Utah, and Portland. Let's just say that holds up and they just continue to be mediocre. Could you see a scenario, and I'm putting all my cards on the table. I'm putting the rat on the table. If they go 2-4 in these next 6.
Man.
Then we find out there's 10 more games without Steph Curry.
Wow.
My nightmare, what's keeping me up, is we're going to shut him down because we were so bad by the time he was able to come back. I'm saying what I do not, and Dub Nation does not want to have happen, but Steiny, I think about it every minute of my basketball day.
So are you saying if the Warriors go 2-4,
okay,
they're going to war with tanks? Are they tanking? That was bad.
I blame Steph Curry.
They start tanking?
Well, it ain't tanking. It's like, what's the best interest of
if they go 2-4 and Steph can play, he's coming back.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You're saying if he's still not ready.
He needs some more time. Dude, that's 6 games. You are being kind. But Brandon Payne and Myers told us they felt like it was only going to be 6 games.
So I just went through the next 6. 5 of them are at home. They play the Lakers in L.A. on Thursday. Then they have 8 of 10 on the road. For optimistic Warrior fans, what are you hanging your hat on right now? Like what are you hanging your hat on right here, right now, knowing that when they get out of the break, the very least they have to do is hold serve. And then Hope Curry comes back and they go on a run. What I'm getting at is it's getting late, people. And 408 says GP2 will be back soon. No, he won't.
I heard 6 weeks. Didn't we?
Well, it's at least 4 since the trade, which was a week or so ago, week and a half ago. Like I think Peyton's going to be back after Steph.
Yeah, but I love GP2 as much as the next man, but right now it's all about Steph Curry. And have you heard anything in regard to his rehab that would lead you to believe 6 games is about what it is? Because I haven't. Every morning I wake up, before I go to bed, I'm looking at The Athletic, something on Twitter, and it's not there, and I get it. But it was weird not seeing any Warriors represented in Sunday's All-Star festivities.
Draymond was there.
Jordan Poole can't be in the three-point contest. Julius
You've
Randle.
been ripping him all year because he's at 33%.
But he can get hot with the best of them. Julius Randle.
Why not Clay?
Come here, son.
Why
Sit
wouldn't
down.
Clay be in the three-point contest?
Well, he's trying to.
He was coming off back-to-back games.
Yeah, but he's trying to keep all the gas in the tank for this stretch run.
Will Klay Thompson play back-to-back Thursday, Friday?
I believe so. Because
Kyle, you're nodding yes too. I'm not. I wonder.
That can of worms is open, man.
He did. Yeah.
He had 9 days off
They need to
after
win
that
games.
second. Well, I'm with you there.
Yeah,
I'm with you there. I mean, it. I think it's getting pretty late.
What about my theory to both of you about who's behind the Warriors, so their margin of error may just be a little tad bit longer than we think? Because I'm not Oklahoma City, a good story. Maybe
they're only a half
me.
game back of the Warriors,
and they're going to play them. So, I mean, are you guys confident in those teams? The Lakers scare me, who's from behind, but outside of that,
well, this is where the standings the way they are, whether you like it or they're a blessing. They could also be a curse. They really could. Now I get it; they're closer to the top than they appear. Objects in your mirror may be further away. Well, they're closer than they appear, but.
They're game out of 6.
Utah rips off 5 of 6 while the Warriors lose 4 of 6, and now all of a sudden, I don't know. They cannot go on a losing streak of more than 3 games right now.
I agree.
I don't see it happening.
That's why I think Clay's going to play back-to-backs.
Okay.
They tried it right before the All-Star break. That way, if something didn't go right, he had the whole break. If he felt good, I'm assuming he did, I think he's going to continue to do that because, like you said, they can't afford it right now.
And then the other question I got for Warrior fans is, and I know Guru's answer because we talked about this on Friday, but let's say Steph Curry, I mean, would you go all in and push Steph Curry for the 9 or 10 seed? Or would you just, at that point, let's say Curry's
75%?
Yeah, something like that.
He won't let
80.
you. He's a winner. He's shown us time and time again, Stoney, what my scenario or my nightmare is not on the table. If he can go and he's only 65, 70, we saw that in 16. He's going to come back to this. And this might be, hopefully it's not, the last run he has with Draymond Green. Like, all that uncertainty is, let's go. And just having him out there is going to be a blessing. But boy, this is good. I just hate we have no hoop until two more days. But man,
so I cannot envision the Warriors. Okay, let's look at 10. You're telling me the Warriors are going to go on the road, win a road game, go on the road again, win another road game, then go on the road again and beat the Denver Nuggets?
Okay. Let me respond to that.
Wow. Then
without
go beat the Clippers and Denver or whatever, or Memphis.
Without you,
that seems so hard.
Without you going to what I know you're going to go to, and anybody listening, the 18-2 start, the 53 and whatever their record was, Stoney at 1 point, 41. They won the title last year, coming in, and nobody saw that on the horizon. So to me, that's greater than what you just set up, that if they got to do it on the road, like the New York Giants years ago in the wild card, so be it. Like, I'm not putting anything past this team, and it would be the first time in Steph Curry and Steve Kerr's run that they would have to do it, in this lane. They've never had to do it because they're always in the top. So this is new in itself. But
exactly.
What I don't
They're
like
not even
is 2 years ago they didn't win a play-in game, and I never saw that happening. They squandered that game to LeBron, and then they came home and lost to Memphis. Now, I know it's different. Clay's here, but that can never happen again. Never.
They could.
But what if
absolutely could. They're 500.
But they still got but here I go like a broken record, and I'm holding on to it. That starting five and their plus minus is still the best in the league.
5-1-0 last year was a fluke. I don't know why people have such a hard time actualizing that.
What would a fluke mean then?
It's a fluke.
Because you get tested. This is not NFL. You get in the playoffs and a couple picks and fumble. You got to win 4 out of 7. I don't feel like Boston thinks it was a fluke. They figured something out.
But that's because the Boston Celtics had not been there. Do you think? Let's say the Warriors get all the way to the finals, and they play Boston, and everybody's going to be Warriors have championship pedigree. You really think that Boston, after last year, will not have gained valuable experience from losing to the Warriors?
You would be a fool to say no.
Right.
And they got Brogdon and a healthy Robert Williams.
Exactly. And for everybody out there that says, championship pedigree, it works in our favor.
I
Championship pedigree, it works in our favor. It's not quite what Antoine Walker said when we had him on last week. Take a listen.
They caught people off guard with the three-point shooting, the style of play, but I think people have caught on to that. So you need other guys to step up and play big for them. But they're going to have a shot. Anytime you got Steph and Clay and Draymond and those guys with experience, they get in the series. And Steve Kerr, they can wear you down and with their experience. So they're going to have a legitimate shot. But I think the fear of playing them is probably gone. When you think about it, I think that aspect of it is gone. So I think now teams are ready for them to kind of know what to expect. But it's still going to be hard to eliminate them. I just think those guys, if they're on top of their game and they're playing well and his play is making shots and Jordan Poole, they're going to be right there again.
That's Antoine Walker. So he mixed in some positive, obviously.
I'm going to give you my MVP on the other side, Sonny.
Okay. Yeah. Of what?
Of who has to be the MVP while Steph's out, and it starts Thursday.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the conversation. Let's get into it. Do you think that the Warriors' experience and age, is that really going to help them as much as it may hurt them that teams don't fear them anymore? Because let's face it, the Golden State Warriors were a feared team years back. If they're not feared now, how can that be an advantage for the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a 2000.
You hated it. I liked it.
No,
see, Willard, there was none of that yesterday. There was nothing he liked it where you did the Mary put the rat on the table. Mary Langley, my boss.
Okay.
We were in sales. Sometimes you got to do the takeaway. You know what, Steiny? You're not good enough to go to our college. If I feel like you're wavering, I would be like, you know what? I'm not going to recommend you to the enrollment review board. And then when I take it away, you'll be, and then you'll be happy to get it. But anyway, you didn't do that yesterday.
So, okay.
Mr. Pirelli? That was
There
good.
is no Mr. Pirelli's Italian. P-I-R-E-L-L-I.
But it sounds Italian.
Okay, so by the way, I was walking down to get a cup of coffee and I saw our graphic, and I guess the morning roast, Chasky and Bonte are doing something with high school sports.
This is great.
Like if there's a big game or you want to tell us what's going on in high school athletics, all you do is you drop an email to HSS, High School Sports, HSS at 957thegame.com, and let us know what's going on, what the big games are, etc. And here's what my sources are saying, and I'm anxious to hear if this is true or not. My sources are telling me this is high school sports related.
Oh, okay.
My sources tell me that ain't nobody touching the Piedmont High School girls team. Ain't nobody touching them.
Who?
Yes, girls basketball.
Well, I hadn't heard about them.
Piedmont High.
Logan just got knocked
My
out.
sources are saying they're nationally ranked.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they should. The playoffs are getting ready to start?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow. I'm in. I was contacted. You brought this up. Jason Villaverde from
he?
Union City. And
How
he's
did I
the
bring
coach.
it up? I don't even know who he is.
Well, you brought it up because you went high school. I'm going St. Anne's. So I'm going out Saturday to watch the 8th grade boys try to win the chip at Our Lady of the Rosary, Steiny, because I used to play St. Anne Warriors.
8th grade?
Yeah. 6th grade, too. 6th and 5th. To hell with the kids?
No, that's too young.
Okay.
Don't play into that. Don't play into that when they're this young. Go see a high school game. Wait till they get to high school.
I'm going to see all of them. Seriously, what did I tell you, Steiny? I want to get
Can
into
I ask
coaching.
you a question?
Yeah.
If you're going to watch 6th graders, 7th graders, and 8th graders, can you just do one thing? If you're going to watch, keep your mouth shut.
Oh yeah,
just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay,
I don't do that there on that level.
See, people are like, that's so time. It's so mean. I'm just
kidding. Hey, I got a question. I asked
is
Kyle
this the
while you were
random
away.
one?
Yeah, this the
That you were
random one.
talking
Look
about at
at
the
you,
break?
and I got to
Okay.
gripe before we get out of
All
here.
right.
So during the changeover 2, we were just talking about the front office and the fandom, and if you're a diehard like myself and others out there, how much do you allow for that to affect your pleasure? So I used it for the Giants if that were the case while attendance is down. But when you talk about Dub Nation,
right,
and we believe, even when it wasn't we believe, fans showed up even when Cohan and the rest of the gang were running the ship into the ground.
True.
So break that down.
Okay.
Compare
that's basketball. There's only 41 home dates, as opposed to 81 home dates.
But what about the passion from the fan?
There were two back then. There were two viable baseball teams, and they split more of the attendance. By the way, you mentioned We Believe,
which is incredible.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up. There's new content on MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Okay.
I
heard Willard interview you yesterday about that. He's kind of asking you why you're doing it.
Because it helps me to be a little productive.
No, it wasn't bad.
So anyway, MatthewSteinmetz.com. There's two new pieces up. One on the greatest basketball venues / environments.
Hershey Park. Look at my boy.
That's right.
That's where you saw, I believe, Wilt play.
Hey, Goo, get your facts straight and get back to me.
I got him.
That was in 1962.
Yeah. Sam
He
Bowie.
scored 100.
Sam Bowie.
Sam Bowie.
Look at your boy.
Sam Bowie I saw play there.
Yeah.
I saw Kentucky legendary coach.
How's the traction going on that site? You gaining?
Pretty good. Yeah, MatthewSteinmetz.com. I mean, it's more. Oh, you know what? I actually made some money last month on it.
Okay, you want to explain?
they run these ads without you even asking, and if you hit some numbers, you get paid.
No, so that means you're doing well.
I got $5.18.
Look at Steiny.
And you think I'm kidding?
Drinks on Steiny.
I am not.
Dude,
made
that
$5.18.
Yeah, hey.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So Matthew Steinmetz.
That doesn't apply to the Giants, though, huh? Because there's more games. I don't buy that.
I kind of wasn't finished with my venues.
I'll go ahead.
Hershey Park.
Yeah. And the We Believe.
Oracle Arena during We Believe. And then Martz Hall in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. It's the best high school gym in the country, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
and
I hate you don't. I love what you're doing.
Geigel Complex in Reading, Pennsylvania, which is the second nicest gym in the state of Pennsylvania.
Now, what I want from you, Steiny, I love that, is I want you to give, and you may not have been in that high school gym here in the Bay. Like, you've been to O'Dowd. Your daughter went there.
They have a new gym. O'Dowd has a brand new gym.
Have you watched even the old one? Have you watched the boys basketball?
Yeah.
Okay, high level. So you don't have one of those here in the Bay, is what I'm saying.
I don't think we do.
You never been to Logan Pavilion? It's incredible.
But
like, I wish you had.
What's it hold?
I would say about 2,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute little.
Oh.
Cute little auxiliary gym.
Wow.
Martz Hall holds over 4, and Geigel Complex gets 35 in there.
All right. So you're crowd shaming. Yeah.
Of course. Although, I hear American Canyon has a great high school gym.
I have never been to that one.
And if somebody could confirm that on the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. My understanding is American Canyon does have a really good gym.
Yeah.
Holds over 4,000, but I'd love to be
Logan
fact-checked.
girls in the semifinals tonight. Got that from the Xfinity Mobile text line.
All right.
Let's go, Colts.
And Gilroy Wrestling, the best in the Bay Area. Willard and I were talking about wrestling yesterday, too.
Tell me Lo Neal's name came up.
I didn't. Don't ever.
You guys left chicken on the bone.
Don't ever, Goo. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Don't ever get into a fight with a wrestler. You will.
That's why you stick and move.
No, you think you can stick and move. But if it's a legitimate wrestler, you have no chance.
I bet.
No chance.
What's that move they do?
Well, first of all, the easiest move to do is they just wrap their hands around you
get out of that.
and body slam your ass.
Look at you.
They are wrestlers. I have the utmost respect for wrestlers. Brian's in. Oh, hey. Go ahead.
It's the hand behind the neck that I can't do. Don't touch my neck.
Oh, and then they push your head down, and you're like, I'm done.
Man.
Yeah, I'm tapping out.
Exactly. Brian's in Salinas. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. So I called in because I saw you guys a tweet about the Warriors' playoff chances, and I like them. But my only caveat is Poole playing at the end of the game. He makes some really bad decisions with the ball, and for some reason, he doesn't like to pass to Clay, which needs to change. Other than that, once they're in, I don't have a worry about them winning on the road in the playoffs. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They're 4-time champions, and it's in their DNA to win. So, yeah, as long as they get in the playoffs, I think they have a shot.
Appreciate the call.
I've never heard that.
They have done it in the past. They have not done it this year. And the reason, Poole's kind of got to be on the floor late because he makes foul shots.
And he's been on the floor when Clay was in Fuego.
You're the same as the caller.
See, this is the Steiny that didn't show up yesterday. Go ahead.
But let me do it this way.
Yeah. The real Steiny's here.
No.
That was the fake imposter.
I'll fix it. I'll fix that.
Pirelli did. Go ahead.
So, Good. But you agree a little bit with what the caller said about Jordan Poole because sometimes he does get a little out of control, right?
Yeah, and I've come down on him. But about the non-passing to Clay, I've never heard that. I'll watch it moving forward. But with no Curry, that's not even on the table. My thing is, Poole has been out there when Clay went hot, and I saw Poole feeding Clay the ball like you should do. But to my thing before, it was my tease, a little stuffed up today, Steiny. If you really don't think Andrew Wiggins physically has broken down or has not come all the way back from that adductor issue, that's what's ailing Gary Payton II. It's serious, and he's went under the knife. So these next 23, 24 games, Andrew Wiggins has to be what he was in last year's playoffs and even regular season. Steiny, if I were to go in that locker room right now, I say, Drew, I'm being real talk, Andrew.
Oh, boy.
Hey, what's up, Goo?
He's like, got another pep talk.
Oh, no,
pep talk number 492 in my lifetime.
I'm going Tupac. Great movie, Juice. You got the juice. Oh, Lord. It's on you, Andrew. You got to go out here and be dominant on both ends of the court. And if physically he can't do it, then there's a chance they may not even make the play-in. But if he's healthy, and I think he is because his last game, before the game, he was out because of personal reasons. That looked like when they were running that 4 down, they were just throwing it to him in the post. That's what we need. Steiny, but if that adductor is still lingering, that explains why he's been, and I thought Dibbs came down too hard on him, and you were a part of it on K-Wig.
Yes, he was. I didn't bring it up.
You think he's floating, or is he floating because he's hurt?
Like, that's one, honestly, where I don't care if he's hurt. Like, I don't care if he's hurt or if he's floating. We got to have him.
Yeah.
Like, we got to have him. It's like, well, Clay's still coming back from it. Like, I don't care. You got to have him.
Yeah.
Or, the reasons why at this point don't really matter. They're up against it. 415. I went to Oracle Arena for We Believe Game 3 against Dallas. It was unreal.
You could write a book. I'm waiting on the book.
I'm writing it right now on MatthewSteinmetz.com. It's the same principle.
Well,
yes, Kyle.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on a title team.
That's true.
That if the Warriors are going to do that again, he needs to be that again because it's not going to be Jordan Poole. It's not going to be Clay or Draymond. It's Andrew Wiggins. He has to be that guy. I couldn't agree more.
And part of the reason I'm bringing him up, guys, is he's never said it, to his credit, Steiny. You never tell him you're hurt or you're injured or excuses, but I'm wondering how much of what he's dealt with is lingering. Because I look at GP2, who was – I know we've been here and done this. I mean, how could Portland look anybody in the face and say, we take care of our players?
What are you talking about?
When you had this man playing in Golden State – you played in Portland, and then 2 days later, he's in Golden State. Oh, he needs to be out 6 weeks.
Then renege on the deal, Golden State.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, Portland didn't – if you feel that way, Warriors, then don't do the deal. They did the deal. They did it. They got nobody to blame but themselves.
And it's not even about that.
They got snookered, Goo.
No, it's
they
more
usually
about
do the schnookering.
Why would Gary Payton, a grown-ass man, go out there? Like, did you know what you were risking in a Blazer uniform? Like, why did the Warriors medical say you needed to be out? My whole thing was, Gary, would they have just ran your ass in the ground? And I saw his dad in Utah, who's looking good. Gary Payton, he's losing some weight. Draymond interviewed him, but I'm like, Pops knows how the game is played and the stuff behind the scenes, but yeah, hopefully he'll be healthy by playoff time if they get in.
Well, if he's not healthy and Curry's not playing and Clay's shooting the ball inconsistently, how are they going to put something together?
No, they're not.
Right.
But that's a lot of things that got to go wrong.
But that's what I mean. No, it's a lot of things that have to go right.
I'll give you
Curry's got to get back. Clay has to play he has to shoot the ball like he did in January. Wiggins has to be the player
my main concern.
He was a little while ago, and Poole's got to me, sand down the rough edges a little bit.
But we're good with Kuminga, Looney, and Dre.
Kuminga. I mean, he's 15 minutes a night.
But those could be a big 15 minutes.
Sure they could. But you don't want to play him 15 minutes a night because then you have to take the best 5 off the floor that you love. Not you, Goo. I mean, that the Warriors love to use. American Canyon.
I've never heard about that gym.
2,500. Sorry, I thought it was bigger than that.
I'm looking at the pavilion. People texting me now. Might be
like,
more.
What's the deal? Does nobody go to high school games around here?
No.
Does that mean they do or they don't?
I think they do. Bishop O'Dowd, line 1, who lost to Moreau. Hey,
Bishop O'Dowd was 7-9 this year.
Hey, yeah.
I saw Lou.
Yeah.
I call him Lou because it's Lou Ritchie, the head coach.
They just lost to Moreau. Have you watched the game in that gym in Hayward? Moreau Catholic.
I have not. Is it nice?
Yeah, program ran by the great Frank Knight. You heard
Catholic
him?
School.
Yeah.
With the funds.
We'll look at you.
And I'm Catholic and went to a Catholic school.
We know
the body of Christ.
I feel like the more intimate arenas are better, though.
They are.
Like, give me a 1,500-seat arena that's packed instead of like a 3,000-seat arena that's got 2,500.
Okay. The best arena in the Bay Area is St. Mary's, I think. Because what's that hold about?
Level.
But what's St. Mary's hold about 4?
35, 30. Oh, yeah, give or take.
Yeah, that's a great gym.
It is a great gym.
Great gym.
But I was just going to a conversation you and Willard were having, and he had mentioned, it's funny, some gyms have the same name. He said the Pit. I forget where the Pit's located, but there's
New
only
Mexico
one
State,
Pit, Willard. No, it's high school.
It's San Leandro, I think.
Yeah, this is in Fremont, Washington High School, and they got it to where the gym's low and then the seats are high. Kind of Hershey, remind me of Hershey.
What's Hershey?
Your gym that you talk about.
Yeah,
in Pennsylvania.
You don't come in at a top there.
You're
thinking of Mart's Hall in Pottsville.
Oh, okay.
And you know what else? Another one. And what Guru's talking about is, you know what else used to be like that? Key Arena in Seattle. When you entered, you were actually at the top of the building, and you would go down. Key Arena in Seattle was like that, and also, of course, Mart's Hall in Pottsville. You know what else was like that?
Arco Arena.
Cole Fieldhouse, University of Maryland, is one of those where you come in at the top. Mm-hmm. God, I love gyms.
The Spanos Center in Stockton, UOP, sneaky nice.
I've never been there.
I've played there.
What do you mean you played there?
I played there.
Intramurals?
In a high school all-star game.
Are you kidding me? You came from
maybe it wasn't. Actually, maybe it wasn't the Spanos Center. We played on the campus of University of the Pacific.
They flew you out here?
86, it would have been.
I was going to say, it's built in 81. So.
Okay, so I played at the Spanos Center.
What'd you do?
Dr. Anthony.
I actually was on this. I made this all-star team as a junior. I was only one of 2 juniors on the team, but I still came off the bench. And we went 3-0. We played against a guy nobody's ever going to heard of this. Drew Rogers. He was really good. He went to Pacific back in the mid-'80s.
Damn.
Oh, you're right. 925. This one was on my list. I made a list of the 4 greatest gyms, but I have 4 below them, and Kezar's in there. Kezar Arena is...
I saw Eddie House in...
Kezar's legit. Thank you very much.
What's the Summer League at Kezar? With all the
Kezar Summer League.
Kids.
San Francisco Pro-Am.
That's classic.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Patrick Beverly going to the...
I don't believe the Warriors were interested. I'm just sorry, Pat. I love you to death.
No, I know. We didn't talk about Russell Westbrook to the Clips. Let me guess.
What now? Why would Kyle hit that button?
Because you're the only one who likes him.
Still get by his man and score. And the Clippers, they're a player in this thing. I'm just so when's enough enough?
You think Westbrook's still pretty good?
Yeah, no doubt. And he's good enough coming off the bench. Now, does he have some turnovers? Yeah, but I can give you a list of 10 other guys on good teams that have turnovers. He wasn't a problem in L.A., and I think he's going to win 6th Man of the Year.
Then why haven't more of his teams won?
He's been a part of that, Kyle. But that does not take away from him being 6th Man of the Year if he doesn't win it, a candidate, and he's going to help the Clippers. You think Kawhi and PG-13, he was whispering sweet nothings about Westbrook over the weekend about how they need him, but the dude's not a joke. Is he perfect?
Who?
No, Westbrook.
He's not a joke,
but
I don't think he
get
can
to
help
the
you
rack
win.
in the free throw line.
I don't think he helps you win anymore, and I don't think Patrick Beverly does either.
He can't shoot, and he doesn't play defense.
He plays better
than a lot of... You
can't
do that in the NBA now.
Dude, but there's
Is he a better defensive player than Steph Curry?
I'd say it's a tie.
I dare you.
It's a tie.
No chance.
Russ can guard 1 through 5, guys. Are you watching them? I've been watching them. Watch who they have him on. He ain't no just a walk in the park, let me elbow you and get out the way. He's putting his ass, his leg. He is still strong. That's all I'm saying, guys. Not deep. That is.
I'm taking a. And this is the new Matt. Goo, I'm going to give you an opportunity to take that back.
Is he better than Jordan Poole on defense?
It's not about that. It's about, you said Westbrook could guard 1 through 5.
You know what I mean.
1 through a half? What?
Just watch him. That's all. Your boy's got something left in the tank.
Myers Leonard going to the... See, that's the... people are saying Serge Ibaka. Why would the Bucks waive Serge Ibaka and then bring Myers Leonard back, who hasn't played in a couple years after...
Yeah, but he just fall off. His mouth got him in trouble.
Who?
Myles Leonard. Yeah, there was a point down there. I liked him, man.
I'm sure... Why, by the way? Why'd you like Myers
He could do
Leonard?
it all.
No, he couldn't.
Nah, I thought he could. I thought he was better than your boy Plumlee.
You can guard 1 through 5.
You are crazy.
Yeah.
Come on,
and when he was ready and he was in Miami, I thought he was about to, I don't know what happened. Confidence.
Good.
And his opinions. Yeah. His basketball play didn't get him to where he was.
See, now you're making me say it.
That's what I
Myers
do.
Leonard, he stinks.
Well, now he's just an afterthought.
He's always been an afterthought.
Not when he had that big game against the Warriors.
They
in
still
Game 3.
lost. It's like, you know what? That's the exact same game that Mozgov had in the
Timothy.
finals when he was with Cleveland. Oh, look at Mozgov. Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to be honest. I was a fan.
See, that's what, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
They didn't guard Mozgov.
Man.
Because it didn't matter in a way. You know what I'm saying? You have a gripe today?
Oh, man. I really do. It's kind of a serious gripe, but I got one.
Should we tease it?
Yeah.
You want to do it on the other side?
Well,
but
sure.
it's serious?
No, I was
Will it bring down the show?
related. Oh, but never. Nothing brings down the show.
Well.
Except you. That's a 4. Hey, Kyle, I gave myself a 4.
I just left the ding page, but you get a ding.
What you got?
I don't like
Free to move about the country.
Thank you.
That's a good one.
All right, coming up on the other side. Oh, by the way, what? I don't know when we'll get into it. Maybe on the other side. I saw this. I guess it's a reel, on Facebook or Instagram.
There's so many.
I saw something that happened during a girls' high school
good Lord,
basketball game,
and I saw it
and
too.
I'm ready to throw down.
I'm with you.
Hey, be careful on those Instagram reels, bro.
All right. Why?
You'll be scrolling for 5 minutes and 3 hours will pass.
All right.
Swear to God. It's crazy.
Kyle, it's incredible.
I'll lay in bed at 9. I'm like, I'm in sleep by 9:30. Scroll some reels. I
Kyle,
look up.
Welcome to my world, man.
You can find like old Seinfeld clips.
But you don't know
They got
where you're
everything on
going. They're just random.
Yeah.
It's just
Says
like-
a lot about your algorithm that you're getting old Seinfeld clips, though. They know.
They know.
And you know what else? You're getting a lot of stuff from AARP.
I told them. I called them. Take me off your list. I'm still hooping.
I got a thing from T-Mobile that was like, did you know about our senior discount?
Oh, no.
I'm like, sir.
Oh, no.
I'm with you. Anyway, I saw something that happened during a high school girls game, and I'm ready to knock people out. So's Goo, though, too. He didn't like it. I haven't seen one person who liked it. That's what we'll talk. But get in here and let's talk some Warriors. Tell me why you ain't worried, even though they're banged up. They're 500. The schedule gets hard. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Does your
no
holiday.
idea what you're talking about.
It was a holiday yesterday, so I chose to spend it with the fam. But some of the people don't know what goes on behind. So they just saw that as an absence yesterday.
It was.
You know what I'm saying?
It was. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I worked.
But
Willard worked. And
you
Rado
said you
worked.
forgot
the
it
big
was a
three
holiday.
worked.
I'm snitching on you.
The
Darryl
big three
Russell.
worked yesterday.
Yeah.
Curry, Clay, and Draymond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just forgot to ask it off, and then it was too late.
Yeah.
All right, I got to explain
Kyle
something.
said it was a LeBron, though. That's pretty good.
I got to explain something I saw on the internet today.
Well, we saw it together.
I saw it. I'd seen it before you. I saw it first.
Well, I saw it last night. Go ahead. I didn't want to ruin the story.
So it's clearly a high school game. I'd actually love to find out who it is and find out who this coach is. So clearly there was one team at the foul line, and as the second shot was being taken, there was the coach of the other team. Oh no, he was the coach of the team at the foul line. So he was talking to one of his players down in the corner. He was actually on the court, and he had a player kneeling down behind him, so you couldn't see her if you were on the court.
She was hiding.
Yes, she was hiding. The other team takes the ball out of the rim, dribbles the ball up the court.
Oh, my gosh.
And this girl who was hiding behind the coach runs up in the backcourt behind her, pokes the ball free, and starts a fast break the other day. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't know who that coach was. And I better be careful because you got to be kidding me. You've got to be. I have not heard one person who's seen that video say, no, that's fine. There's nobody who's seen that video that goes, yeah, that's okay. You can do that. That is so cheap. It's Bush League.
Chicken, you know what? And I don't blame the young lady, the coach. What message are you sending? Yeah.
He's godless. Go ahead. No, now
I just want to hit the gutless drop.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
You scared me.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, what happened?
No.
Godless. I mean, come on, man. And I'm not.
It's clearly a high school.
You don't blame the young lady, right? That's all on the damn coach who said he would have got a T because he was on the court.
Well, the refs didn't see him clearly.
Right, but so he already, you shouldn't even, you're standing somewhere you shouldn't be at.
Exactly.
But damn.
It was so egregious.
Coach the young ladies,
that
man.
I wouldn't have given him just the little T. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's absolutely gone.
And I'm the guy that came up, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, you didn't come up with that, but you use it. You know what? He gets the little.
That's a Guru original. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Oh, my God. Somebody made that up in 1971. Seriously.
Minimum.
Yeah, exactly.
You too. Wow.
Although what I was saying is, I was telling a friend this. If you start using phrases from like 40 and 50 years ago, the younger generation's never heard of them, so they think you're the guy who made it up.
Right.
And they think it's clever. Like, what did I use this weekend? Oh, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Now, I don't know where that's from.
That's pirates, bro. Pirates did that.
What do you mean?
Of the Caribbean?
Like pirates in like the 1700s that were like patrolling.
Yeah. That's not a popular phrase, though, Kyle. What you just said.
But don't you get it? It's like what bosses say. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Get it? How's morale supposed to improve?
Yeah.
The whole beatings.
If I have to explain it, it's not.
That's a good one, Steiny.
But the cheating ain't trying, that's the original for me.
No, it's not.
All right.
Why would you do that?
Because who said it?
A dude in 1971.
No, I'm talking about mine. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I think it was Bob Gibson.
Exactly.
Oh, you guys.
That was Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Look at you reaching. Exactly. Anything to take credit from the
You're
old
right,
dude.
925. Dibs would have run him. Absolutely.
Yeah. That was Bush League.
Positively. Goo, you asked me something today, and my answer was, I don't think so. But you said, and if we can, Kyle, can we play that Draymond cut again where he and Barkley were bantering back and forth?
This could be a year where you see a 6 or 7 seed in the finals, and it's not really that.
I hate to say it, but the Golden State Warriors are cooked.
That's crazy. You said that last year, but we all know you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say that last year. No, I did not say that last year.
You said it every year.
No,
You said it every year since I've been in the league.
That's not true. But y'all are cooked now.
Are we?
Yep, y'all are done.
It still leaves us far ahead of you, boss.
Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all are done.
I have a question, without, let's say if Draymond wasn't here.
God,
So
I want him in my foxhole, man.
Goo asked me after he heard that, and I answered no. Steiny, I feel like Draymond, he's going to use that as motivation. He's going to play even at a higher level. He's a pro.
And he's a badass. And I feel like he's had a good year when I talk about the motor.
Right.
But listen to that, Steiny. And when it was all said and done last year, Steph told us in our face when we went out to the facility, he said they keep receipts on everything. And you don't think that's going to give Draymond the fire's not a problem from Dre, but Steiny, I just believe motivation. That's all.
Oh, now they're going to win it.
No, it ain't going to be because of him that they're not going to get to their goals. That's the stuff.
Well, of course not.
And then
of course not. It's going to be the 11th and 12th men who aren't going to get it done, right, Goo?
Well, they're not going to be
When it's all said and done, if and when they don't win it, you'll blame Ty Jerome, Lamb, and
you are so
let's see, ABC, JaMychal Green.
Stop.
It ain't going to be Steph.
Please.
925 with a very serious question for me.
Yeah.
Wait, does Guru actually think he came up with those statements? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He thinks he came up with if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Give me who.
Apparently, it was in Days of Thunder, movie with Tom Cruise back in the day.
No, what about what you and Kyle said? Oh, it was, who did you say? Two old schoolers.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I said it was Bill Mazeroski.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. Look at you. The shot hurt. Listen, that's an original. But I ain't into getting credit or whatnot. But let me tell you what Barkley was doing.
Okay.
That was still residue from the brushback he got from the Klay Thompson comments that he never said bothered him. But I know he was like, holy hell, y'all coming at me for that. So that's why you could just hear it in his voice how good he felt to say the Warriors are cooked. But Dre was
I've never even said that.
I think you wrote about it.
No, I didn't.
Well, yeah, Dallas in 6.
Listen.
I'm going to start pointing out
You should.
flaws.
You should
Yeah.
because it's inauthentic.
Al Davis said that.
No, this guy's got it right. This guy's got it right. It was Richard Petty in 1972.
I wasn't even here.
Let me guess. It had to do with a restrictor plate. Oh, you got to like that. That's a 5. Come on.
Oh, man.
Come on. Steiny, knowing that, well, here's a random one. 718. Steiny, knowing that Kenny Atkinson turned down a head coach job in Charlotte, is it possible Myers walks, Kerr is GM, and Kenny Atkinson becomes the head coach next season? Kerr's experience. You know what? That's interesting, but I've reported, and I have reported this, and I'm dead serious. My source, the reason Kenny Atkinson did not take the Charlotte job,
want to spend more time with his family.
Yeah, that's what was written.
Right.
That's not all of the story. The rest of the story is they would not let him hire his own assistants. They still had assistant coaches under contract, and they didn't want to fire him to lose the money. Michael Jordan, vintage Michael Jordan. So you'll notice that Steve Clifford ended up getting the job, and he still got assistants from last year. Mm-hmm.
But
where else you get that kind of info?
Kudos from Kenny for standing his ground. Like, if I can't bring in my guys, to hell with y'all.
Thank you very much.
I ain't desperate.
Schleprock, and we can get back into this on the Giants fans. What's going on, Schleprock? How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing well. What's going on with you guys? I'm glad to hear you guys back together, but this is going back to the first hour when you guys were doing the transition between the other two, Willard and Dibbs, and Guru made the statement. And I'm not jumping on Guru. I love Guru.
I will.
He said that he doesn't believe that you're a true diehard fan if you're not going to the game and spending your money and this and that. You know, I'm a diehard fan, but I don't have to go to the game. I do go to the games, but I pick and choose. But I don't feel I have to be there. But then you can actually flip-flop it and turn it around and say that the Giants organization, front office, they really don't care about us as a fan, because if they really truly did, they wouldn't put that product out on the field and expect to get, $3 million fans every year, you know, and it just kind of rung hollow with me. I mean, it's a statement that, you know, you can make that statement and really truly believe it, but I can also say, hey, spend some money, you know, and put some people out there. That 107 game win was a one-off. I love that team because anybody could came up that year and hit the ball out of the park, even though there were no big name, you know, players really. But who do they have now? Like you say, Steiny, who do they have now that you want to go out and buy their jersey? Nobody.
Let me ask you this. I respect your opinion. Don't hang up. Let me ask you this. They tried to get Correa. They had Correa. Then for whatever reason, the deal fell through. So to me, that showed they were trying to get that player. They were in on Judge. Yeah, they didn't close. But I'm asking you, that doesn't mean anything to you that they're trying, or do you feel like that's BS that their name is surrounded by the player, but they never closed the deal?
You know why that rings hollow to me, Guru, is because when was the last time the Giants organization really signed a big name player to put them over the top? They haven't. They're always in the game, but to me, they're always in the game not to be in the game. To me, they're wringing their hands, you know, like you're at an auction and you put your hand up to bid and you're hoping that somebody else outbids you because you really don't want to pay that much for it. That's what I'm seeing with the Giants. When was the last time they really signed a big name?
I respect that. Wow.
You know, thanks for the call. Yeah. I mean, Rodon, I know he's not.
And they let him go.
God, I pronounced that right all day yesterday, too. That's because I had to. I was with Willard. Yeah. So
that didn't finish.
I actually, let's, you know what? I'm going to pick up on this because I kind of don't believe you either. And just hear me out. I'm not saying, you know, okay. To me.
But you got to understand what I'm saying. But I feel
first
like
of all, let me first say,
me right.
If you'll remember, a while ago, maybe 8 years ago, Joe Lacob made a statement that I can't remember the exact statement, but the perception was basically what he said is season ticket holders are the real fans. And there was a lot of backlash because those tickets were very expensive. Yeah. I know that's not what you're saying, but what I'm getting at is I completely agree with Schleprock. You can have the most passionate fan. You know what? The most passionate fan of the San Francisco 49ers, you know who it might be at this station? John Curley. Well, he doesn't go to games.
Well, go ahead.
Because he's a San Francisco native, and he says he's never going to Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
Now, forget what you think of that, but that doesn't mean John Curley isn't a monster fan.
I get that. So and it's not about, I'm not trying to, condense it to how much money you spend on your team. Schleprock gave what he feels the front office and the team are not doing, and that's what's keeping them from the yard. That I can do nothing with that. I'm just saying to you, Steiny, when the team like this version of the Giants doesn't have that Willie Mays,
right?
I don't feel like, as a diehard, in my world, I don't feel like that's not the reason you don't go to the yard to support the team.
Okay, let me ask you
You got to show up when it's thick and thin.
Let me ask you
we
this.
don't even know if it's going to be thin, but I will say, from a Giant fan perspective, for the ones out there, and just me being a native from the Bay, I hate watching the Giants knowing they're not the Padres. I hate watching the Giants knowing they're not the Dodgers. And I do hate there's no new Barry Bonds or Buster Posey. But the beautiful thing about baseball is that doesn't mean they're not going to compete. But, man, it sounds a little front-runner-ish when you talk about, well, there's no Steph Curry, I'm out.
Well, he wasn't saying he's out. He's just saying he won't go
he gave
to the
his
games.
reason, and he felt like they don't go ad.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say, how many Giants games are you going to go to this year?
I'll say about 10 to 12.
All right. I'll take it your word. I'll take it your word there. What if they would have signed Judge? How many would you have watched? How many then would you have gone to? More or less or the same?
That's fascinating. I'm going to say 12 to 20.
So you're more of a fan when they have a superstar,
right,
than when they don't. So you just...
I root well for the Giants. I'm not Chasky or Bonte. I'm not a diehard fan or Curly. My thing is when this is your team through thick and thin, You show up for your team.
No, I disagree.
Wow.
I disagree. I mean, it's great. To me, the Giants are different. The Giants built a ballpark. The Giants won 3 World Series. The Giants are in a little downward trend right now. That's okay. Those things happen in sports. But you said if you were an A's fan, I'd be going to the games. I cannot blame any A fan for not going to games.
We got one right back.
That's totally different.
One right on the show.
That's a front office that is sabotaging their own team
and letting the stars walk.
Exactly.
I got you.
Like the A's,
and I take that back because the A's. There's nothing to see here. If you wanted to go to another team, I could understand it because that's out of the movie Major League. Are you looking at all the quotes?
The 925 is really nailing it.
It takes 2 to tango. That's
Actions speak louder than words. That's Guru. It takes 2 to tango.
Talk to me.
It's Guru. You have your own book of quotes. It looks like penny saved, penny earned. That's Guru. He came up with that.
Use that one.
407 years ago. I kind of like that. Yeah. It's funny. Let's go to Marco. Marco in Sonoma. Hey, Marco, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing well,
Marco.
man.
Good. So several things. One, the whole basketball thing, and I don't know, Steiny, you've probably been to AAU games. It's just a complete S show half the time. What's going on with a lot of the youth sports these days, especially in particular in basketball. But that's not why I wanted to call. I was just hitting up on that one. With regards to the Bay Area sports teams and spending your money at these places, I grew up in San Francisco, went to high school there, finished my college there at some point, and always been a diehard San Francisco fan. Big Warriors, big Giants, big 49ers. The Giants for the last decade have really hurt us. And if they're not going to be willing to spend the money and put a product on the field that justifies what you pay to take a family to a game and hang out there and go more than once or twice a year, it's just, I'm not in agreement with you got to spend the money. I'm just not.
I'm with you.
The Warriors games, you're looking, you drop 2 people at a Warriors game, for decent seats, you're dropping $500, $600.
Now that, Steiny, if you guys are saying it's too expensive, I get that then.
That's a big, but that's part of the equation.
But
why fans might not be going because they can't afford it.
This all started because I was hearing they don't have Willie Mays. Like, they're trying to get Willie Mays.
They don't have Willie Mays, and the prices are exorbitant. That's the issue, I think.
And I was looking at it through the prism of a single man, that I'm just going for myself or credential now that I'm in the business. But I didn't look at it through the prism of a family of 4. So I may need to just back up a tad bit.
That's fine.
But I'm talking about if you don't, Dub Nation was built because their product was stanky stank. That's the Goo original. And people showed up.
That's awful.
But you get it.
But it's terrible.
But, I mean, the Warriors are the best fan base maybe ever for that black cloud of an era that people showed up before Steph.
You know what? That's a great point. We'll see, and I'll tell you why. Because the group of fans that supported the Warriors when they were losing, that's a different demographic that from the fan base that will be asked to support this team after Steph Curry retires. So let's talk to me in 2029, all right? And then let's see how loyal the Warrior fan base is. Now, I think it's still going to be loyal because there's only one team in the Bay. It's a greater.
So that's 90% of it to you, huh?
What?
Because there's only one hoop team. So they had everything was, it was the Bay's basketball team, unlike the other 2 sports.
How about this? You probably never realized this about me because you heard the gentleman talking about AAU.
Oh, I got a story.
Oh, really? Have you ever heard me criticize AAU?
No, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think you've been to many.
That's right. You're nailing everything. Mm-hmm. I haven't been to any AAU tournaments, so I don't criticize them. And in fact, there's 2 guys that are involved in the AAU program that I know, Carl Foster and a really good player named Richard Morton.
Okay.
Who's I like Richard. I'll bet he's a pretty good coach. So you can't put a blanket statement over the entire AAU world. So I don't talk about that because I don't really know about it. Yeah. How about that for being responsible?
How about that?
Yeah, exactly. You say
3.
break?
No.
Oh, okay.
So let's get to grapes.
Oh, I thought.
You know what? Why don't we hold it till 2?
Kyle,
Since my bad, Kyle.
If we were
Let's hold it
quarterbacks,
till
we would have
2.
fumbled or got a false start.
That's on me.
Yeah,
Because it sounded like
Jalen
he
Hurts.
said break.
Delay of game.
I'm going to give you a 3. I went to a high school game Friday in Sacramento, Intercom, nationally rated.
Intercom? That used to be Odyssey.
Yeah, Intercom.
Yeah, shout out Natomas.
Dude, in Natomas, in Sac. It was packed.
How many?
It was a
400?
No, I'm a 500. No, it's about 450.
Small gym?
Small gym, but packed.
I love it.
Stein,
I love it.
You would have thought you were no shade, but the point guard's got to pass. I'm watching talent, guys on the block. But the point guard, you know, it was Westbrook-esque, and I was just telling my son, like,
do you realize
pass the rock. If I was a coach,
you're contradicting yourself.
No, move it, not on the high
you're
school
saying
level.
The guy played
move
like Westbrook, but
move
you think he's great.
It was selfish basketball.
Well, that's Westbrook.
And the other guys, I want come here, two guards. I want to hug you.
Why do you
this
like?
man?
Why do you like Westbrook, who's selfish, but you didn't like my guy from Intercom?
No, it's different. Don't
Intercom.
you get it? Don't you get it?
No, I don't. They're 2 point guards who don't pass. 116
is an athletic
134.
marvel.
Oh, this kid at Intercom
did something on the basketball court that probably will never be duplicated in his position athletically.
Who?
He's a savant.
What did he do?
In the air, playing 900 miles an hour, averaging a triple-double. I'm not like you and throw him away because you don't like his style or whatever.
Throw him away.
But at a high school level, you got to get the others involved, son.
Depends who your teammates are.
Well, no, they were not barking back.
Well, how do you know? If he didn't pass in the ball, how good were they?
It's just the AAU.
Who's the best team in SAC right now?
Ender. What is it called?
I've never heard of that school.
Yeah.
It must be a small school.
No, they're
no chance.
They're going to be playing at what's the Golden One here soon.
Don't look ahead. This is what you did with the Warriors. You say they're going to make the playoffs.
Dude, it was incredible.
Intercom better make the playoffs
But the
first.
energy in that gym.
I know. Dude, see, now here's where you would say, see, this is where you steal from me. I said that first. You asked me what my greatest sports environment was, and I've always said a great high school basketball game. And now you want to take that. Like, I'm not Stephen A. Smith. Quit stealing from me.
Two people can like the same thing.
No, but I like it first.
Well, see, that's...
All right, see now. Of course you can like it.
Dude, it was incredible.
I like that you and I agree.
We stood
on
up
it.
the whole time. How about that? It was like watching J. Kidd and J.R. Ryder.
Did you yell?
No, I had no
skin. No skins on
in
the
game.
Skin in the game.
Zachary Chan, he was a guard to play with my son last year, transfer school. So
all right. Zachary.
Yeah.
Hey Zach, pass
That's the one
ball.
that hit the shot where I ran on the court.
Pass the ball, Zach.
Yeah, he hit the.
Is he the one who didn't pass?
No, he hit the shot when
that was a year ago. What have you done for me lately, Zach?
He's balling. Had about 23.
Just show me the video. I'll tell you if he's balling.
I'll bring
or not.
it up right now.
You think Westbrook
my IG
was
Friday,
good?
I put all kind of stuff on there. Video. Friday night.
I don't follow you. All right, coming up on the other side.
Wow.
Gurus, gripes, Tua. You see? God, Willard has taught me how to do it right. I'm going to be better. The last hour. It'll be sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid.
basically, we can use our listeners as Google, and they can help me.
Sometimes there's errors.
So we were talking about the Piedmont High School girls team, which is dominant, right?
Yeah.
So I just, during the break, my daughter was telling me they were nationally ranked.
Damn.
So I go onto the website, or I just start poking around, and I see a picture of them, and I see the coach.
Male or female?
It's a male, but I can't see the name.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I know that guy. Used to play basketball with this guy back in the day. I can't remember. It was so long ago. So now I'm trying to find out the name of the Piedmont High School girls basketball coach because he was a good player. Good guy, too, but I can't.
Well, it's funny if
20
you
years
use
ago.
what you have at your disposal,
Oh, sure.
your partner who shot hoop here in the Bay, this lightweight legend, you might show me his picture and I might know his name off the top.
No, he's a good player.
Please.
You wouldn't have come across him.
Please. Yeah, Intercom, top 5.
Top 5 in sack.
Top 10 state.
Okay.
Top 10 in the state. Come on now.
Listen, if you're.
And Ernie Chavez, we got to get to him.
It's like, come on. It's like being an all-state, being number 5, being top 5 in NorCal basketball in high school. It's like being an all-state in Hawaii. I mean, come on.
Please. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Please, you're losing all your friends out here now.
Don't be disrespectful.
Ernie Chavez said
I
this
was
on
honorable
YouTube.
mention all-state in high school. And that was a real state, Pennsylvania. You
If
got
that's
some
not
players.
the real participation
John's
trophy, honorable mention. If I wasn't worth a mention, I would have made it. Honorable mention. It's kind of like the wall. You know what? We feel sorry for you. That's how I look at honorable mention.
I think honorable mention in Pennsylvania is probably better than second team All-Idaho.
Well, I ain't gonna argue there.
thank you.
I'm talking Cali. Yeah, Gary Payton, Jay Kidd, J.R. Ryder.
These guys are myths.
Who else? Lamont Murray. Dude, I played against them all.
Dude, here's the beauty.
Yeah.
I brag about Philly and Reading out here.
Yeah.
And I brag about
Brian
Oakland back
Shaw.
there. I have it all. I can do it both.
Kevin Mouton. Went to Logan, played.
I don't
asked
think
Gary
he belongs in that group.
Please, he's a legend. Went to USF.
I'm kidding about. Come on, nobody. I'm not.
You're not being. I got you.
I'm kidding about NorCal hoops.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Let's get to
Go
Ernie
ahead.
Chavez on YouTube. Says people
Here
here
we go.
in the Bay. This
go
bothers
ahead.
me about where I'm from. They don't like high school basketball nor college sports. That bothers me.
That's been out there for decades.
The college I get, but so if you don't have a kid in you, if I said Steiner, let's go watch Logan, they're top 5 in the state, I believe you would come to the game with me, even if I didn't.
I would.
Even if I didn't have my kid wasn't playing. Shasky and Bonte, they're doing a podcast. It hits, man.
You know why I'm laughing?
Uh-oh.
You know why?
No, I don't. People keep giving the phrases that I came up with. Just chew it and do it. Yeah.
There, I'll give you that one.
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
Shoot. What was I laughing at?
See, Gerald Walker.
That's the guy who played at USF.
Yeah, Calvin Bird played at Hayward High.
Oh, they're just naming great NorCal
I'm
players.
naming them. Guys that I come in contact
I
with.
thought
Dale
that-
Demps, Mount Eden High School, Stoney.
We're talking about two different things.
But now you got me going.
I want to know the high school coach's name.
Brian Gardner.
I think it's Gardier.
I need glasses.
I used to play against him back in the day. He's a good player.
So is that they got it.
I think that's right.
They said go to Max Prep in Lemon
You know
Booty.
what's funny is I'm on Max Prep. I can't find the guy's name.
Come on.
That's
you put
serious.
it in school?
Piedmont girls, 25-0, 9-0 league.
Give the coach
home,
some love.
Away. Max top 25 girls rankings. You know, they knocked off.
Gardier
come
or whatever,
on.
however you're pronouncing it.
Come
That's it,
on,
son.
Piedmont. Somebody's got.
Ryan.
Can we upgrade the Piedmont schedule, please?
Or Max
Lick
Prep, get
Wilmerding.
with it.
Piedmont 81, Lick Wilmerding 29. Come on. Schedule somebody,
Wow.
Piedmont. Come on, Brian.
We got to
You're
go
my
check
guy.
them out. Yeah.
You want to do. What's that?
What happened?
That's not Gurus.
Because we're running out of time on that.
right.
Piedmont Girls High School.
We
segment.
got the
No,
name.
we're doing grapes right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for Guru's Grapes.
Get better,
Fire away,
Steph.
Guru.
I will.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad.
Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker. All right, Stoney. So last week, man, I've been following this story, and even before it became a thing, I kept saying to you, even at the cafeteria, what does Eric Bieniemy have to do to get a head coaching job? And when white coaches are in the same position as Eric Bieniemy, the fact that you're just around championship pedigree and the best quarterback in football, nobody does an autopsy on how much you got to do with it. You're just a part of it, and you get a job. Sometimes you get 2 jobs. We're seeing lesser coaches with lesser credentials than Eric Bieniemy get jobs. So here we go again. Bieniemy and the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. He's had 15 interviews, and now I'm hearing people, radio, talking heads on TV talk about he must be doing something wrong in the interview. And Stoney, to me, it's just lightweight racism. And I don't know where the racism is coming from, but I'm like, Goodell, if you gave a damn about the Rooney Rule, the one life preserver you would throw is to Eric Bieniemy and get on the horn and say the next damn team that needs a coach, it's going to be Eric Bieniemy because this just don't look right. And all his ass does, just let me get this off, is leaves his position of success and goes to the crappy Washington Commander job to become their OC with a quarterback named Sam Howell, Heineke, Wentz, and Jake Fromm. I don't know who's going to be the starter, but my point is, bruh, you were supposed to stay your ass right in Kansas City and do it for the culture so every time the cameras panned on you, we could be reminded of the travesty that is the NFL that could not allow you to be around this greatness and parlay into a head coaching job. But whoever, Eric, you were listening to, and it could have been your circle, your family, but to go to Washington and pretty much what I believe fail, I'm hoping you don't. But brother, why do you got to tap dance again to prove your worth when a white coach or white coaches would have got 15 jobs just being around Andy Reid and having that moniker of offensive coordinator? And I'm mad at him for going to Washington to basically say, oh, I need to go prove myself again. I'm like, I don't even expect you to have a rebuttal, but as a black man, that bothers me. Like, you were supposed to stay there stay there and remind everybody how this system sucks and how you were just a byproduct of something that never will be rectified. But now you go to Washington to win 3 or 4 games, and holy hell, if they don't win and the offense looks like crap, now they're going to say, oh, that's why Mr. 15 interviews didn't get the job. It just really bothers me, man. And I'm mad at him, Stein. And you can be like, who the hell are you to be mad at him? But you were supposed to stand your ground.
Okay, here's what I would say to that, and maybe I shouldn't. To me, and maybe this is a rationalization or I'm parsing. To me, the issue is not Bieniemy. The issue is black coaches. And I know that's that's the same thing in a way, but aren't you getting the sense something's up with Bieniemy?
No doubt.
Okay. So while maybe there are white coaches like Bieniemy who would have gotten an opportunity if they were exactly the same, yes, that's an issue. I'm not minimizing it, but I'm starting to think could it possibly have something to do with Bieniemy and Bieniemy only? Like something's going on with him that inside the NFL, everybody knows, nobody talks about it. And listen, I want to be clear here. I'm not saying I disagree with you, because DeMeco Ryans was the only black coach hired this offseason. So, yes, I hear what you're saying, but I now look at Bieniemy like it's almost so obvious it can't be about race.
Okay, see, and
I
you
know
just
that
hit that
somebody
out
might
the
be
park.
like, wake up, Steinmetz. I get it.
But see,
but
I'm on
go ahead.
No, I respect that. But Andy Reid, you asked me who I'd rather have as a coach. It's Kyle and Andy Reid. The greatness of Andy Reid.
Why can't Andy Reid get
He
Bieniemy a
spoke
head
on the
coaching
forum
job?
at the Super? Exactly. So,
well, why?
That's why the system is almost embarrassing to me that this black man had to endure this. Now there's whispers of, his interview skills are not good. But my greater point, and I was saying to Eric's face, and I told this to Ray Rattle, and he said, Guru, to cut this, you're right. Like, why did you go to Washington? Why did you let them make you have to go prove yourself again, man?
Well, first of all, why did he leave Kansas City to go to Washington?
Because they said he wasn't calling the plays. They said he wasn't involved in this or that. Okay. And lesser white men have gotten jobs times 100 being around Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
Can I ask you a question? Is it about blacks or all minorities?
Well, I'll say it's power to the people. It's all minorities, but in this instance, the Rooney Rule is for minorities. But why is it not working for this man? And why did he feel the need to go to another lesser team? So I feel like he's tap dancing. And when I say tap dancing, let me show you what I can do, mister. Let me show. No, you ain't got to do that. And it's going to be, and if people want to say, Guru, who the hell are you to tell him what to do? You should, oh my gosh, I wish you would have just stayed in Kansas City because Andy didn't run you off. And I love Andy for when he accepted that trophy, he gave this man as much love and credit as you can. But now you're in the capital. Like Steiny, it just bothers me.
I think if you're Eric Bieniemy and if you have other program, and I don't know, I'm not in the interviews. If you have coaches or other owners or GMs saying, hey, need to see you out from under Andy Reid. And Andy Reid goes, yeah, hey, I'm coaching for another decade. I'm riding this Pat Mahomes train to 10 Super Bowls. If you're Eric Bieniemy, at some point, right, you're gonna want to take that next step because I think he's earned it. When you look at what happened with the Sean McVay staffs, and you look at Matt LaFleur, and you look at Zach Taylor, and you look at all these guys. Look at Shane Steichen for the Eagles this year.
Goodness,
you have all these guys who just Mike McDaniel, who was the Niners OC, didn't call plays, gets a job.
So Kyle,
he's a black man.
That's right.
No, I'm gonna
Kyle, or minority.
You're on fire.
That's why I don't know what it is about Bieniemy specifically.
But Kyle, as your black friend, as a black man, if somebody says to you it's race, would you say? I'm just asking your honest response because I'm hearing you talk. What else could it be? Because that's what I'm getting from you. If you say he's worthy, he's proved himself. I'm not in the interviews, but that's never seemed to be a problem for any other coach ever. That's where it's like when you look at the common denominators and the non-common denominators of other coaches who have been hired with lesser resumes. To me, there's a very, very glaring thing here, and that's his race. Man. And now you go to something lesser. We
don't know that. I mean, yes, on paper, obviously, but that doesn't mean he can't do an impressive job.
But what if their offense is ranked 28th?
Well, then he's in trouble.
That's why he didn't get it. Why would you even subject yourself to that? Why would you even let people put you in that position to write something, to say something and here I go, this is being overly dramatic? I would have walked away. I would have walked away before I had to go to Washington, and then that's why he didn't get it. I told you it was dude. That's wrong. That ain't man.
There's also not that many opportunities when you look around the NFL to be an offensive coordinator where you are just in charge of the entire offense, which is kind of what he was in Kansas City, which is a little bit why this is all ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how I felt, man. And I've been on this before it was the thing, Steiny. Just
what are
like
you talking about?
When you talk about the system,
you brought it up before
and the coaching
racism?
trees. No, I brought it up before this really got like, what's up with Bieniemy? What's he doing? And here I go.
What if
when it gets to 15 interviews, Steiny, that's now people there's
not
an underline
necessarily.
you're saying something because
not necessarily
15,
possible, maybe even probable. And I'm going to use a guy. How come Mark Jackson can't get another job?
Now,
you think it has anything to do with his skin color?
No, it has something to do with his religion, his beliefs, and pushing it on the team and organization.
What if the enemy's got something like that?
No, hey,
that's all I'm asking.
I hear what you're saying, but it wasn't to the point where Andy couldn't handle it, Steiny. And just a couple weeks ago on the Super Bowl, getting that trophy, whatever Andy's got, if it's baggage, you know, Andy felt compelled to, and I appreciated to, like, what's going on here? And I'm going to say this, and the system has failed Eric Bieniemy. Unless, Steiny, there's something in his past or something that we don't know. But
well, that's kind of why
I just hate he's in Washington.
I don't know what's going on with him in particular. Yeah. But clearly the main point of, black coaches don't seem to get the same opportunity or the same leash that white coaches get. I mean, I think we can all agree there's something to that.
And it's specifically on the offensive side of the ball, too.
Wow.
Which is another way that this systemic racism is all kind of baked in.
All right.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yep. I feel better.
I told...
you're a good listener.
I told Willard, that's been my thing lately. Like, instead, I've been saying a lot more, fair enough. Like, yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. I don't have anything to add to it. I don't have anything to detract from it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Brian Gardier, the coach of Piedmont. He's been there for 20 years. So
damn.
Yeah.
Now, tall girls. Did you said you saw the picture of the girls? They got a lot of height. Or
I don't. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
It's hard to tell.
I feel better, man, getting that off my chest.
Oh. Anyway, let me look at my list because now we're no man's land at 2:20. Let's see. I have Orlando. We talked about that. Guru's gripes. We just did it. Guru on Giants fans. We did that. And I'm just kind of kidding now. We have plenty more to talk about. The one thing I did want to bring up is your Giants take about the fans a little bit more. And
Schleprock hit me in the cardiac muscle. But
I know you just think money grows on trees.
No, see, and I'm going to be honest. No, Schleprock feels like management has not done enough at the deadline or in the offseason. But I'm not defending Farhan. But at what point they were in on Bryce Harper? Coffees for closers. But then they signed Correa, and now that I look at how it all went down, I'm like, that really wasn't them trying to fool us and say we got something, bait and switch. They felt like they weren't comfortable. But my whole thing, Matt, and I'm calling you Matt because I'm serious, is, okay, every team doesn't have a Steph Curry, but if you're a diehard, you're watching or you're going to the games. I just don't think it's good enough. Oh, we ain't good enough. I'm out. I'm going to the mall. I'm going to go paint. Like,
you can't make somebody be a fan. I mean,
I don't think I've heard that before. But damn.
Well, see, I come up with original stuff.
But the diehard ones are, it's never going away. It's the good and bad. It's like a spouse getting married. Yeah, they want to marry somebody in the tech industry that makes $1 million, but if they're making minimum wage, aren't you in love with that person for who they are, not what they make? That's the same thing. Oh, I love this. That's kind of like you can sprinkle that on your teams. Everybody's not going to win, but are you going to be there? And I'm in love with the uniform, not the player. Now, don't get me wrong. If you had a star, I'm there.
What if the Giants? See, here's the thing about the Giants, where again you've got to. To me, the Giants have shown they will shell out money. You think they wouldn't have ponied up $250 for Judge?
No,
I believe they would have.
And I believe
you too.
He
just said hit the pipe.
Yeah, never was.
So to me, it's not really they're unwilling to spend money. It's for whatever reason they're not able to do it.
Okay, gotcha.
So do you give them brownie points for trying?
No. Hey, I'm going to give you some brownie points.
I think you're being a little unrealistic here in terms of you can't expect to put a product out there that might not be entertaining. And if somebody's like, you know what, that's not good enough, then they're not a good fan.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm out on that.
Tell me what you think of this, and I hear you. I love the game of baseball. So I'm talking to the people that love the game of baseball. So you don't got to put on a dog and pony show for me because I love the game. Now, my team's losing 8-2 every other day, and they can't do anything. Then we got something to talk about.
So you're mad
but
because
Giants
Pirates fans only get 7,000 a game?
No, I'm not mad.
What
but now,
do you expect?
Real quick, you look at their projected lineup. They got one of the greatest upcoming stars in baseball, O'Neal Cruz. You could see, okay, I'm tuned in to watch him. My thing is this team is 2 years removed from winning 107. Steiny, let's be honest. They were hitting the ball out the park. That's what baseball is right now. So I'm just asking you or the fair weather fan, what's it going to take for you not to be there?
To me, a fair weather fan naturally that's what a fair weather fan is. They're not going to the games unless the team's winning. And I think every fan base has those.
So the Giants, can we agree they don't have a quote-unquote star?
Of course.
They don't have a Machado?
They don't. No kidding.
Okay, but
what do you mean, can we agree? It's a
the
fact.
NBA. They can still win. They can still compete. We'll see. They did it 2 years ago. I mean, and Posey was he was at the end. I know what boring means. When do you give a pass to a fan of not to be invested? Monte said he's not going to the game because they don't have a star.
Okay.
But
you have a problem with that.
No,
yes, you do, is what you're saying.
You asked me a question. He feels like Schlep Rock. Like the front, he's putting that at the front office.
Okay.
But I feel like, and I told him, you're taking away from your pleasure. Now he's going to watch on TV of watching what you've grown up loving.
Well, maybe he takes that money and develops another pleasure.
Well, I'm
just playing devil's advocate, but
if you're watching, and
don't ask me to support a team that stinks.
But if you're watching them, you're supporting them. So
he's doing it from the television.
And so talk to me to the people that ain't gonna watch, or I'm done. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care where you view the game, but if you want to bring up, the Giants are so bad, nobody's coming to the game, and you bring up the price of tickets and everything else, okay, hey, I'm going to listen. But as a diehard, if I ain't at the game, I'm watching all 9 on the tube. There's nothing you can do to take that away from me.
Nobody watches all 9. That's the
Kyle
problem.
And I.
No, you don't.
All right.
You say you do, but you don't. All right, 888-957-9570. I really don't know where to go with that one. You know what?
Can you root for your team?
I'm with Willard.
If they don't have a star.
You can't tell a fan how to act.
Did he say that?
Yeah. I like Willard. You know, we'll talk more about Mark Willard on the other side. It's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Mitsubishi Spring Sales Event is on now at your local Mitsubishi retailer. Check out the all-new Outlander plug-in hybrid or drive the 2023 Mitsubishi.
Kyle trying to butter you up.
Kyle, baby. What about Night Night? I came up with Night Night. Give me some credit for that. Put one up for Goo.
Remember when you tried to maintain that you didn't bet me that the Lakers were going to go to 4?
That hurt.
I almost walked out.
I
can still walk out.
Yeah. Now you know I'm playing, just like you are with Willard.
Well, you're playing with Night Night, right?
Yeah. We know who came.
And you're playing with if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's mine.
My buddy Derek, who's been a Raiders season ticket holder for 40 years, says,
"What up, D?"
The Raiders used that in the early 70s. That's why the Al Davis thing.
But I was just coming
You
into
copied
the
off Al
world.
Davis.
So now you finally got a person to put it on.
Well, I knew.
Because you and Kyle were like, who can we say?
In fact,
Pete Rose.
You only have one original, and that's Rat on the Table.
Chew it and do it.
That's part of a phrase.
I came up with
that. No, the blue pill told you to read that. That was scripted.
You think? Oh,
yeah, you didn't come up with that off the top of your head.
Give your boy his
If
credit.
you did, okay, that's interesting because so did 8 other radio people in other markets. God, you all came up with it at the same time.
Kyle knows. 30 minutes, baby.
I shouldn't even bring it up. I saw a movie the other night that I'm sure no one's ever seen.
Please. I heard Willard ask you about a movie you had no clue about yesterday. I forget the name, but you didn't watch it. He couldn't believe it. It was, help me out.
I'd rather watch Two Dogs Make Puppies.
That's a classic.
The movie was called Disaster Artist. Anybody?
Is it about Corey McGary?
Anybody?
That's a 4.
Anybody? No, it's a.
How did you find it?
You know, I'll tell you what. And you know what's better than sometimes watching a movie or a show is just flipping through all the stuff that you think you're going to watch, but you don't. That can occupy 45 minutes or so.
Right, well, what's your source? What do you mean? What are you, Netflix?
Yeah,
what
Netflix.
Dude,
I got a little bit of a Tubi. Got a little Tubi.
The autoplay
Fubo?
trailer was a game changer for my Netflix watching experience. I will watch trailers for 47 minutes.
I can't.
I'm with you.
I'm out.
Like, wow, this looks good. I can't wait to not watch it.
Fubo. That gets me the Warriors games.
They got Urban Flicks, FLIX.com. A lot of black actors.
Steiny's favorite.
Yeah, Urban Flicks, Steiny. Check it out. They got some good stuff.
There you go, 510. James Franco. That's right. It's. You know what? It might take me 22 minutes to explain the movie.
But get just in 30 seconds.
Okay, there's this. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Right, Kyle already moving to that sounder.
I've never heard that. Disaster Artist.
Yeah, you know why? Because it's not a blockbuster. It's not about Ant-Man or Marvel or Spider-Man. And because of that, you can't watch it, can you? Because you need to dumb it down.
The original Spider-Man was only
I hope my son's
Spider-Man.
listening.
There's no
chance. You remember I came in here and went off to you, Willard and Dibbs, about Ant-Man and the whole concept is stupid. I did a gripe, and they should throw out the script. No, this is Happy Guru. Friday, I took my son. I picked him up.
Okay.
We went to see Ant-Man after the Hoop game. It's one of the greatest top 5 superhero movies I've ever saw. Listen, they now have it. If you pay the money, the movie's on the side of the walls too. So you're not just watching the screen. The movies are on they're showing it on the side. Yeah. And I've never been a part of that.
That's not new.
But
have you ever been to the Chabot Science and Space Center?
I've heard about it. Never.
Yeah, you should go there. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. And they have it's called like I don't know, it's got a special name, but the roof is round. Like
a dome?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And the seats lean back. So you watch the movie kind of on the ceiling, but when you look up, if you can check out the YouTube, the movie's all over.
Dude,
it's all over.
I hadn't been
It's
there.
incredible.
Dude, that's how Ant-Man was. I'm like,
looks like me after the edible hits.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I don't want to tell anybody the way to enjoy a movie the most, but it doesn't hurt you.
Yeah.
Especially if it's
IMAX.
about like Under the Sea or the solar system or something like that.
It's called Screen X Guru IMAX.
Yeah, IMAX.
Wow.
The IMAX Dome, that's right. I would. It's just terrific.
How your boy was in
what?
Into It.
Yes, 510. Is that the movie about a guy that made a terrible movie and thought he was the next best? Yes, that's exactly what it's about.
Now, why couldn't you just say
Well,
that?
because that's good.
Yeah.
And it's based on a true story, and nobody can find this guy.
What made you press play like, this is the one I'm going to give a try?
We watched the trailer, and I said, it's a very different kind of movie. You got to stick through. Like, I can't, ask me, Steiny, was it a great movie?
Was it a great movie?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
see,
sure.
I'm out then.
It was just different.
The key is the trailer's got to get me.
Right.
And if in the first 20 to 30 seconds the trailer's like got me, you can look up in the left corner on Netflix. There's that runtime. If we're anything over 2 hours and 6 minutes, I'm out of there.
I need under 148.
Dude,
Anything in the
list.
130-ish, I'm in. Especially if it's about the Arctic.
Dude.
Or Scandinavia. Tracy. Tracy's in Tracy. Hey, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy, what's up? Hey, what's up, Guru? What's up, you guys?
Hey.
What up, T?
Hey, Steiny, I just want to let you know, dude, I just came back from the Chabot Space Center. What was it, on the day after Valentine's Day? Somebody gave me some tickets, and I went to go listen to a string orchestra that is called Candlelight.
Okay.
They did a tribute to Beyonce. They did a tribute to Beyonce and played all Beyonce music on violin and cello.
But wait, was it a movie or was it actually a band?
No, it was actually 3 violinists and a cello player. It's fucking.
That's gonna.
I'm there.
Hit that.
Beyonce in the big dome?
Well,
dude.
He's talking about, I think Tracy's talking about something different because I'm just talking about a movie. Sounds like he was talking about a performance, which you could have one there for sure.
How can I have not taken my kids there?
You're not a great dad, really.
Please.
You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
I'm A minus.
You know how Fillmore Mike called in and gave the nicest to the meanest? Best father in the building is Whitey Gleason.
Now, how would you know that?
I can tell. You can just tell.
I met his other half.
Exactly.
You haven't. But I never met his kid. And the kid's the one that would tell us
Yeah,
that.
408. It's based on the movie The Room, which has become a... All right, this guy shows up in Hollywood, and he's got endless resources. Nobody knows, but he's got money...
To do what?
Just to make a movie. He's going to make a movie.
All right, I'm in.
So he makes this movie, and of course, it's apparently one of the worst movies of all time, called The Room. He's a terrible actor. Terrible. And there's some subplots.
All right.
But he ends up making this movie, and it ends up becoming a cult classic because it's noted as one of the worst movies ever made. So it got popular because of how bad it is. But nobody can find out who the guy is.
So this is a true story.
Based on a true story.
I'm always in when they say that. Based on a true story.
Yeah, I didn't really
I
know.
might check it out. Netflix,
I didn't know what to make of it, to tell you the truth. It was a little bit different, for sure. Warriors second half starts Thursday.
Dude, I'm just...
I know, you got your popcorn ready.
No,
right?
that's a 3. I'm going through withdrawal. I'm watching college hoop. I told Kyle
that
the
doesn't
last
do anything.
5 minutes of a college game is an hour. Coach, you're down 13 with 27 seconds left. Quit calling timeouts and quit fouling. I cannot wait for this second half.
I'm going to say
and
something
it's really
here.
not the second half because there's only 20-some games.
I'm going to say something right now. I don't care. And you can call me a high school Harry. You can call me a has-been. You can say I'm delusional.
Dude, you putting your back into this.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
You said that.
When I was coming out of high school, all right, and I ended up playing Division III basketball, let me tell you something. If the Cal basketball team were like it is now, back in 1986, I could play for Cal.
Dude,
I could play for Cal.
What are they?
I'm dead serious.
I tweeted that a couple weeks. What are they doing? I watched the game. USC beat them.
You could stop there. They beat them.
No, but it was by 30. The spread was like 28. I was like, yeah. Stoney, they covered. It's so bad. Who do you blame?
Who do I blame?
Lamont Murray?
Why did you blame Jason Kidd?
I mean,
or Murray?
Or how about the?
Why would you blame them?
The AD. What's going on?
Okay,
This is California.
what's the person's name?
We got ballers here.
Yeah.
We got ballers all over the state. Yeah, you could go the JUCO route, the ones that didn't have the grades, and get
tough school to get into.
Cal is. Hey, I love
tough school to get into.
Bad. Is it really, Sonny?
Yes.
I thought Stanford's
the
University
one where you
of
say, California at Berkeley is not an easy school to get into.
I don't disagree with that.
I think we can agree on that.
But is that the reason they're suffering hoop-wise?
I don't know. I mean, let's face it. They've never been great. Seriously, even with Jay
Kidd.
Kidd.
They beat Duke.
Right.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah, I told you the story about that game.
What?
I thought I had written one of the greatest headlines of all time, but it got nixed. I was up at the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat.
Tell us this.
And Jason Kidd and Cal beat Duke.
Oh, my goodness.
And Michael Silver, who's now with the NFL Network, he was covering Cal back in the day. So he wrote the story. It was a big story. It was a 6-column. And I said, and my headline was, Cal Bears win devil of a game. And they said, yeah, I don't think people are going to get it. I'm like, no, it's the Duke Blue Devils. Don't you get it? And
I'm feeling it.
And they changed it to Cal, Kid, upset top-ranked Duke. It's like, come on, man.
Were your butt hurt? Like,
I was a little disappointed. I thought I had.
Did you tell anybody? Like, did you tell your editor? Like, you
funny,
know what?
A couple days later,
chicken, you know
my
what?
boss, Glenn Crevier, who ended up working for the Tacoma News Tribune, and now he's in Minneapolis, or was. 2 days later, he said, I kind of liked it. I don't know why. I don't know why Jim did that. I liked it.
So if you mentioned that to Mike Silver, would he remember? Hey, you remember
He probably
that time?
remember. Well, he doesn't know about the headline.
Oh, okay.
But he'd remember the game, I'm sure.
No, I'm talking about the headline.
Let's go to Jocko. What's that? Jocko Queenheart? What is that? What's Queenheart, Jocko? Jocko, not there. Jocko. All right. Stanford is number one. Please. Yes.
How'd Tiger do?
He doesn't look good.
But I watched him from behind.
I mean,
physique
listen,
still, he got the traps and stuff. He ain't on camera number 2. How about that?
This is coming from the guy who called himself Refrigerator Head yesterday. So I don't think I'm anything special. Trust me. He looks puffy.
Now the face,
puffy,
but the body, he still.
He didn't
have muffin top.
He is laboring. He doesn't look like Tiger. Let's go to Jocko. Jocko's back. What's up, Jocko? Jocko. Now, fool me once, shame on you. Jocko?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, now there you go. Oh, that was Gary Payton II's fault. My fault. Nice. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I just want to tell you about a great documentary I saw at a small independent movie house. It's called Art and Crimes with a K. And I think you both would dig it, actually. It's about an artist, and it follows him for 5 years while he was in prison and then after he's released. And it's just a great movie, really fascinating artwork that he does. And he became really successful after he got out of prison.
Basquiat.
Not only that, but after the movie, there was even a panel with the director and
cool.
the featured stars from the movie. And it was really interesting.
Appreciate it, Jocko. That's a movie for me. You said it was interesting, so Guru won't be watching it.
It's a doc.
Apparently there's no fireworks or explosions in it, so you're out.
Have you seen This Is a Robbery on Netflix, since we're just totally off the rails here?
Why do I love that name? No, I haven't.
It's about an art heist in Massachusetts and the ensuing fallout and the search for this priceless art.
What's it called again?
This Is a Robbery. Unbelievable doc. Highly recommend it.
I'm going to write it down.
Oh, doc.
Hey, were you telling me Nate McMillan got fired in Atlanta?
Yeah, he's gone. Joe Prunty, I believe, is the interim coach.
Okay.
You're
Your coaches can't win. Dude, Nate, he should have left when he said he thought he was. Who's man?
It was called, one more time, the
robbery heist.
This is a robbery.
This is a robbery.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. I'll tell you what, the Atlanta Hawks are in trouble.
Hey,
and they have nobody to blame but themselves.
Just wait till they get multiple firsts for John Collins. And then they're back.
And they're gonna make the offs. Well, now they're in.
For the 9th time, The play-in is not the playoffs.
They're not. They're 8th right now.
Exactly. They stink. And you know what? The jig is up with Trey Young.
Well, he should have been an all-star.
Who cares?
Yeah. Well, he does, I'm sure.
I mean,
nothing to do in Utah, says Charles Barkley. He said everybody's going to heaven at this point.
This is what
I heard that.
This conversation that you guys are having about the Hawks is what I'm hoping the Warriors avoid. Like, it feels like it's a little bit headed that direction.
Really?
Because like not necessarily like this bad, but where like the exodus kind of starts and Draymond opts out, and then it's okay. What do they do with Clay? He wants a max, and just kind of this like. I just kind of, if it's going to fizzle out, I would like it to just fizzle out peacefully.
You know what's funny? And I just thought of this. This is
you still got Steph.
Now
guys?
This is great. You know, Steve Kerr brought up
it might be in like 4 years, but still.
Yeah. Steve Kerr has a phrase that he's used. We're all familiar with it. And you know what? Maybe the fans should start employing it too. And the phrase is appropriate fear. Some Warrior fans don't have the appropriate fear. They just think we're going to be winning titles for 4 years. They don't even allow for the possibility that we might be in a little trouble here.
Right.
You have to have appropriate fear. And there are a lot of Warrior fans that don't have it. They just think, oh, we're fine. We're fine. You guys
well,
are
you know where that stems from,
fine,
right? His name is Stephen Curry.
Kerr asks his players to have the appropriate fear, including the great Steph Curry. So the fans can have it too. If Steph Curry can have it, the fans can have it.
Well,
but they don't, and that's why there's a disconnect between this team's stars and the fans. Curry, Clay, and Draymond are beginning to resent this fan base that expects stuff. I don't know that. I just made it up.
That was my next question, but I'll tell you this. Kyle, don't panic, and I mean what I'm saying.
Oh, God.
Right now, all my money is on Steph Curry. I don't care who's not here with him. As long as he's here, Joe Lacob is not going to bed like, oh, the jar's empty.
Yes,
he's going to do everything he possibly can, guys, fellas, to put something around Steph. Steph is the show. And just like you told me about our show, I'm the show. You said, Guru, everything
One guy can't be the show in basketball. Never has been, never
and
will
they're not
be.
Going to
Talk to Michael Jordan about that.
They're going to bring him.
Oh, he's so important, though. But
everybody's interchangeable.
You're all
Come
over
on.
the place today. I don't know.
I'm having a great time. Yeah, I'm in the zone.
A little more focus from you tomorrow.
That's pretty good.
I'm trying to say nice.
Says the guy who's been going on about IMAX movie theaters.
Dude.
That's focus. I was focused on it so much, you told us to get off it.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's focus. 5-1. See, this is the problem. There's no fear when you've won 4. Fear is if you haven't won anything.
Right. 4.
Well, then why does Steve Kerr use it? You notice what he's not using at all anymore. He's playing with joy.
Well, Durant kind of.
We're not playing with joy.
That one stuff.
Well, why aren't
Durant.
Durant's gone. Why aren't they playing with joy now?
Well, they're not winning.
So, maybe they're not winning because they're not playing with joy.
You just
wait
to
chicken
the
and the egg.
Half. You just wait to the second half.
We're already in the second half.
Dude, I hate it. To
I know
hear
you
LeBron
do.
say that 23. Now, listen, I'm being real.
LeBron going to lay one on the Warriors.
The Lakers are the
maybe.
only team behind the Warriors that I'm really worried about. I could see them going 17-6. What? Come on now. Looking at the Lakers. AD show up, LeBron show up. We did enough.
We'll see. One of them's going to get hurt probably.
Steiny, I really hope Steph is only 6 games. If that is everything. If you tell me it's going to be 12 or 14, which is 8 more on top of the 6, this is going to be, I need a V8.
Yeah,
it's real.
Don't tell me it's real. I know it's real. I'm the one that says stop expecting a title this year and go with the flow. Bob Myers, enjoy the game.
I came up with that one. Go with the flow.
That was Jeff Kent.
That was before Kent.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. Was it the text line or the YouTube chat that said there's no like fear when you've won 4?
Yeah.
I think there's something to that.
Oh,
like,
I get it. Okay.
It's not a fear like, oh my God, they might not win this year. But it's this like, hey man, if they don't do it this year, and then you're kind of reading the tea leaves, it's like this iteration of the Warriors, like this could be the last, 28 games? Like this could
24.
24 games, like this could be it.
Yeah.
I know.
All it takes is Draymond
it's been an incredible
to leave
run,
for it
but it
not
might
to
be
be
over.
No
exactly.
But Joey Lightyears didn't get that name to sit
Well, he
pat.
gave it to himself. He gave it to himself, kind of like you gave yourself the guru.
Pete Franklin. Somebody brought that
Nobody
up.
remembers him, and
He
nobody believes
invented
you.
what's paying your bills. This meeting, he invented this. Yeah. Put some respect on the King's name.
I thought Goo was talking about Guru.
No, he
said
is.
he invented me. I pay your bills.
No, I thought he was saying basically like he's Jordan and I'm just his supporting cast.
No, like you said yesterday.
Are you a Jed Bush lover?
I'm John Paxson.
No, even better.
I loved him. Like Karl Malone, a lot of brushbacks for featuring him over All-Star Weekend. People went on YouTube and found that story. But is that fair? Get into it tomorrow.
No, we won't. In fact, I'm pissed you got into it right now.
Well,
We didn't even talk about that.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim Kawakami.
Yeah.
Tim Kawakami on with Whitey and Ratto. Whitey and Ratto. Tim Kawakami. He is on at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, talking about probably the Warriors. He'll have some stuff to say about the Niners and the A's. Gotta go on 95.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level.
me something that I'd been wondering. Hey, why is a Denver omelet called a Denver omelet? Ray got that information like that. Boom. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate that. I honestly wondered about that. Why is it called a Denver omelet? You came up with the info.
Man, we're off to a fast start, aren't we?
You just said you wanted to lead with the Denver omelet.
I actually didn't say that, but as long as in your delusional world that makes sense to you, by all means.
All right. Windy out where you live? I mean, I saw the ocean today driving in from Pacifica, and I thought I saw some sailboats. Those were not sailboats. White caps. Choppy seas.
It's blustery in here, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's supposed to be crummy. It's supposed to get windy and cold tonight, like really cold.
Yeah, but that's okay. Cold, windy. I think a storm may be coming because we got baseball coming up, Ray. Spring training has started and the baseball season right around the corner, right? So you know
Is
that
it right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that it is. We're really a good
it's like
month,
40 days,
right around the corner. That's the optimistic way to look at it.
Yeah, but it's not the realistic way to look at it. 40 days is not right around the corner.
Okay, you look forward to the start of the baseball season a little bit.
Yeah, I'm indifferent.
Indifferent.
I mean, it starts every year, so it's not like it's a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Someone has just paid us a compliment here. Hey, Rado and Whitey, no shtick, just intelligent sports talk. Pleasurable listen. I guess they weren't listening to our show so far today, but thank you for the compliment. Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570 if you want to participate. I'm wondering, Ray, if you have any...
Don't feel like you must.
Yeah, well, I encourage it, and Ray loves it. He says he doesn't, but he loves it. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on what Carlos Rodon, the former Giant, had to say about Giant fans, right? This was a couple of days ago, and as the Giants were talking about opening day. Giants opening this year at Yankee Stadium, which is an interesting twist. Carlos Rodon talking about East Coast fans and Bay Area fans, as you may have heard. I know that Willard and Steiny were just talking about this yesterday. Carlos Rodon on New York fans, quote, "The fans here want to win. They care. They care a lot. Giants fans are invested, but not like in New York. Win or lose, you're not going to get booed in San Francisco." Carlos Rodon.
Well, it's true.
True, but isn't he saying San Francisco fans, they don't care as much because they don't boo?
No, he's saying, or at least here's how I'm going to extrapolate it. He's saying that when you play poorly, they don't come to the ballpark to boo. They stay home. They don't, it's not that they're softer. It's just they vote with their feet, not with their lungs.
Mm-hmm. But the implication clearly is that they're more invested. They care a lot. The Giants fans are invested, but they don't boo. I agree with you. It's just Giant fans, if they don't like what's going on, they're just going to find something else to do.
Yeah, they'll just walk. I mean, it's not very hard to figure out. They're not going to play the game. The game being, go out there and spend your money, even though its prices are often exorbitant, and then get angry.
Mm-hmm.
What's the value in that?
Yeah,
keep your money in your pocket, stay home where it's warm, and either watch the game or don't watch the game.
Is it cultural? I know this is, I'm rounding off the edges here because they have very highly intelligent people, certainly on the East Coast, but you've got kind of the stereotypical East Coast fans are going to react viscerally with their emotions. Oh, boo! And West Coast fans, bit of a cliche, I know, but are going to tend to react more intellectually, which is, well, I don't care for that, so I'll find something else to do.
Well, that may very well be it. I mean, I don't know if it's intellectual or not. I think it's, do I want to get in my car? Do I want to drive upwards of an hour and a half, given the traffic, spend an enormous amount of money to park the car, go in the building, buy food, and then sit there and be miserable? New York fans.
So.
No, I mean, that's not, who thinks that's a good idea? Nobody. I mean, and the truth is, teams should earn their fans' allegiance. There's nothing about this where fans say, I have to be loyal to my team. Your team is not loyal to you.
I know that you went to many, many, many games at Candlestick, and I think it was kind of a different vibe at Candlestick. It was grittier. You had to really want to be there to be there. Candlestick fans would boo. I think one of the reasons Giant fans tend not to boo is because we're still kind of in that honeymoon period with the new park. Well, I know the park isn't new. Still a little bit of it is the different environment, and the team has won championships recently. Whereas a Candlestick, I mean, Johnny LeMaster, didn't he like write boo on the dirt in front of, maybe that was Richie Allen I'm thinking of.
No,
he was booed mercilessly.
Well, first of all, this park's now almost a quarter century old.
I know that.
Secondly, those championships are now almost a decade old. And you saw what the crowds were last year. Some of their lowest ever. They lost like about 800,000 in attendance. So I think the fans are telling the Giants, this doesn't interest us. And we're not going to come out to the park and get angry. We're just going to do something else. And that's a bigger problem than getting people in the building to boo you. And that's something the Giants are going to have to figure out a way to solve because it ain't easy.
I think the Giants are poised to surprise a lot of people this year, including a lot of their own disgruntled fans. But I don't know if being a good team, maybe even a really good team, I don't know if that's going to be enough because so many Giants fans are upset by the fact that they feel like the team is anonymous and not spending enough money.
Well, the team is anonymous, but it was anonymous in 2010, too, other than Buster Posey.
But those were young, homegrown players that were coming into their own. And that's
they didn't know if they were coming into their own. No, after the 2009 season, I mean, they were intriguing, but it wasn't oh, my God, we got to go see these guys. That had to be built up. And we saw what happened, 2 years ago when they won 107 games, and they still sold out like 3 games. Part of that was, the first half of the year was COVID restrictions. But 107 wins should get you at least something if you think people are just waiting for the team to reveal itself as good. And it didn't happen.
But the 2010 Giants was Buster, as you said, Mad Bum, Kane, Lincecum. I mean, those were guys that were legitimate star players, all-star players that came up for the most part together. And that was an exciting time to be a Giant fan. And that's been the plan. I think it's been the Farhan plan is for the Giants to develop their own stars. So far, they've come up short there, which is one of the reasons why Giants fans are dissatisfied. But the 2010 Giants, it's like, who are these guys? Wow, these guys are young and they're really good.
But it took a long time for people to get onto that. And if we're talking about the ballpark being full, I think they were 5th out of 16 teams in attendance that year, which means they didn't sell out a lot. And in the early part of the ballpark, first 6 or 7 years, they sold out every game. So I think there was a fall off. I mean, there were times in 2009 where crowds were in the mid-20s. The Giants fan, and I'm not saying they're fair weather fans, but they want a return for their dollar. And they should want that. And if you're not going to give them the entertainment they want, however they define it, they absolutely should stay home.
From the 415, I live 15 minutes from the stadium. I have no interest as a casual fan to go to a ball game without star power. But when the Giants were winning 107 games without stars, there weren't a lot of people going, yeah, this sucks. It wasn't until the next year. Because fans thought 107, here we go. Now we're ahead of the game a little bit. Now we're going to go out and get the stars and improve on the 107. So I still think if this team wins, I think a lot of the dissatisfaction about the lack of star power is going to fade away. Because winning cures everything. Last year they didn't win. And even last year they were a 500 team. We tend to look back on that season. In my opinion, I tend to look back on it as, man, what a disaster that was. How many games they win? Oh, they won 81 games. So I think they're in decent position, and they certainly made an honest-to-goodness effort to land some of the bigger stars. They didn't land them, so I think they're going to surprise some people. I think some of their own fans are going to be surprised this year.
They might be surprised, but it's going to take them a long time to come out to the ballpark because if you look at their attendance in 2021, winning didn't solve that.
But there were so many other factors. I know you're right. That's factually true, but there was so much going on.
Define so much going on.
A pandemic, for one thing. A global pandemic.
That was the year before. that they were restricted. They had full availability.
Yes, but we were still coming, and we're still not all the way out of it. I know that's declared, the pandemic's been declared over, but I mean, I don't think you can overlook that and say, see, it's the Giants aren't doing there. Nobody cares about the Giants. They don't have any star power. People don't want to go out there and get sick. That's part of it. Part of it.
It might be a small part of it, but I think in 2021, there were opportunities for people to go out on a regular basis and see a team that was winning 2 out of every 3 games, and they chose not to. I mean, I don't know how else you explain it. It wasn't all COVID.
But you make it sound like nobody went to the games. I mean,
but by comparison, they used to get 41,000 a night every night. Last year, they finished 8th in the National League in attendance. There's 800,000 fewer than their last full season of unlimited attendance.
All right, we'll continue this in a moment. Coming up, is it just a matter of the Giants not spending the money? Ray praises a baseball owner for what he said. How rare is that? That, more your texts and calls on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. It's coming up on Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon. We are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live, see what's going on inside the studio, see if Ray wore his Colorado Avalanche cap today as promised, the one I gave him. No, he did not. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. A little disappointing, Ray, but that's okay. Life goes on. Promise I'll wear it tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You got to turn your microphone.
I'm in an executive position. I didn't want the hat to blow off.
Oh, okay. All right. I got that.
I'll wear it tomorrow when you're not here.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll pop up. Maybe I'll pop in and surprise you.
If you do, then you're an insane.
Tim Kawakami joins us 5 o'clock today. Drew McGary is going to be with us at 4 o'clock. Right now we're talking about the Giants, and you've got spring training starting, but there seems to be a sense of dissatisfaction in Giant land. Giant fans feeling like, all right, they did do some interesting things in the offseason, but they didn't land the big fish, and people are just generally dissatisfied with things in general as far as the Giants go. There is, however, a Major League owner who just said something that drew some attention. In fact, what this owner said actually draws high praise, if I'm not mistaken, from Ray Ratto. A lot of people are looking at what this owner said and going, that's it. We need all of our owners to be like that guy. That guy is John Middleton, the owner of the Phillies. And here's what he told the Philadelphia Inquirer about winning. Quote, John Middleton, Phillies owner. How much did the 27 Yankees make? Or the 29 A's? Or the 75-76 Big Red Machine? Does anybody know? Does anybody care? Nobody knows or cares whether any of them made any money or not. And nobody cares about whether I make money or not. If my legacy is that I didn't lose any money owning a baseball team on an annual operating basis, that's a pretty sad legacy. It's about putting trophies in the cases. Even Ray applauds that.
Well, why else would you own a team? If you're going to make money anyway, and that's absolutely true, there's not a team in baseball that loses money. Why wouldn't you want to win? Why wouldn't you want a parade? Why wouldn't you want the people in your town to think that you're not the evil doofus that you probably are?
Owning a team doesn't necessarily make you an evil doofus.
No, but being a billionaire tends to.
I wouldn't know.
But Middleton's got the right idea. I mean, he's at an age where you can't take it with you. So why not spend it on the thing that you're most famous for in the town in which you live?
In the offseason, the Phillies gave Trey Turner, 11 years, $300 million. Taijuan Walker, a starting pitcher, that is, 4 years, $72 million. So after getting to the World Series last year, winning the National League pennant, they were surprised to do that. They spent $400 million more this offseason. And I can't imagine, Ray, that other owners in baseball are too happy to see this.
No, they're not. Of course, he's got cover because Steve Cohen of the Mets is a far more egregious spender. And so, frankly, is Peter Seidler in San Diego. But Middleton basically makes the case for, if you're in this, be in it. And I think that's more than anything else what fans want to hear. And they want what they want to see. They don't want, we will not be outbid. Well, prove it. Stop shooting your mouth off. Stop flapping your gums. If you want to be the elephant in the room, be the elephant in the room.
I think that's one of the reasons some people are not happy with the way the Giants are doing it, because we've been spoiled. You look at the Warriors and the luxury tax and the total expenditures, and it's clear that Joe Lacob wants to win and is willing to spend a lot of money to win championships. And I know now they're trying to figure out how they deal with all of that, but they've proven that. The 49ers certainly in the distant past proved, Eddie DeBartolo proved that we just want to spend the money and we want to win. It's tougher now with the salary cap, but I don't think the 49ers have shied away for spending the money they need to spend to compete. So when you look at those two teams and you look at the Giants, and it's fair to question, as you see them cutting payroll, do they really want to win? And in this environment where other teams clearly do want to win, you can understand why some fans go, yeah, I'm not down with that.
But it also speaks to the current panic among owners about the imminent collapse of their regional sports empires, because they're worried about where that money's going to come from. And when you balance that against their animus toward guys like Middleton and Seidler and Steve Cohen.
And Seidler is a small market owner, baseball-wise.
But he's
still spinning
But he's a big
tons of
wallet.
money. Yeah.
Yeah, and Philadelphia is not so much more massive than, it's owners have a choice. It's not my market size prevents me from spending money. It's I will be happy to use my market size as an excuse why I don't want to spend money. But you're either in the poker game or you're not. And Middleton basically said, I'm in, and here's why.
Are the Giants in the poker game?
Clearly not.
But they tried to be. Are you buying that they tried to get in this year?
I think they thought they had a shot at Judge, which was a fool's errand. And I think they sort of belatedly decided to try to outspend everybody for Carlos Correa. And then when the physical turned up wonky, they couldn't wait to run away from it. They didn't try to get more physicals. They just said, no, we're pulling out. I mean, they stopped talking to Scott Boras. I mean, that's the guy you got to go to if you're serious about having Carlos Correa. And they didn't say, we need to renegotiate this based on the physical. They just walked away. And I think that marks them even far more than losing the Judge sweepstakes.
So even though we know now what happened and we understand Carlos Correa's injury was one that gave other teams pause as well, still bad optics for the Giants? They still haven't recovered from that in some way?
Well, we won't know if they've recovered from it or not till the next free agent cycle.
But I'm talking about in terms of their image with fans.
All right, the fans have looked and said, you know what? You guys don't spend on anything.
Yeah, it looks that way.
I mean, what's the big free agent they've pulled in since they moved to the new park? I mean, Barry Bonds was already there.
Barry Zito.
And even at that, people were looking at them and going, why are you bidding against yourselves? Because they were. They outbid everybody else by $46 million to get him.
That's just the only name that came to mind.
Well, no, but their biggest expenditure for a free agent is Aaron Rowand. Spent $60 million over 5 years for him. And turned out that he was not just not a success. He hated Bruce Bochy, and Bruce Bochy hated him, which is as good a way to get your ticket out of town as there is.
On the text line, Ray, the Xfinity Mobile text line, your beloved Xfinity Mobile text line. By the way, you're on with Alan tomorrow, right? Alan honestly loves the text line. You think I like the text line. Alan loves the text line.
Well, I'm going to sit in that seat tomorrow to see to it that he doesn't get to play.
That'll be fun. That'll be a fun listen. From the 650, Giants need to start developing players. Tired of hearing about the same old prospects in the farm system for the last 5 years. Dylan from the 209 says, I feel Giants fans want home runs and bigger hitting stars don't care as much about winning. And then from the 510, Lincecum was a reason people started to come back in droves. Posey didn't do anything exciting. Lincecum was an immediate attraction in 2007. And Gil says the Giants are basically the A's that play home games at AT&T Park.
Well, the crowds didn't come back in 2007. Crowds started coming back in the latter half of 2010. So Lincecum might have been a draw.
Well, he was. He was part of that.
He was a draw when he pitched, but that's only 16 times a year in this town. What happened in the other 65?
Well, what happened was this. As you mentioned, Barry Bonds and the Giants they went to the World Series, and then things fell off, and all of a sudden Barry, who had been hitting home runs, the face of the franchise, and happiness, being back home, his surliness began to pose a cloud, if you will, threw a cloud over the whole team. And then, wow, what are we going to do? This is kind of dreary. Barry Zito, look, we got Barry Zito. That didn't work. And so when Lincecum came along with Posey and the other players, it helped to reestablish, look who we are. We're young, we're fresh, we're relevant. Tim Lincecum was a huge part of that. To a large degree, he was the face of that. So it's not just a matter of what happened in the games when he wasn't pitching. He became a symbol for what the Giants were, and that's the type of thing that they could desperately use right now. They have good players. You know, Logan Webb's a really good pitcher, but they need somebody, as the texter said, somebody to come up from the farm systems like, man, that guy can be a real major league superstar player someday. He came through our system. He's a Giant. And the plan was to have at least one guy like that by now.
That's all very romantic, but the facts don't bear that out.
What, you don't think that was the plan?
Oh, no, that was the plan.
Okay, that's all I'm saying is that was the plan.
I'm talking about the Lincecum argument. They didn't become a powerhouse at the gate again until 2011. Up until then, they were floating around that 5, 6, and 7 spot in the National League. Lincecum wasn't moving the needle in any particular way, one way or another. They had their big boost the year after they won their first World Series.
Which he contributed to.
But your pal, the texter, said it was 2007. The fact is, it took until they won a World Series to regain.
Okay, yeah. 2007, 2008, as you said earlier, 2009, yeah.
Yeah, they're in the middle of the pack. They're not selling out.
2009 was when I think they went out and got Sidney Ponson for their stretch drive. So,
and he was royalty. And that didn't make a difference.
He literally was, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was Sir Sidney Ponson of Aruba.
Yeah. So, okay, maybe the timing was off a little bit. But
the timing was off by 5 years.
Close enough.
No, but their plan was that you would see Marco Luciano by now, and that Joey Bart would be a fully formed player, and that all these other guys that they rave about, you'd be seeing them on a regular basis. And you don't. And given the fact that they weren't going to be active in free agency, or at least chose not to be, indicated that they were willing to be anonymous until those guys turned out. Well, I think by now you can almost say, if it's been 5 years and they still haven't turned out, they're far more likely not to emerge as stars than they will.
Did you say if they weren't going to participate in free agency, if they couldn't, or if they chose not to? Because I think they chose to, and they couldn't land the big fish they wanted. They did go out and get some players and do some things, and I know we'll have to see. They got the Rogers twin, and they got Conforto, and yeah, I mean, they did participate in free agency.
Yeah, but when we're talking about free agency, you're talking about a Trey Turner type, and no, that wasn't an. They decided, let's make a run at Judge. But I think everybody who is in baseball expected that to be a failure, that he was going to end up re-signing with the Yankees. And the argument for people who thought he'd sign with the Giants is, well, he's from here. Well, no, he's from Linden. Linden is what, 2 hours away?
Northern California. He said he was a big Giant fan.
Which he did so that he could, juice up the market a bit.
Oh, he wouldn't.
Because the Yankees, of course not. And then the Correa thing, they wanted him, and they really wanted him, and then they fled. I mean, they didn't try to negotiate a different deal with Boris, and maybe Boris walks anyway. But the Giants just said, I don't like his medical, and just dropped tools and walked away. So how serious were they? And at some point, you have to get one of those guys. I mean, every time they made a run at a guy, they said, well, we were in it on Harper. Harper was never coming here. We were making an honest run at Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer said he wanted to play in Southern California. The Giants need what the Warriors got from Andre Iguodala in 2014, a breakout free agent. Somebody who says, you know what, this may not be a fashionable place to go, but I like what's going on there. I want to be there. There is nobody who's done that.
they're dangling that carrot again. And maybe the Giants don't have anything to do with it directly. Maybe it's just the media. Maybe people in the media are looking for something to, hey, let's get people to, click on our pages and our stories. But it's already started for next year. And I'm already sick of it. The talk of the Giants, maybe they'll get Shohei Ohtani. That has already started in some corners.
Well, they'd better plan on paying about $500 million. And I don't see Charlie Johnson doing that. I mean,
do you see if they would? Do you think Ohtani would even consider coming here?
Probably not. There are other teams that, hell, the Dodgers, they'd be the first team I'd think of. San Diego's already established that they will spend money.
Preller has been obsessed with Ohtani for years. So if there's they will explore every possible option, but that doesn't mean they'll get him.
It doesn't
free
mean they'll
agents
get
are
him.
free to go wherever they want to go.
But they're gonna make an offer that is going to be far more sizable than the one the Giants made for Aaron Judge. I don't think the Giants are players on him. I mean, they should try.
So how do you play it? I mean, they got burned, I think, the way they played the Judge thing. So your fans want, hey, Ohtani. So yes, we're all in on Ohtani, knowing that we're probably not going to get him. Or do you couch it like, you know what? We we are going to spend our assets, explore other areas and develop young. How do you approach that?
You first of all, you don't say we're going to develop other areas because their
what do you do?
I'm about to tell you. They're not going to say we're going to develop other areas because the other areas that they used to want to develop are the minor league system that's produced nothing. So you can't run that by them. If you're worried about, how the fans feel, and I have a feeling that they really don't anymore.
But I thought because of the attendance numbers that you mentioned, I think they have to be somewhat concerned with that.
Well,
given that you had fans.
The fact that it took them almost 2 weeks for Farhan Zaidi to come out after the Correa debacle to speak at all indicates to how little this seems to matter to them. I mean, Charlie Johnson is an absentee owner. He lives in Florida. I don't think his son ever comes out. He's like a groundhog. I mean, the one thing you could say about Larry Baer, and he had profound faults all over the place, but he would talk to anybody for any length of time. And maybe it's just because he liked the sound of his voice, but he would talk the team up. And if Greg Johnson is running the operation in San Francisco, which he is, and if Farhan Zaidi is the face of the baseball operation, which he is, their willingness to engage with their fan base has been piss poor. I mean, you never hear from, you hear from Farhan intermittently. You almost never hear from Johnson. And that's not going to fly. I mean, when this team first came out here, changed hands in 1993, you couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting Peter McGowan standing in front of a microphone. They sold that thing like it was, like Tesla.
They seemed to connect with fans. They spoke.
Well, no,
fans
I don't know how much they connected, but they were out there all the time. This operation is not. And when you add that to the fact that there are no big name players you can get behind, and there is no indication that they're going to, where are they? They're gonna average about 25,000 a game, and no one will be talking about them.
This regime has been somewhat tone deaf. As you mentioned, you had the Correa situation, and they waited a long time before they addressed that. Long time. How could you do that? Even Gabe Kapler, when they hired him, I don't know if you were at the introductory media conference, which was one of the most awkward managerial introductory news conferences ever because of all the controversy over what had happened with the Dodgers and some assault charges and his involvement in that. Remember, it was awful.
Well,
it was very tone deaf.
Yeah, he wasn't guilty of any assaults, but he was not responsive to the victim's complaints.
Right. So that was very awkward and tone deaf, and that's been a theme. Farhan's regime does not seem to be very sensitive to what the fans want and need to hear.
No, and you can get away with that if you're the Yankees. They're not the Yankees.
That said, I still think they're poised to have a surprisingly decent to actually good year this year. But I don't know how much that's going to
Define
matter.
what that means.
I think they're going to be able to, very good chance they'll be able to compete for a wild card spot. And that they'll be relevant most of the summer. Whereas last year, even though they finished with 81 wins, by the All-Star break, people had thought, yeah,
but they were kind of in the fringes of the wild card thing last year.
They were, but I'm not saying they're going to be on the fringe of it. I say they're going to be competitors this year. I think there's a good chance of that.
I think you're talking about the difference between 81 wins and 85, and I don't know that that's enough to move a needle one way or another.
But last year's 81 felt more like 75.
Well, why is 85 suddenly going to feel so radically different?
Because if your team is in the thick of it and you're playing better and fans feel like, yes, I can invest in this product because they're winning, I'm getting something back, then people start to connect and start to care again.
And
I'm
85 wins will do that.
It might. I mean, I think 85 would be a lot better than last year. Even though it's only 4, I know, but 81 last year didn't feel like 81.
Well, it didn't feel like 81 because they weren't interesting.
Exactly.
And they were coming off a year where they'd won 107.
81 in and of itself is not horrible, but after 107, it's wow.
But 85 is only incremental improvement, and you still have the same problem of your best player being Mitch Haniger. That's not changing.
Well, 85 is not set in stone. I mean, you're throwing out there, so you're saying 85. I mean, 85 or more. I think they have a chance to win between 85 and 90 games if things go well. And I don't think that's a stretch with the pitching they have. But it's going to depend on a few things, as it always does with the lineups and rosters they cobble together. Peterson's going to have to hit, and his shoulder's going to have to be okay. But there is a realistic chance.
So in other words, if everything goes right.
Not everything.
No, I mean.
No, I'm not saying everything.
At some point, you have to provide some sort of basis for why your optimism glows so much, because I don't see it.
I think the starting pitching is very good.
Which starting pitcher, other than Logan Webb or Ross Stripling, do you think is going to seize this town?
I think DeSclafani can be a solid pitcher. I'm not talking about winning a Cy Young Award. I'm talking about being a solid Major League starter that helps you win games.
He's listed as a long reliever right now. So I don't think that's going to help. Right
Do you
now,
think he's on the roster to be a long reliever?
Well, that's where I'm going on Fangraphs, and they update their rosters like every day.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, their rotation is Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, and Alex Wood.
Manaea's a very good pitcher. I think that has a chance to be an above average to good starting rotation.
Cobb is 35, Manaea's 31, Stripling's 33, Wood's 32.
I don't care how old they are. What does that mean?
It enhances the chances that they're going to have an arm problem of some sort. I mean, this is one of the oldest teams in baseball, and it's one that vibrates very little. Age and lack of stardom is a terrible combination. And I'm not saying they're going to go 70 and 92.
Well, I gave you a number. What are you saying they're going to win?
They're going to be around 500 again. But it doesn't matter what I say or what you say.
Matters to you and it matters to me.
What I'm saying is being in the wild card hunt is not enough to energize this fan base. Because we saw what energizes this fan base will come out the year after you win a championship. That's what happened in 11, and it happened all the way through 15.
I know there are a lot of more casual fans who want a lot more, but I think typical Giants fans, most Giants fans, want the games to matter. They want a reason to tune in August and beyond. And if you're in the wild card hunt, last year, as you say, they're on the fringe of it. It was more a matter of, if they win 5 in a row, they're in the thick of it. As it is, it doesn't look good. I think for most Giants fans, they'd be happy with that this year. And I think there's a realistic chance that happens.
Well,
time will tell, as it always does.
Yeah, I mean, if you're that keen on it, fine. I don't know that this is a fan base that's going to come out until it's safe to come out.
Safe to come out?
Yeah, like I'm going to go to the ballpark and I'm going to tell my friends I was at the ballpark because it's the cool place to go again. And it's going to be the cool place to go again.
It's going to be very cool. It's always very cool.
Yeah.
It's always very cool.
But you know what I'm saying.
I do. Coming up next, did the Dubs really want Patrick Beverley? That's next. Damon and Rado, Whitey in for Damon. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Mom?
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon. I thought this was odd, Ray. Sunday, I'm walking out Maury Point with Sheena, my brother-in-law Mike, our two dogs, Moby and Fenton, of course. And other side of the trail coming towards us, there's about 5 kids, I'd say younger high school kids, a couple boys, 3 girls, and they're having a good time. And one of them has some sort of audio box playing. And again, high school kids, they were playing Fleetwood Mac. And I just want to know, what kids, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Did you ask them?
I wanted to, but I didn't. I decided I'm going to go on my way, then go on their way. I just thought I was very curious.
You should have been more curious. Find out what that's about. And what Fleetwood Mac iteration was this?
Well, it was classic. It was either Dreams or it might have been Rhiannon, so it was
so it was like the more recent, more tepid, tedious, awful Fleetwood Mac.
It was like 1975 rumors.
The awful
77 or whatever.
The awful Fleetwood Mac, not the good Fleetwood Mac.
Well, very popular. I mean, enormously successful commercially. So I didn't understand. Good for them. I guess I should feel like, well, that's great. They're very diverse musically. I don't know, but I thought it was odd.
You should have asked.
I didn't want to.
It doesn't matter. It's just,
If it happens again, I'll ask next time.
You just go in self-deprecatingly and go, hi, I'm aged. I'm near death.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by your music choice. Can you explain it to me?
Yeah.
I mean, they'll, probably beat you up and take your wallet, but they might answer
not
you.
These kids. Not going to happen.
8?
Especially when I had Moby with me from the 925. Oh, there you go. Fleetwood Mac got famous with the kids from TikTok. Yeah. Maybe that's it.
Okay.
That's a thing.
Explain. I know what TikTok is.
No, that actually, and
what
I
is
forget
this
all the
phenomenon?
details. Yeah, but that actually, because there was a guy that he posted some on TikTok where he was following somebody in a skateboard and the music was Fleetwood Mac and it became a big thing. And I'm a little vague on that, but thank you. I think the 925 may be right. As far as the Giants go here, before we get back to Patrick Beverly and his buyout choice, from the 209, Ray, I'd be happy with at least Manny M next year. Like Ray says, you have to pull in one fish. Stop talking about bites. And from the 408, what do you guys think of trading prospects for Burns or Reynolds? That's from Matt and Tracy. Corbin Burns or Brian Reynolds, of course. Brewers and
first of all,
Pirates.
Who wants their prospects since they haven't produced anything? And secondly, why would the Pirates, if they're going to move Brian Reynolds, not essentially put him up for auction and get better offers from other teams?
You'd have to part with the likes of Kyle Harrison, right, to make that happen.
Well, at least. I mean, just, because a prospect is not useful until it becomes either part of another trade or he ends up on your team.
Yeah.
So what's in it for the Pirates?
That's the other problem when you're not developing the young players.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have the young players that can play for you, nor do you have the young players that you can trade for somebody on another team that you'd really want to have.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And that's the, third part of this sword. It's just, you don't want to spend recklessly in your terms. You don't have anything in the farm system, and you don't really have anything to barter with. Who do you think a contender would want off the Giants roster if they were making a postseason run?
I'd want Logan Webb.
Yeah. And
I'd want Kyle Harrison.
And
I'd want probably, well, it depends who I am, but I mean, the Giants have some players that I could see as, fitting a need. If I got those two guys, I'd feel like I was getting a pretty good haul.
Okay, but you could only mention,
can't afford to trade.
But the point is, you only mentioned 2 guys.
Well, I mean, yeah,
and that's
Marco Luciano, but he's got back problems already.
Yeah, I mean, who would touch that?
Elliot Ramos.
Really?
He barreled up a few last year.
He barreled up a few. Yeah, you could hear it off the bat. I know. No, I mean, that's the other part of their problem is their minor leagues have not produced either players they can use or players they can move.
I don't disagree with you.
And that's why they're in the jam they're in. And if,
And that's why it becomes every year, Ray. It's like a flea market. Oh, boy, we need some major league players. This guy's hurt. He was really good. Yeah, we'll bring him on board. This guy, yeah, he's available. He's on a 1-year deal. He's trying to prove his worth so he can make more money elsewhere. And that's why it has this kind of this temporary feel. It's a souffle that's not built to last. And that's why fans feel like, come on, how can I get emotionally attached to that? That is like, rooting for the A's sometimes, it's like rooting for the African-American ensign in the opening scenes of the old Star Trek. That guy's not going to be around very long.
You better explain that better.
Well, because they'd have like Captain Kirk and Spock, and they'd be on the planet with an ensign, and if he was an African-American ensign in the red shirt in the opening scenes, he's probably not going to be around very long.
Well, but they also did that with white ensigns in the red shirt, too. So,
okay, if you say so.
Well, all I'm saying is the Giants are in this bizarre kind of gridlock where they're unwilling to spend to get out of it, and they're unable to become good via their own devices. Because whatever you want to say about Brian Sabean, when he took a mediocre team and turned it into a good one again, Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, Posey, Belt, Sandoval,
Crawford,
homegrown Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
They had drafted those guys and they developed them. And, other than Posey, none of them are going to be Hall of Famers. And I think Posey might be a coin flip, but that's another argument for another day. But they were guys who could play all the time and pitch their turn. And that's the difference between analytics and scouting. If you're a really good scout, you'll find major league players. If you're in analytics, you need the input of the scouts to make your judgments. Like Brian Sabean was not anti-analytics, but he believed if he hired the right people to look at players the right way, he could find major leaguers. And his history here was that he did.
Years ago, I heard a story about, Daryl Morey with the Rockets.
Morey.
Yeah, Morey. It's actually Morey. It's not Morey, but it's not Morey. It's Morey. Anyway, Daryl Morey.
Who told you that?
That's the way his name is pronounced. But it's not Morey. You're right. Anyway, he was a real analytics guy. Jeff Petrie, who used to run with, used to run the Kings. He was not an analytics guy, but Daryl Morey said, you know what, we end up with the same guys. So different methods, to your point. I mean, just because you don't use analytics, you can still find the guys.
Well, everybody uses analytics.
An efficient player is an efficient player.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you're going to, the best way to do this is to see what your eyes tell you and then see if the analytics back it up. And if the analytics back it up, then you've got science and judgment on your side. If you say, here's what the analytics show, and then you go see them, I think you're more likely to be disappointed if you started with analytics as the reason why you got interested in a guy.
From the 707, Giants have a better shot of signing Ray to the lineup than getting a superstar. That's why they got to develop one. But that's Farhan's failure to this point, inability to do that.
Well,
close to doing that.
Well, Luciano's been bad luck, but you can't have bad luck on all these guys. And it's now been 8 years since Sabean was running the shop, and there's been a significant fall off in player development. My explanation is probably too simple, but for the most part, Sabean got major leaguers. Bobby Evans didn't. Farhan Zaidi hasn't. That can change, but right now the demarcation line is pretty clear.
Do you think Farhan's on thin ice? Apparently he's signed through, his extension runs through this year, but it's been reported he's also extended through next year, although we don't know exactly the extent of that.
I don't think he's in trouble at all.
Really?
Certainly not yet. I mean, look, if they go 68 and 94, yeah, there's going to be some hell to pay, but I think by and large they bought into what a lot of teams have bought into, which is I want a numbers cruncher so they can explain to me the business of signing this guy versus that guy, as opposed to John Middleton, who says, I've seen that guy be a great player. Let's pay him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at some point the Giants need to get a breakthrough player that way. I mean, the Warriors didn't get a free agent for forever until Andre Iguodala took a chance after the Nuggets lost to them in the playoffs in 2013. He just said, that's the team I want to play for. And he made the jump, and all of a sudden, now other free agents would take the Warriors seriously. And as it turns out, Iguodala was brilliant because within 2 years, he had a ring.
Yeah, and he was crucial in establishing that culture. Also, later on, when Steve Kerr took over and they said, Andre, you could come off the bench. Andre freaking Iguodala. And he's like, well, if the team's better for it, I'll do it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't
it took a long time.
But he did it.
He did it, but it took a lot of cajoling.
Sure, but he did it, and that set a tone culture-wise for the whole thing.
Now
if we could just get him on the floor at all.
Well, they're telling you how they've been telling you how they're going to use him all year. When the playoffs happen, that's when we're expecting him to do things.
All right.
Playoffs haven't happened yet.
With that, we want to welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Speaking of the Warriors, Patrick Beverley, as we reported yesterday, finalizing a deal with the Bulls. And Patrick Beverley would have us believe, Ray, that it came down to his hometown Bulls, who have a need for a defensive-minded guard with Lonzo Ball now lost for the year, or the Warriors. That surprised me a little bit to hear that the Warriors might have been interested in Patrick Beverley, but he explains.
It was between Golden State and the Bulls, and the Bulls have been after me for the last couple of years. I with Billy Donovan, I really do. I like his structure. I like how he goes about things. So I couldn't kind of say no to that. Obviously, it's always good to play with a lot of great talent in Golden State, but it's a lot of guards over there. So I figured I can make a playoff push with the Bulls right now and kind of pump them up a little bit. The East kind of weak. You feel me? Not to disrespect anybody from the East, but a lot of people went to the West, so I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, and his family is excited to have him back home.
I get to take my son to school. I get to take my son and my baby girl to school. I get to pick them up. I get to rep my city on my chest, man. Like, proud. So if you think I went hard for other teams, just imagine I'm going to go hard for this one, man. I'm excited. My mom's excited. My family's excited. My friends are excited. I know the Bulls are excited. I just can't wait to get started, man. This going to be lit.
Patrick Beverley on the Pat Bev podcast. As far as any interest from the Warriors, Pat Beverley said it was between Golden State and the Bulls. Obviously, it's always good to play with a lot of great talent in Golden State, but a lot of guards over there, So I figured I could make a playoff push with the Bulls right now, kind of pump them up a little bit. He also said he talked with Mike Dunleavy, and he said that the Warriors were with him. They said, you know what? If you got another offer, here you go. Quote, they kept it real with me, like, we don't want you to wait, Pat. If this is an opportunity you want to take, go ahead. We respect it. We know there's a lot of teams after you. So I felt like the Bulls were the best fit. I appreciate Golden State. I appreciate the opportunity that was there. If it was there, it worked out the way it was supposed to. That's fine. That's all well and good. I'm just not sure that there really was an opportunity there. There's no reason to assume that the Warriors ever actually offered him anything other than, yeah, we might want to talk to you. So good for him. He's found a landing spot, but I don't think the Warriors are too broken up that, we didn't get Patrick Beverley.
They might have been able to find a way to use him, but I think they also knew that there are other teams that had more money available to make something happen and had more assets available. The Warriors are, this is not nearly a direct parallel, but they don't have enough attractive movable parts to engage teams in serious trade talks. And
so then the buyout market is the way to go.
If you're interested in selling, but Bob Myers said the other day that, or I think it was Myers, said, the buyout market usually doesn't produce much. Now, do you believe that the Clippers are dramatically better because they got Russell Westbrook?
I don't, but they seem to be pretty excited about it.
Do you think Miami is going to all of a sudden go from 7th place in the East to 3rd in the East because they got Kevin Love?
Only if there's like a Shazam-like bolt of lightning that strikes him and he reverts to his previous form, which is unlikely.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, you've got names, but they're names with not much tread left on the tires. And then after that, you're sort of squinting and going, Will Barton? Do we want to do that?
I think I kind of like Will Barton. I think the buyout market is great for a team that's pretty much already established as a really good team. And maybe they've just got one little area where this guy's been hurting. We need to shore up that area just in case. I think that it's perfect. The buyout market is perfect for that type of team. But if you're a team that's kind of struggling and you need one more oomph, if you're counting on the buyout market to give that to you, you will be disappointed.
I don't know if you'll be disappointed, but your chances of hitting are not great.
Which would be disappointing. But okay.
No, but I mean, I don't know that you'd be disappointed. I mean, I think, the only way you'd be disappointed if the guy was actively throwing games against you.
No, I'm saying if you're expecting a guy to come in and give you a big oof, the buyout guy we got, he's going to put us over the top. It's probably not going to happen.
Well, but nobody believes that anyway. A buyout guy is just sort of a safety valve for the most part. So I don't know that disappointment enters into it. But we're arguing semantics, which is A, bad radio, and B,
well, we're supposed to save that for the 5 o'clock hour. That's what we're doing the whole
The bad radio?
No, the semantics argument.
I think the bad radio started at least 64 minutes ago.
Maybe so.
And maybe before then.
I kind of like Will Barton. I know he's not having a great year. I like a guy who can shoot, but the Warriors, obviously they need to shore up defensively. And if they had any interest in Patrick Beverley, if they did, it had to be rooted in that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they did.
So you're not scared of Russell Westbrook going to the Clippers? I understand why they did it. And supposedly, as we discussed yesterday, they talked to him and, they've got veteran leaders there. And the Clippers explained to him, look, this is what we need you to do. To me, the very first sign of trouble there is the fact that while Russ eventually was convinced to come off the bench for the Lakers, and he was somewhat effective in that role. I'm not a big Westbrook guy, but you check it. There are times when he was effective in that role. He will not be doing that for the Clippers, Ray. He will be a starter for the Clippers. And if you ask me, it has already failed.
Yeah, I don't like the chances of that one working well, but they would have to be able to convince Russell Westbrook to be the kind of different player that other teams have wanted him to be. And Russell Westbrook has, for the most part, been the kind of player that he's always been. Only his skills have diminished some, which makes him less effective and therefore problematic because he's still going to be ball dominant and he's still going to take shots that, frankly, the percentages don't justify.
Right. At the worst possible time sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you're hoping for the best. I just don't know that you're going to get the best.
The Clippers are a little scary looking at it from, the Warriors standpoint in the West, the rest of the way. And, of course, the Warriors got their own problems. Clippers a little scary. The Westbrook thing could end up sabotaging them. The Suns are the team that I think it's always an open question as to whether CP3, CP2, sorry, Chris Paul, whether he's going to be healthy. If he's healthy, though, and Durant's healthy, watch out for that team. CP3 and KD. That team could win the West.
They could. But that is largely because nobody is fully backing the Nuggets or the Grizzlies or the Kings. So basically, anybody can come out of the West this year. There's no putative favorite.
It may look that way, but I don't think so. I think Denver could, maybe Phoenix. Memphis could. I don't think Sacramento can. I mean,
maybe
they're
not.
Having a nice year, and if they get into the playoffs, that's a huge success for them. But it's been very muddled, but I don't think right now it's as wide open.
What's the team you would bet your car on?
To make the finals?
Yeah.
I don't know what I bet my car. Can I bet Grandy's car?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Because you've seen Grandy's car. That's probably, what, $100?
Right now, I would still go Denver, but if I was in one of my pools with, my mother-in-law and everything, and she had Denver, I'd probably take Phoenix.
Grandy, how much is your car worth?
I don't feel comfortable disclosing that information, Ray.
What's your license plate number?
I also don't feel comfortable disclosing that information, Ray.
Okay, how about the PIN on your debit card?
Oh yeah, okay. Let me get that out. Hold on. Let me get that out of my pocket.
If you had to bet Lucas's car.
Oh, if I had to bet Lucas's car?
On one of the teams coming out of the West.
I'd take the Rockets. Lucas, what's your PIN?
888-957-9570. You got to bet your
cowardice
car.
is well known.
If you had to bet your car on somebody coming out of the West, I would still go Denver Nuggets right now. How about you, Ray? Phoenix is my second choice. I'm not going Grizzlies.
Why not?
Because I've
Defend
seen
yourself.
them. Because I've seen them too often stumble when they can't shoot. They can't make shots. Excuse me. They are very dependent on getting out in transition, which is harder to do in the postseason. That's why they got the shooter from, the guy they got from the Clippers, the left-handed shooter. Who did they get? They just got, he's a good shooter and he's going to help them. But
Kennard?
Thank you very much. I apologize. Luke Kennard. They got Luke Kennard. He's going to help in that area, but they're not good enough.
So, in other words,
they're offensively, they fall into these droughts where they can't score, and that's going to get worse in the postseason. They're frauds.
Okay.
They're a good team, but not good enough to get to the NBA Finals.
All right. Are the Clippers good enough?
They might be. Like I said, I think
they just added Russell Westbrook. We
I know.
just talked about that.
I know. That's
why
I say.
Are they good enough to get there or not?
They might be. It depends how that's going to go. If there are any problems with that, right now I would say no. I'll say no.
So
I was much higher on them before they signed Westbrook.
Okay, so basically it's Denver or Phoenix.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't think Sacramento gets there, and they're having a great year as it is. I don't think Denver gets there. I'd like to think the Warriors have a chance if things come together. But, at some point things have to come together, and they're just not for this team.
I want Sacramento to win it all because I want to hear what a smug Kings fan sounds like. Because no franchise in any American sport has had less opportunity to do that.
Well, it's only been 16 years since they've been in the playoffs.
It's only been 72 since they won a championship. And that was
51 Rochester.
That was 5 cities ago.
Yeah.
They've been in 5 cities since the last time they won a title. I mean, that's a level of endurance where you not only don't have any playoff experience, you don't have any history to glom onto. I mean, they used to play some of their home games in Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Cincinnati,
it's
Rochester.
Well, Cincinnati you could see. Cincinnati is actually a relatively thriving metropolis. Rochester, it's not even as big as Syracuse.
I think the thing that would keep them from getting there is they just don't defend well enough. And I know things are different in the NBA this year. Because everybody is scoring. But I think defense still is going to matter. And their coach, Mike Brown, by his own admission, we can't guard anybody. And I think they're having a great year, and they're building for the future. If they get into the playoffs, hugely successful season. But you can't defend as poorly as they do and have any shot at winning an NBA title.
No,
I see you're right, but
I don't believe in them either. But I'd like it to happen.
I think the Warriors.
I'd like Kings fans to walk around with their noses up in the air just one time, because after
I thought
this,
you didn't like Kings fans.
I don't like Kings fans, but I want to see how they are when they're smug. We've seen how Warrior fans are when they're smug, because all you have to do is see a Warrior fan and you see smug. I mean, you see that with 49er fans.
Mm-hmm. Who are the most smug fans in all of sports?
Oh, Cowboys fans. Because they haven't won in forever, and they still think they're the most impressive team in sports. And all they are is impressive if you're looking at their Forbes valuation. But as John Middleton said, who remembers that?
Right.
Nobody remembers that. Nobody cares.
Yankee fans? Pretty smug?
It's been a while since they've won. But, yeah, they're up there. Red Sox fans, Cubs fans, Cardinals fans.
Cubs fans?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Huh.
You forget 2016 when they remembered, we invented baseball.
Coming up, we're going to talk to your friend, Ray. We're going to talk to Drew McGary, Chronicle columnist, Defector co-founder.
He's not a Chronicle columnist. He's an SF Gate columnist.
SF Gate columnist. All right, thanks for that correction before we bring him on. And he's written many books.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's also read several.
Yeah. So we'll see who he thinks are the most smug fans in all of sports. That's coming up on Damon and Rado. Whitey in for Damon. And we are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
On 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon today. You know, Ray comes across as he's so gruff and he's so grumpy and he's so tough. Turns out he has many, many friends who see a different Ray.
No.
Isn't that right,
I
Ray?
wouldn't define anybody as a friend.
Well, I think we're going to talk to one of your friends now.
I think he would prefer to be known as a distant acquaintance.
I'll bet he knows what a teddy bear you really are. Nice enough to join us. SF Gate columnist, author of many books, including The Night the Lights Went Out, Point B, and The Hike, co-founder of The Defector, former champion on Chopped, which I was stunned to find out. I haven't seen that show in a while, but I love that show. Drew McGary with us on 95.7 The Game. How are you, Drew?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good, good. Can you tell us about what Ray's really like? Because, you know, on the radio here, working with him occasionally as I do, and all his listeners, they hear, you know, Ray, everybody sucks, blah, blah, blah. Is there another side of Ray that his friends see?
No. No, that's what who he is. No, I've been told that, like, he's a softy and all that, but, like, every time, like, we get together, like, he has to stay back wherever to do, like, grandpa stuff. I don't know. So I've seen him one time. I met Ray one time, and it was in the bowels of the Oracle for, like, Game 3 of the 2019 NBA Finals, and I saw a little push broom mustache, and I was like, that looks like Ray Ratto, and it was Ray Ratto. We said hi.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go to work, but I have not been able to, like, have a drink with Ray and, like, see, like, the soft side. All I know about his softer side is that he is someone who calls you, like, out of the blue, like, he calls you on the phone, and I'm like, why? I'm someone predisposed to despise being called. Like, I don't even like it when my mom calls. I'm like, oh my God, I got to talk to my mom. And then I get one from Ray just being like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, good, what do you want? And he just wants to talk. He wants to have a good time. So he's someone who, he's a bit gruff, but I think he enjoys good company. That is what I think. Ray, am I wrong about any of that?
You're a lying thug.
Yeah. And now I know that whole routine. You son of a bitch.
There you go. Okay, let's do some background for the criminals who listen to this show. How long have you been at the Gate, and what exactly is your beat? I mean, you're a columnist there, obviously, but what do you write? Because I know the answer, but they don't.
Oh, okay. So, right. So I am, in addition to working for Defector and being the host of the Distraction podcast, ding, I am a columnist for SF Gate. And this is true. I was just named the #1 sports columnist in San Francisco by the San Francisco Press Club, even though I do not live in San Francisco. So take that, Ratto. You can stuff it. I write about sports, and sometimes I write about pop culture and politics, whatever they need me to do, same as when I was working in GQ for a long time. So I'm a jack of all trades over there, but it's usually to my standard areas of sports, food, and people that annoy me.
So how do you establish a level of expertise about an area that you've been in once? How do you pull that off?
Are you giving people a reason not to read me over there?
Man, you're the best columnist in San Francisco. I can't do anything to your reputation.
I'll have you know I've gone to San Francisco at least like 3 times. So I think I have a pretty good idea of what your city's all about, buddy. My sister lived there for many, many years, and I went out and I visited. And this is a true story. Her and her husband, for like a year or something like that, they, through some sort of I don't even know, through his job or something like that, they were able to live in the house of one of the founders of Twitter for a year while they were raising small children. And I'm not talking about it wasn't like a big baller mansion, but it was a house. It was like a useful house. And I don't think it was Jack Dorsey. It was one of the other Twitter ghouls. I'm not sure who it was. It wasn't Elon, but so we would go out and we would visit them. And, we just do the thing where we're like, wow, there's a lot of hills around here, like, the standard tourist stuff. But I've been around there enough and gone enough on assignment there for SF Gate to sort of get enough of a lay of the land to understand. But I will never know it as well as either of you, and I'm sure the callers will call in and say, this piece of garbage doesn't know what he's talking about. Go back to where you came from, jerkweed.
Yeah, but you're already back where you came from.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I do it all remotely. So
yeah,
the great Drew McGary is our guest. Some call him jerkweed. I don't call him that. I would never call him that.
Oh, they'd have to work harder than they do to become jerkweed.
Was that in your chopped basket? Did they give you some jerkweed? Is that what you had to cook with when you won that chopped championship?
No, I used to write for a site called Deadspin, which no longer really exists as far as I'm concerned. But someone sent us a hate mail, or someone sent hate mail to a professional athlete, and they signed off jerkweed. They were like, hey, jerkweed. And it was like such a good jerky boys sort of insult that it stuck with us in the way that, like, you remember, Ray, there was a guy that called the Miami Heat the Cryami Weeks, and we have always, like, anytime I think of the Heat now, I think of the Cryami Weeks, and that just sticks with me the way like someone like invented that and thought it was so smart. Like the guy who invented Obama instead of Obama was like, that's gold. That's so good. Ever.
So based on your vast experience writing about the sports in this area, who's got the smuggest fans? Giants fans, 49er fans, or Warrior fans?
Wait, who was the middle one?
Giants, Warriors, or 49ers?
Oh, Warriors. I mean, that's so obvious. I mean, I'd work with Kevin Draper for a few years. He was a Warriors fan. And you ever have those fans who, like, just them alone feels like entirely representative of the fan base, and you hate them really because you hate that person? That's Kevin Draper.
What if we asked you to draw out and look at the whole nation? We were just kicking this around a little bit before we brought you on. Who are the most the most obnoxious fans nationally? Ray went with, what did you say, Cowboy fans? Yeah.
No, we were talking about the smuggest fans. The most obnoxious fans are Eagles fans.
Yeah.
But I don't want to I don't want to blow Drew's answer.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand. Ooh, smug. I mean, it's tough because it would have been Yankees fans 10, 15 years ago, but like that sort of stopped because they're not like as good. They're still good, but they're not in the usual Yankees good. So it's got to be someone like I bet you anything. You know what? You know who it is? I bet it's Georgia fans. That's who it is. It's UGA fans. That's who. Wow. I've heard from people who have been down there. Who are like you don't want to go near those people ever in your life. And that is what I suspect. It was from people I trust who told me that.
So let's talk local sports for a minute, as painful as it is. Have you spent much time trying to parse out the 49er quarterback controversy or do you, like I, think that it's much ado about nothing and it's probably going to end up being somebody other than Brock Purdy or Trey Lance when this all starts?
I was like that for a while, and for full disclosure, I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan, so of course my quarterback has always been linked back to Kyle Shanahan as going back because Kyle Shanahan has been openly coveted as Kirk Cousins ever since he left Washington and ever since Kirk left Washington. And so it was always sort of this rumor that they would get back together. And wow, what a treat that would be for everybody in the Bay Area. But I've had to write about Brock Purdy and about Trey Lance and about Jimmy Garoppolo a lot this year and last year. And the sense that I have gotten ever since then is that basically I think Kyle is fine to ride with Lance and Purdy again next season and not really do much else about it. Like, I think he liked Brock Purdy. He could do what he needed to do with Brock Purdy. I think he still thinks there's something in Trey Lance, and I think that's probably his ego talking, but like I'm ready to write off Trey Lance. Like, I think Trey Lance is a bust, but I don't think Kyle's ready to do that quite yet. I know he doesn't want Jimmy G around. Jimmy G's like a case of syphilis there. You just can't get rid of him. So it's like, I think that they will stand pat and do something utterly unexciting. I don't think they're trading for Aaron Rodgers. I don't think they're bringing Derek Carr in because what's the difference between Derek Carr and what you already have? So I'm just not. I'm prepared to be let down by this entire situation because they haven't given me much copy to work with all year long. Even Purdy, Purdy was very capable, but he wasn't spectacular, and he wasn't annoying enough. Even though he was Mr. Irrelevant, he wasn't annoying enough in that Mac Jones kind of way, where I just instantly wanted to punch him in the face the second I saw him. So I have I'm not quite. It's tough. It's tough. Although I did have someone who's on Iowa State, like on the Iowa State campus, say that Brock Purdy like went and like proselytized to him at like the lunch table or something one time or something like that. But
yeah. Drew McGary with us. He's an SFK columnist, Ray's friend. You probably know who Drew McGary is, very accomplished blogger and writer. By the way, it is remarkable that Ray just asked you that question because Ray avoids that topic like the plague. And the fact that he asked that question of his own volition, I'm almost speechless. But be that
I'm willing to hear.
I can't believe it.
I'm willing to hear
You're a
from
radio
people
show
who
host
have never seen either of them play live.
Niners quarterback situation. How do you have your job?
That's an excellent point. But when you have to talk about it literally every day, whether they do anything or not, you
That's
start
the job, Ray. You're a drive time host. You have to say the same crap over and over and over again until your head falls off.
Well, I'm at that point where I'm thinking about diving through this window, and if it wasn't double paned, I'd do it.
Let me ask you this Warrior question. You mentioned your friend Kevin Draper and how he represents smug Warrior fans. Are we how likely is it that right now we're staring down the barrel of the end of this Warriors run or dynasty or whatever you would want to call it?
I mean, but didn't you think that like 2 or 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
So I'm not, it's one of those instances where, and I say this as someone who enjoys watching that team, but like you have to see the body cold before you're convinced. And I'm not convinced that the teams on top of the West right now are all that well equipped to go barreling through it. Like I think anybody can win that conference. So as much as the Warriors have been incompetent and sort of, they're almost sort of like two teams like slapped together and really working all that well together. So I know that sort of dynamic exists between them, and yet I know who's there. I know who the principals still are, and I know what they're capable of. So I'm not going to ever write them off until Draymond is officially in the TNT studio and Steph Curry's ankle has like 17 like little like kebab skewers sticking out of it because he had to get the Alex Smith surgery and whatever.
What do from where you are, and this is what fascinates me, and that's why I asked you the Bilious Purdy Lance question. What is your general view of the Bay Area sports scene in terms of how much it impacts people back in the East Coast where you live?
You know how this is, Ray. I mean, you know.
Well, but I'm asking you because you're the guest. And frankly, we got another 9 minutes before the break, so I got to fill with something.
I mean, in my mind, like all NFL teams from a coverage standpoint are essentially created equal. You can carve out the NFC East as sort of an exception to that rule because we all get pummeled with the NFC East until we want to die, right? But other than that, like, if you are a fan of the league, you know what's going on in San Francisco. You know what's going on in Seattle. You know what's going on in Arizona. You know what's going on in L.A. You know what a complete mess that team turned out to be this year. None of that is all that unfamiliar to you, and you sort of, if you don't have an idea of what the fans are like, you have an idea in your mind at the very least, right? But like baseball, I think baseball is utterly foreign to those of us on the East Coast, like what Giants culture is. I know you hate the Dodgers. That's kind of it, right? And like I know Dodgers fans are pretty annoying, so like I think I might have the Giants side in that. And I know the A's want to move to Vegas, but like nobody wants to have the A's right now. Nobody apparently wants any baseball team right now. So I don't know. I don't know if that registers back here. And then there are the Warriors, and the Warriors register here because they win lots of titles and because they're fun to watch play, and because Kevin Durant pulled the carpetbagger routine, and he was, sort of like a villain for a little bit, but then he was so good, everyone's like, okay, well, he's really good, and I like watching him play. But then you look at his Instagram feed, and you're like, oh, no, I hate him all over again. He's so annoying. He's such a corny asshole, like shit like that. So, I cursed. I'm sorry.
Yes, you did. Fortunately, we caught it.
Did I get the button? I'm never going to be.
Did he get the button?
Yeah. Mark Randy on the button.
Yeah. We have a small hamster in the other room who handles that.
So that is the utterly casual and uninformed take I have of how the East Coast views that scene right now. We have not gotten into the San Jose Sharks because why would we ever do that?
So what are you going to be interested in between now and either the NBA playoffs or the college basketball tournament? Is this the hardest time of the year to pay attention to any of that stuff?
Yeah, it sucks. This is the worst. This is so dead. Like, even our editor, Tom Lay, last night, like, we do a little roundup of, like, hey, here's some stuff you can watch tonight that you can blog about tomorrow. And he's like, there's nothing. This sucks. I want to die. Like, there wasn't even regular season NBA because everyone had to take, the requisite time off for Mac McClung Appreciation Night. So, like, there isn't anything right now. It's just a tough, dead fallow time in the calendar. And so you fill it with, as much regular season NBA claptrap as you can tolerate, but really you're going to deal with hypotheticals all the way through until March Madness. So you're going to deal with bracketology because there's nothing else to do. That's why Joe Lunardi has a job. And you're going to deal with NFL free agency and the Combine next week. Like, the Combine will get a lot of coverage from people because it's good inventory for the NFL Network, but also it's useful for someone like me who's spending all of his time thinking about what his team can do to not suck next year and whether or not they're actually going to do it. And the Combine is when all of those things kick into motion. So that's probably what I'm going to be paying attention to, despite myself. And maybe I'll see my kids, I think about it.
I'm going to give you a chance to rethink the end of that answer. Because...
No, they're here. I have to see them. There's no choice anyway. They haven't left yet.
Oh, that's got to be devastating to you.
No, you know what? It was funny when they were babies. I was like, oh my God, I can't wait for them to leave and stop making noise and all that stuff. And now that they're like fun human beings to be around, I'm like, we're gonna be alone. I said to my wife, like, what are we gonna do? It's like we'll be already dead. It'd be horrible.
See, that's why I approve of this man.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he gets what the end game is.
Right.
Room temperature.
Right.
Yeah.
So, last question, and then we will let you go. What's the thing you want most to see this year in sports? And it can be as grotesque or as weird as possible. What's the thing that you would fight other people to write about?
Oh, all right. But we're taking out like Homer elements, right?
Anything. Anywhere on the planet.
We're not taking anything out if you don't want to.
Ooh, all right. Well, look, the first thing is my team winning a Super Bowl. Like, I know the Super Bowl is next year, but whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
And then after that, I would like to see. Oh God, we're live, man. I have to think in real time. It's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna have to think of words just to fill the air as I think of what I'm gonna be like. Oh, maybe Tiger could win another major. That'd be fun.
Ooh,
dorky and annoying. But I don't know. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I think my team trading up somehow and magically getting Bryce Young at the top of the draft. There you go. How's that?
Okay. I accept the fact that it was. I sprung that on you. I sprung that on you, and you came up with two answers that can't possibly happen because you root for the Vikings. But
that's exactly right. But it's your fault for asking me the damn question. You give me any time to prepare, Rado.
No, I did not, and that's why.
And wheat combined.
That's why this show doesn't work. We're unfair to guests.
And I apologize. I thought it was jerk weed, but it's jerk wheat. Right?
Yes.
I apologize.
Jerk wheat.
Yeah, my apologies.
Right.
Yeah. So. Thank you, Drew. We appreciate it very, very much.
Thanks a lot. Now go and stare at your children until they're unnerved.
Take care. Yeah. And he is was he just named the outstanding sports columnist in San
Francisco by, I think, some shopper.
Awesome. Drew McGary.
He's really
Ray's
good.
friend.
I hate him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's written several books. Why haven't you written one yet, Ray?
I'm trying to read one.
Are you working on one? You have some ideas for a book. Oh, no,
I do not. I don't want to write a book. I've seen what the process is.
What do you want to see? Let me ask you the question you asked him. What do you want to see and be able to talk about in sports this year more than anything else?
I think I want to see Daniel Snyder frog walked to a prison farm in Louisiana and forced to spend the rest of his time cutting weeds on the side of the highway.
Okay. I mean, that's peripherally sports. It's not really sports, but okay.
I want to see a gambling scandal in the NFL.
Do you?
They're taking all this gambling money. I want to see an entire team throw games. And then let's see if that affects the size of the audience. I don't think it will, because I think people would rather watch games that they know are dishonest.
Do you think any of that is going on, or are you suggesting it's actually going on to a level that we don't suspect?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen that it's systemic across a team yet. It would have to be like literally game fixing along the levels of the 1919 White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to see that.
from the 707. What would you like to see more than anything in sports this year? Rob Manfred stepping down, Derek Jeter taking over. I don't know.
Yeah, because Derek Jeter did such a great job with the Miami Marlins.
You know, I don't even care about that part. Rob Manfred stepping down. You had me at that. And then whoever, Derek Jeter, why not? Wouldn't mind seeing that.
Well, because it doesn't matter whether Rob Manfred is the commissioner or not. Because whoever the commissioner is still working for the same 30 thugs.
Yeah, but
he casts an unpleasant figure.
Really,
and he looks like an
onerous.
Undertaker.
Yes.
But I don't know that necessarily means that the next guy is going to be any better.
He makes me miss Bud Selig. Okay? There you go.
Bud Selig at least liked baseball. Say whatever else you want about him. And he also worked for the same 30 guys, but he enjoyed the game.
There you go.
That's why you miss Bud Selig. But in terms of
I never missed Bud Selig until Rob Manfred was the commissioner.
Well, because almost all change in sports is for the worse. That's the problem. It just, when you think, God, we got to get rid of this manager because he's really screwing everything up. We just need a new guy.
Also from the 707, Ray, I want to see Barry Bonds get signed for one day and then be put in the Hall of Fame when he's eligible. From the 510 and from the 925, almost simultaneously, John Fisher selling the A's. That's franchise in Danville with that one. And someone joining it from the 510.
See, that's emotionally uplifting, and I don't deal in that. But
who's buying them? Joe Lacob, right?
Lacob says he wants to buy them, but I don't think Fisher wants to sell yet. I think he wants to either get a ballpark that somebody else has to pay for in Las Vegas, or at least get the ballpark here started so that the value of the franchise rises and he can sell it for the maximum amount of money there is. I don't think he wants to sell it now because it's rather a depressed asset.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put a shovel in the ground and you say, this is going to be built, I think that's when he'll start listening to offers.
Didn't you already share with us today that the one thing you want to see is the Sacramento Kings win an NBA title?
I also believe in that because I want to see how smug those people can be.
I don't know. I think a lot of them would just be in shock for a long time.
Well, that's why I want to see how many of them can transition from we're the worst franchise God ever made to we're the smartest people in the universe.
I don't think having your team win a championship means that you're one of the smartest people.
No, but it means you think it.
Yeah.
I know several Kings fans, and they will absolutely make that turn in a minute. And I want to see how many hamstring muscles they pull when they do that.
Yeah, so a couple of items on the docket here at 888-957-9570. If you want to participate, Xfinity Mobile text line. The one thing you'd like to see in sports this year more than anything else, no holds barred. And then we're also looking for your opinion on the most smug fans in sports. We haven't mentioned Laker fans yet. They certainly deserve a mention because they're oblivious to recent failure and just think, well, I mean, we won in the bubble, and we've got LeBron, and he's the greatest scorer of all time.
Well, that speaks to your personal bias, and I'm impressed by that.
Coming up, Tim Kawakami is going to join us top of the hour. And up next, in addition to your calls and texts, Draymond Green no longer officially the NBA trash talk king. Who is? That answer is coming right up. Damon and Rado, Whitey in for Damon. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
On 95.7 The Game.
Thanks for being with us on this blustery day around the Bay. Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. Tim Kawakami is going to be with us top of the hour. Ray, we're getting a lot of response here on the question you threw out. Of course, initially you threw it out to your buddy Drew McGary. 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line, or give us a call. You want to talk to us here on the show. The question is, among other questions we have going, one thing in sports you want to see this year from the 925. One thing, no holds barred, that you'd want to see. Want to see Draymond go to the Lakers and get traded by LeBron within 6 months. I don't want to see Draymond go to the Lakers.
Why not?
Because I want Draymond to stay with the Warriors.
Okay.
I don't want to see it break up that way, Ray. That not only would that be a breakup, it would be a bitter breakup, would it not?
Well,
I don't want to see it end that way.
It sounds like the Yahoo you talked to or you read that text from doesn't like Draymond Green.
Why does that make that person a Yahoo?
Because they're all Yahoos. The opinion's not what makes you a Yahoo. It's your existence.
I want to see Dylan Brooks, the NBA's new Oscar the Grouch, straight out the garbage. That's Duke from the city, Sup Rado. It's from the 415. 888-957-9570. John and Benicia, 95.7 The Game. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you doing?
Good. You know, John, we used to, when I lived in Vallejo, you couldn't buy fireworks in Vallejo, so we used to have to drive to Benicia to get our fireworks. Then we'd drive them back to Vallejo. You could light them in Vallejo, but you couldn't buy them there. So thank you for all you people in Benicia did as far as supplying us with fireworks when we were kids.
Benicia?
That's what we used to call it.
What we're known for.
Yeah. What's up, John?
You know what? The thing that I really want to see is that I want to just make sure that a shortstop can still know how to play shortstop and a second baseman knows how to play second base with the shift being over. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. It's funny because somebody's wish was, Whitey, I wish you wouldn't talk about MLB anymore because it's so boring. But here we are talking about the rule changes, Ray. The shift, do you think it's going to make a big difference one way or the other? We're going to see more offense because of the shift?
No. We'll see less shifting, but we won't see more offense.
More ground ball up the middle now maybe is a base hit because you don't have guys playing up the middle or infielders, three of them on the right side. Oh, that's
you could
great.
all you have to do is be just on one side of second base or the other. You can, as long as there's two guys on each side, you could still have a guy essentially up the middle.
But I can't have three guys on one side anymore.
No, but you could bring in an outfielder. If you really thought the guy was absolutely going to hit the ball up the middle, you could,
I could, but that'd be dumb. But you're right, I could.
Well, it might be, but I could easily see where, you could shift and then bring a corner outfielder up and play right behind the grass at first base.
Hey, speaking of Draymond, as we were a moment ago, The Athletic conducted a poll of, I think it was 22 NBA players during the All-Star Media Day, which I think was Saturday. Anyway, they asked a bunch of NBA players a bunch of questions, including who is the NBA's biggest trash talker? Draymond Green got 4 votes, second place, but one player got more votes than that, Ray. Would you care to guess who it is, or you want me to just tell you?
Just tell me.
All right, it's Pat Beverly. 6 votes for Pat Beverly. Now, of the Chicago Bulls, can you imagine if the Warriors had both Pat Beverly and Draymond Green? Oh, my goodness. They'd be talking trash to new levels.
Oh, they'd be teed up so fast they'd both be suspended at the same time.
Bam Adebayo said the obvious answer is Draymond, so I'm going to say Draymond. Domantas Sabonis of the Kings said, nowadays everyone's trash talking, so I can't even tell you. It does seem like everyone now engages in it. There's a lot more going on in-game between players on the court and players on the sidelines than there ever used to be. I'm not saying it's bad or it's good, but it's noticeable. There's a lot more of it.
Yeah. I mean, it just, it's the nature of the basketball culture. It's just, because Draymond Green was the clear clubhouse leader for years. And I think, once the lid is off, then other guys go, well, they're not going to give any of these guys 15 technicals a year. So it's essentially a license to yap.
Mm-hmm.
So they do. And the technical foul fine is so minimal that it doesn't bother anybody. It starts at $2,500, I think.
I really like Zion Williamson's answer. And by the way, New Orleans, if they can get healthy again, and who knows about that with Zion's health issues, but that's a team to keep an eye on because they defend. But anyway, Zion Williamson said, I'd have to say the entire Memphis Grizzlies team, they do it in like a collective way, so you can't help but respect it. I bet you when it's going on, he's not sitting there going, Zion's not going, that's great. I respect the way you do that.
Well, they don't have metrics for trash talking, but Dylan Brooks is second in the league in technicals. John Morant has 7. They've got a number of guys who will yak. Jaren Jackson talks a lot. Just off this list, they got plenty of guys. I mean, the Warriors still have the league leader in that, though. Draymond Green's got 15 of them. Next one gets him a suspension.
I know. But
so
he's smart.
Go team.
He'll avoid the next one.
I bet he will.
He's that smart. Jaren Jackson Jr., you mentioned him. He was asked, who's the biggest trash talker? Jaren Jackson says, I know he's not in the league anymore, but Joakim Noah was on my team, and the first time he came to practice, he was talking crazy to me. He was screaming at me and pounding the ball in my chest. It was great. That's an odd answer, which tells me he didn't want to say Draymond because he doesn't want Draymond to know that Draymond's in his head, and he didn't want to say his own team because he knows how obnoxious they are. So he goes with, oh, yeah, Joakim Noah used to be on my team. It's a bad answer. Zion Williamson, good answer. Jaren Jackson Jr., who, by the way, didn't belong on the All-Star team, bad answer, but that shouldn't surprise you because he's one of the frauds on the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay. By the way, Steve Kerr is second in the league in technical fouls for coaches.
I don't know, but I would guess it's pretty high for him relative to what he's done in the past.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he's far more frustrated this year.
Of course.
It's safe to say.
Yeah, exactly.
And so if you have to yell at one of your players, well, that's what Ed Malloy is for.
And I think Steve Kerr, maybe you guys can ask him, I'll bet you he probably has been doing more of that to try to get through to his players more than he has in the past. Because he's talked, going back earlier in the year, about I have to try to get some sense of urgency here. No one seems to get it.
Well, I mean, maybe some of that, but the thing is, I don't think you get to players by yelling at a ref. I mean, I think you need to yell at the players. And I think he does plenty of that, too. He just will defend them when he's in an interview session, just because players hate when you call them out that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they mind it much less if you bark at them in the locker room or call them into the office and chew them out. But they have very little tolerance for a guy who will rat them out in public.
Tim Kawakami, by the way, joins us top of the hour, so we'll talk more about Steve Kerr and the Warriors. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Will in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Will, you're on with Ratto and Whitey. What's up?
What's happening, guys?
Hey.
Mr. Ratto, you're awesome. I respect you too, brother, but Ratto is like the awesomest dude ever.
Yeah, I agree.
And we were talking about rule changes earlier, and the one that I want changed in Major League Baseball, I feel like the pitchers should have to hit again in the National League. It's taking away from the coaching. It's taking away from the game. Why does there have to be a DH when there's a perfectly capable professional athlete on the field? Man, if you could throw a ball, you could hit a pitch.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. And you're right. Ray is probably the most awesome human ever.
He needs more friends.
But I don't think we were talking about that, were we?
No, I don't
that's
believe
fine.
we were.
We were talking. No,
he had a point to make, and he wanted baseball to turn back the clock, which baseball used to do, but now it doesn't. So
that ship has sailed, huh?
Oh yeah, it's not going to. Yeah, and it's it would actually even depress offense even further. Because now you have a slightly less credible 9-hitter than the 9-hitters you're trotting out now.
Real quick, because, I know baseball, but baseball's at cross purposes because baseball wants to be more fan-friendly. Well, let's speed up the games, and we'll have more offense. Well, if you have more offense, the games actually take longer. So that's just an example of how baseball cannot get out of its own way.
Well, because the problem is not time of game. I think I said this yesterday. The problem is pace of game. Pace is a different thing.
Right.
And
I know.
What you're trying
to... like, our mutual buddy Mark Kreidler.
Well, what you'd like to do is kill all the time when guys are just standing there, either staring at a coach or adjusting their batting gloves or stepping off them, all the dead time. That really has nothing to do with the actual strategy of the game. Ideally, they would shorten the time between half innings, but that's when they sell ads, so they're not doing that. The problem is this game has evolved to the point where it drags. And in trying to figure out how to make it less draggy, they've tried to impose rules that, frankly, don't actually change that much. I'll be interested to see how aggressive they are with the pitch clock early on and see how quickly they get off of that. Because normally with a new rule, like a change in the strike zone or something, for the first month or so, the umpires are following the new rule religiously because they know their supervisors are looking for that. And then after a while, when the games become unworkable, then they start to, put some elastic back in the rule. And by the middle of the season, the rule is essentially back to what it was before they changed the rule. So I'll be interested to see what they do with the pitch clock.
Baseball has been doomed since the invention of the television because what happened is You look at football. Football, everything happens for the most part right in this area. You're watching TV, you can see everything. Same with basketball for the most part. Baseball is not built for TV. You got the pitcher, you got the catcher, there's a line drive in the right field. What's the right fielder doing? Where's the throw going? What are the runners doing? It's not built for TV. And as soon as we became just obsessed with television, baseball was doomed. It's hanging in there, and I love baseball, but it's doomed. And on that note, we welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
It's Whitey in for Damon. So you got Rado and Whitey on 95.7 The Game today, and this is a real treat. Nice enough to join us. Maybe the go-to source for everything going on these days, media-wise, in Bay Area sports from The Athletic. Pleasure once again to welcome to the show Tim Kawakami. Tim, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing just fine, fellas. How you guys doing?
I'm okay. I don't know about Ray. He's having a rough afternoon.
I'm not having a rough afternoon, although I'll be honest with you, you're making it more difficult.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I'm here. Yeah.
Ray's had a rough half century, so I think he can deal with this one too. So.
Well said.
Yeah, you're great. Thanks for your 7% of support.
Okay, guys, thanks. It was great being on the show, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you. Thanks, Tim Kawakami. A lot of Warrior fans, as you well know, a lot of Warrior fans were hoping and still hope maybe something happens with the buyout market. Were those hopes ever realistic, Tim?
I mean, I guess they took a look at Pat Beverly. He said it on his podcast, so it must be true. All podcasters always are the most trustworthy sources, especially about their own contract situation. No, I think the Warriors were looking at people, still could add somebody, but I'm probably the wrong person to talk about this to sound too excited. I just think the buyout market is highly overrated. It's big names who no longer fit on their teams because they're not that good anymore. And there just hasn't been an example. One, or Boris Diaw was the one everyone mentions, and that was years ago. It's just really hard to find a guy who's going to drop right into your rotation, who's going to pick up the system, and is going to provide something that you didn't otherwise have without stinking. And, Gary Payton II is kind of that for the Warriors. They got him in the trade, not in the buyout market. And that's kind of like, to me, the difference is he actually is somebody who could really fit into them. It cost them James Wiseman. That was a trade. And the buyout market just feels like 2 or 3 levels below that. Again, I have lost out in the rush for clicks on this stuff because everybody wants to hear about it, and there's these big names, and it's Kevin Love, and I just don't care. I flash back to when Troy Murphy was traded back to the Warriors in the weird Brandon Wright trade, and they were buying him out because they certainly weren't going to play him. They traded him. They got Draymond Green with a second-round pick that they acquired also in that deal. But his agent, the beloved Dan Fagan, back then I was really close to, and he was just telling me it's a bidding market. Oh, my God, everybody's going to watch Troy Murphy. It's tremendous. Oh, my God, I'm getting all these calls. He signed with the Celtics and played 3 minutes in the playoffs. Like, it just doesn't, it rarely means anything. So I'm sorry. It's a long way of me saying maybe they get somebody, maybe they don't. I don't think it's going to matter. Patrick Beverly would have been interesting, but again, I don't think he's getting huge minutes. I don't think anybody they could get in the buyout market. And some fans are going to get really mad at me here, but I'm going to say I don't think Steve Kerr is going to take almost anybody in the buyout market over Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome. I just don't see it. They've been with the team the whole time. They fit what he wants to do. This is how he's working. They're the 9th and 10th man or whatever on the rotation. It's hard to see a buyout person who's going to jump over them.
And Tim, I know you alluded to this, but given just an attempt to put a bow on it, given the way Patrick Beverly talked about possible Warrior interest and what we know of the Warriors, I'm not sure there really was much interest there in him. I mean, maybe maybe, but I don't think they had serious interest in him either.
Yeah, I mean, if Gary Payton is healthy, then Patrick Beverly is not playing for the Warriors. I think that was it. Like, as long as Gary Payton's not playing, we do need this thing. Go defend on the perimeter. They really could use defensive perimeter. But that's it. I mean, when Gary Payton's healthy, whenever that is, a month, 2 months, it'll maybe right before the playoffs, you're not playing Gary Payton II and Patrick Beverly in the rotation. That is not happening. I will tell you that. I know Steve Kerr's rotation pretty well. I've studied that probably more than anybody on earth, maybe even more than Steve Kerr. And he's not playing 2 totally defensive wings, guards / no possibility. So, I mean, he might have been looking at that, and that's where I could see the hole, maybe, is they tried to fill it with Gary Payton II, then realized he wasn't going to be able to play for a while. they could use somebing to go guard a perimeter scorer, a driver. But they also have that guy in Gary Payton second when the playoffs comes around. So this theoretical person they might sign in the in the buyout, isn't going to be in the rotation in the playoffs theoretically. So that's a long way of me saying, it's not that much. Gary Payton the second was the person that they mean to fill this hole, and I think they still hope he's that guy.
I hate that I'm asking this question, but I hope never have to mention his name again. From what you can gather, and I'm not asking for your opinion, but what you think the Warriors' worldview of this was James Wiseman traded more because he doesn't fit what they want from their center, or more because the tax bill coming in the offseason was going to become just too onerous for Joe Lacob?
This is combo. It's that he wasn't going to be worth enough to them because he doesn't fit their system to make it worth the $12 million salary, multiplied by 6 or 7 times. That number changes because it depends on what level you're at. So it's not necessarily automatically 7 times $12 million, but it's an estimate of about that much. So that's why they couldn't imagine that was going to be worth it, and they had to get off that number. The kind of more layered version of that is that they thought they might have to change the way they played. They thought Steph Curry might have 1 or 2 years left, or Klay Thompson will 1 year left, Draymond 1 year. Then they won the championship last year, which extended what they thought they might be able to achieve. James Wiseman does not fit with that, and they exercised that option for next year. I understood. I just never thought there was a doubt they would, and then 10 games into it, there's this guy cannot do it. This guy can't fit with Steph Curry. And if you can't fit for Steph Curry, you're not worth $5 million, not, forget about $100 million or whatever that multiple of $12 million was going to be. It was a combination. It was, are you worth what we might have to commit to you? And if the answer was no, they had to get off of him. And they basically got off of him for, we'll see what GP2 does. But I think they took an injured GP2 in order to get off of James Wiseman's salary. It tells you it was mostly the salary, but also because they just didn't see how that was going to be worth it.
Okay, well, I guess that where the answer lies, is that the salary came first, slightly ahead of the bad fit. Is that fair to say?
He wasn't going to play for them. I don't know that he was going to be worth it at almost any number at some point. But yeah, the 12 was the number that really kind of messed them up into the future. Like if you're trying to scale back on this massive payroll, which is looking towards over $400 million next season if they don't make some changes, that was a big part of it.
Yeah, so maybe if they were a lesser team and they're not winning a lot of games and they had more luxury tax room, maybe they would have given another run next year. But to that point, Tim, what's your best guess? I know nobody knows. What's your best guess of what type of player James Wiseman what type of player he could become in Detroit or wherever he ends up?
I don't think he's going to be great. I think he's an NBA player. I think he's got a lot of skill. I think he can score, in a lot of ways, maybe not efficiently, but he can score. If you're a bad team, you just need scoring. I don't know that Detroit is that team. They got some other guys who kind of do that stuff, so I was a little confused by that.
Me too.
Other than them just trying to pick up talent, and maybe they could trade him for something else. I'm not sure there, but I think he can be a decent. I think he's a backup NBA center on a good team. And that team is not the Warriors. On a team that can, doesn't need movement and, quick thought thinking on offense and also defensively just kind of plays a stable defense. It isn't switching like crazy like the Warriors. I also, though, this is members of the Warriors themselves. This is when I was kind of a Wiseman guy early in the season, but they were telling me, name me the really good young player that the Warriors have given up on and has turned out to be good when he left the Warriors. Now, they haven't had the number 2 pick, so that's, it's a little different. That's important context. But it's not like these guys, Jordan Bell or Patrick McCaw. It's not like these guys, Nemanja Nedovic, to pull another one back. It's not like these guys that they thought were initially good and then didn't pan out, then they got rid of, turned out to be really good.
Damian Jones.
Steve Kerr's tough on young players, no question. But usually, if you can make it through, you're a good player. If you can't, you're not that good. And I'm kind of rolling with that. I don't think Wiseman's going to be that great at NBA player.
Is there a better ETA on when they can rely on Curry again? Is this still going to be mid-March, or have you heard anything about faster progress or slower progress, or is this still? Are we still looking at another 4 weeks from now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making any official announcements, and they're very careful not to do that. But he talked to the media. I was there, before the second to last game, the home game, and he hates when we do this, but we have to kind of. He was not moving very well. He wasn't on a crutch. His crutch was spotted at his locker, about a week ago. Again, he probably doesn't love that, but I don't think that leg's doing so great. Now, you can make a very quick progress from that to being able to play. He didn't look great between games 3 and 4 in the finals against Boston. Remember when he got hurt and, walked very slowly into that post game, but said, I'm playing in game 4. And he was pretty freaking good in game 4. So who knows on this? I don't think it's sooner than later. I think it's later. I think it's 5 games at least, 6, 7 games. After the break. Now, these games are coming really fast. They've played fewer than most teams going into the break. They've got a ton of games coming up. This is going to go fast, and he's not, it's not like they've got 3 days off in between games in the break. He's going to miss a bunch of games in a row, I think, as these games come fast, and then, maybe they go 500 in those games, and then he's back for the final, where they got 24 left, in the final 17, whatever. I just don't think it's going to be real quick. Again, he could be going through a miracle cure right now. Mark Jackson could be laying hands on him. Who knows? We've had these other events in Warriors history, but it doesn't feel like to me, and just from the tone of the way they're talking, even Steve Kerr's like, well, we'll get him back before the playoffs. We know that. Well, that's 24 games. So, I'd say 7 to 10. Just in my, if it's aggregated, put it down 7 to 10. I'd say in the 7 to 10 game range, and maybe a little bit more than that, beyond even this. And the next, I wouldn't think he's going to play in the next 5 games. Is my easy kind of note on this one.
Tim Kawakami, our guest on 95.7 The Game. If Bob Myers leaves, do you think there will be a domino effect, a noticeable point at which things start to unravel from there, Tim?
I don't know immediately. Steve Kerr's still signed for 2 more years, and he's not going anywhere. But, yeah, Bob Myers has kind of been the liaison between Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr and the player. Like, he is the guy who's kind of got the relationships with everybody. He was clearly the number 1 guy with Durant. It's not even close. There is no other second place in that. He's the relationship with Draymond. He's the relationship with Steph. Now, everyone has a good relationship with Steph, but Myers is the number 1 guy for that. You might have, you see some changes. You probably see Mike Dunleavy as the general manager. You might hear more about the Lacobs being involved, and I know the fans will go insane when that happens. They've already, it's Joe and his 2 sons, Kirk and Kent, have had a lot of say. They've been in the personnel department for a few years. Kent from the beginning of the Lacob ownership. There'll be differences. That's what I think. I come down to thinking that I think Myers is coming back at least for a little while, because I don't think Joe Lacob is going to stand on, well, we'll pay you, third most among executives. Like, he is, the things that Bob Myers does for this franchise should make him the top paid executive. And it's a high number. I'm spending Joe Lacob and Peter Guber's money, but I just see it as negotiations right now. I see, because we're having this discussion and because we can't really see who and how they're going to fill the void if Myers leaves, is at some point they're going to have to pay him what it takes, whether it's $14 million a year or $16 million a year or whatever. It's a $7 billion franchise. Is that the latest estimate of their worth? He might be the most important person, other than Steph Curry, in that, the rankings of valuing for what they do and what they mean. I think he's worth it. Now, that's up to Joe Lacob and Peter Guber. It's up to Bob Myers to want to come back, and that's, in some question, he might want to do something else. He might want to go to another team. But the fact that we're saying that this could be it, and other than whenever Steph Curry leaves, this could be the second most important thing. I think you come to an agreement on that, unless Bob just doesn't want to. And then we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Draymond Green is going to happen spinning in his own universe no matter what. He's got the option to leave. That's going to happen. That's up to him, and that is unlikely to be largely affected by whoever is running the team. That's up to him, what he thinks his market is, what Joe Lacob would pay him in extension, all those other things. I just think so many of these things are separate things to themselves, but the Myers thing is the biggest one, just for the long-term way this franchise operates. That would be huge. And again, that's why I'll still go back to, because it's so huge, I think they'll find a way to make this kind of relationship continue. Maybe not forever, certainly not forever, but for a couple more years.
Is there anything other than negotiations that would explain why Lacob was ready to let Myers have a walk year without an extension? Is there some sense that maybe Lacob envisions a sea change sooner rather than later and wanted to see how this year would play out? Or is this just him, playing over a few $1 million?
Yeah, I think it's mostly negotiation. I don't think Joe Lacob says, geez, I can't wait till Bob Myers is gone. I really don't think that is the case here. I think it's a matter of, we've got a great franchise and we pay the general manager, president, X amount, and that's how we've done it. And it's going to take something to make me move off of that. I think I'm not, I don't know this, but that's my estimation. I've had no sense of like, oh yeah, when this all changes, we need another general manager. I have not heard that at all. It's just dollars. And I think on the Joe Lacob front, it's like, does Bob really want to come back? Like, is he not that he's leaving the Warriors? It's like maybe he wants to do something else with his life. He's got this podcast now. He's interviewing Disney, the Disney Corporation guy. Like, maybe Bob wants to do something else. He certainly could. Bob Myers has a ton of other interests. He's got a young family. There could be something. I think maybe in Lacob's mind, or whoever else is negotiating this, is like, let's, we don't want to do anything until he knows what he wants to do. And, deadlines make deals. This one's a huge one. This one could be at a very large expense, or Bob Myers could want to become a free agent and see what else is out there. I think it's negotiation. Bob Myers is a negotiator. Joe Lacob is a negotiator. We're not going to know what they really feel until this gets really down to it. And I can't imagine that's going to happen for another month. And both sides may want to see how this ends. I don't think that's as big a deal as it would be for sure, say Draymond. But what's the season going to feel like in May? What's going to feel like at the beginning of June? I think that might be part of this too. I will say I heard some of these things, didn't necessarily write about them because I never thought he was going to leave like 5 years ago. But some of this was bubbling up 5 years ago. Like there was some of this. It was negotiation. It was Joe Lacob not wanting to pay this X amount and Bob thinking he should get X amount, and other people to the side saying how can they let this happen? He might leave, and he didn't leave. Now that doesn't mean that's exactly the case now, but I just think these guys are smart guys, and one reason they're smart is they try to get every advantage possible. They want to win every deal possible, and this might be the case on both sides right now with Bob Myers and Joe Lacob.
Tim, you famously said not long ago that you thought Wiseman, Draymond, Poole, I believe those were the three you mentioned. You said one of them is probably going to be gone next year. You were already right because, of course, Wiseman's gone. Do you think Poole is somebody who next year, given the situation with the luxury tax, that trying to improve, they might have to consider dealing him just because they're limited in terms of what else they can do?
Yeah, I think they would resist that. Depends on where if Draymond goes, which is his call, right? That's right. His call, not theirs. They're keeping Jordan Poole. Like there isn't this financial pressure anymore, and if there is no financial pressure, they want good players, and they want as many of them as possible, and Jordan Poole is a good player. If Draymond is back, or if they've, extended him for a number that keeps them way up in the luxury tax, then I think there are a couple players who could be involved in trade talks. There's probably three of them. One of them's Klay Thompson. I just don't know what you get back for him at $44 million or whatever, but I think that would be a number they see. Like, if we can get off of this, maybe. Again, depending on all plays out in the playoffs this season. Andrew Wiggins is another one. I think they would want to keep him, but he's a player they could trade once his contract starts. His extension hasn't even started yet, so you can't trade him now.
Right.
And Jordan Poole, those three, if they're in a financial crunch. If they are not, if Draymond is off the team, that number's gone. If Draymond comes back for less, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think that's what they would like. is to kind of redo that deal, get him for 3 years, 22, 24, 26 instead of 27, 30, 35. All these things are in play. I think they want to keep as many good players as possible. Steph Curry is good enough to try to assemble the best team you can around him and go for a championship. Some of this opinion might change in April and May. Obviously, things always change in April and May based on how the playoffs go. But if Draymond comes back, I think there is a chance they'll look at what they can get for Poole and or Wiggins and or Clay. If Draymond is not back, I don't think they're moving off of anybody because they're going to try to be as good as they can within reason and see what they can do with that mix going forward. There was a chance they could make a big move for, a good young player just to, kind of stay the same with the same contracts. But I think Jordan Poole is good enough where they think this is somebody we've been looking for years, like the guy who can be the other Steph. And with Clay kind of, at a different spot in his career, you kind of need that offensively. And they sure would like for him to be better defensively, but they can hope for that. And sometimes he gives it to them, sometimes he don't. I think the Draymond thing, again, is just the number one thing that everything's going to pivot off of that, and they do not control that. So it's hard to plan things with them not knowing what Draymond's going to do.
Is there, in your mind, based on who you talk to, a new number on how they define what a financial crunch is? Because for the longest time, Joe Lacob gave off the impression that money was next to no object, and that's clearly changed. Is there a new sort of comfort zone for how much tax they want to be in than before? Is there a way to quantify that?
Well, I'll just say generally, from my conversations with them, which are on podcasts, everyone can listen to them, they're at where they're at if they can win championships. If they have a championship level team, they're at 380 now about, if you count in luxury tax. They do not want to be there if the team is not challenging for championships. Again, we'll see what happens in May and June. They might go over that if they think they get a chance to win another one or another one. But if they're not in that mode, if they're not playing that well, if you don't see a path to being a perennial championship team with people around Steph, veterans around Steph, I think 380, which is where they are now, is the highest they're going to be, and possibly lower than 380. I mean, 380 right now is the highest. The Clippers are right there too, but that's the highest in NBA history, and probably will be for a while.
From the TK,
teams are not going to go. Teams are not going to 400. They just are not, unless it's the Warriors and they're loading up around Steph to go for 3 straight championships or whatever it would be. But I don't know that's happening. I think it's 3. I think it's right about now. I think it's pretty safe to say the highest Joe Lacob and Peter Guber would go for a team that has not won a championship. Let's say they go out in the second round this season. I think a good easy math, might not be exact, is about the dollars they spent this season. That is the max they'll be next season, the absolute max. And it might be a little bit lower than that.
Thank you very much, Tim, from the Athletic. From the TK podcast, Tim Kawakami, we appreciate it very much. Enjoy the rest of your All-Star break.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
How about that, Ray?
It's a little more clarity. And I think one of the things that a lot of people struggle with is, well, didn't Joe Lacob say, money's no object as long as we're winning? Well, define winning. And
I think Joe defines winning as winning championships.
I know how they define winning. I'm just saying, how do you put the number on where they're going to be when this ends? And, I don't know that there is a ready answer. It sounds like, a lot of this is Draymond Green's choice. But, if they go out in the first round, I mean, right now they're a play-in team, so their chances of advancing are fairly limited. Do they lower that to 320? Do they lower that to 300? I mean, how ready will they be to start the gutting process if this team vanishes early?
The gutting process?
Well, if you're talking about the possibility of Green leaving or Green staying and having to move Poole or Thompson or Wiggins, I don't know that makes them better. I mean, it sounds like they're, going to start pursuing, economies. And so, I know there's no answer yet, but it would be helpful to have sort of a better idea of what they're defining as a season where they would stay at 380, and at what point they'd say, no, this is too much.
I'm sure they would love for Draymond to say, hey, yeah, we can work something out, but wouldn't you be stunned based on what we think we know about Draymond and how he feels about all this? Wouldn't you be stunned if he said, yeah, I'll take less to stay?
If the alternative is taking less to leave. I mean, because that's the other question here.
Well, but he can stay and take his, 27.5.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they could redo a deal if there's nothing else out there that is as attractive. And by that, I mean money. Draymond Green is a unicorn in that his skill set isn't going to translate as readily to every other team in the league.
Absolutely true.
There are some teams that are going to look at him and go, can't use him. Yeah, he's a great defender, but I need somebody who could score more. Or I need somebody who, makes a greater night-to-night impact in the box score.
We don't have a Steph Curry that he can play with, so he'd be somewhat limited in terms of what he brings us offensively.
I mean, so his ability to market himself might be more limited than we think, in which case he might say, well, I'm just going to opt in for the 27. Or if he wants to do 3 more years, say, okay, we could structure this down a little bit. I mean, he's got, there's always a two-way street on all of that. If you're willing to trade away a little bit of upfront money for term, I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. But if he stays, then if they're looking for economies after a year in which they didn't achieve near what they wanted to, it's got to come from somewhere, does it not? And it's going to be a player that they would prefer to keep. Thompson, Wiggins, Poole. And if that's how that's going to go, that makes them worse than they were this year or 2 years ago.
Got to keep Bob Myers. Bob Myers has to stay.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, that Bob Myers is chump change. I mean,
then there's no question, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, he would have been chump change last year. That's why I still don't get why they were willing to play the game here. Because if they are going to be hardballing him on salary and he goes to another team, for a better title or, a piece of equity, now you can say, okay, now the money's more important than the culture. Because Myers, by any description, including Tim's, is the second most important person in that organization in terms of that. And if they're willing to sacrifice that over $5 million or a fancier, title, then they're saying, yeah, money's an object now. And if money's an object, they become a little less special.
As far as on the court this year, I know that everyone is very mindful of what they did last year. Recently, Richard Jefferson said, if they play Denver, I wouldn't bet on the Warriors, but I wouldn't bet against them. That old cliche about a championship team being able to flip the switch. Ray, they did that last year. Remember, late in the year, they had injuries. Steph was hurt. He got hurt against Boston. Draymond had been hurt earlier. Clay came back and was struggling with things. And it looked like, wow, they're going in a couple different directions here as the playoffs started. Jordan Poole was unhappy coming off the bench. Then they opened the postseason against Denver, and it was almost as if right then, boom, it clicked. It all almost miraculously did fall into place. That actually happened. So if you watch them closely this year or listen to them closely here on 95.7 The Game, there are lots of reasons to doubt as to whether they can do it, but they literally did it. I mean, they didn't literally flip a switch because there is not literally a switch to flip, but it clicked like that. Once the playoffs start, it all came together for them. So who's to say they can't do it again?
Well, nobody can say that it won't happen. I mean, that's the point. But don't forget last year, they got to play Denver without 2 of its 3 best players. Very helpful. They got to play Memphis, who was a team that was interesting, but really too young to make that leap yet.
Yeah, but that was still, and I know Ja got hurt. I mean, I understand what you're saying about Denver. To say that, well, they played Memphis, they were too young, I won't give you that one. I know you're going in the next round, and I agree with you.
Well, the next round is they played a Dallas team that was not nearly as good as the team it beat.
Yeah, Dallas had no business being in the finals last year.
So And in at least 2 of those 3 series, they were beneficiaries of luck that had nothing to do with them. So I think that helped fuel them on their way. They get full marks for beating Boston.
Yeah, Boston had them down, 2-1 at home, and the Warriors found a way to wiggle off the hook.
Well,
the way was number 30.
Yeah. But, I mean, the point is, in 2015, they got breaks of that kind to win it all. In 17 and 18, they just boat raced the field. But last year, they benefited from the kindnesses of strangers. And that's got to be at least factored in a little bit when you look at, well, how good could they be if they were healthy? Because I don't see them as a juggernaut the way you would see them in their idealized form.
Do you think they were a juggernaut last year?
No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
But the biggest break they have right now is that nobody's a juggernaut. Denver looks really good, but I don't know that they're impervious to a beating by, if not them, then certainly 2 or 3 other teams. I don't look at Memphis as a juggernaut. I don't think the Kings or the Clippers or the Suns are going to be a juggernaut. I think this is the most egalitarian Western Conference there's been in a long time. And so I think that's part of what they're hanging their hat on. The other part that they're hanging their hat on is that the teams in the middle all have significant flaws like they do.
When you say the middle, you mean 5, 6, 7 in the West?
5 to 12, or 13 if you want to include the Lakers. I mean, I don't think that it's unreasonable to think that Oklahoma City couldn't be a play-in team, or Portland, or Minnesota.
Can the Warriors, if they're in the play-in, is it realistic to think that they could come out of that and still make a deep playoff run? I don't think so. But again, going back to last year, I don't know. But I think that is a long, twisting path to navigate.
Having to play the 1 and then the 2 can wear you down.
Yeah.
And then you get to the conference final, and maybe it's a 4 or 5, but maybe it's a 4 or 5 with Kevin Durant. Or maybe it's a 4 or 5 with Luka and Kyrie Irving if he's got his head bolted on straight. So a lot of times your chances of winning the entire thing is how quickly you dispatch those early opponents. And Dallas and Memphis would be 2 tough nuts to crack back to back, or Memphis or Dallas, whatever, or Memphis or Denver, whatever order they come in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a cumulative effect from playing good teams over and over and over and over again. It'll wear you down, especially if you're a team with some years on it, like the Warriors.
Yeah. Don't you think that for them to make that trade for Peyton, they must have had really good reason to assume that he's going to be healthy before the end of the year? They don't know. But don't you think the doctors looked at it, even the ones that flunked the physical, and said, yeah, well, there's every reason to think that he's going to be able to give you something before the playoffs start. Otherwise, I mean, they wouldn't have made the trade, ... right? Or was it that much about getting out from under Wiseman's salary that they even said, well, it's okay if we don't have him this year. He's insurance against DiVincenzo leaving next year. And then we get the financial flexibility. So, we'll do it anyway.
Well, that's why I asked Tim that question. Was this more about the money or about the lack of promise? And he, tried to hedge and go, well, it's a combination. We know it's a combination, but what was the primary motivator? And if it was money, then you bring back the argument, well, is Joe Lacob finally found the third rail of his spending? And is he going to start to scale back because $380 a year is too rich for him and the partner's blood? And yeah, it's a small piece in the puzzle, but the stuff tends to add up if you keep, choosing to err on the side of thrift rather than talent.
Here's a question for you from the 718, Ray. For Rado, I asked Joe this morning. He agreed. If the Warriors don't win the season, considering the state of the West for years to come with guys like Booker and KD under contract, do the Warriors make a blockbuster trade in the offseason to pair somebody with Steph? That's from the, as I said, it's from the 718, I believe.
Well, who would that be? I mean, presumably you're not going to trade for Durant if the Suns make a deep run.
No, but he's already under contract. He and Booker are locked in.
Well, Okay, but I'm saying if Phoenix makes a deep run,
who else is available? Pascal Siakam or something? I don't know.
Yeah, does he get you over the top?
Would you have made that trade for OG Anunoby? At the time, I thought, the more I think about it, the more I'm leaning towards if I had to give up Kuminga and somebody else, Moody, and some draft capital, I think I would have done it.
I would have done it at the time too, because if you're worried about the window's now. I mean, Kuminga has promise. Moody has not yet flashed. And the draft capital, I mean, if you're trying to win the right now title, you try to have the best players you can have.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not sure that Miami really wanted to do that.
Well,
I think they wanted more. I mean, Toronto, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
But I think Toronto wanted more than that. And I think that's one of the problems the Warriors run into is they don't have enough draft capital and enough tradable parts to make it a deal that doesn't come with a lot more pain than they're comfortable with.
Yeah, we just know it was Kuminga and players and picks, but how many and which ones, we don't know. From the 5-3-0, OG never plays. He's always hurt. I'm sure that was a factor too. When healthy, though, he certainly would have fit this squad. But onward and upward, and the Warriors relying once again on that championship pedigree and relying on Steph Curry and to a lesser extent, GP2 getting healthy sooner than later.
Well, getting healthy when he gets healthy. I mean, you want to rush him back with that? I don't.
No, but they just really need him back soon. They don't have a lot of, we'll be ready to go when he comes back. I understand what you're saying.
I mean,
I'm wondering if he would be wanting to play if he gets to 90%.
Oh, I'm sure he'll want
to do that to save the freaking season.
He was playing at 60% in Portland. I mean, I think because he wanted to show, because I think he wanted to get out of there, and to get out of there, he had to show that he had some value. When Tim Kawakami said, Curry is probably at least 7 to 10 more games. Now you can put a number on, okay, if he's out for another 10, let's just be conservative here, that's still 15 games where you can get your stuff right if you manage to hold serve over those next 10. So I think a lot of this is going to depend on, if they go 2-8, do they hurry Curry back? Do they just say, we can't make it? I mean, there's these next 10 games, and you can't take them one at a time when you're thinking about this. You have to look at it after they've played the 10 and make a call then. Because if they are 31 and 39 at that point, or 31 and 37, do they have a shot? I mean, my guess would be probably not unless they ran the table. And even then, if you rushed Curry back, is Peyton going to be ready? Because they haven't shown that they can put together a long winning streak with Curry this year because of their other flaws.
From the 510, Hurry Curry. Hi, everybody. This is Hurry Curry. From the 415. You like that, Ray? Hey,
I actually
Hurry Curry. Hey. From the 415.
It was too fast, and it wasn't drunk enough.
Well, it's Hurry Curry, though. He talks faster than Harry Curry. From the 415, should the Warriors start tanking and draft the unicorn of the unicorns from France? Nope, too late to do that. You know that they had to consider that when earlier in the year when they weren't playing well, when Steph got hurt in the first place. You know they had to take a look at that. But given what Joe Lacob is paying this team, and given the fact that you got 4 teams that from the jump this year have been all in on tanking, there's really no percentage in
do you really
trying to get it. It's too late.
Do you really want to gamble on a chance that at best is 1 in 7?
Yeah, you don't. Not now. I mean, if you're a really bad team, those 4 teams are good luck. One of them may be right, but no, that doesn't make any sense for the Warriors at this point.
No. I mean, the fact is, if you want to tank, your chances of having the most ping pong balls isn't that greater than being second or third or fourth. And the problem is there are already 4 teams that are way ahead of you on that. San Antonio, Houston,
Charlotte,
and
Detroit basketball.
Why did you do that?
No, that's what they say when the ball goes out of bounds there. I'm just saying Detroit Pistons. Their PA guy, when the ball goes out of, you don't know that? Detroit basketball. That's what they say.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Famously.
Because my connection with Pistons basketball waned some time ago.
All right.
But no, I think they have next to no chance to get Victor Wembanyama.
I know. Who, by the way, apparently is getting taller. Every time I read about him, he's getting taller. And I read today that, no, he's young. He's actually getting taller. From the 5-0, the Warriors are not going to rush any player back, including Curry, because they prioritize health and medical in the organization. I know that, and I know that's the prudent path, but I'm wondering if they may be in a position where they may have to reconsider that at some point with Steph. If he's like playable but not 100%.
Or Curry starts to become annoying about it.
Yeah,
hey, I want to play. I mean, at some point, does Steve Kerr keep saying no? I mean, that's a part of the interpersonal relations part of this team that you can never really get a full measure on.
Coming up here on Damon and Rado, Whitey in for Damon. How do you think NBA players are feeling about a mid-season tournament? Commissioner Silver, boy, he's really hoping for this mid-season tournament. How do you think players feel about that? Got an answer that may surprise you coming up. That's up next year on 95.7 The Game, and we are sponsored by Mitsubishi Motors.
95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon. Here's why All-Star games stink now, Ray. The original All-Star game, as you know, what was it, 1933? Arch Ward, a writer, comes up with this idea for the Major League Baseball All-Star game, and it was intended for the fans. It was supposed to be for the fans. It would give the fans a chance to see all these great players. All-Star games aren't for fans anymore. All-Star games are, if they're for anybody, they're for, of course, the leagues to make money, and they're for the players. And now the players, the NBA players, get this long All-Star break. Oh, get a week off. And we're sitting here going, when are they going to play basketball again? Remember the old days? They'd have the All-Star game on like a Tuesday, and then they'd make maybe a day off, and then they're playing again.
Anytime I hear somebody say, remember the old days? Nobody remembers the old days.
You do, though. I know you do. You were talking to me yesterday about the 69 Celtics.
Yes, but the old days are gone. They're not coming back. You know, there's going to have to be a different solution for you. You're not getting the basketball schedule you used to get.
Okay, I just miss it.
I mean, when the Celtics won in 1969, I think the season was 70 games. Nobody's going back to 70 games.
I know that. I just wish that we didn't have to wait for a week for the NBA to play again. That said, as they begin the second half, it's not really half, but we'll just say second half, to this point, who has been the most surprising team in the league? Who's been the most unpleasant surprise? Sacramento's probably the biggest surprise. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. The unpleasant surprise, the Warriors would maybe be in the mix.
Brooklyn.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Close.
Although I guess so. Although, I mean, how could you expect much out of that given everything? But okay.
No, but I mean, if we're talking about the start of the season to now, it's Brooklyn by light years.
I think another candidate, I don't disagree with you, but I think a candidate is the Atlanta Hawks, and they made a move today. The Hawks fired Nate McMillan. So the Atlanta Hawks fired their coach, clearing the way for them to start an immediate search. And Quinn Snyder, former Jazz coach, is apparently he's going to be the first one they interview. So the Hawks at 29-30, pretty talented team. They're right now 8th in the East. They have fired Nate McMillan. So it sounds like maybe Trae Young won that power struggle.
Well, I mean, he won that power struggle. He's they basically turned the franchise over to him without actually turning it over to him. But I think the interesting part of that is that Kenny Atkinson's going to be interviewed too. You can bank on that.
Yeah. Well, last year he had the Charlotte job and decided they gave it to him and he said, I don't want it. So who knows?
Well, the Charlotte job is infinitely worse than the Atlanta job.
I agree. I'm just saying he had a chance to get back as an NBA coach, didn't want it. So who knows if he's ready for that?
Well, I mean,
I would interview him too. You're right.
Yeah. I mean,
although if I could get Quinn Snyder, I would hire him.
You'd hire him before you'd hire Kenny Atkinson?
I probably.
It's okay to have that opinion.
Yes, I would. The only reason I hesitate, Quinn Snyder looks kind of like the Green Goblin from some of the original Spider-Man movies, but
that's a good reason.
Yeah,
yeah. You never want to go with the supervillain because the supervillain always loses in Marvel.
He did
movies.
a pretty good job in spite of that, so he'd be my top candidate. Kenny Atkinson is a great coach on an underachieving team like he was with the Nets originally. I don't know that he's a great fit for this team. I'm not sure anybody is with some of the stuff going on there.
Well, you just said the Hawks are underachieving. So
they're underachieving, but I mean overachieving. I meant that Kenny Atkinson is a good coach for an overachieving team, not especially talented, but winning games. And this team is underachieving with a pouty superstar. Whole different animal.
Well, I mean, it's true. I mean, who knows what a good fit is? But the longer you're an assistant, the longer you're thought of as an assistant. I mean, it took Mike Brown any number of interviews before he got out. And yeah, he was happy in Golden State, but he was a guy who should have been mentioned for more jobs than he was.
Remember Luke Walton, what a hot coaching candidate he was?
Yep.
Red hot, top candidate. Got 2 jobs, didn't do well. Not a top candidate anymore.
Well, and in neither of those
in Cleveland now.
Yeah, in neither of those jobs did he have much of a chance. I mean, he was basically bullied by the Lakers who didn't know what they were doing. And then he went to Sacramento, which gets royalties anytime somebody says the words, don't know what they're doing. So I don't know if he is a good coach. All the indications were he wasn't very good at either job. But those are not jobs where you can win at anyway. So you got to define your terms.
Does the commissioner of the NBA know what he's doing as he continues to bang on the drum for a mid-season tournament? The idea would be to make some of those games that are not very meaningful a little more meaningful.
You have to convince the American sporting public that this tournament has some meaning in terms of playoff ramifications. And I don't know why you would want to do that.
I don't think it would. I don't think that's the plan.
Well, if that's the plan, then the games mean nothing and there's no reason for anybody to play them.
No, the idea would be you'd win a separate championship. That wouldn't be the NBA championship, but you'd win this. Pick one of your favorite. Do you have a favorite client on the station? Honestly, anybody?
Oh, God, no.
Okay. It would be the Amazon Cup. Amazon pays us all this money. Your team can win the Amazon Cup. They haven't won an NBA championship ever, but we won the Amazon Cup. That's the idea. I'm not telling you it's a good idea. I'm just telling you that's the idea.
I know what the idea is.
Yeah. So,
but the problem is, European soccer has like any number of cups every year, and people pretend that they matter, but they genuinely don't. And they look down upon teams that win them unless they're a team that's going to win something big.
I mentioned this poll that the Athletic did of players at the All-Star Media Day. So I think 22 players were asked. Only 11 answered this question. Do you want a mid-season tournament? Yes. 4. No. 3. Maybe 4. I mean, that's not a lot, but I'm surprised that even 80 to 11 said, I might, or yes, they do.
Well,
Donovan Mitchell, I've heard good things. I also enjoy my rest.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis, I come from Europe where we have that type of competition, so I think it's great.
Okay, but, I mean, if only 11 players answered it, that is essentially less than one team. So I don't think that's a consensus. And I think massively they would say, are we getting paid more for this? And I have a feeling the NBA would say, well, no. In which case, well, I'm not.
Well, you're getting the same. Some of the games are going to be regular season games anyway, so you're already getting paid for them. And then if you win, you would get more. Paul George has the actual answer. Do you want a mid-season tournament? Quote, no, not really, unless the incentive is there. And that's where that is.
But I think the incentive for the players is pay us more. The incentive for the fans is, what does this mean? I mean, it sounds like Adam
Less
Silver.
load management if the games matter more.
Well, but I think Adam Silver is trying to sell them on the notion that the Carabao Cup is as good as winning the Premier League.
I know that's a
nobody,
long putt.
A, nobody believes that in Europe, and B, nobody, I think, in America will tolerate it. I mean, how many championships do you need now? Is it time to go?
I was just checking on that, Ray.
What does Grandy think?
Anytime, but you guys keep going for a minute if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, then I think I know which way I'm voting.
All right, tomorrow it's Ray and Alan Stiles. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Not for him.
No, probably not.
No, it's going to suck for him.
He can handle himself. Thank you, Ray. Thank you for listening. Stick around. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean, an hour of Warriors content as the team gets ready to come out of the All-Star break.